Chapter 41. There is no absolutely closed border in the world. It is better to say that it is precisely because of the prohibition of official normal transactions that smuggling trade will flourish. There are black ships that can smuggle to the Psychic Empire, and the Psychic Empire naturally has secret caravans that smuggle magic props to the territory of the Elf Alliance. There is no doubt that this is the most hateful act of collusion with the enemy for the war faction like Prime Minister Killian. But it also recognizes the existence of newspapers with views like peace, because if the winner cannot be determined, sooner or later someone will not want to continue to be deadlocked for thousands or tens of thousands of years. So similar to the official illegal vanguard army, the smuggling guild is also banned on the surface, but in fact it is tacitly allowed by the people. Especially for this kind of aiding the enemy behavior, it is difficult to say who is supporting whom, because the Empire actually lacks everything except some processed magic products. It is not enough to rely on the black ships coming twice occasionally. Many materials, grain seeds, and livestock need to be traded by smuggling caravans from the Elves' territory. Of course, the Elf Alliance is indeed more severe in catching the black caravans smuggling to the Empire, and they will definitely punish them severely if they are caught. But it's just like the fact that one parliament in the Empire can print 6 newspapers. There are even more mountains of gods on the side of the Elf Alliance. No matter which camp, there are factions willing to talk and reconcile. Of course, they are definitely not the mainstream. I thought the Vanguard army had deep hatred, and it was a matter of principle that they were irreconcilable with the elves. Soren followed Tyron through the alleys. He could see the pterosaur with a yellow crown occasionally coming out of the clouds, indicating that it was still following. No, we just consider the current priorities and solve the problems one by one. The owner of the weapon shop took Soren to the door of a small restaurant near the canal and knocked on the door. The person behind the door opened a small window and took a look. It sounded like a woman. "What are you doing here?" "The Grand Commander is here." Tyron turned sideways, and Soren also showed his ring. The other party hesitated for a moment, and still opened the door. To Soren's surprise, it turned out to be a middle-aged woman wearing an apron. How to describe it? From the shape of her face and the outline of her ears, she can barely see the shadow of an elf, but she has gained weight. It may sound a bit weird to say this, but this is really the ugliest elf he has ever seen. Sauron followed Tylon into the restaurant and hesitated for a moment. "Hello, I don't want to get involved in your business." The old lady waved her hand and went upstairs by herself, while angrily telling the waiter standing at the stairs, "Hurry up and finish, don't get involved in their troubles, remember to lock the door later." The waiter nodded. This was a boy about the same age as Soren, with a darker complexion, who seemed to be often outdoors in the sun. He took off his headscarf to reveal his pointed ears. "Sorry, my daughter is a little nervous, no harm. Would you like something to drink?" Tylon was not surprised. 2 cups of beer. "Wait a minute." Sauron raised his hand. "Your daughter? Adopted?" The boy didn't mind his impoliteness. "No, you can tell, she's half mixed. By the way, I'm a traitor who was deprived of my name, and my current name is Tim." A traitor is an elf who disobeyed the will of the gods and was exiled. Tim and his daughter have lived in the forge since my grandfather. Tylon also confirmed what the other party said. Half-elves age slower than humans and have a longer lifespan, but it's also limited. Well, elves have a long lifespan and grow slowly, so I will disappear with the caravans for a while as a disguise, and also make some extra money as a guide. Tim brought the beer. "But how is this possible? Can elves and humans really produce offspring?" Soren was shocked. "No reproductive isolation? Could it be that magic was used? It can even control genetic genes. Isn't this magic too wide?" Tylon obviously didn't know what he was shocked about. "What's wrong with that? There are many cases of mixed blood. Goblins, orcs, crypt spiders, etc. are races without females. They can reproduce with any mother, although half-elves are quite rare. Hey, the other ones you mentioned also feel wrong, and they shouldn't be called mixed bloods but seedlings." Cough cough, can't say more. Well, elves and humans have a very small chance of giving birth to offspring, and few people take the initiative to do so. After all, the lifespan difference is too big, and there are even fewer rebellious freaks like me. Tim laughed at himself. "No, this has nothing to do with free choice. If there is no magic setting at work, then the fact that there is no reproductive isolation between elves and humans may contain big problems. For example, are the elves really created by the Titans? What are they created from? Why do they betray the Titans? Why do they join forces with the human vanguard to kill the Titans? What are the Titans? The Grand Commander has not had much contact with your tribe." Tylon tried to smooth things over for Soren, who was obviously distracted. This time I'm here to discuss the cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce. It's okay. Compared to the Vanguard, who wanted to stab me to death right away, he is quite friendly. Tim didn't mind at all. Although I'm not a senior member of the Chamber of Commerce, the advantage of being older is that I know most people. Tylon also mentioned to me that you hope to get the support of the Parliament, right? The forces behind the Chamber of Commerce do have seats in the Parliament. They have a deep trust and cooperation with the Death Knights. Otherwise, they would not be able to pass the military control zone. Soren looked at him suspiciously. Do you mind if I confirm which legion it is? As far as I know, most of the Death Knights support Echukas. Tim looked at Tyron and nodded. Nightmare Blood Knight Legion. Do you know Alfred? Soren couldn't help but stand up. Yes, I brought him out of the furnace. Tim seemed to recall something, and said with a gentle look, Tyron's grandfather couldn't bear to see the boy's talent go to waste in the mine or beside the anvil, so he decided to let me, an elf, who was supposed to be damned, go out with the boy as a deal. So we became friends and traveled to many places together. Oh! Sauron nodded and sat down. He is a man with true courage and justice. He has been carrying out his will all his life. Haha, now that I think about it, he is really destined to be the protagonist. It's okay to go out for adventures, but he also captured the heart of our Dong family's eldest daughter. In the end, he became the leader and reached the pinnacle of his life. I envy him. Tim paused and took a sip of beer. You killed Echukas, thank you. Soren was silent for a while, and drank a sip of beer, yeah. Tyron patted Soren's shoulder, and none of the three men spoke for a while. The Chamber of Commerce. Soren shook his head to get rid of his inexplicable thoughts. So the Blood Riders are behind it? The Obby's family? The Icilian family is in charge now. This family is quite smooth and good at making money. I heard that in addition to smuggling, they also lend money and collect rents, and have good relationships with casinos, auction houses, and black markets. In the Elven Alliance, there is also a lot of power, which has won over many human lords to become supporters of the Empire. I can help you make connections, or write a guarantee letter to introduce you to the head of the family. Tim said. Very rich, right? Yeah. It seems there is a rich woman in the Plasma Rose. Sauron understood why Tylon suggested to join forces with the forces behind peace. With the relationship with the Grand Knight, he is still a servant of the Obby's family, and the possibility of continuing to join forces with the Blood Cavalry is still relatively high. Smooth businessmen are always easier to negotiate than conservative and extremist nobles. They don't even care about the name of the Vanguard army. As long as there is profit to be made, there is room for cooperation. So what does the Icilian family think of the Elven Alliance? Do they really advocate peace? Sauron was curious. Tim shook his head. It's for the nobles on the other side to see. The Smuggling Guild needs the label of peace-loving to facilitate operations in the Elven territory. Elves are also a very stubborn race. Peace cannot be easily achieved by shouting a few slogans. When I went there recently, I clearly noticed that a large number of Elven troops were reinforced at the border. The Empire may think that the reinforcement of a legion of several thousand people is not worth mentioning. But the total population of the entire Elven Alliance is so small. It is very unusual for so many soldiers of our tribe to come at once. Now you have killed Echukas, I am afraid that the peace that has been stalemate since the 3 wars will not last long. Sauron nodded. The death of Echukas will inevitably cause a chain reaction, but as the Vanguard said, sometimes you can only focus on solving the current problems first. Okay, I hope to talk to the leader of the Chamber of Commerce on behalf of the Vanguards. Please introduce me. By the way, let me confirm who is the lich behind the Blood Riders now. Is it Orides? If the Chamber of Commerce needs help, can it get the support of the White Robe? Tim was stunned for a moment. Sorry, I don't know much about this. You know that liches don't look down on small businesses like merchants and think that tricks of making money from money are not magic. Only some wizard apprentices from ordinary families will accept employment. Speaking of Orides, I heard that the daughter of the Obby's family was once his disciple, but you also know that the things about Echukas in the past. Well, so this generation of the Icilian family's daughter was sent to be a Death Knight. The relationship with the lich gradually faded. So, it's just a personal relationship with the Obby's family, and the Blood Cavalry is not a force directly loyal to Orides, which is quite embarrassing. Sauron frowned slightly. Isn't he clear about the strength of the Blood Cavalry now? Bridget Obbies is still a capable fighter, but she should go to the border army. There is only one Chamber of Commerce, and a few female knights of the Plasma Rose in the Imperial capital. Frankly speaking, Soren can clear them all by himself. This strength is a bit too weak to be used for cooperation. I can only be a mouthpiece for the Parliament. Sauron has seen clearly the law of the jungle in the Empire. If you want to come to the stage to divide the cake, the voice of the parliament is actually useless. The key is to have the white robes behind you. The biggest disadvantage of the Imperial Vanguard is that their real boss, Killian, doesn't care about them, and other liches are suppressing and hunting them down at any time. So, if the Furnace Town supports the Chamber of Commerce, what kind of strength do you have to ensure the safety of the town? I think the Icenlian family should not be able to transfer the Blood Cavalry to intimidate the Ironfront Dragoon Death Knights guarding the factory, right? So I would like to ask, how strong is the Chamber of Commerce to become an ally of the Vanguard army? Strength, right? Tim thought for a while. You can discuss the specific conditions with the head of the family later, and I can reveal some information to you now. The Icenlian family's caravan travels to the border all year round, and has some relationship with the Wind Army. Although they may not have a backer as big as the White Robes, the killers of the Wind Army still have a certain deterrent power. Tylon nodded. The Wind Army is a secret intelligence unit of the Empire. They often hunt down the vanguards, who reveal their whereabouts. They are quite good at fighting. Sauron glared at him with his eyes slanted. Are you mistaken that your alliance has been linked to the killers who are hunting you? The nature of the Wind Army is different. They are a killer group that works for money. They accepted the Prime Minister's employment during the 3 wars. They are ruthless characters who dare to assassinate even the elven gods. As a result, they were chased by the elves and could not survive, so they moved to the Empire with their entire clan. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can buy a good knife. As for the Chamber of Commerce, I can't say anything else, but we have some money. Tim explained for him. Tylon also added, they are all doing things for others, so aren't mercenaries the same? The reputation of the assassins in the Feng army is quite good. They lick blood on the blades every day, and carry all their wealth with them. If they kill someone, they can make a lot of money. Oh, you two have developed feelings for each other because you are being hunted down, right? Tim then suggested, if you are interested, you'd better go to the Imperial capital to meet the head of the family as soon as possible. The division of the inheritance will not be delayed for too long. Especially in the case of Yachukas, where everyone is pushing down the wall, those who were loyal to it before will turn against it, and take a piece of meat from the Wang family. Many transactions must be completed in advance. This feast is too late, not to mention the leftovers, even I will be swallowed up in one bite. Sauron was also speechless. Okay, thank you for your reminder. I will visit the leader of the Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible to see if we can reach an agreement. Tim shook his head. I don't want the town where I have lived for many years to become a battlefield. You may not believe it, but there are many times when I think human life is much more valuable than elves. Now I understand the thoughts of those fallen. Well, anyway, I will help when the time comes. Don't look at me as skinny. I have killed dragons. Sauron still believed this. He could see the magic restrictions on Tim's hands and feet like shackles sealed his magic net. It was so outrageous that there were magic chains on every rib. It was probably the masterpiece of the elf temple. If he was just an ordinary waiter who was powerless, why would he be sealed like this? After leaving the restaurant with Tim's letter of introduction, Soren looked at Tylon. Political struggles are all about life and death. I will immediately go to the Imperial capital to contact them, but I can't guarantee success or failure. I have never met the Icenlian family. The owner of the weapon shop nodded. Don't mind it. Just make your own decision. You are willing to kill Yachukas, which has done what many of us want to do but dare not do. The vanguards of Furnace Town will recognize you as the Grand Commander and stand with you. Soren nodded. He didn't need these people's recognition or loyalty. He was not interested in wealth and glory. It sounds a bit arrogant to say this, but he always had a plot of doing quests and experiencing the plot in the game. Or to put it more arrogantly, what's the use of the titles of nobles, kings and leaders of Unatas? At most, it's just a little reputation. It's not as cost-effective as giving out some equipment directly. So far, he has been doing things purely according to his own preferences. Among the various camps that are constantly in dispute, he chooses the side he likes to support to do quests and brush up his reputation. Soren personally prefers the Vanguard army, so he supports the Vanguard army, that's all. Yellow Crown. Soren waved his hand to the sky. It was getting late, and this guy was still there, so he swooped down to pick him up. By the way, aren't you going to see the gunsmith? Tylon saw Soren flexibly use Shadow Step and Panther's swiftness to jump into the air and land directly in the pterosaur's bag, and nodded secretly. Next time, send me more bullets. It would be even better if he can get some grenades. Soren waved goodbye to the owner of the weapons shop, and rode on his pterosaur into the clouds, sliding sideways with the airflow, while looking up and calling Huang Tugwen, take me to the Imperial capital. Good guest, by the way, What are eggs? Is it an egg laid by humans? Wang Tugwen was bored to death after waiting for a long time, and was still entangled with eggs. Sauron was curious. You have never used firearms? Well, long-range weapons, such as on pterosaurs. What weapons do you use to fight? Fight? Use magic. Pterosaurs are all assigned to priests. Fly up to avoid the elves' bows and arrows. The warriors charged on the dragons. Their ranged weapons were too powerful. If they were exposed to the elves' field of vision, they would be dead. Whoosh! I shoot through your eyes with one arrow. The Yellow Crown made a fierce gesture. Soren touched his chin. Yellow Crown, I noticed that your priests are all wearing gold. Is your place of residence rich in gold? Gold? Yes, we like gold. Gold can bring good luck and attract the attention of female lizards, making it easier to lay eggs on it. But the crystals and magic props of the Empire are also good, and the priests like them very much. Oh, why do human females like grenades? There are no such humans in this world yet. Sauron thought for a while. Yellow Crown, I see that you are a smart lizard, and you are quite trustworthy. So now there is a business opportunity to find you to make money together. Are you interested? Business? What business? Yellow Crown leaned down. Sauron smiled at it. I hope Tyrannosaurus will bless you. Well, but it only protects fighters, and gives them the courage to fight. Yellow Crown was confused. Yes, I hope it will also give you courage. Sauron smiled evilly. Humans have a saying that the brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. I don't know if you have heard of it. Chapter 42. Excuse me, what advice do you have for visiting Icynlian Manor at this time? The butler, wearing a layer of chain mail under his formal dress, walked out of the skeleton heavy infantry formation and bowed to greet them with full courtesy. The mercenaries behind him also strung up the crossbows without any concealment, and activated the gargoyles and puppets, aiming at the pterosaurs descending from the sky with great vigilance. If you don't have an appointment, we can't entertain you. Who knew that such a formation could not shake the visitor at all? The pterosaur grabbed a young warrior hanging down, leaned forward and opened his cloak, and swooped down like a night owl, passing through the forest of spears and swords with an extremely strange gliding trajectory, ignoring the strung crossbows and enchanted arrows around, and landed steadily in the center of the skeleton infantry formation, standing in front of the butler. Great skill, great courage. The butler took a breath and immediately looked up to the other person. This warrior looked young, but he was so brave to rush towards the forest of spears. He was really brave. And Soren took a deep breath and stood up. His forehead was full of cold sweat. Damn you, what a rip-off. Just now, he saw the dense array of spears and square formations below, and was a little confused about the situation. He gave Wang Tugwen a look, indicating that we should wait and see. As a result, Wang Tugwen saw his look, raised his thumb to indicate that he received it, and then patted the pterosaur with his backhand and rushed forward, throwing Soren out of the bag and throwing him into the crowd. Fortunately, the buff magic on Soren's body lasted a long time, so he was able to step on the shadow step and kneel on one knee in the shadow cast by the butler. Fortunately, the guards of Icynlian have seen the world. Otherwise, seeing Soren suddenly swooping down, someone would have shaken his hand and directly pierced his heart with thousands of arrows. Damn, what a pig teammate. Although he wanted to pull off the yellow crown and even the flesh crown, Soren could only hold the scene now. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, We heard that Icynlian is a wealthy merchant who doesn't even care about the dragon riders of the elves. Is this how he treats guests? The butler heard the anger in the voice of this skilled warrior, and seemed to feel despised. He also paused and reluctantly replied, Your Excellency, the situation in the capital has been a little tense recently, and we are just in case. Oh no, could this family be the remnants of Yachukas, and they are preparing to protect the courtyard because they are worried about retaliation? Sauron was surrounded by a group of fully armed skeletons holding swords, guns, bows and arrows, and his scalp was tingling. He could not feel the strong murderous aura or pressure of the boss level. But being fearless in a one-on-one fight is one thing, being surrounded by hundreds of people is another. Even with a bunch of potions to strengthen him, he still felt nervous. But at this moment, he could only hold on. Humph, isn't it because Yachukas is dead? It's okay to be afraid of this scourge when he is alive, but he is still so afraid of it even after he is dead. It seems that the Icynlian family is no more than that. Okay, since you are not welcome, we will not force it. Goodbye. Wait a minute. The butler suddenly stretched out his hand, and Soren's hand trembled, and he almost pulled out the dragon spear on his waist. Fortunately, he noticed that the other party's brooch flashed, and it seemed that he had received some instructions and his attitude eased. Then he forced himself to hold back. Your Excellency is right. Since the source of evil is dead, there is nothing to fear from some evil spirits. Please come in. The Icelandian family will never be rude to guests. The housekeeper bowed sideways, and the long-range crossbowman put away the crossbows with a bang. The skeleton-heavy infantry silently made way for Soren. Sauron narrowed his eyes, and was still hesitating whether to risk walking through the middle of the sword formation. The yellow crown in the sky had already descended on the pterosaur. Please feed it some chicken, preferably frogs, thank you. This guy was so familiar that he put the reins of the only flying vehicle for the two people to retreat directly into the butler's hand. Soren looked at it. Oh! The yellow crown immediately reacted and said to the butler, I am the ambassador, messenger of the nest, lizard people, the younger brother of the apostle of the temple, future, hatched from the same nest, you know? This time, I came to communicate with your chamber of commerce, just communicate, to open up a new trade route. It also blinked at Soren to indicate that the two people had recited the lines correctly. Soren just looked at it. The butler led the way politely. I see, you are such a distinguished guest, please follow me. Well, it works. Theoretically, he could gain the trust of the other party by taking out the letter from the elf Tim, but Soren decided to play it safe first. If he wanted to form an alliance, he had to at least confirm the family's capacity. Use the yellow crown and the lizard man to test the other party's vision. The other party is the creator of peace, which promotes the harmonious coexistence of all races. It is reasonable to have a lizardman ambassador come as a cover for the visit. No matter what, it is safer than contacting them privately as the vanguard, and finally being betrayed, plotted against, and besieged. It is not impossible that they will fall out. After all, we are all human beings, and everyone knows each other. It can be seen that the Icelandian family is indeed deeply involved in the territory of the Elf Alliance, and even the manor is a large garden in the ancient elf Baroque style. I don't know if it is the residence of ancient nobles, or a copy by someone. Following the butler to the central house, you can see that a large number of guards have been summoned in the gardens along the way. The outermost layer is cannon fodder such as skeletons and gargoyles. The middle layer is a mixed mercenary army of multiple races, and the inner layer guarding the interior of the house is still mainly human mages and knights. The male and female servants are wearing armed guards and breastplates, and they look capable of fighting. If you don't know, you might think they are going to war. Your Excellency dares to call the name of the King of Man directly, so you are a friend of my family, not an enemy. But it died too suddenly, and all parties are not prepared at the moment. At present, more than a dozen nobles have been exterminated regardless of their camps, and many industries have been attacked. The underground slums are already in chaos, waiting for the private soldiers raised by each family outside the city to decide the winner before entering the city to clear the area. But in fact, the most powerful force near the imperial capital is the private soldiers of the Wang family of Saint Estelle. If they are desperate, they can still pose a certain threat. Our Icelandian family's power is not near the imperial capital, so we have given up all the stores on the periphery and concentrated our strength on guarding the core. But even if the remnants of the Wang family are not causing trouble, it is inevitable that some opponents, who have offended in the past, will take the opportunity to settle personal grudges when the business grows. So I am a little cautious, please forgive me for being rude. The butler communicated with a kind face while calmly calling 6 young and beautiful maids, both human and lizard, to serve the two of them with wine, desserts, and wet wipes. If there were not 2 magic warriors with terrifyingly high magic power mixed in, standing behind Soren and the yellow crown, and staring at their necks, he would have thanked the Icelandian family for their hospitality. Oh my, you are too polite. It is inevitable to be careful at this time, understand? Gaga. The yellow crown looked at the white scales, and even Soren felt that the pretty lizard maid kept winking at her. The crown was so excited that it trembled slightly, and it was about to become red with blood. Soren just looked at it. It's great to get the ambassador's understanding. At this time, there was a noise from the side door, and a young man walked into the living room with a cane, supported by a male servant. Excuse me, I am Malaz, the head of the Icelandian family. The butler stepped forward to support the head of the family, and signaled the maids and male servants to withdraw. The maid standing behind Soren and the yellow crown also left, but the shadow stayed in place, and continued to stand behind the 2 guests. But Soren's attention was attracted by the young head of the family. A cripple. Rare, really rare as an old man. The psychic empire has reached the pinnacle of research on the human body. The healing and medical skills, at least the level of anatomy, are not far behind. Moreover, there are the magical effects of various potions and mixtures. Even for ordinary people, it is not difficult to have a full facelift. At least the head of a large chamber of commerce will not lack this little money for self-treatment. Even so, the other party is still lame, And Soren can see the reason. Magic, and it is elven magic. The elven magic is exactly the same as the shackles on Tim. Probably the magic of the elven temple. This Malos Icelian's knee was locked, so his whole leg was lame. It seems that even the ordinary liches of the elven empire can't untie it. That Tim has at least 70 or 80 shackles on his body, but he is still alive and kicking. It's really hard to tell. Hey Soren, stop staring, it's very rude. The yellow crown gave Soren an elbow. Soren just looked at it. Haha, it's okay. I've passed the stage of self-abandonment. Malos smiled gently, and sat down with the help of the butler. Once, I followed the caravan to the territory of the Alliance, and was captured by the Dragon Knights of the Temple. They knew I was a noble of the Empire, and didn't want my life. They just paid some money to release me. However, as a punishment, they still left me a constant reminder. Excuse me, after encountering such a thing, do you still yearn for peace? Soren asked. Well, some people often think this is a disguise of our Chamber of Commerce, right? But I do think so. And it is precisely because of this experience that my perspective on things may have been affected a little. Malos bowed slightly to the Yellow Crown. I heard that the Lizardmen and the Elves are an ancient feud that cannot be reconciled. It may be a bit rude to say this in front of the ambassador, but I actually sincerely believe that the Elves are a race that can live in harmony with humans. Wow, please tell me in detail. Soren smiled. Malos also nodded at him. Well, there is nothing to be shy about. In order to find a way to treat my leg injury, I once hired a team of elite soldiers to go deep into the Elf Alliance and try to kidnap and force high-level priests to treat my curse. In the process, I met a lot of people. I also experienced a lot of things. An elf took away one of my legs, but another elf also gave his life to protect me. Even though I hated elves at that time, after experiencing certain things, I could become a friend who entrusted my life to an elf. So what is impossible? Then I gradually understood that there is no race in this world that is born pure good or pure evil. There are despicable humans and kind elves. But war will only bring absolute death. So in the end, I chose to give up. I stopped my journey and decided to keep this reminder and try to take a path that allows the two races to coexist peacefully. Sauron clapped his hands loudly. I admire you. You are really a great and respectable man. Then I want to ask how you plan to achieve your path. How many lives or elves' lives will it cost? Malos looked at Soren, then at the Yellow Crown, and touched his cane. Aren't you two here to discuss business today? It depends on your path. Soren looked at him seriously. People with different philosophies cannot work together. Well said. Malos nodded. Then please allow me to ask a question. Do you know how many times the Elven Alliance has launched attacks on the Empire? Soren frowned slightly. He had a general understanding of the records of the Empire. Including the conspiracy and founding of the first Yachukas, there were 5 major anti-Elven invasions. The third battle was the most brutal, lasting until the siege, and finally pushing back to the current stalemate. The fourth and fifth battles were the Empire's counterattacks to clear the front line. So the Elves' active attack should have been 3 times. Yes, according to the records of the Elf Alliance, only the third time was considered to be a large-scale attack organized from the level of the Gods' Alliance. And after completing the set goals, they thought they had won, and were unwilling to continue to pay a high price in life, so they adopted a blockade and non-contact attitude towards the Psychic Empire. Malos took a sip of water. It may not sound nice, but the size difference between us is too big. If the Elven Alliance really wanted to, they could have completely destroyed us at that time. So in fact, we have reached a coexistence with the elves as the gods wished. Sauron was speechless for a moment. Then the Yellow Crown added, that's right, our High Priest also means the same thing. Sauron didn't even want to look at it. So in my opinion, the way to achieve peace is very simple, really very simple. Malos shrugged. I just need to become the majority party in the parliament, and veto every controversial case of invasion proposed by the imperial nobles. The Elven Alliance will not take the initiative to attack again. Soren stared at him. What can you use to guarantee that they will not attack? If the last war was not to completely destroy the Psychic Empire, what was it for? What was the goal? Malos touched his cane and looked at Soren. Your attitude reminds me of some people, and my intuition tells me that you are one of them. The atmosphere suddenly froze. The housekeeper protected the master of the house, and the shadows that had been lurking behind Soren, and the Yellow Crown swayed slightly under the light. Even the Yellow Crown stopped talking nonsense, because it could sense the murderous aura in the room, and could hardly speak. Malos thought for a moment, well, if we choose the path of peace, you are exactly the group that cannot be ignored. I said this because there was a lich who did research that was considered taboo by the Alliance of Gods. What? Sauron narrowed his eyes. It's incredible, right? But the fact is that the most powerful in this world, the gods and liches, are actually a group of people who think and deal with problems from a completely different perspective than us. They don't care about species, countries, or interests. In fact, it can be said that they are competing in a completely different dimension. And the struggle in that dimension is actually not necessarily related to the war and peace between the two species in our world. Maylaz stared at Soren. So I make it clearer. There is no need to fight. Humans, elves, war, peace, it doesn't matter at all. Soren was silent. In fact, after he met Prime Minister Killian, he more or less felt it. The Vanguard will do what they think is right, which is necessarily what they think is important. Although the drunkard is a bastard, he doesn't seem to be a bastard who abandons his own ideals. On the contrary, he is the most stubborn bastard among the bastards in the Vanguard. If a Vanguard army has thrown away the survival of mankind, the revival of the Empire, and the inheritance of will, and doesn't care about it, and it's not really a betrayal. It can only be said that Killian really thinks that there is something more important than everything he cared about in his life. To put it more clearly, the relevant plot belongs to the quest line of the next version, and Soren's level is too low to unlock it now. It's just that the natives of this world are not real game NPCs. There are always some smart people who begin to realize that there are other things going on behind the curtain called reality. So, just like Truman recognized his own world, he was too lazy to act anymore. It seems that you have figured it out, which is good. You are one of the easier ones to communicate with. Maylaz nodded, of course. I chose the thorny road of peace out of experience and reason, and I can only do my best. If things really develop into another war, I will not evade my duties as the head of the Icilian family, and I will not do anything that goes against the basic interests of businessmen. Ah, what a nice thing to say, but in the end, it's not just speculation on both sides, choosing your master based on the benefits you can get, right? The sudden lazy female voice interrupted Soren's thoughts. He raised his head and saw a black-robed, silver-haired nun appear in the center of the hall, in front of Maylaz, the head of the Icilian family. It was the nun who liked to take people's heads and didn't like to wear underwear in the sky before. What? How did you get in? The butler roared and raised his hands. Soren could see the surging magic energy gathering in his palms, but the magic was stopped before it was fully released. The hands formed by the black curse-like magic power held the butler's hands, directly annihilated the flash of magic power, and broke his knuckles and meridians, tearing the whole person in half. Two shadows on the ground immediately pounced on the nun. The killer who had been lurking behind Soren and the others finally showed up. Unfortunately, the moment the butler's remains fell to the ground, they were covered by more black hands and torn to pieces in just a moment. Nothing could stop the nun from walking in a cat-like manner, bathing in the blood rain, twisting her waist and walking in front of Maylaz. She stretched out her white hands to hold the lame patriarch's jaw and laughed happily. This time we got a good head. Chapter 43. Holding his head in the nun's white and slender hands, his whole body was held down by black hands, and he could be torn into pieces at any time. No matter how experienced Maylaz was, he was just a weak cripple who had been shot in the knee, and could not take any more risks. Now he could only negotiate. A nun from the Church of the Dead Apostles? I wonder how the Icilian family offended the guests. If someone wants to buy my head, I am willing to pay 10 times the commission to save my life. What do you think? The nun smiled at Maylaz and licked her lips. You took something you shouldn't have taken, and you must bear the corresponding consequences. She spread her smooth legs and sat on Maylaz's waist, and whispered softly into the ear of the pale-faced patriarch, offer your head to death. This, sister. Sauron looked at the bloody mess in the hall, and was troubled by the nun who jumped out for no reason and caused such a scene. Well, we are talking about something. Can you let him go first? You dodged and left us to take the blame and fight our way out through the main gate? The nun slowly turned her head, blinked her long eyelashes, and stared at Soren with her golden pupils. Oh my god! The yellow crown hugged her head, and crawled under the chair. Soren didn't have time to care about this guy. Seeing that Maylaz's head was still in his arms, he squeezed out a self-proclaimed friendly smile, and pointed the dragon spear at the nun under his cloak and said, Give me some face, sister? The nun stared at Soren for a while, narrowed her eyes and smiled. Okay, since you said so, I come to visit again tomorrow night. She stood up from Maylaz, who had collapsed on the chair, and gently stroked Maylaz's face like a loving mother. Remember to return the things. Goodbye. The nun crossed her hands in a prayer gesture, then disappeared with her group of black hands with a bye. Sauron wiped off the cold sweat. I didn't expect this woman to look so majestic and murderous, like a schizophrenic perverted exhibitionist killer, but she is quite easy to talk to. Lord Esilian, I also understand your plan. Everyone has their own aspirations, so there is no need to force it. I think you have a lot of things to do later, such as cleaning the floor or telling your last wishes, so I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Sauron turned to leave. Malaz immediately reacted, rushed over with crutches, and almost tripped over the butler's meat on the ground. Stay, warrior. What business do you have that we haven't discussed yet? It's not too late to stay for one night and have dinner together. Everything can be discussed. Sauron smiled and patted Malaz on the shoulder. I be frank, it seems that you caused the trouble yourself. It's none of my business. Why do I have to wade into the muddy water? Tomorrow night, you can talk to the nun about peace and life. Maybe she will be convinced by you, and everyone can have a happy future. Let me pass for a moment. Malaz grabbed Soren's sleeve. Okay, little brother, let's be frank. You must have some ulterior motives for coming here at this time. I don't think you are a fool who can be fooled by a few words. Well, let's not talk about ideals, but business. What do you want? Give us a price, and we can discuss it together. Soren nodded. Let's talk about the price directly, right? Okay, talking about the price won't hurt feelings. I want the furnace, the manor and the mine, as well as all the humans on the royal fiefdom. Malaz rolled his eyes. You're crazy. Want to inherit the Saint Estelle family and become the next human king? Then go marry the daughter of the royal family. Why come to me? Sauron nodded. Okay, then bargain. I want a credible ally to speak in the parliament and legally control the furnace town, avoid casualties among human civilians as much as possible, allow them to govern themselves, and it's best not to get entangled with a certain folk association. Malaz gasped. You cut too much. Is that enough? Furnace town is just a Viscount-level territory. My sister is a Death Knight who is about to graduate. She will at least start as an overseer when she goes to the border. We can trade it as her fiefdom, and ask her to come here in advance. You want autonomy, then do it. My family doesn't need that little land tax. Sauron narrowed his eyes. Is your sister Marlin? Malaz was immediately alert. So what if she is? I told you not to go after her. I won't marry her to a bloodthirsty desperado like you guys. Sure enough, it's a rich woman's house. Soren nodded. My people, and I just want to survive. Whether it's the elves or the Empire, we kill whoever doesn't give us a way to live. So it's really easy to achieve peace. Just give us a way to live, so that we can all walk together. There won't be any need for some people to lead the way with knives and guns. What do you think? Malaz also agreed. If your people are as easy to talk to as you are, it will really save a lot of trouble. If my head is still on my neck after tomorrow night, maybe we can cooperate further in the future. As he said this, he pulled out the dagger hidden in the cane and cut open the palm of his right hand. Here you go again. Can't you just shake hands? So the two signed a blood oath that the Islean family would ally with Soren as long as Soren solved the trouble between the Church of the Dead Apostles and Malaz. Since the conditions were initially agreed upon, Soren had to ask about the mission. What did you take from the Church of the Dead Apostles? I don't know. The people from the Church of the Dead Apostles haven't appeared for many years. Sauron narrowed his eyes. This was troublesome. The blood alliance on his right hand didn't react. This meant that Malaz was not lying. He was really being targeted, and wanted to be beheaded for no reason. Where is the base of the Church of the Dead Apostles? Sauron asked again. Malaz shook his head. I don't know. I thought you two were acting in cahoots. But after signing the blood alliance, it seems that the nun really has nothing to do with you. This is troublesome. I have to send someone to offer a reward immediately to find clues to the church. The church, right? I know. How much is the reward? The yellow crown came out again. Sauron and Malaz looked at it. After a while, the yellow crown's pterosaur took off again with Soren, leaving the manor and flying out of the city. When my sister was studying human civilization, the first thing she looked for was the temple you humans believe in. She only found the Church of the Dead Apostles, who believe in death, and she also found the address of the monastery. We went there together. The yellow crown shouted loudly on the back of the pterosaur, and the leather bag on his belt was bulging with crystals and gold that Malaz had offered for the reward. But the monastery has been abandoned for a long time. We walked around for a long time and didn't see any clergy. Wait until the pterosaur has an empty stomach and then leave. Sauron was speechless. Your heads are still on your necks. Oh, that's it. There's a light. It seems I'm not wrong. Following the direction pointed by the yellow crown, Sauron also saw it. In the wilderness far away from the city wall, on the barren saline alkali land, a dilapidated monastery stood abruptly. It was indeed as the yellow crown said. It had obviously been abandoned for a long time, with only the empty frame of the broken walls. But at this time, it was obvious that someone had moved in again and lit the lights. Judging from the swaying figures, there were still many people in the monastery. Yellow Crown, you stay outside, I go down and take a look. Sauron jumped off the pterosaur and glided with a shadow step. Especially in the dark night, there were shadows everywhere, and he sneaked into the monastery's wall smoothly. Sauron squatted in the shadows and observed for a while, and gradually frowned. It was a bit unexpected. Judging from their dress, the nuns who returned to the monastery were undoubtedly the nuns of the dead Apostle Church. A dozen people, old, weak, women and children, barely considered to be talented in magic circuits, but they were only at the level of apprentices, and could not be compared with those red-robe elites. The outfit was not as exaggerated as that of the nun with silver hair and golden eyes. At least the nuns wore underwear under their black robes, so it was not eye-catching. There was no black palm magic around. But there were many heads, including the head of a griffin, which was boiled in a big pot by these nuns, and the meat was brushed off. It was dried and coated with lime, like some kind of handicraft, leaving only the eerie white bones. The obviously non-human skulls were spread all over the ground in the courtyard of the monastery, and the human skulls were strung up with spears and erected in the church. What's going on? Is this some kind of cult? Sauron thought for a moment, bypassed the nuns' tents outside the courtyard, and found a gap on the side to sneak into the church. The carvings and murals in the church have been completely destroyed, and the remaining decorations can't tell what was originally worshipped. There is only a standing book table on the main shrine, which is covered with a layer of dust. The books that should have been there are gone. But there is a candle lit by the table, as long as a child's index finger, burning and emitting a faint and cold white light. It is a candle that summons death. Soren understood it immediately. Damn you, the trial of the Oracle of Death. He had forgotten everything about it in the past 2 days in order to improve the reputation of the vanguard army. This seemed to be his main task. Soren walked to the desk with a complicated expression, staring at the artifact candle that was burning slightly in the white light, but not consumed. Should he blow it? He should have completed the trial of the oracle given by Death, and went to the ice cream shop. Ice cream shop, Saijin Yachukas. If you must call it a trial, this is indeed a complete quest line. According to Soren's gaming experience in his previous life, if he went to see Death now, even if he didn't level up, he should be rewarded with some skills or equipment. At least there was a hint for the next round of trials. From the perspective of satisfying curiosity, he really wanted to blow out the candle. But this one should be something from the Church of the Dead Apostles, right? The head-splitting nun of the church just gave him a favor, but he just used up someone else's disposable artifact. It doesn't feel good. Are you here to see Death? Oh shit! Sauron was almost scared to piss when he heard the voice of the nun, who was dismantling her hair from behind him. He quickly forced out a friendly smile and turned back. I'm actually here to see you, sister. Oh shit! Turning his head, Soren really almost peed. The silver-haired nun took off the last piece of robe on her body and held it in her hand. She was standing at the door of the church, walking towards Soren with bare legs. What? Sauron was extremely embarrassed. Although he tried to look away politely, his eyes always turned around uncontrollably, scanning the nun's figure from top to bottom. The nun didn't care. After all, what she usually wore was the same as nothing. She walked directly to Soren's side, folded the silk black robe in her hands, and placed it on the desk. The nun knelt in front of the shrine, put her hands together, and prayed for a while, then stood up. Then please use it. Oh, use. Use what? Soren's mouth was dry. The candle of life, blow it out, and you can meet Death, respected dead disciple. The nun came over, stretched out her hands to hold Soren's right hand, and kissed the back of his hand with her red lips. The nun's lips were soft, gentle, and moist, as if they were touched by 2 pieces of jelly. Soren's hair stood up all over his body. He subconsciously reached out and pressed the nun's shoulder as she was walking away. It seemed that he touched the top-grade, plump and smooth mutton-fat jade, and he almost slipped to a fatal place. Soren quickly withdrew his hand. No, sorry. Do you have any other instructions? The nun asked with her hands clasped in front of her chest. This? What is your name? This. The dead apostle. This ball. No, this candle. The candle artifact. Soren was talking incoherently. The nun was not ashamed at all. We are followers of Death, people who serve the dead. You can call me Hela. The trial given to me by Death has not yet been completed, and when the time comes, there will naturally be a chance to meet you. Please use it. I am in the box of repentance, waiting for your visit. Sister Hella turned and walked away, and then Soren watched her walk into the big wooden cabinet standing by the wall. What the hell? Is that a closet? Or a magic dressing room? Soren subconsciously wanted to scratch his head, but when he reached his hand in front of him, he smelled a smell mixed with the opposite sex hormones and the blood of living beings. Soren immediately woke up and shook his head vigorously to drive away the messy delusions. He turned his head and looked at the candle burning with white light. Who cares, I blow it out. All light sources went out in an instant. Even the moonlight above his head and the bonfire in the nun camp nearby disappeared. Soren opened his eyes wide, as if he was blind, with only endless darkness in front of him. Then he felt it coming. Death? Sauron. The thing opposite the desk changed the syllables, but still sounded very strange. You have completed the trial, right? Not bad, not bad. Are you satisfied? Here is a small gift for you. A small gift? You mean Hela? Ah ha ha ha, ha ha ha, you are so funny, ha ha, no, I mean Zygen. The thing was like a madman, laughing wildly in an instant, and then holding back all the laughter in the next instant. I have always felt that before really ordering the apostles to do something, it is the best way to advance part of the reward. Is it the best way to establish the foundation of mutual trust between humans and gods? What do you think? Saving your first love, it feels good, right? So are you ready for the real test? Sauron was dumbfounded. My first love? Zygen? But she's a washboard, and she's crazy. No, what kind of reward is she? I thought if I killed Yachukas, you would give me some artifact, or at least a mount. Oh, would you really rather have a mount? The thing on the other side revealed curiosity in its voice, but it seemed to be asking seriously. Thinking of the blonde girl who walked through the willow garden, Soren was silent. No. Never mind, I was just a little surprised. Okay, so what does it mean? Zygen is my first love. Lover? Then she was killed by Yachukas, so I used some kind of magic to reincarnate and come back to save her. Is it so bloody? Is this my second round? The thing opposite the desk clapped. Great, great. It's easy to cooperate with smart people. You are a bad dog. You basically got it all right. But unfortunately, you only guessed wrong in one point. Soren was shocked. What? Have I been reincarnated more than twice? Then how many times have I been reincarnated? Is it so difficult to save her? No, 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 what are you thinking? Do you think reincarnation magic is to extinguish the light by snapping your fingers? You can do it as many times as you want. It's already ridiculous that you can do it again this time. I guess that old bitch Destiny is going crazy now, ah ha ha ha. That thing started laughing awkwardly again. Although Soren couldn't see, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. So you snapped your fingers to extinguish the light? How did you do it? How should I know? I can do it, just like you blowing out a candle. Why do you keep asking me such weird questions? Okay, don't interrupt me. It's all your fault. We're running out of time. Ahem, here comes my second trial of death. Damn it, who is the chatterbox? Okay, here comes my trial. Senior officer. You have to become a senior officer. Senior officer is an official with a seat and voting rights in the Imperial Council. Usually, they are liches, death knights, or nobles. So you have to join a faction to participate in the dynasty war? This sounds like a main quest. At least it's more reliable than finding an ice cream shop. It's a pity that Guang didn't come back, so Death didn't make a dramatic exit after the trial. The two of them were silent for a while. Well, you want a mount, right? Well, since you've made me so much fun, I treat you this time. Isn't there a nun hiding in the closet with her naked ass? Here, your mount. Sauron covered his face. I say, even if you are a human god, you will get into trouble if you make such a joke. Huh? I was telling you to ask her for a task, TSK. What's in your head? What a scumbag. Sauron only managed to not beat it up because it was really dead, and asked sincerely, why can't you just say what you want to do? Why do you always beat around the bush to fool me? The thing on the other side laughed. Don't you understand yet? Soren, I am Death. I don't need anything. I am just playing with you. These trials and tasks are all made up by you, a bad guy. Do you have a question yet? Do you really want to ask? Then ask. I will answer you, because we are friends. The question stuck in Soren's throat suddenly froze, but he knew that time was flying. Under the influence of the original sin called curiosity, he finally spoke. I guess wrong about one thing just now. What was it? Could it be that, Shichiong? Her death is some kind of inevitable law of cause and effect, so I am destined to lose her? This time, the ending may still be in vain. Death applauded again. Really, I admire you. Except for the wrong one, you guessed everything else. Yes, Her death is some kind of inevitable result. After countless calculations and plans, you still can only get the ending of losing her, but you still reincarnate back and try one last time. Soren stared at the thing in the dark, his hands clasping the desk and almost breaking it. What happened? All right, but one thing was wrong. What was wrong? What was wrong? Sejin is our little gift to build mutual trust. But you didn't come back to save her after such a long time. Your lover's name is Skuld. Death said, and then the moonlight fell on the empty desk, and the candle burned out. Chapter 44. Skald, the blind little prophet? Sauron couldn't help scratching his face. How should I put it? According to the death theory, he went through a lot of hardships to reincarnate and come back to save this girl, so the two of them must be very close partners. But Soren really didn't feel anything real. It was okay for Sejin. He did have a heartbeat when he saw her for the first time. But he didn't have any illegal special fetishes for a little girl like Skuld. In his personal opinion, he thought it was better to have a mature big sister with curvy figure, like a female knight, a clerk, or the naked nun in the closet. Oh, speaking of which, there is also a naked nun in the closet. Alas, why are the women in this world so weird in their personalities and hobbies? Soren shook his head, and decided not to think about Skuld, the future, the trials, and so on for the time being. It was obvious that the main plot could not be rushed. After completing the second trial, when I meet the Chatterbox Death again, I will confirm it with him. There is also a side quest for the Mount, so let's do it together. Ahem, this nun sister, Hela, is it convenient to talk? Soren walked to the closet and knocked on the door. Please come in. Hela answered from the other side of the door. Is it a magic portal or something? Then you should put on your clothes now. Sauron opened the closet door and took a look, speechless. What a magic portal, just an empty closet. The nun was still standing in the closet. Please come in. It's such a small place. Two people will be pressed against each other, okay. Sauron narrowed his eyes. Well, if you don't mind, let's talk through the door. But Hela smiled at Soren. Please come in, don't be afraid, I won't eat you. Soren, as a normal man who often gets drunk. Soren gritted his teeth and squeezed into the closet, closing the door. The light disappeared again, and it felt like he had just met death, but the presence of the nun who was tightly attached to Soren was extremely strong. Even though Soren was wearing armor and a cloak, and he looked down on everything in the dark. But the smell of sweat that poured into his nose still sharply impacted the secretion of hormones. The air from the nun's breath slid over Soren's face and neck, and the warm body, so close to him, was even softer. And he could clearly feel the nun trembling faintly, and she unconsciously pressed against Soren's chest, almost lying on Soren. She even began to make strange moans from her throat. Soren swallowed subconsciously, but his mouth became even drier. I'm sorry, when I was a child, the church was attacked, and the nun put me in a barrel, and threw me into the underground river to escape. I was trapped in the barrel for 2 days before I was rescued, and since then, I have been afraid of the dark. Hela didn't seem to be pretending. Even her voice was trembling. Soren frowned. You have claustrophobia. Then why are you hiding in the closet alone? Although Soren didn't see it, he felt that Hela was smiling. It is the gift of human beings to gain strength from grief, fear, and despair. Whether it is a wizard or a knight, they all have similar tricks, and the believers of death are the same. It was when I was in the barrel in the underground river, terrified to the point of collapse, that I heard the call of death and obtained the power it bestowed. So this is also part of my daily routine practice. You can just ignore it. Are the powers given by death those black hands? But you are shaking like you are about to lose control of your bladder. Is it really okay? Forget it. Others say that you are practicing, and everyone has some special habits, so don't gossip. Well, okay, let's get it straight. 2 things. I don't know how Malos, the head of the Icilian family, offended your church, but I have a place to use him. Is there any room for negotiation? If you have any needs, I can help you solve it. Well, I mean to do the task seriously. Besides, Death just told me. Can you get me a mount? Sauron tried to solve the problem peacefully. After all, nuns, priestesses, and goddesses are traditionally considered to be brides of God. Then this Hela, Death even gave her special treatment and power, so she can also be considered the bride of Death. Well, since Death said that it is Sauron's friend, then a friend's wife cannot be bullied, and I will take care of your wife. Sauron will still abide by these rules of the world. Hela laughed. It's the same thing. The church's holy relic, a finger bone of death, was stolen. I sneaked into the imperial capital to retrieve it on the order of the Pope. The final clue is that this holy relic was bought by the Icilian family as the object of a contract transaction. If you are interested in the holy relic, I will report to the Pope. The holy relic touch of death should be kept by a powerful dead apostle like you. As long as you get the holy relic, you can master the corresponding law of death, and you can also call the mount directly from the sea of sleep. Is the church so easy to talk to and reasonable? Sauron was curious. You call me a dead apostle? Is it because I am a death knight who has signed a holy covenant? But I seem to have seen you kill a death knight of the Lion King with my own eyes. Can I ask about the history, doctrines, and creeds of your church? I am very happy. It is great that you are interested in learning. Hela was overjoyed. It seemed that even the fear brought by the darkness disappeared in an instant. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest with great piety and said, "The Death Knight is just a weapon made by the Lich, who stole the holy relics and death cloth, and used the death law of the holy cloth. Only souls that are destined to die, but are favored by death, and can continue to walk in the realm of life and exercise its will can be called dead apostles. We, the Church of the Dead Apostles, are the shadow of death, its incarnation in the human world. And our doctrine is to kill all things in the world, all living things, turn the earth into an eternal dead world, and sink all human souls into the sea of eternal sleep." Why? Because this is what death expects, what the human God says must come true. Soren narrowed his eyes and squinted at the fanatic in the late stage of mental illness. Do you know that I was just chatting and laughing with death? It doesn't need anything to say, it's just playing with me, okay? Are you sure we are talking about the same death? Hela was not angry. You are a dead disciple favored by death, of course you are telling the truth. But we are equal in front of death. We also receive and execute the will of death. Before it grants us the trial, it will advance part of the reward to establish basic mutual trust. Other false gods in the world are not so generous and powerful. Soren frowned. It sounded like death. What does it mean? Why kill all the living things? Do you think this is the right thing to do? Have you ever thought about why your nanny put you in a barrel to escape? Wouldn't it be better to let your soul go to the sea of eternal sleep? Sorry, but why don't you die as it expects? Hela was at ease, because this is what death expects, what the gods say must come true. I was wrong. There is no point in talking to these lunatics. Soren was speechless. Believers were the most difficult to deal with. Especially since this ghost plane was really a fantasy world with gods and demons. It was even more unreasonable to talk to death, who liked to let you get on the bus first, and then buy the ticket. Hela was not really crazy to that extent. Obviously, she knew what Soren was thinking. I am just an ordinary nun. If you are interested in the purpose and motivation of the church, you can discuss it with the Pope in person. Soon, the cult will gradually move back to the imperial capital and begin to preach. You are welcome to come then. Cult? How many people are there? Sauron asked. Like you have the power to remove people's heads remotely. Ah, you misunderstood. That is the death law effect of the holy relic shadow of death, and the power refers to the qualification to use the holy relics. I don't know the number of holy relics left now. But if you ask how many people in the cult have the right to use them, I think everyone who can return after so many years of trials can do it. In the face of death, we are equal. So that's it, a faction-specific treasure. Sauron suddenly had an idea in his mind, thinking of the abandoned church and the returning church at this time. Why did you move away in the first place? Hela was very frank, because the Prime Minister didn't like our doctrine. During the Third War, it used some despicable means to deceive a large number of holy relics kept by the church, saying that it was fighting against the false gods of the elves. After the victory, it went back on its word and banned us from preaching on the land of the human king. They also used some kind of ancient title deed, which you can think of as a magical protective barrier for a residence, but it is much larger, covering and protecting the entire territory of the ancient human empire, sealing the power bestowed upon us by death, making it impossible for us to use the holy remains to protect ourselves, and sending out the vanguard army to hunt us down and expel us from the country. But now, the ancient title deed of the Wang family has been lifted, and I think that soon, not only will we be able to feel the shackles that bind us being untied, but some other world's outer gods will also gradually break the seal and walk on the earth. Because the human king was killed. By Soren. Soren was silent for a long time before he spoke. So, Yachukas, the death of the human king was in your plan? Hela said the same thing. This is what death expects. What the human god says must come true. The negotiation with the nun ended here. Soren left the Church of the Dead Apostles. He was planning to take advantage of it, but when he talked about Yachukas, the scumbag, he lost interest. In fact, the library master had reminded him that doing things is not without consequences. Killing Yachukas is not a difficult task. The problem is what to do after it dies, who will take over the remaining karma after it dies. Sure enough, Now the troubles see the opportunity and return one by one. Soren felt like he was being carried to the bed. He killed the human king, out of the passion of being brave and righteous. Then all possible losses in the future, such as the Church of the Dead Apostles and the Outer Gods, will have to be borne by him. This is the consequence and price of being a hero and playing the role of a righteous partner. Of course, he could just quit. He didn't care about the Church of the Dead Apostles, the Outer Gods, prophecies, and karma. He could deal with any fool who offended him. But the problem was the trial of the Oracle of Death. Or rather, the trial that Soren set for himself. Should he still complete the main quest? The Grand Commander of the Vanguard Army, the Death Knight Servants, the Dead Apostles of the Church of the Dead Apostles, and the Chief of the Great Council of the Psychic Empire. These forces each had their own goals and plans, and there was even a blood feud between them for generations, and their goals were conflicting and contradictory. Is it necessary to continue to be involved in these past and future causal grievances? For what? Save a little girl he doesn't even have much friendship with and doesn't like very much. Well, maybe in the future, because of some bloody plot, he and this Scourge will really love each other forever. But now, looking at so many messed up factions and quest lines, Soren feels very annoyed. Soren, do you want to eat cockroaches? I just caught them. The Yellow Crown grabbed a huge cockroach and stuffed it in. You're welcome, I'm not hungry. I still feel like vomiting. Really? Then pay me my wages. It's almost dawn, and if I don't go back, my sister will beat me up. What? We still need to go to the manor just now. Hey, I take a detour. Okay, you can jump down by yourself later. Never mind, let's finish the Mount mission first, otherwise it will be inconvenient to go anywhere. So Soren separated from the Yellow Crown and rushed to the Icelian Manor again. At this time, the defense of the manor was upgraded again. Colorful magic circles and defensive barriers were activated inside and outside, and even the skeleton soldiers were equipped with enchanted weapons. It seems that the pacifist merchants are not without any weapons, at least it proves the financial strength of the Icelian family. Soren was also checked several times by the mercenaries, with the prying eyes before entering the manor. The bloodstains in the living room were cleaned up. Maela's hid in a deeper secret room and had not arrived yet. Soren was not in a hurry, so he sat on the chair and ate the desserts brought by the maids. He didn't care that the other party had used the same old trick and arranged 2 shadow assassins to lurk around him as security. Anyway, he was only here to get the relics of death, and Maela's was not a dead apostle. It would be useless if he took it, and it would be a nuisance. It shouldn't be difficult. Huh? Soren? Why are you in my house? The female knight of the Plasma Rose Guild, Marlin, walked into the living room. She was now wearing mithril plate armor, with at least 10 magic rings on her hands, and a scroll and bullet belt on her belt. Oh, Flagbearer, come to do business with your brother. Sauron chewed on berries that were probably smuggled from the territory of the Elven Alliance. It seems that the city is very tense now. Is anyone causing trouble for the guild? Humph, you are still thinking about the guild, a guy who only showed up for 1 day and didn't come to work. Merlin came angrily, raised his iron boots, and stepped on the chair between Soren's legs. Say, did you sleep with Sally? Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't talk about sleeping with this or that as soon as you meet, okay? I haven't seen her as many times as I have seen you. Sauron was also having a headache. Why is she always thinking about you? She's distracted, and she can't even use her fighting skills properly. Merlin came up to Soren and said, Hey, what happened that day? She refused to tell me that her strength had dropped so much. She was obviously scared. Did those 3 pigs hurt her? Sauron frowned and recalled for a long time before he realized that the other party was talking about the 3 Death Knight brothers of the Iron Front Society. Oh, time flies. It's only been a few days, and he can't even remember the names of those 3 bastards. Well, he was injured, but the scroll healed him. The scroll was used. Merlin grabbed Soren's shoulder. Is he injured so badly? What happened? Ahem, Merlin. Don't be rude to the guests. Maela's finally limped over, although he was clearly staring at Soren and telling him not to be rude. Soren's interpersonal relationships are already annoying enough. He doesn't want to open another branch with this peaceful merchant. He said directly, the Church of the Dead Apostles has agreed and will not bother you again. Just return their holy relics. I will deliver them on your behalf. Holy relics? I have heard of them. What exactly are they? Maela's frowned. The trouble of rich people is that they have bought too many treasures and can't remember them. What is it called? Holy Relic's Touch of Death. As Marlin let go of him, Soren grabbed another berry and ate it. It's a finger bone. Go to the treasury and bring the thing over. Malaz snapped his fingers, and the guards hiding in the shadows behind him left as ordered, thanks to you this time. Please rest assured, as long as the matter is resolved, I will definitely fulfill your request. Soren nodded. That's great. By the way, Your Excellency, I want to ask, if I want to become a chairperson of the Great Council like you, what are the requirements? Chief Officer, huh? You want to promote one of your own? Well, there are 3 ways. After easily solving a life-threatening crisis, Malaz also introduced it with ease. The first is inheritance. If there is a position of chief officer in the family, it will be inherited by the successor after the death of the original head of the family. If the head of the family is willing, the position of chief officer can also be passed on to his children or spouse as an agent. Sauron nodded. It turns out that this matter should be asked by people in the circle. I have 3 strategies, upper, middle and lower, and they are all very reasonable. Inheritance is the simplest, just marry a rich woman. But it's easy to say, aren't beggars also dreaming that as long as everyone gives me $1, I can become a billionaire? The second is to join the princes and nobles, lords and chiefs, who were not originally imperial forces. As long as they join the anti-elf alliance of the Spirit Empire, they can automatically obtain 1 or more seats according to the strength of the territory. This is reasonable. In fact, this is how the parliament was originally established. However, this expansion model is obviously flawed. You see, a great man like Killian who treats the Church of the Dead Apostles as fools, but cannot intervene in the security of a certain human king's territory, which is the biggest problem. The third is the loyalty trial. With the joint recommendation of 3 white robes, you can become an imperial noble and get a seat. Just 3 white robes recommendations? Just? Malaz was speechless. Some people will never see a white robe in their entire lives. Besides, the white robes have always been eccentric and weird, and at most they can give a recommendation to the inheritance disciples. If you want to get their help, God knows what price you have to pay. Well, that's true, but if Soren thinks about it carefully, he might really be able to get 3 people's share. At this time, Shadow, who went to check the warehouse, came back. Malaz frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean that the money was paid, but there is no money in the warehouse? Show me the account. Something happened? Was it stolen? Soren was curious. They had signed a blood alliance. If Malaz was acting, he should feel the pain of breaking his oath, and logically speaking, there was no need for the other party to play such a trick. Malaz frowned. Something is wrong. It's impossible that the treasure warehouse, that caused so much money, was lost. Someone stole your name and took the blame. But the money was not from the Chamber of Commerce, but from the family's inner treasury. How could an outsider touch it? Then Malaz and Soren were silent, looked up at each other, and turned their heads to look around. Where did Marlin go? Chapter 45. The Iceland family was on high alert, so where could Marlin go? He was caught and interrogated before he could even get out of the yard. What do you mean you didn't know it was a holy relic? You don't even know why you spent so much money on it. Malaz was almost driven crazy by his younger sister because of his life. Marlin collapsed on the sofa with a helpless look on his face. Brother, it's just a bone, and it doesn't say it's a holy relic of the cult. You also know that I'm making potions, so I commissioned the Black Ship to smuggle some rare magic materials. As for the price, since you could afford it, I didn't pay attention. Malaz covered his chest with an expression of misfortune. Black Ship? Sauron suddenly remembered. Is it the smuggled goods that the snake woman brought to you? Yes, you are here too. Really? I thought Nami dug up her own grave. Who knew she brought the bones of the dead? No wonder all the people on the ship were killed. Maryland also wiped the cold sweat. Okay, brother, don't panic. I think the holy remains are still in the hands of the entrusted pharmacist. I will go and get it back for you. At this time, do you know how chaotic it is outside now? The Wind Army has started a civil war. How can I let you go out without worrying about it? Who is the pharmacist? Malaz was upset and summoned the guards. We signed a contract, and the location of the workshop is kept secret. I can only go there by myself. I can't find the place with the dead guards at home. Marilyn explained helplessly. Hurry up, it will be used up if you are late. Damn, if they knew that the dead bones were used as medicine, wouldn't those nuns go crazy? How about I go with her? I'm not one of your family's guards, Soren suggested. Marlin looked at Soren strangely, but didn't refuse. She wasn't sure what the relationship between this servant and her brother was. But Malaz knew Soren's strength. After all, there were countless powerful warriors in this world, but there were only a few heroes who were fearless enough to rush into the battle alone, face the guns and killing array, and talk and laugh without any reaction to the murderous aura. Even this hero was not yet an adult. Finally, he nodded helplessly. Go and come back quickly, don't stay outside. Bring me 2 cavalry scrolls. You're welcome, you can just ride a horse. Sauron shut up after being glared at by this sister Khan. Well, you have money, that's all. So Sauron and Marlin drove the undead horses out of the protection of the manor's barrier and rushed into the sky, galloping towards the coast. From afar, you can see golden rays blooming from the sea level, like golden epiphyllums blooming. The morning sun jumped out in the blink of an eye. The morning light lifted the veil of mist and shadows covering the Imperial Tower, awakening the Empire of the Dead from darkness again. What kind of deal did you make with my brother that made him trust you so much? You're not here to propose marriage, are you? I'm telling you that the person I want to sleep with the most is Sally. Merlin stared at Soren warily. Why do you keep talking about sleeping with so-and-so? And do you really know what sleeping is? Soren was helpless. Of course, who are you looking down on? I'm telling you that I've been through hundreds of battles. I've slept with every comrade in the guild. Merlin patted his chest, making his breastplate bang. It seems that all the guild members this year are female knights. Soren squinted at her. Really? Let me guess. You have never slept with a man. Of course I have. I have slept with my brother. That doesn't count when I was a child. Of course it doesn't count. My brother said that only by sleeping together can we become the closest partners. This is a bond that transcends blood oaths. Ah, I know. You must have slept with my brother before he trusted you so much. Merlin, I think you are really pitiful. It seems that you are overprotected. You don't know anything but still act strong. Soren was too lazy to laugh at this fool. Being protected like this makes him look a bit strange in the Empire. Marlin narrowed his eyes and glared at Soren. How dare you look down on me? Just wait. In order to become the new commander of the Blood Cavalry, even you and I will sleep together. Soren was dumbfounded. What? Marlin was very satisfied. You don't understand. I have studied various military blessings and aura magic. As the commander of the army, you must form a bond with the commanders under your command. The deeper the bond between the two, the stronger the bonus effect. Do you know what is the bond in this world that is stronger than the ancient blood oath of the War Alliance? It is the intimate relationship that can only be established after 2 people sleep together. Haha, don't worry. Wait until you become a formal knight or warlord. I will sleep with you too, so that you can also enjoy the aura effect of the amplification. It's hopeless. This guy is really hopeless. There is no normal person in the Empire. Sauron is really having a headache. We're here. Go down. Her workshop is in the city. I said it will be quick. Soren drove his warhorse down, followed by Marlin, and watched her land in Sally Garden, in the yard of Seijen. Soren felt his head hurt more and more. Is your pharmacist Seijen? Why, did you also ask her to make the potion? Marlin got off the horse. Our family had a good relationship with the previous owner, and helped her smuggle a lot of precious seeds. Her disciple Seijen is also very strong. Well, there are almost no mid-level magicians among the 4 are-level pharmacists. Probably the strongest witch of this age. Seijen! There was no need for Marlin to shout. The witch with blonde hair and red robe had already walked out of the store. She leaned against the door frame with her arms folded, staring at Soren with her emerald eyes. Well, I sent you so many letters, but you didn't reply, and you even came to my door with a woman. Marlin blinked, and immediately picked out Soren, who was hiding behind her like a gossip. This woman has an absurdly strong hand. Isn't it possible that she used the power of Hercules? Maybe I've been a bit confused recently. I didn't receive your letter. Sauron was inexplicably nervous when she stared at him. Xiong sneered. What about the letter I sent you before? I forgot. You forgot it next to my body, right? Xiong spread out her hands, revealing the letter that Soren had crumpled up and thrown away. Why, do you think I only sent a clone and hid behind to deliberately use you? She was indeed very smart. She didn't think of some things just because she didn't care at all, but with a little consideration, she could guess what happened roughly. Soren suddenly recalled the bloody battle that night, and the loneliness of licking his wounds alone in the dark corner. Being used doesn't really matter. It's just a passive part of the profession that a warrior is used as a shield by a mage. It's better to say that he was relieved when he knew that Seijen was not dead. What he really cares about is that Seijen has concealed something from him. Clearly, he was not allowed to lie by the blood oath and the covenant before, but he didn't even dare to mention his clone. Did he not trust him at all? Then, to Xiong, he is just another irrelevant passerby, not a comrade of the Blood Alliance at all, not to mention any other closer relationship, right? But it would be too petty and embarrassing to say such awkward words. And what if the other party replies, I don't have any other thoughts about you. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Are you still crying and shouting, but you were my first love in the last life? That's too ugly. So Soren just pursed his lips, no longer explained anything, and answered in a muffled voice, yes, I think so. Shicheong froze for a moment, and it seemed that for a moment, she wanted to throw the paper ball at Soren's nose, but at the last moment, she controlled her emotions, held the paper ball, took back her hands, and hugged them to her chest, raised her chin like a proud swan. Okay, I understand. I will finish your potion as soon as possible, and will not delay your good things. She glared at the male and female warriors in front of her, turned her head, and went into the house, and slammed the door. Soren looked at Merlin. Merlin. TSK, TSK, TSK. He smacked his lips, and patted Soren on the shoulder. What are you doing, idiot? You throw away the letter a girl sent you. I think you have offended her this time. If you don't apologize, you may not have the chance to sleep with her. Soren squinted at the gossipy woman who was watching the show. Have you forgotten what we are here for? Oh, right. Shicheong. Open the door. I am Marlin. I asked you to make a potion last time. The medicine grown in your house was brought by my brother. Marlin then realized that his brother's head was not yet secured, and hurriedly knocked on the door. The creditor came to the door, and Shicheong could only open the door in a bad mood, beckoned a ledger with his fingers, took out glasses from his robe, and put them on. Which one are you? Tell me the order number, what kind of mixture? Marlin Ysenlian, I commissioned you to make a 7th level enhanced magic potion. Do you remember? The prescription and materials are all brought by me, and I commissioned you to mix them. Shicheong just opened the account book and stopped the action in his hand, raised his eyes, and looked at Marlin. Your bottle of medicine, it's not mixed well. That's great. Merlin breathed a sigh of relief. Can you return the materials to me? There's something wrong with it, and I have to take it back. I'm not breaking the contract. I get the right materials in a while. Shiong stared at her for a while, then turned his head to look at Soren. What? Are you kidding me? You're using this method to mess with me? Soren was puzzled. What are you talking about? Shiong seemed to be fed up with looking at him, and turned directly to Merlin. I'm sorry. I've used up all your materials. I will take responsibility to compensate you for your losses. If you want to sue the Pharmacist's Guild to revoke my license, please go ahead. I accept the defeat. Merlin was anxious. What do you mean? What do you mean you've used it up? No, no, no. That kind of thing won't change even if it's ground into powder or burned into ash. And the appearance is changed. Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? Who did you sell it to? I buy it back. Shicheong looked at her suspiciously. What are you doing? Didn't you give him the medicine? Merlin looked at Soren in the direction of Shicheong's finger. Soren was dumbfounded. Me? When did I? Oh? It was the 7th bottle of medicine, the aura-strengthening potion that someone else ordered, used to stack attributes before the battle. So he drank the finger of death? Damn, I want to throw up. Merlin rushed over. Is it with you? What about the rest? It's impossible to digest it all in just a few days. Soren Khan, this is just a mouthful of it. What should I do? Go explain to my brother. And what about the church asking for something? Shicheong watched coldly for a while. She really couldn't see what tricks these two were playing, and since it was related to the pharmacist license that supported her family, she had to patiently ask, what are you looking for, mixed with the ingredients for making medicine? Sauron answered her, a finger bone, said to be the finger of death, said to be some holy bones of death. Holy bones touch of death? Shiong stared at Soren. That chicken bone is the holy bones touch of death? That's it, she really used it up. Did you use any of it? Sauron asked with a fluke mentality. Shiong stared at him for a while, and suddenly laughed. What a joke. Even if someone is crazy enough to use the holy bones to make medicine, it would take a 14 level or higher medicine recipe to dissolve it, a mere 7 level. Where did you get your recipe? A friend gave it to me. Merlin grabbed his hair. He said it was a bond. Shiong put away his smile. What does it mean? Bonds generally refer to the complicated relationship between two people. Sauron added. You understand Elvish? You can communicate with spirits. Shiong took a deep breath. This damn guy actually became a knight. Can we forget this joke? But Soren also reacted. Elvish, the prescription was given to you by Tim, the exiled elf? Merlin nodded. I asked Brother Tim if the Elven Alliance had something similar to the human war oath and the aura potion. He gave me this, saying it was the secret potion of destiny. What effect? Increase combat power? Share the damage? Sauron was curious. Merlin sat down against the fence by the door. I don't know, maybe. Brother Tim said that the fate of those who have achieved a bond will be connected together. The longer the bond is concluded, the stronger the effect. So he suggested that I use it early, and the physical strength of the midterm potion is enough. In other words, it's useless. Are you stupid? You use the secret potion of fate to connect the fate of two people. They have to bear the consequences together. If you meet a fool who calls everyone Makara, 2 against 1 will be a big win. That's true. No wonder this guy wants to sleep with everyone. Shi Qiong took 3 deep breaths, closed the account book, and took off his glasses. When the law of cause and effect is triggered, all accidental causes will be summarized into destined results. I see, the touch of death and the bond, so this is how you got rid of him. Our bond and the gun make you eligible to bear my fate, to participate in the death duel that was originally between the two of us, and to break all oaths and protections. And the touch of death, do you know the magic of touch of death? It is a forbidden spell developed by the Lich imitating the death law of this holy relic. But the holy relic obviously has a higher priority. Because the law of death is the original and highest law of cause and effect, and it only brings one end, death. Xiong walked towards Soren, so close that they were face to face, almost hugging each other, the kind of distance where they could feel each other's breathing. Soren looked at the girl so close to him, his mouth dry. Can you see it now? The girl said softly, the bond between us. Sauron nodded. He could see the faint golden light flowing, like a winding stream, or like an indestructible chain, linking their hearts together. Xiong stepped back silently, leaning against the door frame with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky and standing silently for a while. Sure enough, it is still activated after such a long time, which means it has taken root in your cornerstone circuit. Then we are probably in big trouble. What happened? Wait a minute. Marlin, who was acting as a light bulb next to him, raised his hand to interrupt. Before you hug each other and go into the house, can you consider taking the holy remains out of his stomach first, at least to save my brother's head? There is no need for that. Others can still try, but he probably has already digested it. The so-called holy remains are not something that will lose their effect if the shape is changed. Strictly speaking, it is now the holy remains and blood of death. I think as long as you attack the target stained with your blood, you can trigger the highest level of death law to wipe it out. Shi Qiong looked at Soren, who was thinking, don't think about selling blood again, this is just speculation, who knows how much blood is needed to trigger it. But the Church of the Dead Apostles might worship you as a saint. Why would they come to cause trouble? So it's not just the credit of the dragon spear, but also his blood, his bond, and a bunch of messy magic that started to work at some point in time, and he himself didn't even realize it. Damn, there are too many hidden passives. Okay, I understand. Go back and tell your brother that everything is fine. I will deal with the dead apostles. At most, I can just shed some blood regularly to pay off my debt. Sauron was upset, and sent Marilyn away. It's fine now. Marilyn frowned. Then what is the big trouble you were talking about? Saijin glared at Soren again. It has nothing to do with you. I really want to say this, but the magic link with unknown effect is very troublesome, especially since we did that thing together. I don't know what the impact will be. Marlin poked Soren with a wicked smile and lip-synced. You've slept too much, right? You mean about Achukas, okay. Soren didn't even bother to pay attention to her. To be honest, Achukas has only been dead for a day. Can you be quiet for a while? Since I know the name of Bond, I think I can check it out. I tell you some things after I confirm them, but Soren. Saijin spoke seriously, raising his right hand to show his palm. If there is anything else, you'd better not hide it deliberately. Magic is not a joke. There are already too many secrets that cannot be told, but at least now, tell me everything you can. Here it comes again, that means to remind them of the blood alliance between them, and now there is an inexplicable bond. But aren't you the first to destroy the foundation of mutual trust? Sauron frowned, and for a moment, he had the urge to dismiss it casually. But his eagle sense was still open, so he could detect that Zaijin's left hand was hidden behind his back, holding the door frame and trembling slightly. So Soren saw it, and actually Zaijin also noticed it. How could such a smart girl not be able to see the difference? What kind of bond and blood alliance is it? It's just magic after all. The human heart, the real bond and mutual trust between people, are far more delicate and sensitive than any magic and covenant, and more indestructible. Then the annoying sound of death seemed to echo in my ears. Zaijin is our little gift to build mutual trust. But you came back from such a long time ago, not to save her. Bullshit, death, you are nothing. I can save whoever I want. What the hell is the future? What the hell is destiny? I just want to chase the girl I like now. Who dares to stand in my way? Who dares? Of course it is too shameful to yell like this. So Soren just scratched his head. Okay, I will tell you everything I can think of. But if I don't do this branch line of the holy bones, I really don't know. Xiong lowered her head, her emotions seemed to calm down. Or maybe it was just Soren's illusion just now. Anyway, her voice was still clear and calm. Okay, in this case, I will study the possible impact of the bond on the two of us and let you know. Ah. When she said this, Soren suddenly remembered. When he drank the potion, the glorious link of the bond he saw was not just with Xiong. It was with everyone. Chapter 46. This is a bit embarrassing. Does the effect of this potion link the fate of 7 people together, or does he have a strengthened bond with each person? There are already enough tasks. If each person has a side story, wouldn't it be exhausting for Soren to death? Soren now wants to stab himself in the heart and see if he can remove this damn bond. Wow, you mages are really wild. 7 people sleeping together? Marlin was still smacking her lips and interrupting. Zijin glanced at her with an expression of why are you still here? And waved her hand unhappily. I know, I will call them back after I figure out some things. As for the 7th level potion you customized, I will make it according to the contract. Except for the level of the holy bones, I will use materials of the same quality to replace other medicinal materials. That's it, I'm still making medicine. As she was about to close the door, Soren hurriedly said, well, how about you give me another piece of letter paper? Is it easier to contact? Xiong glanced at him. Some things, if you lose them, you can't find them back. She closed the door. Sauron was confused. No, there's not even a phone number, and no WeChat, so how can we contact? I'm still angry. Well, although I don't know the specific situation between you two, you are a man, so you are wrong. Marilyn stabbed him in the back. Who told you to throw away her letter? Why do you have so many strange folk customs here? Are they so environmentally friendly that you can't even throw away letters? Soren had no choice but to get on his horse. Let's go, I escort you back to the manor, and I go to the cult to explain the situation myself. Before that, come with me to see Sally. Marilyn also got on his horse and flew into the air. She's not in good shape recently. I guess she was frightened by the last battle. You know, the ancient martial arts of the Vanguard army is to control fear. But if you lose the battle, and have a demon in your heart, and become afraid of death, your strength will drop significantly. Aren't you at the scene? Maybe you can help. Was she traumatized by the spear? To be honest, it would be abnormal if she didn't have a psychological trauma. Soren was curious. How can I help? Can letting her beat me up help me regain my confidence? Then Soren knew he shouldn't ask, because Marlin always had the same theory. She has been avoiding me recently, and the captain has gone to the front again. Then you go and sleep with her, and bond with her. Maybe Sally will feel better. Oh, don't, our relationship is average. And I don't think this is a problem that can be solved by 2 people sleeping together. You might as well let Zijin give her some sedatives or other magic potions to assist in the treatment. By the way, doesn't the secretary like a muscular man who can press her against the wall with one hand? You can ask your servant to serve. Sauron is already tangled enough because of the sudden addition of 2 wings, Sejin and Skad, and he really doesn't want to get involved. Use medicine? That's a good idea, but you also said that the relationship between you two is average, so you even know about her Oedipus complex. Don't worry, sleeping with 2 people can't solve the problem, so let's sleep with 3 people together. Marlin looked Soren up and down. Anyway, you're just here to help. It's not like you're losing anything. Well, if you're losing too much, I can at most give you a red envelope, right? Don't start the car suddenly, gossip. At this time, the sound of explosions came faintly from the city in the distance, temporarily interrupting the 2 people's complaints. In the direction where the explosion came from, the magic spirit wind rolled up the smoke and dust, and the 4-color magic light overflowed from the smoke. It seems that the battle has already hit the city from the suburbs outside the city. Marilyn looked at him and stopped joking. She took out a red copper key from her bosom and threw it out. The Whitemane family is now in decline. It may not be safe at this time. I will take her back to live with us. Sauron nodded, recognizing that it was the magic key of the Whitemane family that Sally wanted to give him before, so he followed Marilyn, chasing the flying key, flying through the towers of the block, and arrived in front of an ancient Gothic house. The Whitemane family is obviously a declining noble family, and cannot compare with the wealth of the Isenlian family. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. This old house, which is not much smaller than a cathedral, is not comparable to the magic family of Obbies. At least it is the first time that Soren has seen a magic manor that cannot be found without a key. It may have been a prince in ancient times, and maybe an old nobleman with a seat. But it is strange that such an old magic house has no protective barrier. Soren frowned and looked around. Something was wrong. The imperial capital exploded at any time. Any house without a barrier would be shattered by the aftermath of the ambush explosion in 2 days. Could it be that the key has removed the protective magic? But he didn't see the magic light just now. At this time, Marilyn had already ridden down from the mansion. "Sally, I'm here to see you. Are you feeling better?" She got off her horse and pushed the main door open without any defense. But at the moment of opening the door, Marilyn's body suddenly froze strangely, as if she had suddenly lost her connection. Sauron, who was still floating in the air, immediately pulled the reins. After waiting for less than 3 seconds, he saw dozens of black chains, like tentacles, burst out from the house, tying Marilyn up like a dumpling and dragging her into the house. The protective rings and scrolls she carried were not useless. The eagle sense and the magic eyes of causality could see that at the moment when the chains came, the female knight still emitted colorful light and shattered many chains. But as long as there was one chain left, it would be enough to capture Marilyn, who did not dodge. The door closed with a bang, and there was silence, as if the whole old house was a trap disguised by some living creature. "Can you hide for a while, sister? Can't you see? Still can't dodge? Or can't move?" Sauron sat on his horse in silence for a while, scratched his face. "Okay, then I've seen the plot. The next part is to brush the book." "Well, Black, it's some kind of cursed magic. There are a lot of chains. There should be a lot of scrolls or casters." And the female knight just suddenly showed a stiff performance, like network delay. Is it murderous intent again? Thinking about it, he pulled out the long sword enchanted by Wind Shadow, wiped it on his palm, and smeared the blade red with his own blood, then took out the long sword of burning blood, tried to drip a drop. The blood drop dripped on the blade, and immediately burned and bloomed with golden flames. Soren put the 2 swords back on his back, took out the bullet belt, dripped blood on the mithril bullets one by one, and then stuffed them into the Winchester rifle. In this way, all the weapons were applied with the death law of the Holy Corpse, and the immunity to movement restriction effect of Bloodbath was activated. Then Eagle Sense, Pain Suppression, Shadow Step, and Panther Swiftness were added again to stack the buffs. After getting ready, Soren took out the dragon spear from his waist and held it in his mouth. Holding the rifle, he calculated that the magic effect of the ambushed people in the room was almost lifted. So he jumped off his mount, accelerated with a sprint, and rushed to the main door in an instant along the original path that Marilyn had just taken. Fists of magical power, silver fists appeared, and the fists blasted the main door of the ancient house away, but Soren suddenly stopped, held his rifle horizontally, and knelt at the door, his eyes flashing with golden light as he opened his eagle sense and quickly scanned left and right. At this moment of breaking through the door, more than 20 people can be seen in the hall. All of them are Death Knights wearing blue-based gold-edged robes, with obvious lion head carvings on their armor, helmets, and shoulder guards. Judging from their body shapes, they are almost all men. The hall was filled with treasure chests filled with gold coins, crystals, and gemstones, as well as gold and silver tableware and mural ornaments. They were obviously on the way to rob the old house. Marlin, who had rushed in, was bound by magic chains and placed on a long table. She looked back in horror. 2 Death Knights were tearing off her breastplate and chainmail wrapped around her underwear. The smirk on her face had not yet faded. "Okay, enemy." So the magic power pulled out the 2 big swords that Soren had inserted behind his back with both fists and followed his side to sweep, wielding swords and fighting wildly. At the same time, Wind Shadow and Burning Blood were triggered, and a storm of sword wind and blood rain rolled up. The storm of sword blades and the wildfire of blood instantly blew up the hall. The loud sound of the blown door falling to the ground, and the sudden flame of blood attracted the attention of the Death Knights. But before most people could react, the standing creatures were chopped down by the chaotic swords that slashed at them. Although they had enchanted Legion armor, the Fist of Magic Power, as the name suggests, was an iron fist that directly converted the caster's magic power into power. With the heavy blows blessed by Sauron's huge magic power, these iron cans were easily smashed and chopped into pieces. Some people who reacted in time and began to cast magic also attracted Soren's attention at the moment when the magic light gathered, and he shot them with a shot to shatter their heads or chests. Then more blood spurted out and burned. In the blink of an eye, a burning steel storm rolled into the house, setting off a bloody fire. Burned the whole world to ashes. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Although there were many Death Knights in the house, they were suddenly attacked by the storm of swords and the bloody hellfire, and they had no power to fight back. Soren only squatted at the door and fired 4 shots, and then he could no longer see a living creature that could move. He didn't even need to use the dragon spear to deal with the trash. Oh, Marilyn is fine, mostly fine, but a dead knight's head was smashed, and the blood was ignited by the sword blade. The sparks fell on her torn back muscles, burning her and making her groan. Soren held the gun and scanned the battlefield back and forth until the magic power chopped off the heads of every corpse with his fists. Then he walked to Marilyn and used the dragon spear to break the chains that bound her. "How are you?" Marilyn panted as she put on her torn underwear and chainmail, and looked at Soren with a complicated look. "How come you didn't react at all to their strong murderous aura? It seems that there is a reason why Sally talks about you every day. If it weren't for you..." Okay, don't let yourself get traumatized. Can you stand up? We have to find the clerk as soon as possible. Magic power put burning blood back into the scabbard behind Soren with his fists, and handed Feng to Marilyn. "That's right, Sally." Marilyn's face changed drastically. Without even putting on her breastplate, she took the wind shadow longsword, kicked off her feet, jumped 2 floors, and rushed into the house. Sauron followed with his rifle, while reloading his bullets. It can be seen that Marilyn is not a weakling. She has at least completely digested 6 bottles of magic potions, and has mastered a certain foundation of ancient martial arts. But this murderous battle setting is too bad. Even a typical Krypton Gold player like Shiofu will be slaughtered by the side with more heads. It seems that there is a reason why humans in this world have fallen to the bottom of the food chain. She froze like a frightened goat when she was glared at. "Sally!" Marilyn rushed to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor in one breath. This time, she learned not to go through the main door, but directly rushed into the house through the wall. However, there seemed to be no one on the 2nd floor. Marilyn shouted Sally, and kicked open every room, but returned in vain. "Damn it!" Marilyn returned to the hall angrily, swung his sword and chopped the corpse on the ground into 7 or 8 pieces to vent his anger. "I have to gather people to rescue her immediately. If these pigs dare to touch her, I will kill them all." "Calm down. How many of them are there?" Sauron was also a little upset. The house's barrier was not activated, and there was a high possibility that the protection magic of the deceased owner's family had failed. Of course, it could also be that these Death Knights got there first and removed it. But in any case, being able to find the Whitemane's old house to move things at least showed that Clerk Sally had indeed fallen into the hands of the Lion King Society. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get the key to the Whitemane house. Considering that these guys had only captured someone for 2 minutes, and were stripping him of his clothes, the secretary might be in a more dangerous situation now. Yes, you are right. Calm down, Snow Soul Ice Soul." Marilyn suddenly activated the enhanced effect of a certain magic potion, and his skin froze all over his body. He turned pale like an ice sculpture, and his manic eyes regained a rationality, and turned into an ice blue color shining with magic power. The temperature around him dropped sharply, and a layer of frost formed on the blade of the sword, and even the burning ashes in the living room were extinguished. Something is wrong. There are 25 people here, almost all the members of the Lion King Club. Marlin, who was almost frozen into an ice sculpture, checked the dead bodies on the ground. Most of the attendants are novices. The team led by the cadres. None of the presidents or vice presidents are here. Strange, some of the things are her family's secret treasures, protected by magic. How could they find them without Sally's permission? Something is wrong. This doesn't look like a raid, but more like to complete a transaction. To trade? They tied you up and stripped you when they saw you? Are the 2 guilds so close to each other? Yes, it's strange that they didn't kill you. The Lion King will serve the Human King as their master, and are enemies of our group. They are considered sworn enemies. It stands to reason that they should chop off my head first, but they only took off my equipment. It seems that they want to capture me alive. But why? Marilyn was puzzled. Maybe. They have already controlled you, so they just want to play with you first? Soren felt it was hard to describe. Playing with my body? You can also play with it after cutting off my head, and it's safer this way. If you want to have fun on the battlefield in the future, you'd better pay attention to safety. Is this the way to pay attention to safety? Is it usually referring to condoms? Well, she is really calm in this state. Or should I say that the customs of the people in this empire are quite curious? Soren was too tired to complain, so he could only spread his hands. What do you want to say? They just greeted you enthusiastically, and I went too far by clearing the whole place right at the beginning? It's meaningless to speculate now. Whether it's a raid or a trade, the Lion King's reserve Death Knights have been almost killed, and the Border Legion will not give up. But fortunately, the current situation is chaotic, and we can put the blame on others. Well, first of all, we have to raid the Lion King's headquarters before they react. Not only must we search and rescue Sally, but we must also capture, alive, the current president of the Lion King, the daughter of their great Legion commander, Alferez Stormheart. At least force her to sign a ceasefire agreement. Otherwise, now that our Blood Riders have lost the protection of Grand Commander Obvious, we will not be able to withstand the wrath of the Lion King on the front line. Sauron nodded in agreement. In this state, Marlin is really reliable. She deserves to be specially trained as the commander-in-chief of the battlefield. If Alferez refuses to give in, you sleep with her. I heard that as long as a woman has slept with a man, she will obey everything. I took back my preface. It seems that this unreliability is engraved in her genes and personality. Chapter 47. It was absurd, but it concerned the safety of her best friend. Marlin acted quickly, retrieved the equipment she had just removed, and then retrieved the keys to Whitemane's house from the corpses on the ground. She found 2 keys, and it seemed that the other party did not break through the barrier by force. She tore open another scroll, and covered it with the corpses on the ground. There is no time to deal with the corpses now. If the Lion King notices something is wrong and comes to check, the explosion trap will destroy the scene, but it can only delay a little time. Let's go back to the manor first, and ask my brother to lend some manpower to prepare for the raid on the Lion King Guild's headquarters. Maryland's mount was released when she was captured just now, so she explained and directly mounted Soren's undead horse, and rose into the air. She hugged Soren's waist, and spoke in his ear, breathing like ice into his neck. Soren saw that when the keys left the territory of the ancient house, the defense barrier of the ancient house was automatically activated, and it was like a transparent glass cover of light curtain covering the manor from midair. I know that the Whitemane family is probably not extinct yet. Is it too late? What if the secretary or their president is not in the base? Then we have to go directly to the Stormheart family to arrest people. Attacking a noble family is a prohibited act of war, so we have to go back and find some mercenaries to take the blame. Maryland reached out and grabbed Soren's gun, the musket. What kind of weapon is this? It can actually blow the head of a fully armored Death Knight. I heard a continuous roar, but there was no chanting. It can fire continuously, so it's not a magic item? Her observation is quite sharp, which should be the bonus of rational thinking under the potion state. Lever-action rifle, long-range weapon, upgraded version of dwarven musket. Ordinary people can operate it without any training and talent. If you are interested, you can talk to the engineer in Furnace Town. But I warn you not to smuggle this thing to the Elf Alliance. I have heard of dwarven muskets. There are cannons at the entrance of the guild. Don't worry, the elves are stubborn and conservative about long-range weapons. Still using bows and arrows after so many years. Although magic arrows have been developed quite well. I heard that they can attach forbidden-level destruction magic to bows and arrows now, but the killing radius of that kind of large-scale magic is larger than the range, so it has not been implemented on the battlefield yet. Damn, this high magic world is so arrogant. No wonder the dwarves have been exterminated, and the elves are still ruling the world. Just as he was thinking about it, Soren suddenly felt cold fingers reaching into his cloak, unzipping the belt, and touching the inner edge of the leather armor. What are you doing? Soren turned his head and glared at her. The thank you gift just now. Maryland just stuck to Soren's back like an ice spider, locking his waist with both arms. Hey, didn't you say to hurry up and save people now? What are you doing at this time? Oh damn, it's so cold, oh. Don't hold back the pressure after the fight. It's best to release it appropriately. Shush. Feel a little more relaxed, right? You see, the time is just right. Let's continue later. You go and hold my brother first. Marlin got off the horse, took out a handkerchief to wipe his fingers, and went to the yard to gather the troops. Soren climbed down from the horse with trembling legs. Oh my god. Just give me some money as a thank you gift, big sister. This is a bit too exciting. When I think of the blood oath I made with that sister-con cripple, I want to fool him in person and nothing happened. Soren felt a little guilty, and he bent over and pushed open the door of the living room. Who knew that in just a short while, other guests came to Isilian's house, and they just finished the transaction and were about to leave. It seems that the business of the Chamber of Commerce is quite busy. A guy in a black cloak, holding a sleeping Loli in the princess' arms, had such a strong aura that the shadow guards hiding in the dark were forced out. No one dared to stand behind him, but instead protected the head of the family, Malaz, in the center. Seeing Soren push the door in, the black cloak turned his head and glanced, revealing the dead face under the cloak. Yes, it's another lich, but he didn't wear a white robe. This is also a guest of my house. Malaz spoke seriously. also reminding Soren not to take action. Soren looked at the little girl in the other's arms curiously. She had short black hair and a chubby face, which was quite cute. The black cloak ignored Soren and walked past Soren, with the little girl in his arms, and left the manor. Melas looked worried, and no one knew what he was thinking. He didn't even ask if the problem in his head had been solved. He thought for a long time before looking up. Have you ever thought about taking people away from the Empire, and escaping to the elves? Soren frowned, not quite understanding what the other party meant. Is your goal the revival of the Empire, or the revival of mankind? If I say that the Empire will fall into civil war, and now a new force is rising, and it seems to have been recognized by a certain elven god, and is willing to protect humans, then are you willing to move with humans to join? Melas obviously knows a lot of secrets. After all, big businessmen like him are the most sensitive to any disturbance. But before Soren could answer, he shook his head and denied it himself. Sorry. Forget these nonsense, think calmly, civil war is not likely. The death of Yachukas has led to an imbalance of power within the Empire. Someone is planning to take this opportunity to make peace with the Elven Alliance, so there is a risk of civil war now. Sauron confirmed. Is it the Black Cloak just now? Are they here to invite you to join? Melas looked at him in surprise. You are young, but you can see it clearly. Well, I am just a little surprised at their courage, but I can't guess what trump card they rely on. Before the situation is clear, I will not easily stand on the side and follow them to seek death and betray the Empire. It was Soren's turn to be a little surprised. I've always wanted to ask you. You are a peace-loving elf, and you have connections there. Why do you stand on the side of the Empire? Isn't this Empire just a nominal alliance? Now that we are on the verge of civil war, we can't compare with the elves, right? A merchant like you should have joined the strong. So why are you still here to support the Empire? Melas stared at Soren for a while and smiled. You're right. Merchants should protect themselves and serve the strong. But you are still a child. There are always some things you don't know. Yes, it's been too long since the Third War. Except for the white robes, most liches don't know many things. After all, they don't bother to study useless knowledge such as writing, history, or art other than magic. However, the elves have been keeping all historical records from small to large, from sowing to war. I saw some things. I won't talk about fairness for now, but it's detailed enough. So I can tell you very clearly that from the beginning, I chose to join the side of the strongest player in the chess game. If we hadn't connected to that line, nouveau riche like us would have been exterminated or suppressed by the human king long ago, and how could we have developed to this point? But that person hasn't given me any instruction so far, and I don't know what his attitude is, so I can't act rashly. Forget it, anyway, it's not a struggle at our level now, so there's no need to worry about those white robes. Let's get back to the point. How is the business going? Sauron was very skeptical. If the backer behind the cripple was really the strongest in the chess game, why would the nun dare to rush to the door and step on his face? But when it comes to business, well, I should be able to solve it on the side of the cult. It seems that we have solved one problem, but another problem has arisen. Generally speaking, there is no big problem, but strictly speaking, there is still a small problem. Then a shadow came in and whispered with Melas. What do you mean Marilyn took everyone away? She wanted to save Sally. Sauron immediately betrayed his teammates, and quickly explained the attack on Whitemane's house by the Lion King, probably because she was afraid that you would not let her take the risk and act on your own. Of course, I would not let her take the risk. Do you know how dangerous the situation is now? In order to eliminate the remnants of the human king, they even killed the head of the Phone family. Now both sides are powder kegs. I finally got out of it. What's the point of her bringing her troops to get in again? One legion is fighting another legion. Do you really want a civil war? What about the 4 legions under the King of Man? Do you want to force them all to rebel? Melas listened patiently and lost his composure. Sauron spread his hands. What should I do? Can I help you get your people back? What else can I do? If something happens to her little sister, she will hate me to death. Go and protect Marlin, and kill anyone who dares to touch her. The bastards from the Lion King Society actually dared to touch her. Kill them all, and feed them to the dogs. Melas waved his cane to drive away his shadows, and Soren was sweating and swallowing his saliva beside him. Soren, you are from the Vanguard army, right? Without guards and shadows around him, Melas made it clear. Soren nodded, took out the elf Tim's letter of introduction to him, and showed his ring to prove his identity. Melas took the letter, and only glanced at Tim's signature on the cover. When you mentioned Furnace Town, I knew it was probably another kid trained by that weapon shop. Haha, in fact, I was mentally prepared. The consequence of staying out of it, and not choosing sides is that when it's your turn to shout for help, no one will lend a hand. But thanks to your help this time, the Iceland family owes you one. Actually, your sister has already repaid the favor herself, but it's too much to say that, and the cripple might be so angry that he would pick up his crutch and beat someone, so Soren just nodded in silence. Okay, I understand, you saved Marlin once, and I promise to help you do something. The same in the future, how about it? A fair deal. Sauron asked, but your backer, the strongest man, really doesn't mind you being involved with us? Malaz glanced at Soren. It was a vanguard before it died, so why should I mind it? Soren suddenly knew who he was referring to, and almost choked to death on his own saliva. Killian? The strongest side in the chess game you were talking about is Prime Minister Killian? Malaz sat down with his cane, without its nod, who would dare to smuggle to the elves. As an ally, I will give you a piece of advice. As long as the Prime Minister of the Empire is still Killian, don't openly become an enemy of the Empire. Its existence itself is the greatest guarantee for the survival of the Elven Gods' Endurance Empire. Sauron did not expect that the cripple would praise the drunkard so much. Of course, the other party is a lich transformed by the ancient vanguard commander, the recognized leader of the White Robes, and the leader of the camp, with the highest level of magic and martial arts. Soren naturally does not deny that it is strong. But from the current situation of the Empire falling apart, internal and external troubles, it seems that it is not that strong. Malaz did not deny it either. As a leader, Killian's level of playing power games is indeed not very good, but his strength is recognized by the White Robes, so I can't figure out who dares to challenge it for a while. Then what are you afraid of? When something happens, just report its name directly. It's your chief. Do you think it cares about you? Sauron was speechless, that Killian was indeed the type who would snap his fingers and take him away after using him up. It gets wine from us regularly. Malaz waved his hand helplessly, occasionally asks about the elves. In fact, it's not a very clear master-servant relationship. Usually we can use its banner, and people who know the details won't do anything to us, but when it really encounters something like today, it doesn't have time to care about the safety of small people like us. The reason why it is so chaotic now is that it has not come out to express its position. If the lower crescent moon shows up, there will be no turmoil in the Empire. I don't know what it is holding back, or whether it is deliberately condoning the elimination of the remnants of the human king. In short, remember, once the lower crescent moon comes out to clear the field, stop resisting and squat on the ground with your head in your hands, otherwise you will die. Wow, are you guys trained by the military and police to be young and dangerous? You're still squatting with your head in your hands. Okay, no more nonsense, go help Maryland, ally. If she hurts even a hair, our covenant will be terminated. Malaz tapped his cane and walked into a mural in the living room and disappeared. After all, there are many people who can save their lives with money. Sauron didn't waste any words, walked out of the living room and chased. Then he walked back a little embarrassed. Malaz, your sister rode away the warhorse I summoned, and can you lend me a mount scroll? The living room was quiet for a while, and then with a clatter, a purse seemed to be thrown out of the mural. Soren saw clearly that there were about 200 or 300 heavy gold coins. All of them were Karen's gold coins. Oh, the reward for this side quest is pretty good. Finally, he got a chance to get close to a rich man. Seriously? Should we consider Marlin? Not only is she a rich and beautiful woman, but she also has very clever hands. Thank you, brother. Your sister is my sister. Soren excitedly picked up the purse and rushed to the yard, bending his thumb to bounce the gold coins high. Let's get a better mount. Karen's gold coin spun, making a pleasant sound as it flew into the sky. When it reached the highest point and was about to fall, it was caught by 2 dry fingers in the void. Soren raised his head and looked at the ferryman of the Styx, who had crossed the border, and fell into an awkward silence. The boatman's body was mostly hidden in the hood made of thick fog. He could not see his face. He just leaned on the gondola and spoke slowly. If you want to summon someone, you have to call its name, otherwise I will be the one to be pulled over. Do you have any connections? Introduce me a better mount. Long-term employment, the price is negotiable. Sauron patted his bulging purse. The ferryman looked at Soren, stretched out his dry arm from the deep mist, and rubbed his fingers. Damn, this action is the unification of the 2 worlds. So Soren threw it another gold coin. The ferryman was also straightforward, grabbed the gold coin, and put it back into his sleeve, and when he stretched out his hand again, he was holding a black cat like a shadow. Give it a name, and feed it with your blood. The ferryman threw the black cat into Soren's arms, and disappeared into the breeze. Soren narrowed his eyes, lifted the black cat up to the light, but couldn't find its face. It was as if he was holding a pure black shadow, A black mist with the outline of a cat. Well, give it a name, Magic Black Cat. It can't be called Xiaohei again, let me think. Soren held the black cat in his arms, facing the place where its head was, and squeezed the wound on his palm that had been cut before, dripping blood. Then his eagle sense clearly saw that from every corner of the black cat's body, head, torso and limbs, dozens of mouths opened densely, competing with each other to squeeze over and devour the string of blood beads squeezed out by Sauron. Just like baby birds fighting for food. Sauron was still in the mental pollution and didn't react. The black cat had grown up in an instant, jumped out of his arms, and fell to the ground, growing into the size of a leopard that could be ridden, rubbing around Sauron's legs. Wow, this cat looks a bit strange, but it's pretty handsome. So Sauron mounted the Black Panther. It's decided to be you, Guan Haifa. Let's go. Chapter 48. Guan Haifa did not float or run like those skeleton horses, but turned into black smoke to cover Soren, and lifted him up, moving forward at a speed far faster than flying monsters, ignoring the obstacles of air and entities, almost distorting reality. The sea of clouds, buildings and even light and shadow on both sides of Soren's body were stretched into long lines, jumping behind him from his vision. Rather than flying, it is more like a sliding movement. In the blink of an eye, Soren was pushed high into the sky, onto the soul crystal on top of a spiritual tower. Soren subconsciously stretched out his hands, and supported himself on the edge of the huge purple crystal. Looking down, he could see that Guan Haifa was attached to him like a layer of asphalt glue, and most of his body was stuck to the crystal wall on the other side. A bunch of mouths on his body squeezed to the contact surface to lick the crystal wall, probably absorbing magic energy. Well, Guan Haifa is definitely not a cat, and it can't be defined as a creature in the material world, but more like something from another world. But it should have some basic intelligence. Because Soren could see the team led by Marlin passing under the ziggurat. Stop eating, take me down. Soren punched Guan Haifa. Then he was spit out and fell under the ziggurat, almost spraining his foot. Turning his head, he saw that Guan Haifa had flattened into a layer of black paint, covering the entire crystal. Wow, this sense of deja vu is so strong, I always feel that something incredible has come again. How did you get here? Where is my brother? Marlin rode over, and the enhancement of the eye state was lifted. After all, ordinary people's magic buffs are limited by time and magic power, unlike Soren, who kept the enhancement on from beginning to end. He got into the wall. Have you arranged everything? Soren looked around and didn't see too many mercenaries, nor did he see the phalanx of skeletons and gargoyles, only a few armed deacons and maids. Of course, the shadow assassins raised by Azerlian should also be hiding nearby. Marlin introduced quickly, I said mercenaries to attack the assets of the Lion King in the city separately, and set fire to nearby blocks to create riots. Anyway, they are some dispensable soldiers, and it is enough to attract attention. Get on the horse, and the main force will directly raid the Lion King headquarters. Soren didn't want to be teleported back and forth, so he jumped on the horse's back, hugged her waist, turned his head and shouted, "Come to Guan Haifa." The mucus membrane wrapped around the spiritual crystal was reluctantly peeled off, and when it fell from the air, it became the size of a kitten, and jumped onto Soren's shoulder in 3 or 2 jumps. Marlin looked back blankly. What are you shouting about? Can't see? Guan Haifa was squatting in front of her, but she couldn't see it. It seems that it is indeed some kind of living magic. What do you see? Oh, the psychic tower is closed. Is it you who did this? Marlin screamed. Sauron also noticed that the large crystal on the top of the tower was sucked into a gray-black color, and it seemed that the magic energy inside was completely exhausted. Soon, the protective barriers of a nearby block also failed one after another. The colorful magic protection lights disappeared in patches. Sure enough, these barrier magics were powered by the psychic tower. You actually have this method, that's even better. Catch him off guard. Go! Merlin took the lead and rushed out with Soren. The fully armed elite attendants followed behind them on horseback. The group rushed through the city. They did not see half of the masked waning moon come out to check the power failure of the spiritual tower, and no one came to maintain the law and order of the imperial capital. They could hear the explosion from afar. Merlin's detachment was definitely not that fast. It was certain that other forces had also started to take action. The tower in the Lion King Club block should be charging. Can you still shut it down? Marlin pointed at the tower in the distance. With a glance from Soren, Guan Haifa immediately jumped out to eat. The barrier of another city district dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Great! Marlin turned his head and yelled to his men who had caught up with him, "Release the bats!" Bats? The maid in the rear team opened the cage and released a large group of paper bats in the cage. The bats screamed and rushed into the clouds, and the swarms rushed towards a fortress-like castle in the distance, like a rain cloud. Sally is there. Charge. Sauron also understood. So that's how it is. After removing the magical obstacles such as the barrier, he just followed the bat that delivered the message to find someone. This is quite direct. Marilyn rushed forward, and the servants began to bombard and cover with the 4 elements of destructive magic in the back. In an instant, most of the fortress walls that temporarily lost their magical protection were smashed down. It was a bit like the coordination of artillery and tanks. Snow soul, ice soul, eagle awareness, iron scale, stone skin, pain suppression. Marilyn swung her long sword and added buffs. Fine iron blue scales grew on her neck, cheeks, and wrists, and her skin hardened and turned gray, as if it had condensed into a mixture of ice and rock. At the same time, she charged straight into the fortress castle and roared, "Scatter! Kill them all without missing a single one!" Following her command, the shadows that rushed into the castle scattered and searched every secret room and corridor. There were also 3 who passed Marilyn and Soren, galloped in front of the military horses, and cleared the way in front of the bats. Marlin rode straight through the lobby of the castle. She didn't need to do anything. The stone statue guards, servants, skeleton soldiers and magic devices along the way were instantly killed and broken by the shadows that cleared the way, and the road was smooth. Soren watched from behind with a rifle, and didn't find it necessary to take action. Maybe these shadow guards are really strong, but the main reason is that the people of the Lion King Society were completely unprepared and didn't even notice the removal of the magic barrier, so they were caught off guard by the surprise attack. They had just sent a large group of people to carry out the mission, but they didn't gather the necessary manpower at the headquarters to be on guard. No, Soren frowned, this is unreasonable. But in a moment, they had rushed to the command room on the top floor. Bats were hanging upside down on the wall, hovering at the door, obviously blocked by the magic barrier of the command room. It was not that the other party noticed it. It should be just a normal sealing of the door during the meeting in the command room. Marilyn obviously had a countermeasure for such a barrier. She directly took out a severed finger from her waist bag. There was also a gold ring with a lion head on the finger, which should have been taken from the pile of corpses before. The moment the severed finger was thrown at the door, the barrier at the door was unlocked at the same time, and a group of bats flew into the door with a gust of wind, and 3 assassins followed in among the bats. Marilyn then kicked the door open and rushed into the room, and stepped into the large sand table in the center of the command room. It only took a few seconds for the battle to end, or there was no chance of a battle at all. Soren glanced, and saw 3 female knights in the room. The secretary Sally Whitemane was on one side of the long conference table, surrounded by a group of bats, with a stunned expression, but it seemed that he had not suffered any physical injuries, and his clothes were intact. On the other side of the long table, 2 female knights of the Lion King Society were already controlled by the shadows. A female knight with a black ponytail was being controlled by 2 assassins in gray cloaks. One pierced her palms with a dagger and pressed her tightly against the long table. The other knight knelt on her waist, pressed the spine of her neck with one hand, and pierced her cheek with a dagger, nailing half of the female knight's face to the table. It can be seen that she resisted the most fiercely, and several fingers were cut off, and fell to her feet together with the magic sword. She was hit on the chin, and her mouth was full of blood. She was still struggling fiercely, and her eyes were as fierce as a wolf trapped and dying. The other blonde knight was much more elegant. She sat quietly without changing her expression. The assassin beside her did not embarrass her. He only put the blade on the artery in her throat, and took away her magic sword without any unnecessary movements. Judging from her obviously more luxurious and high-end equipment, this should be the president of the Lion King Club. "Sally, how are you? Are you injured?" Marlin jumped off her horse and rushed over, hugging her bestie in her arms. "Why are you here, Marlin?" In terms of the result, the raid was a great success, but as expected, from the clerk's shocked expression, it can be seen that there was a misunderstanding. The blonde female knight, the president of the Lion King Society, Alferis, looked at Sally coldly like a venomous snake, without saying a word. "Clerk, have you been kidnapped by them?" Soren asked. "Kidnap? No, we are negotiating." Sally still didn't understand the situation. The Lion King wants to abandon the royal family and make peace with us. "Do you believe what this vicious and despicable bitch says?" Malon sneered. Alferis responded with the same cold smile without any warmth. "But I'm still not as good as you. You can even fool the blood oath. You win, I admit defeat." Soren looked at their palms, and sure enough, there were wounds from the oath. No wonder they were completely unprepared. Malin narrowed her eyes. Obviously she also found something wrong, and at this time she activated the Snow Soul and Ice Soul, staring at Sally with a rational look without any warmth. You are crazy. You went to negotiate with the Lion King behind my back with the big sister? Don't lie to me. Will the negotiations go so far as to give them the keys to the house? Alferis raised his golden eyebrows. Oh, I see. Come on, Whitemane. Tell me why you agreed to negotiate with us. Sally bit his lip. His eyes passed over Alferis and Marlin, and fell on Soren. Soren was immediately overwhelmed. It has nothing to do with me. Fortunately, Sally just looked at him inexplicably, and didn't make any shocking remarks, but just said, it's my own fault. I made a private transaction request to the Stormheart family. Transaction? Marlin was obviously dissatisfied with this reason, and the whole body was cold. I can't get you what you want to buy. You asked this bitch. Alferis sneered. Yes, Sally, go ahead. Tell her what you want to trade. Shut up, bitch. Marlin rushed over and slapped Alferis's cheek, causing half of his face to swell up. If the killer next to him hadn't withdrawn his knife quickly enough, his neck would have been almost cut off. However, Alferis did not take the opportunity to resist or escape. He crawled on the ground with his face covered, still waiting for the opportunity like a venomous snake. Enough, Marlin. Stop messing around. The clerk also stood up. We are losing the protection of a Legion commander, and we can sign any treaty at this time. The truce is fair enough. As for the deal, it's my own business. Marlin stared at her. Okay. The clerk screamed in annoyance. I'm scared. The three bastards of the Ironfront Society scared me silly. Now when I close my eyes, I see their faces, and I'm so scared that I don't dare to sleep alone, so I have to think of something myself. Are you satisfied? Sally, you can tell me. Even Marlin, who was in the state of Snow Soul and Ice Soul, was obviously shaken at this time. She looked like she wanted to rush over to hug Sally and comfort her. Alferis rolled his eyes, and looked like he was about to vomit. No, you don't have that thing. I also saw it in the records at home, so? The clerk looked at Soren, who was just eating melons, and was confused, and said, I think if I can get that thing, maybe I can overcome my fear. What is it? Not to mention Marilyn, even Soren is curious now. Dragon Spear. Alferis crawled on the ground and sneered, spitting out his tongue like a venomous snake, and said, Vanguard Dragon Spear, my family has one. Now do you know why she hid it from you? The room fell into silence instantly. Not to mention Marilyn, Soren could even hear the heavy breathing of the three killers. This was the first time they exposed their presence. Your family is the inherited Vanguard army? As the Grand Commander, Soren felt that he had to speak up now for both moral and legal reasons. Alferis covered his face and glanced at him, but ignored his follower. It was still Marlin who spoke up. This is not a secret. The first generation of Death Knights were selected from the most prioritized human warriors, and the best warriors were mostly vanguards. It is normal that one or two of the Death Knight warlords are descendants of the vanguards, since most of them only inherit martial arts anyway. But I didn't expect that the Lion King actually had a dragon spear. He is the Grand Commander of the Imperial Vanguard? No, you can trade this kind of thing? My ancestor was just a fool who picked up things thrown away by others and kept them carefully. Anyway, that thing never favors the blood of the Stormheart family. If it is not chosen by it, it is just pure garbage. If you want it, just take it. I don't want it. Alferis raised his head and looked directly at Marlin. I put the thing in the maid's tool cabinet on the first floor. It is an iron rod placed together with a broom. If you want it, just take it yourself. You can see that we are signing a blood oath now. I am not lying. What did she mean by these words? The doubts in Soren's heart were answered in just one turn. Only at this time did Soren truly realize the weight of the word Vanguard Dragon Spear. This is a divine weapon. The assassins who were originally guarding the two people suddenly stood up at the same moment and rushed out of the command room. Just the word Vanguard Dragon Spear made them rebel. The explosive power and speed of these three assassins were so fast that even Soren could only barely see three black shadows turning into a whirlwind tornado and rushing out of the door. Even before they reached the door, bursts of sword light and bloody shadows broke out, leaving one of the arms behind, spinning and falling on the carpet, and blood was everywhere. You assholes! Marlin was furious. She obviously didn't expect that her assassin would betray the unbreakable relationship of money employment. But Soren could understand them. If the assassins were really familiar with the Vanguard Army's heritage, as well as the Vanguard Army, they would naturally know what a dragon spear meant. Gold is shit. In this world, Only the absolute artifact that can kill everything, such as the dragon spear, is the real power. At this time, Elphilis also waited for her opportunity. She flew out silently, picked up her companion's long sword that fell on the ground, and stabbed it straight into Sally's heart. Sally! Marlin reacted immediately, and pushed her best friend away, stirring her long sword to use the water style to block Elphiris' attack. She soon gained the upper hand because of the more activated gains, but the opponent's purpose from the beginning was to entangle Marlin. Put down the sword, bitch! The female knight with a black ponytail pulled out the dagger on her face, and pressed it against Sally's neck. She was covered in blood and her expression was terrifying. I said put down the sword. She stabbed the tip of the dagger straight into Sally's throat, and blood immediately flowed out. Enough, don't hurt her. Marilyn dropped his sword, and the enhancement of the snow soul on his face was cancelled. He screamed in exasperation, Soren, what are you doing? Just watching from the side. That's right, Soren was watching the whole time. He didn't stop the assassins from rushing out to grab the artifact, he didn't fight back against Elphiris, and even when the black ponytail female knight held the clerk hostage, he still didn't move. After all, the two of them had sworn a truce, so what was there to fight about? He could just find a way out for everyone. And Soren noticed the fear of the secretary Sally. Her stress reaction was really serious. She didn't dare to look at the black ponytail female knight covered in blood. When the dagger was put on her neck, her bones softened. She was like a lamb to be slaughtered. She didn't have the courage to resist at all. So, secretary, you saw me holding the dragon spear and defeated the three brothers, so you also want to get a spear to overcome your fear? Soren sighed. No wonder Marilyn said you were looking for me. Yes, if I had let you try the dragon spear earlier, you wouldn't have done these things. The female knights in the room stared at him. Elphiris was the first to react. What do you mean? You have it too. Soren ignored her, put the rifle on his shoulder, took out the dragon spear and swung it, and the tip of the spear instantly stabbed in front of Sally. The black-haired female knight holding her suddenly raised her head and stepped back to dodge, and the two almost lost their balance and fell. Try it if you want. Clerk, hold the spear, and see if you can awaken your power from the desperate fear. Chapter 49. Sally Whitemane looked at the spear tip piercing her heart, but she didn't have the strength or courage to reach out. Because she knew in her heart that the dragon spear was just an excuse to escape. If she still couldn't face the fear after holding the dragon spear, then she would have no chance at all. Ah, the captain who got the inheritance. Not only Sally, but also Elphiris, who obviously knew the background, was also afraid and retreated the moment he saw the dragon spear. The reputation of the Vanguard army, that can stop children from crying at night, is not false. The secretary was still hesitating, but it was the black-haired female knight who waved her dagger and blocked the dragon spear with a clang. What are you showing off? If you want to kill me, then kill me. I'm not afraid of you. Sauron shrugged and took back the spear. Secretary, you see, no matter how famous it is, it's just a weapon after all. The key lies in the person who controls the weapon. Even if you don't use the dragon spear, daggers, fists, and teeth can all be used for fighting. As long as you choose to fight. You are just a servant. When will it be your turn to enlighten me? It's too early to teach me a lesson. The clerk gritted his teeth, not knowing whether he understood something or was still trying to be strong. Really? I hope so. As for you. Sauron looked at the two female knights of the Lion King who were facing a great enemy. He didn't want to delay this side quest for too long. What if he killed the Lion King along the way? Would he be more difficult to deal with than the Yachukas? Wasting energy on internal fighting only makes the elves happy. Don't say I don't give you a chance. As long as you don't block my way, I will try not to kill anyone. From your looks, you don't want to die at such a young age, right? So let's just say it's all Yachuka's fault. Since the culprit has been punished and you are willing to turn from evil to good, let's put aside the past hatred for the time being. Both sides should maintain the previous blood oath and leave it at that. Seeing the dragon spear, Elphiris would naturally not ignore the words of this follower. You probably killed a lot of people in my family, so you're just going to let it go? Marlin smiled. It's just the same. Have you done few disgusting things, bitch? Elphiris narrowed his eyes. How can I believe that you won't go back on your word after I release him? Sauron put the dragon spear into his belt. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking for your opinions, I'm just announcing my decision. Since you and the clerk have signed a blood oath, we won't touch you, and let the clerk bear the consequences of breaking the oath. Also, it's giving her a chance. You have good eyesight, it's a pity to kill you like this. Soren pointed at the black ponytail female knight, who was bleeding heavily, and holding on with her will. Among the people present, Her life was the most worthless. She didn't have a powerful father to protect her, nor did she have a close friend who cared about her to rescue her. To be honest, the two killers could have killed her with one knife. They probably humiliated her because she was a female knight and wanted to enjoy her as a trophy later. But her master, Alferez, didn't say a word at this time. The moment he got his own safety guarantee, he quietly avoided it and abandoned his deputy. Obviously, not all captains are willing to live and die with their besties. To put it more bluntly, the instantaneous attack of the dragon spear just now was enough to kill her instantly. The life of the female knight depended on Soren's thoughts, but Soren just didn't want to kill her. It may seem a bit hypocritical to say this now, but if there are still magic girls or knight girls struggling to beg for their lives, wouldn't Soren's previous act of killing Ichukas like a justice for the heavens be completely meaningless? Moreover, he was indeed a little reminded of himself in the cave at that time because of the other party's bloody and desperate situation. The man was still soft-hearted after seeing the miserable state of the woman. I am different from Ichukas. I will give you a way to survive. Soren ignored the female knights, who were still in a stalemate on both sides, and directly flicked his fingers to summon the fist of magic power. With 2 punches, he smashed the outer wall of the command room. The sunlight outside shone on everyone's faces, so that even the female knight with blood on her head was illuminated by the warm light, and the determination in her eyes gradually dissipated. Soren walked to the wind outlet with his hands on his waist, and looked down at the manor below. The assassins of the Maryland family almost killed all the members of the Lion King Society. At this moment, a black shadow was fleeing with an iron rod on his back. It was probably one of the 3 people who rushed into the command room just now, and the winner in the end. But his act of defection was obviously chased and blocked by the other shadows. The servants and maids who followed him didn't understand the reason, and they had already received Maryland's instructions to set up a new barrier outside the castle, and would not let the remnants of the Lion King Society go. So they blocked the unlucky guy who had snatched the dragon spear and defected several times. Unfortunately, it seems that the other party does not have the good luck to get the dragon spear's approval, nor does he have a rational mind to think whether he has the life to grab the real artifact. After seeing the dragnet outside, the female knight of the Lion King also gave up her fantasy, threw away the dagger, and let go of the clerk, kneeling on the ground and panting. Many times, the courage to fight to the death is limited, and it is difficult to continue once you let go. Seeing the hole made by the magic fist, an armed maid immediately rushed over to support, and stepped forward in time to hold up the axe and halberd to watch the 2 Lion King knights. Marilyn, do you want to kill him? Sauron no longer cared about them, and nodded at the assassins who were rushing around in the encirclement below. Sure enough, he was double standard. For the man in the same situation, Sauron did not have so much unnecessary sympathy. He just abandoned me, and is no longer a retainer of the Iceland family, Marilyn said. Very good. Sauron jumped down from the castle, landed in the garden, and walked towards the surrounded assassins. You have been holding it for so long, it's time to give up. Put down the things and let you go. Otherwise, let's fight to the death, man against man. Defeat me, and they let you go. The retainers around turned their heads to look at Marilyn, and she nodded in agreement. Heh, what kind of man are you? A kid whose hair hasn't even grown out yet. The assassin who pierced the ponytail knight's palm just now, holding 2 daggers, laughed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Soren couldn't use the dragon spear directly, so he pulled out the burning blood and pointed it at the other party. I hate traitors who kill their teammates, especially for equipment. There is a saying that once the Brotherhood sword is out, there will be no more brothers. Do you regret it now? The killer bees have no teammates, nor do they need them. Once the bee stings hit us, most of the time we are dead. The assassin inserted the iron rod and dragon spear on his back at his feet. I recognize your look. You want to see the strength of the Feng army, right, proud warrior? Don't regret it. He clamped the handle of the dagger with his hands, and crawled forward as if doing push-ups, and stuck to the ground like a gecko. The whole person was like a vacuum cleaner, absorbing the wind magic energy from the pores all over the body into the subcutaneous tissue, and the muscles and blood vessels all over the body burst. Soren looked at him coldly. If you don't repent, then die. He held the hilt of the great sword with both hands, and the tip of the sword stood in front of his eyes. Sally rubbed his neck and walked to the wall to see. Is it the power of fire? No. Malon frowned. The breathing is wrong. It seems like nothing. Hey, then try it. The taste of bee stings. The assassin charged forward with his sword, and the air emitted a roar that exceeded the sound barrier. The speed and power that burst out instantly at this moment were absolutely beyond the reach of the martial arts designed for the battlefield by the Vanguard Army or the Death Knight. Even if Soren used eagle sense, he could only barely see the assassin's blurry afterimage, and his body had no time to react at all. It was too much. In this world, whether it was a warrior or a mage, the difference in combat strength was huge, whether they were prepared or not. If attacked suddenly, even a dignified white-robed lich might capsize, not to mention an ordinary Death Knight. If the opponent's direct attack is not prepared with some kind of causal magic protection in advance, most people will be killed instantly. Soren must admit that he miscalculated. He is not qualified to fight against assassins of this level. He had seen the nun kill assassins in seconds before, so he misjudged the strength of these people. He pretended to kill Yachukas and thought it was great, relying on the magic potion to strengthen the opponent, and the opponent was exhausted for so long Soren pretended to kill again. But who could have thought that such an insignificant assassin could actually unleash such a powerful killing move? So much so that his moves, such as the magic power fist and shadow step, were not even used in time. But fortunately, Soren had a lot of cheats. The assassin's double knife stopped before Soren's nose. His whole body was suspended in the air, the cloak around him disappeared, his skin was cracked, and all the magic energy and blood in his body disappeared, and Soren took the opportunity to stab the long sword into the opponent's chest. It was like stabbing into a tree trunk that was completely dry and rotten inside. The whole body exploded with a bang and turned into ashes. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was as if the assassin sprinted, suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then flashed in front of Sauron, and then hit the tip of the magic sword and was pierced. But Sauron knew what actually happened. It was Guinevere, who came out from nowhere, and turned into a dark curtain, blocking Sauron and the assassin. When the assassin rushed through the curtain, all the kinetic energy, magic power and killing intent in his body disappeared, and even his eyes changed, as if at that moment, something disappeared forever behind the curtain. What Soren pierced with the magic sword was just a human-shaped skin, a body. The things inside were most likely eaten by Gwanhaifa. The curtain shrank and condensed into the shape of a cat again, climbing onto Soren's shoulder and squatting. You ghost thing is even more scary. Soren, who had done a wave of death, was soaked with cold sweat on his back, because there were girls watching and screaming, and for the sake of face, he could only pretend to be calm and everything was under control. But my heart was still beating fast, and I made up my mind not to pretend anymore. It was better to be a little timid and insidious. Thinking about this, Soren walked forward and pulled out the dragon spear of the Lion King. The dragon spear shrank into a short spear in his hand. It seemed that this one also recognized him as the leader of the vanguard. But if you look closely, there seems to be a subtle difference. So Soren took out his own spear and compared it, and suddenly realized that the 7 dragon spears were made of Titan's spine. Then, sure enough, Soren put his hands together, and the 2 guns could be joined together. But it seems a bit redundant to put them together. They can be stretched and shortened. They are already fatal attributes. There is no difference in strengthening them, right? It is better to take them apart. 2 people are always stronger than one, right? Then a hand reached out and took the 2 guns from Soren. Soren looked up and saw Killian standing in front of him. The Prime Minister of the Empire wore a human skin hood and a white robe. He stared at the 2 guns in his left hand with complicated eyes. His palm was like the Grand Commander at the time. It was hissing and emitting black smoke. It was not just a barbecue, but it was on fire. The whole fist was wrapped in a large ball of thick fog. Well, it seems that the original owner of this gun didn't really discard this artifact. It came to the door immediately. Before Sauron could react, Gwanhaifa reacted violently, jumped up and stretched into a black light, and shot into the distance. Killian didn't even turn his head to look at it. He snapped his right fingers, grabbed the void, and grabbed the black cat by the neck. This is my cat. I bought it for 2 sharing gold coins. What Sauron meant was, if you want it, take the 2 gold coins. Killian extended his right index finger, and poked it at Soren's forehead. The Gwanhaifa in his hand also turned into black smoke, and rushed into Soren's forehead, along his index finger, forming dense circles of black magic lines on his skin. At the same time, Soren also clearly felt that Killian instilled a magic into his mind. You want to raise a ghost, and such a big one, then at least use the Shadow Guardian to tie it up. Don't let it run around. Do you know how much effort it takes to build a spiritual tower? Well, the old man bent down and glared at Soren, and slapped his double guns into Soren's arms, making him feel chest tight. Also, you are not allowed to poke around with a dragon spear. If the barrier is broken, can you draw it? I've had enough. each one is more troublesome than the other. Soren opened his mouth and suddenly noticed that the servants watching around him were frozen in midair. Their expressions were frozen, and he realized that he was in a magical state of time stopping. Damn it, to be honest, just based on this time stopping, the strength of this guy Killian is definitely one of the best in the world. No wonder the elves are so afraid of it. The repair fee will be deducted from your bounty. Killian turned around and was about to leave after giving instructions. Soren quickly grabbed his robe. This camp leader was not so easy to meet. Wait a minute, Prime Minister, I want to be the chief officer of the parliament. Killian turned his head and glared at him. Why are you holding me? I'm not the chief officer. I'm the Prime Minister, elected by vote. Can you write me a letter of introduction? Don't you need the 3 white robes to jointly recommend me? Soren tried to negotiate. This big boss has been quite easy to talk to so far. Killian said with a long, Huh? No way, you want to take the loyalty test? Wow, who gave you such a stupid idea? No, it's a good idea, a really good idea. I admire you, young man. It quickly took out a contract from its sleeve, signed it quickly, rolled it up, and gave it to Soren with a smile. The parliament lacks knights like you who are dedicated to the public. This is the role model for the people of the empire. Oh, you are from Franny. It's okay. Soon Franny will be incorporated into the empire. Sooner or later, we will all be family members. Family members should help each other. How about I introduce 2 more white robes to you to sign the contract? Sauron took the contract with suspicion. No need. I will find 2 people I know to help. Killian nodded with a smile on his face. 2 people you know, right? Sure, it would be best if you can convince them. If they don't agree, don't be discouraged. Come to me directly, and I will help you do some behind-the-scenes work. With my recommendation, the position of a mere chief officer is easy to obtain. I wish I could give you the position of Prime Minister. Don't worry, now you just need to help me with a small task. Don't worry, it's very simple. You have killed Yachukas. Isn't this a piece of cake? Sauron looked at it suspiciously, and said tentatively, I doubt your small task is much simpler than killing Yachukas. Then can you not deduct the maintenance fee? Just treat it as an advance payment. Of course not. Killian smiled and reached into his sleeve to explore. But you are right. It is rare for someone to be willing to do the loyalty trial, so they should be rewarded. It took out a dice, and put it in Soren's hand. It was a 6-sided dice. The emblems on 5 sides were all skulls shining with silver light, and only one side was a beautiful woman emitting black smoke. 6-sided dice? Generally speaking, fantasy worlds use 20 sides. Soren looked at the dice curiously. What effect does this have? This lucky dice is the supreme causal artifact, and I'm giving it to you as an advance reward. It's generous enough, isn't it? Killian said with a smile. Try it. Throwing once can activate some kind of blessing. Sauron threw it casually, and the dice fell into his hand, with the skull facing up. After all, the probability is high. Sauron saw the skull head flashing, and some kind of silver blessing magic enveloped the whole body. Oh, is it a buff machine? It is indeed the big boss of the camp, with a lot of good things. How many times can this prop be used? Can the status be superimposed if I throw it a few more times? The Prime Minister of the Empire took a deep breath and patted Soren on the shoulder. Good boy, there are not many people I respect, but from now on I really appreciate you. Throw it once a day, don't be impatient, there are still many days to come. It snapped its fingers and disappeared, and the stagnant time began to flow again. Chapter 50. Prime Minister Killian disappeared before he could finish his words. Soren couldn't figure out the effect of the dice. Judging from the 6 sides flashing light, the silver one was a blessing, while the black one was a curse. This was probably an item with an 83% chance of providing a buff. Soren looked at the dragon spear in his hand. The tail part of the spear that could be spliced and disassembled before was stuck together like plasticine after Killian grabbed a handful of it. Now the weapon in Soren's hand has become a double-headed dragon spear. Both ends are spear tips. It can be considered an upgrade, plus the magic dice that can stack some kind of blessing buff, one haifa, and a bag of Sharon coins. This side quest is really profitable. Oh, and there is more. Now there is a new magic in his mind, Shadow Guardian, which was taught by Killian just now. It turned out to be a rare magic shield. It can directly absorb the damage caused by magic. In other words, transfer the magic damage received to the ghost. Guan Haifa is a ghost, not a black cat. I'm afraid I have to go to the library to check its specific ecology. Now it is tied to Sauron's shadow, so it can't move freely outside of Sauron's shadow like before. And Sauron can use Shadow Guardian to pull it out as a shield at any time. When the magic guard is activated, A black magic circle pattern, like a tattoo, will be formed on Sauron's skin. This pattern is quite familiar. Sauron seems to have seen it somewhere before, but he can't remember it for the time being. There is another additional function that makes Sauron very satisfied, that is, the ghost can swallow non-living props and carry them in its body. Magic props are also okay. Of course you have to tell it clearly in advance that this is not a snack. As for living things, it is not okay. Sauron also saw the tragic plight of the assassin just now. The side quests are so profitable that Sauron doesn't want to push the main quest anymore. Sauron. Merlin flew down with Sally on a military horse under the escort of the guards. We are ready to withdraw to the manor. Sauron turned his head and saw that the two female knights of the Lion King Society did not seem to be tied up and taken away together. The power of the Lion King Society in the imperial capital has been eliminated. They cannot stand on their own feet and should flee to the border army overnight. They will not be able to cause any trouble in the short term. It is indeed better to let them go. It would be troublesome if they died in our hands. What a disgusting thing. Did you use black magic? Merlin explained a few words and stared at Sauron with a frown. He was throwing rifles, bullets, and money bags into the shadows with a bunch of mouths open, asking Guan Haifa to collect them. Of course, the dragon spear won't work. If you try to poke it, it will hide. However, now Marling can see Guanhwavar. Is it because he is tied to him by the shadow protection magic? Sauron waved his hand, signaling Guanhwavar to transform into a black panther mount and ride on it. It's the pet I bought from Sharon. You have so many guards, so you don't need me to escort you back to the manor. I saw Killian just now. The waning moon will probably come out soon to maintain law and order. I will go to the cult to solve your brother's problem. Sally said, Sauron, I will be grateful to you for saving me. Ah, you have to thank me in person again? You're welcome. You really don't have to be so polite. I never ask for anything in return when I do good things. Sauron swallowed his saliva. Stop talking nonsense. Come to us at night. Just don't let my brother find out. Go. Merlin curled his lips and winked at Sauron, raised the reins, and left with a large group of people. Sauron thought about it seriously, but in the end, he had the heart but not the courage. After all, a shadow assassin almost made him fall. Maelaz, the sister Khan, has so many assassins under his command. If he really touched his sister, he would die without knowing when. Sauron rode Guan Haifa to the Church of the Dead Apostles with random thoughts. But soon he stopped thinking. To be honest, Guan Haifa's jumping movement was really fast, a bit like teleportation, but it was really uncomfortable, dizzy and nauseous. After many jumps, Sauron couldn't help but recall that he had experienced similar nausea before. When attacking Yachukas, the pseudogirl guild used the group's virtual flash to take them through the strong wind in the virtual world, which also made them dizzy and nauseous. Guan Haifa may have taken the same route, which is invisible from the material world, but there is a shortcut in the gap. Although the displacement speed is indeed very fast, in just a few minutes, it has skipped half of the city and arrived at the outskirts of the saline alkali land of the Church of the Dead Apostles. There is probably no shortcut of the gap when nearby. Guan Haifa ran through the sky honestly, but Sauron was angry. You can fly well. Then why are you jumping around? I am so upset. At this time, the camp outside the church expanded again. From a distance, scaffolding could be seen erected and part of the church's outer wall had been repaired. It seemed that another wave of exiled believers had returned. Being on guard, Sauron pulled out a musket and a long sword from Guinevere mouth and prepared them, then landed at the door of the church. The nuns and monks were busy rebuilding the church, probably to show their piety or something, without using magic, and completely manually building it. Hela and another nun who was older and bigger came out. Hela was still wearing the translucent black nun jumpsuit. The older nuns were dressed a little more decently, without any particularly exposed parts. They were oval-faced, mature ladies with a maternal glow. The only thing that caught her attention was the leather eight-tailed whip tied to her belt. This prop didn't look like something a decent person would use. Could it be another holy relic of death? But seriously, why are there so many of these things? This death, what kind of human god is this? He is just a scumbag. It would be better to change the name of the god to pervert. I have to taunt it next time I see it. Sir, this is Sister Rosaria, the leader of the group who just arrived. Hela introduced. May death accompany you, dear dead apostle. Sister Rosaria prayed. This blessing was like a curse. Sauron nodded to Hela, muttering in his heart, Hello, sister. Hela smiled at Sauron. Sir, the dead apostle should have retrieved the holy relics. I can feel that you have a powerful divine blessing. Can we confirm the holy relics with our own eyes? If they are intact, I can tell the Pope that the trial is completed. Well, there might be a small problem. Soren chose his words carefully. What if I have a friend who accidentally eats the holy bones? Hella said with concern. You can't do it, right? Then I might as well pull out his stomach. Soren noticed that the older nun next to him had understood and her face changed. So he had to bite the bullet and negotiate. What if he has already digested the bones? How about this? Won't the effect of the holy relics change? How about giving you some blood regularly? Can I discuss this with your Pope and see if we can solve the problem peacefully? Sister Rosaria squinted at Soren. Are you referring to yourself as the friend you mentioned? Hella nodded as if she suddenly understood something. I see. I was wondering why you have such a powerful guardian of the dead. It turns out that you ate the holy relic's touch of death. I'm afraid that only after digestion can such a powerful law of death protect you. So now you are the holy relics, the touch of death. Sauron smiled bitterly. It's really all a misunderstanding. What did you say? This is what death expects. The two nuns looked at each other, and it was obviously the first time they heard of someone eating the holy relics, and they were communicating tacitly. Sauron was helpless, and Death himself probably didn't mind Sauron eating one of its bones. Maybe using a bone to get rid of Yachukas was still in the calculations of this human god. But it's hard to explain to these fanatics of the cult. Hela might be serious about pulling out people's stomachs and intestines. Sauron didn't want to really get into a fight with the cult. If he killed all the brides of death, and then went to it to take the main task of saving his girlfriend, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? The nuns exchanged glances for a while, and seemed to have reached a consensus. Hela said, I understand. As you said, this is what death wants. The salvation that the human god said must be realized. Oh, it's so easy to fool around. But I hope you can understand the current situation of the order, said Sister Rosaria. We need the holy relics to protect ourselves, and Sister Hela also needs the holy relics to complete the Pope's contract. I hope you can provide assistance. Of course, I have no intention of robbing your holy relics. If you want to go to see the Pope together, or do any mission, I can help. Sauron added, just don't rip my head or stomach out. Hela smiled, you worry too much. As long as you help me collect some samples, and explain to the Pope that you have become a living holy relic, that's all. This is no problem. The other party can't just believe that Soren really consumed the holy relic. He has to confirm it first, so he followed the two nuns into the inner room of the church. Sister Rosaria took out a crystal bottle. Please take off your robe. Draw blood. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. I can just cut it with a knife. Soren took off his cloak, his armed guards, and rolled up his sleeves. Rosaria smiled and shook her head. The blood of the murdered will also be stained with the law of death. This is not enough to prove that the holy relics have merged with you. And you have been strengthened by the potion, and there are too many other interferences in the blood that interfere with the causal magic. I am afraid we cannot extract the pure law of death and use it as a substitute for the holy relics. Soren was stunned. What should we do? Sister Rosaria explained, just give me some essence. Soren didn't understand. What essence? The nun looked down. Oh, essence, damn. No, why? If you didn't hide the holy relics, but really digested them, it means that the holy relics have been integrated with you, and the law of death has also been integrated into the magic circuit in your body. Sister Rosaria smiled. The traces of magic in the essence of life are the most intense and pure. Only the most powerful cause and effect with the highest priority will be passed down. Since ancient times, blessings, talents, bloodlines, and even trial magic eyes have been selected through reproduction. Don't you know? Hela also added, or did you remember it wrongly? Your friend didn't eat the holy bones? I. Sauron looked at the two nuns staring at him awkwardly, gritted his teeth. Okay, give me the bottle, you guys step aside. Sister Rosaria shook her head. That won't work. If you use the holy bones to stir the essence, it may also be attached with the effect of death. We must witness it with our own eyes. Who the hell would do such a disgusting thing? I said it's digested. No more. What do you want? Sauron was furious. Sister Rosaria did not give in. If you want to prove your innocence, let me collect some essence myself. If you don't agree, even if you destroy the church like the evil villain Killian, we will not yield to you and stop pursuing the holy remains. Sauron was speechless. Wow, for a moment, he suddenly understood Killian's depressed mood of wanting to wipe out this group of crazy believers. Hela added, but why did you refuse, Mr. Dead Apostle? You won't lose anything. Isn't this what you men are most passionate about? Or do you want me to do it instead? If you don't like using your hands, you can also use other parts. Wait! Stop! Forbidden! 404404. Sauron jumped up. Aren't you nuns? Don't you have any rules or dogmas? Can you do this casually? Rosalia was puzzled. Why not? Humans are so weak and their lifespans are so short. If it weren't for their strong reproductive ability, they would have ceased to exist in the world long ago. Soren was speechless. Damn it, people in this world have different values. But your Church of the Dead Apostles is seeking the extinction of mankind, right? Hela shook her head. Our doctrine is to turn the earth into a dead land, and sink all human souls into the sea of eternal sleep. It is not to exterminate mankind. Sister Rosaria explained to the confused Soren, as long as the earth is turned into a dead land, the body of death can walk directly on land. At that time, the sea of eternal sleep will be connected to the material world, and the souls of all the dead in the past will return to the real world from the Dead Sea. And every human being can achieve true immortality and eternal existence. So until the final moment comes, death will never prohibit human beings from reproducing. But not all souls can sink into the sea of eternal sleep, so we have to graze on earth for it, and harvest those lambs who have gone astray. A happy smile appeared on Hela's face. Sauron no longer knew what the two crazy women were talking about. It can be said that he was afraid of these crazy people in the cult. They obviously have lost the correct understanding of death. Unfortunately, before he could jump up and run away, a bunch of black hands emerged from the void and grabbed Soren tightly. Hela and Rosaria approached him. Guanhuvar, damn! Guanhuvar watched in confusion. After all, Shadow Guardian would only be activated when the owner was hurt. Sorry, psychological trauma does not count. Okay, this is enough. Thank you for your active cooperation. It seems that you have indeed digested the holy remains. We will communicate this matter with the Pope. Sister Rosaria tidied her clothes and put away the bottle, but Hela still hadn't recovered. Soren stared at Guanhaifa. This broken cat was really useless at the critical moment. Just watching it from the side was not worthy of its curious shape and function. On the contrary, the dice flashed 3 times in succession, adding some kind of silver blessing magic to him, and also revived Soren's physical strength from near death to full state 3 times, which allowed him to fight 1 against 2 and finally turn the situation around. Turn defeat into victory, and pursue the victory with unstoppable momentum. Cough cough, just understand. But seriously, what the hell are these magic props? Could it be that someone has developed a divine dice specifically for this kind of battle? I have to go to the library to ask. Anyway, I'd better not go to Marlin tonight. I can't stand the continuous fierce battles. If you have anything else, just come to me. Don't harass the Iceland family. I take over their feud. After a frank conversation, Soren also let it go. You are welcome to visit anytime. The 2 nuns insisted on going to the door to say goodbye, and the eyes of the surrounding nuns gathered on them. The devil is coming again. Soren was sweating from being watched, and rode on Guanhaifa and fled. The reward for this side quest is really too much in every sense, so let's go back to the main quest, which at least looks more serious. Chapter 51. No, I can't recommend you. Sauron didn't expect that the library master would not give him face. He thought the recommendation of the White Robe Index was a sure thing. Sauron, you don't understand. Holding power in the Empire depends on your strength. You must have power first, and then get a seat, not the other way around. What's the meaning of a title? And you actually applied for it through the loyalty trial. Do you know what you are going to do? The library master rubbed his eyebrows and looked at the contract that Soren handed him to sign, his expression helpless. I know what you mean. It's written in the contract that you have to complete the Empire's mission to prove your loyalty and strength. Don't worry, I can complete this trial by myself. You just need to sign and give me a thumbs up. If you really don't want to, forget it. Killian also said that he is willing to introduce a recommender. If there is any inside information, you can give me some advice. Soren was quite surprised, but he didn't force it. No, I'm not unwilling, I can't. The magic clones created by the Shadow of Time are indeed the real person, but the magic power and memory are different. But as long as this magic is not discovered or triggered, the two are actually one and the same, so they can share the consequences of the law of cause and effect. In other words, once the existence of this magic is discovered, the existing clones will inevitably distinguish the primary and secondary relationship between the main body and the shadow, thus losing the direct intuitive connection between the two. Until death, the memory and magic power on this side can return to the remaining clones. So now I, a shadow apprentice, can't cheat this kind of trial-level high-level magic oath, so I have no right to sign on behalf of White Robe Index himself, and even if I sign, it will have no magical effect. As for Index himself, my shadow is not dead yet, and it has no memory of interacting with you now. It has to guard the great library, so I'm afraid it won't sign. Why, it's all written in these death contracts. Didn't you read it carefully? Will actively telling others that you have used the shadow of time also trigger the magic effect? Sauron had a headache, so Zygon was not disdainful to tell him or didn't believe it, but it was simply impossible on the magical level. Of course, magic is a mysterious art, and exposing the forbidden magic by yourself may cause backlash. Of course, my clone is only used to read books, so it doesn't matter. The library shrugged, but even if I can really sign for you, I don't recommend you to do the loyalty trial, not to mention that this is given to you by Killian. Why? Is that guy's mission so tricky? Sauron was a little uneasy. He is a human god, and the Prime Minister. This is a main quest that cannot be chosen, right? Is it something like slaying a dragon? It can't be more difficult than Yachuka's, right? I don't know what task it will give you. If it's just to kill a dragon or steal a divine weapon, it's fine, but it doesn't say it, and that's the problem. The library pointed to the contract spread out in front of him. Look, there's no specific content, right? So theoretically, if it adds a destroy the Elven Alliance, you can't do anything. Don't be so scared. This guy is not that shameless. But from what I know about it, Killian will definitely choose something that you can barely complete, but there will be serious sequelae and particularly troublesome causes and conditions, so it needs 3 white robe recommenders to share the burden. Do you really think that everything will be alright if the recommender signs his name? To put it bluntly, the Prime Minister is the direct person responsible for everything now. So it has been trying to pass the buck and find someone to do the work for a long time, assigning tasks to the white robes in various ways. But if it was a task that could be easily completed, it would have solved it long ago. The ones that are still in its hands are mostly extremely troublesome historical problems that cannot be solved purely by violence, such as the super troublesome cause and effect of Yachukas. Alas, I really miss the time when people were still playing with fireballs more than 1,000 years ago. After the law of causality was developed, it has been abused to the point where everything has consequences. I really give you a piece of advice: if you can avoid signing, don't sign. Sauron was speechless. What should he do? He seemed to have been dragged onto this pirate ship. No wonder Killian upgraded his weapons and equipment, taught him magic skills, and distributed artifacts right from the start. This is really a case of eating someone's mouth and being short-handed. Artifact? What artifact did it give you? The librarian suddenly showed an extremely alert expression. Oh, by the way, it left without saying anything clearly. Please help me identify the item. Sauron took out the dice from his arms and threw it to the librarian. Unexpectedly, the librarian only took a look at the dice and was startled, holding his head and hiding under the desk. Hey, what kind of bomb is this? Why do you react like this? It's scary. Soren jumped up. I knew it was this thing. The library master also got up in a rage and looked at the dice on the ground, with the skull facing up. Have you thrown it today? Is it the first time? I threw a skull before. What is this? Isn't it a magic item that can provide some kind of blessing? Seeing the look on the library master's face, Soren couldn't help but be on guard. A blessing? Well, you can understand it that way. After all, it's a lucky dice. The library master wiped his sweat. This is a causal artifact. The first throw of the day, if you throw a skull, it will trigger 3 life-threatening crises. If you throw a woman, you will have the good luck of winning 3 competitive games a day. Have you triggered 3 crises today? If not, please go out for a while. Don't start a fire and burn down my library. If you throw a skull, you will encounter a life-threatening crisis? 3 times. Then I should be considered to have triggered it. Soren scratched his head. Is being extremely excited and almost fainting also considered a life-threatening crisis? And the explanation of the library master seems to be a bit wrong, because he clearly saw with the magic eye that the skull side was the blessing shining with silver light, and the 3 times before. The dice did give him some kind of magic amplification, restoring his physical strength and energy. The library master explained, this thing is a very famous artifact. The creator's attainment in the law of cause and effect is really terrifying. He combined the cause and effect of suggestion, luck, blessing and curse together, and there is almost no backdoor left. Originally a magic effect that was triggered by chance, it can be clearly limited to the time and number of times it is triggered every day through dice. It is really an awe-inspiring skill. It caused chaos in the capital back then, but various cracking methods have been studied thoroughly, so you don't have to worry too much. Since 3 crises have been triggered today, at least it will be safe until tomorrow. Then why are you so scared? Sauron doubted. And wait, what about today and tomorrow? Can't you just not roll? Of course not. This is not something you can do every day, but something you must do every day. What? Sauron was shocked. If the danger of throwing the skull is triggered, the law of causality will definitely be triggered. Even if you hide in the house all day without going out, it will trigger the magic of suggestion to the flesh, causing people to inadvertently do dangerous things. The longer you delay, the worse it will be. At the end of the day, you may choke to death when swallowing saliva, or fall on the ground and break your neck. Therefore, only by actively rushing to the danger and trigger all the life-threatening situations can one be safe. In comparison, the probability of winning 3 times is really low. Maybe the skull of danger will kill him before the lucky woman throws. Who has the energy to spend all day with these dice? What a rip-off! What a perverted mentality of the creator to make such a disgusting artifact. Sauron was really shocked and speechless. Good for you, Killian, you give him such a rip-off as a reward? What about the trust between the vanguards? Don't be so deceiving. Do you want him to throw a skull every day and run to the monastery once? Even if he is young, he can't play like this. It's simply life-threatening. Even the library patted Soren on the shoulder with pity. Killian really went too far this time. You were tricked like this. I'm really embarrassed to let you leave empty-handed. Come with me, I give you a little advice. You'd better pick up the dice. This kind of artifact is only considered to be transferred after it is thrown by others, otherwise it will always follow you. From now on, the first thing to do every morning is to roll the dice and solve the crisis, otherwise the longer you delay, the more dangerous it will be. Sauron picked up the dice with a bitter face, and then followed the library through the jungle of bookshelves and walked down the spiral stairs to the underground of the library. Walking to the corridor on the first underground floor that looked like a subway platform, Sauron looked around and saw a tunnel extending underground near the wall at the edge of the corridor. This is the subway to the restricted book area on the lower level. You need the signature of the Lich to go down. When the car comes later, you will show Killian's signature to the librarian on the car, and then take the car down. The library master told Soren, don't get off too early. The forbidden spells are included below the 14th floor. You can read a book with Killian's signature. After reading the forbidden spell book, you can master a forbidden spell. But remember to read only one book. Don't be too greedy. Indix's temper is not very good. Soren nodded. Do you have any recommendations? Which one should I choose? My suggestions are useless. The books below are not chosen by you, but they choose you. In short, you will understand when you go down. Sometimes the subway is late. Wait a minute. I'm going to be busy now. The library climbed the stairs and left. Sauron didn't have to wait for a long time. In less than 10 minutes, a skeleton subway came crawling over. When the door opened, a pile of books rushed out like bats, flapping their covers along the spiral stairs and flying to the bookshelves above. TSK, books can take the subway. There was an old man in a gray robe at the entrance of the subway. He was so sleepy that he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Sauron couldn't tell whether this was another shadow of Indicus or some other employee. Anyway, he showed the name of Killian on the loyalty trial contract to the old man, got on the subway, and found a seat to sit down. The skeleton subway waited for a moment and started to move again. It soon entered the tunnel. There was no light around, only the sound of the wind passing by Soren's ears. Occasionally, a space and light like a subway station would pass by Soren's eyes. But the subway did not stop at every station. It would only stop when there were other apprentices in gray and red robes, or when an administrator was waiting with a book card. Of course, the main passengers were magic books. Soren remembered that the forbidden book area was below the 14th floor. He counted the platforms along the way, and rode 2 more stops conservatively. When he was sure that he was the only passenger in the car, he stood at the door, and got off at the next stop. Soren stepped onto the platform, and the subway immediately crawled back from behind him. It seemed that this was indeed the restricted book area, and there were no other passengers in the area below. The subway station in the restricted book area below was exactly the same as the one on the underground floor just now. Soren walked to the spiral staircase and looked up. He couldn't tell whether he had arrived at the restricted book area or sat back on the first floor for some unknown reason. After hesitating for a moment, he still climbed up the stairs and climbed out of the basement. The great library was still on the ground, but the towering bookshelves and the flocks of magic books had disappeared. The entire great library, a magnificent and huge hall, was empty, with only the shrine, a desk and a magic book placed in the center of countless layers of magic circles. Soren looked out through the French windows of the great hall. It was pitch black outside, and nothing could be seen. The main door of the hall was also closed. The whole building was a cage, or rather, a cage, with magic decorating the skin of the first floor of the great library above. Obviously, the magic book that was kept here alone was a forbidden spell. Through his magic eyes, Soren could clearly see that there were a lot of complicated magic circles around the book that looked mysterious and powerful. If there was no signature and approval from the Prime Minister, it was obvious that outsiders would never be able to enter unscathed. There was only one book in the center of the magic circle in front of him, so Soren didn't have to make a difficult choice. He tried to step into the magic circle and confirm that he would not be attacked. Then, he went forward and tried to open the cover of the magic book. The moment his fingers touched the pages, countless magic images rushed into Soren's eyes. He saw the battlefield where humans and elves fought, probably an illusion from the Third War. Colorful magic nets, legendary heroes in distinctive armor, dragons and monsters, legions of puppets and phalanxes of skeletons, a chaotic, violent, and cruel battlefield. There were no formations, no strategies, no boundaries. All creatures, from humans to gods, fought together. Too much redundant information washed over Soren's retina. When his brain was swollen and aching from processing too much information, a figure in a white robe appeared in the center of the battlefield, with his left hand on his waist and his right hand raised high. It stood in the center of the battlefield, too far away, and its appearance was covered tightly by various monsters and the Iron Army. But all the creatures on the battlefield, including Soren, inexplicably realized the appearance and existence of the white robe, and their sights were strangely focused on the position of the white robe, looking at its raised right hand, watching it snap its fingers. With a snap, the magic wind burst out from the palm of the white robe with the friction of its fingertips, and blew the thick curse magic in the palm of its hand to spread, sweeping over the entire battlefield like a vortex, and the thick black magic light covered the entire battlefield like a spider web. The lifeless dead spirits, puppets, and stone statues were still fighting. But the surface of all living creatures, at the moment of being stained by the cursed magic net, were trapped in it, and could not move, and all the terminals of the magic net were finally gathered in the palm of the white robe's raised right hand. Soren could hear the dragons and monsters caught in the net begin to roar in despair, and some warriors wearing golden and enchanted armor were still struggling to get half of their bodies out of the magic net. But only a few legendary creatures could move, and they could only struggle, and there was no way to completely break free. It was also impossible to see which part of their bodies was entangled by the curse. The more they struggled, the more curses they were infected with, and in the end, they could only be firmly caught in the net like all the other creatures. Then Soren heard the white robe speak. Medusa's breath. The spread black net was instantly retracted into the palm of the white robe, and it was as fast as the storm, but at the same time, the other end of the black thread was stuck with something else. Shadows, humanoid or magical, were pulled out of the bodies of the creatures by the cursed threads. The sound of the wind was like the wailing of a banshee, or indeed the wailing of wronged souls. They screamed and cried in despair, and were caught out of their bodies without any ability to resist. Finally, countless souls mixed with the black magic net gathered together in the palm of the white robe, condensing into a huge black pearl with a faint purple glow. The whole process was just a matter of breathing. Soren's sight regained its freedom. He looked around and found that on the entire battlefield, whether it was a humble slave or a legendary dragon rider, all living creatures were forbidden to move. They retained their last moment of expression, howled and exhaled their last breath, and then the skin of their bodies gradually lost all magic and the luster of life as the shadow disappeared. The gray corpse spots spread and covered them, turning them into stone statues, completely motionless. The man in white robe flicked his hand, and threw the black pearls formed by thousands of souls in his hand into the open mouth of his shadow on the ground, feeding it to its ghost. Then he clapped his hands together. Bang! There was a loud noise, like a roar that broke through the sound barrier. The shockwave spread out with the white robe as the center. The earth-shaking air waves swept all the stone statues turned into mustard powder. The debris of the entire battlefield was crushed by the air wall and turned into flying ash, rushing towards Soren, who was watching. Soren opened his eyes suddenly, and the magic book had been closed by him. Cold sweat covered his back, soaking his underwear. And a new spell appeared in his mind, Medusa's breath. This is the so-called forbidden spell above level 14, which will cause the great magic that cannot be dispelled, cannot be stopped, and cannot be reversed. Chapter 52. Is this the magic used on the battlefield? Sauron fell silent while sitting in the subway. He had used the curse before. Back then, in the vampire dungeon, he borrowed the talent of Abiz's Mount Nightmare Blazing Rose, and cast a blank curse. Later, he used it to trick it in the decisive battle with the Chukas. The forbidden spell he learned this time was also similar in principle, but the range was larger, the effect was stronger, the priority was higher, and the content of the curse was more specific. Petrified. In an instant, at least several thousand creatures on the battlefield were pulled out of their souls, regardless of their physical combat power, and turned into stone statues. As for the move of clapping hands to create a wave of air and blasting everyone into ashes, it was not the magical effect of the forbidden spell, but simply the white robe's own strength. In fact, think about it the other way around. This lich can slap everyone on the battlefield and kill most of the low-level soldiers in seconds. But those powerful flying dragons, monsters, or wizard swordsmen can generally avoid this kind of pure physical damage. It is impossible that the elves do not have battlefield protection magic similar to the law of cause and effect and the halo. It is just that the priority of these protections and blessings is lower than the effect of the forbidden spell Medusa's breath, so it seems that they are completely ineffective and the whole field is killed instantly. Of course, there is definitely a gap between manufacturer advertising and user experience. First of all, no matter how strong Soren's magic talent is, he can't suppress thousands of people on the entire battlefield at the same time, and it is even more impossible to really kill everyone instantly in a breath. At most, there are dozens or hundreds of people nearby. Secondly, petrification magic has strict conditions for effectiveness, such as the target's sight must be directly looking into the caster's eyes. Although this upgraded forbidden spell version has relaxed the triggering conditions, it is also necessary to focus on the caster. Therefore, the trick of the lich snapping his fingers to attract the attention of everyone on the battlefield is to cooperate with this forbidden spell and make it fully exert its full power. But even with these shortcomings, it doesn't matter. After all, forbidden spells are forbidden spells. Medusa's breath is probably the top petrifying curse in this world, and its priority may only be slightly lower than those of the holy relics. Now Soren is more worried that this group-killing forbidden spell is probably irreversible. If he uses it casually and accidentally kills all our teammates, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Hey, country bumpkin. Suddenly someone stood in front of Soren. Soren looked up blankly, and saw two balls squeezed together, wrapped in a crimson velvet robe with a V-shaped opening on the front that exposed her lower abdomen, and a translucent tight underwear made of black spider silk inside. If you want to say she is exposed, she is not exposed at all. But if you want to say she is serious, she is not serious at all. Soren can only say nice. Then he looked up and saw the noble magic girl Franny making a face of contempt for some kind of pest towards him, and his expression suddenly collapsed. Why are you here again? Saras rolled his eyes at him. The potion master called us to meet in her workshop tonight. She said the bats couldn't find you. If you see them, please let me know. The bats couldn't find me, then how did you find them? Sauron was puzzled. Looking back, he had never received a letter directly from the bats. The first letter he contacted with Saijan was sent to the mailbox of Abiz's family. Because of the habitual thinking of the aliens, he didn't see anything wrong. But when he followed Marlin to rescue the clerk Sally, he noticed that even if the bats were temporarily blocked by the magic barrier, they would still deliver the letter to the recipient. But for some reason, this magic of finding people did not work on Soren. It's just a coincidence. She held a magic book under her arm, and walked to the other end of the subway and sat down, looking disdainful from Soren. It seems that she happened to come to the basement of the library to borrow books before, and just happened to run into him when she was leaving. Soren touched his chin and thought about it, but it was still not right, so he stood up and walked to Sarasis. The purple-haired magic girl closed the book she had just opened, and chased after Soren in front of her with a disdainful look. What's wrong? Then how did you find me last time? Was the ambush on me also a coincidence? Soren looked down at Sarasis and the northern hemisphere. It was an ambush on me, but it was interrupted by the butler halfway. Did the elf teach you some kind of tracking magic? Why hasn't she appeared yet? You didn't bring the sword? TSK, Sarasis crossed his legs and crossed his arms over his chest. So what do you want to do? You dealt with Yachukas, and now you want to kill me and eliminate the roots. Soren squinted his eyes and approached her. I killed Yachukas, which can be regarded as solving one of your enemies. The most popular thing now is to talk about cause and effect. Don't you plan to repay this favor? If Soren looked closely, he noticed that there was a faintly visible magic web connecting Sarasis's chest to himself. It seems that the bond is indeed connected to several people that night, and it is still in effect. The library's advice is really right. Don't sign if you can avoid it these days. It's inconvenient to do anything if you make too many promises. However, Salasis's expression changed. He covered his chest with his hands and turned his body to the side, staring at Soren with shame and anger. You scumbag. Your own dressing style is not very conservative. Okay. Soren had to look away. That's not what I meant. Where is Ulrides? Anyway, it was him who caused the matter of Yachuka's, right? I just go find him directly. He's on the first floor, chatting with the librarian. Stay away from me, disgusting guy. The subway happened to stop. Salasis covered his chest with one hand, lifted the hem of his skirt and hurried upstairs with a disgusting expression. Damn, I really don't get along with this guy. Sauron followed with a sour face, and sure enough, he saw Ulrides in front of the book lending counter, about to leave with his disciples. Wait, Mr. Whiterobe. Sauron hurriedly took out the loyalty contract. Can you please sign it? Ulrides and the librarian looked at each other, and said bluntly, no. Sauron was really helpless. It seemed that there was really no one stupid except himself. Selas was gloating, and almost laughed out loud. I actually wanted to sign for you, but the loyalty trial is too difficult, and the magic involved is also very dangerous, so each white robe can only recommend one person at a time, and I plan to recommend Sarasis. The magic girl's sneer immediately froze on her face, and it was obvious that she also knew how tricky this task was. The library master interrupted unexpectedly, but the trial in Killian's hand is too difficult. Don't you plan to wait for her to take a few midterm wizard tests first, so as to practice? Ulride shook his head. It's too late. Her death has not been completely changed. If she does the big trial first, she will be under the protection of the rules of the law of causality, but she will have more time to fight for a glimmer of hope. Sarasis fell silent. Soren was helpless. Someone was still trying to get such a tricky task as the trial of loyalty. Can we do it together? Form a team. It's too inhumane. Ulrides and the librarian suddenly turned their heads to look at him. Why? Is it not possible? Didn't we kill Yachukas as a team? In theory, it's possible, but both of us have to agree. The librarian's expression was extremely tangled. Ulrides looked at Sarasis seriously. Do you agree? I recommend you two to take the loyalty test together. Sarasis frowned and looked at Soren with disdain. She looked like she didn't want to be involved with Soren, but Ulrides had obviously told her clearly that the main purpose of choosing disciples was to change their fate of death. Sarasis still had a family feud to avenge and a good youth to experience. Who would be willing to die like this? Although Soren was the worst scum vanguard, he did kill Yachukas and changed her fate a little. Okay. Sarasis pinched his nose and admitted, I agree to his joining. It's your mission to join me. Okay, forget it. Come and sign it. After finally getting a signature, Soren didn't bother about it, and took out the contract and handed it over. So Ulrides and Salasis also signed respectively, and then the white robe took out 2 magic daggers from his sleeves and gave them to Soren and Salasis. This is my work. It's not a divine weapon. It can only summon a sword spirit servant to assist in the battle, and it can deal with all the opponents under the gods. The ceremony is now complete. It nodded to the librarian, and with the apprentice, it teleported away with a flash. Very good. Now the only thing left is a recommendation. Sauron happily put away the contract and the dagger given by Ulrides, and turned his head to see the librarian next to him, staring at him with a constipated expression that he wanted to complain, but was forcibly holding back. Sauron looked at him. Why do you want to join too? Add your head. The librarian covered his face. Do you know what it means to do a loyalty trial together? What happened? Alas, you really don't understand. Let me put it this way. This kind of great magic must strictly abide by the established contract rules. There is no possibility of loopholes. I said it is theoretically feasible because the fundamental purpose of your trial is to become a chief officer, right? The library asked, do you know how ordinary people usually become chief officers besides trials? Don't ordinary people just inherit? Sauron was suddenly stunned. That person seemed to say that the chief officer is inherited by the head of the family. If voluntary, it can also be passed on to others, to children, or spouses. Well, congratulations on your engagement. The library patted Soren on the shoulder. OMG. Oh my god, I said if you have anything to say, can you just say it all at once? It's too much to keep cheating people like this. Soren was confused. He thought the dagger was a gift for the trial, and the white robe was generous enough to give him a share. After all this time, this is an engagement token. Heh, if I tell you straight, I'm afraid the girl will not agree to it even if she dies, judging by the look on your face. The library man shook his head. Marriage, a cause and effect that is more terrible than the trial. Sauron was almost dizzy. I have paid too much for a mission. Can I still regret it? Will Ulrides chase me and kill me if I break off the engagement? Engagement is a matter between the two of you. If you really don't want to, you can cancel it after completing the mission. However, if you are engaged based on the loyalty trial, the marriage relationship may be protected by trial-level magic. At that time, even canceling the engagement may require a trial-level mission. Alas, I suggest you be mentally prepared. It's better to make do with it. Sauron almost fainted. So annoying. This magical world where everything is about contracts and consequences is really annoying. The library waved in front of the dazed Sauron. Are you okay? You can't stand it? Your trial hasn't even started yet. How can you save the human revival empire like this? Look at it more positively. You will be numb after experiencing it a few more times. Okay. Sauron forced himself to cheer up, rubbing his temples to cheer himself up. Don't panic. It's just a technical adjustment. The situation has not collapsed to the point of being out of control. You see how much that Sarasis hates him. Maybe she will take the initiative to do the trial to cancel the engagement. Then he can save himself the trouble. The library master watched Soren comforting himself and shook his head. You still lack a recommendation. Now where are you going to find a stupid white robe to sign for you? Then a white robe pushed open the door of the library and walked over. It was a bald man that Soren had never seen before. There was no hair on his head, and he was obviously wearing a pure hood. But it was followed by a blind little girl in a purple robe, who held her master's index finger and walked over together. So Soren knew that he had probably seen this guy before twice. Index. The bald man nodded to the library master as a greeting, and then looked at Soren. Come out with me. Skod let go of his master's finger, walked aside obediently, and sat with a group of magic books. Soren swallowed his saliva, followed him out with cold sweat on his head, and his feet seemed to be filled with lead. Just after getting engaged to someone else, the prophet master of his future prophet girlfriend came to the door. It was so stressful. They didn't walk far, and stopped in the marble corridor where light and shadow intertwined. The white robe stood in the shadow cast by the pillars, and Soren stood in the golden sunlight with a gray cloak. I am Rivendell, the master and distant relative of Skuld, the white-robed lich, the lord of the astrology mountain, the great prophet, and the vanguard. The bald mask was very cheap, and there was no facial expression at all, which was very scary. I am Soren. Soren answered subconsciously, no, this guy is also a vanguard? Anyone is a vanguard. The vanguard is not the topic of our conversation this time. Soren was about to speak, but Rivendell stopped him from asking questions. I am here to recommend you to participate in the trial of loyalty at the request of Skuld. Soren opened his mouth, but the other party took over before he could speak. I saw that you were engaged to Ulride's disciple, and she could see it too. This kind of trivial matter is insignificant. A trifle? Sauron was a little speechless. So, she is really my future. Not necessarily. A future that is too far away depends on the choices of the parties involved. You can't always be together. Rivendell pointed at Sauron. Of course, I'm not so unreasonable as to intervene and deprive my apprentice of his chosen life just because I can see the inevitable misfortune in the future. To be honest, it's not worth it to make my little apprentice unhappy because of your life or death. So go ahead and do your test. Whether it's to save mankind or conquer the world, embark on your journey, and then burn to ashes. I can't control it, but you are not allowed to hurt her heart. Sauron frowned and looked at the other party in silence. His character was a bit rebellious, or a bit stubborn. He was easy to talk to, but it was easy to get angry if he got into a fight. Why, aren't my words clear enough? Rivendell exuded a fierce pressure, as if the air was condensed. Although Soren couldn't feel it at all. Aren't you a prophet? I think you can see the future, right? Tell me, how should I answer you? Soren sneered at it. Have I ever paid attention to you? When did you not come to me? Don't hurt her feelings. Skoder, right? Okay, prophet, tell me, will she be more sad if I tell her directly that I'm not interested in her, or will she be more sad if I lie to her and pretend that I like her? Soren thought that he would be beaten half to death for his suicidal behavior. But he never expected that the lich would not react in anger, but just said calmly, I don't know. Huh? I don't know either. Rivendell was so frustrated that he pulled his shoulders, and his condensed momentum disappeared in an instant. As long as she doesn't kill you, as long as you are alive, no matter what you do to her, she will be happy. Sad or angry, as long as she interacts with you, she feels very happy. But even if I only saw you fall into death once, I couldn't bear her desperate expression after so many years. So I guess, don't die. Don't die in this trial. Sauron opened his mouth, speechless. Is your apprentice sick? Rivendell nodded. It can be said that the magic eye she inherited is too strong. She can see the future line as long as she sleeps. Moreover, This natural magic has put too heavy a burden on her brain since she was a child, so it is a vicious cycle, and she will fall into a coma from time to time. I am worried that the worst-case scenario is that after experiencing too many futures, her soul has been twisted and split because of those illusory illusions. The body has no chance to form a normal personality in reality, and is eroded by those illusory future memories. Maybe in a certain future, the time that Scott spent with you was too long, so it indirectly affected the normal growth of Scott in the reality of each timeline. Maybe it's like she said, you will eventually spend every future together, so for her, you are her destiny. Forget it, there's no point telling you this. You are right. These things, at least for the present Sauron, have nothing to do with him. Even the future Sauron, just because he was too close to her, left a deep impression on all the scoundrels. You are not wrong at all. I am wrong. I shouldn't have done that damn trial. Forget it, let it go. Just be careful not to die. The Lich hung his head in frustration and signed the contract in his hand, like a lonely dog in the rain. Sorry, this is Sauron's first impression. Sauron took the contract handed back by the other party, and didn't even realize when the other party took it from his hand. He scratched his head in embarrassment, knowing that it was because of Skod that he was repeatedly let go by this white robe. Well, thank you for your recommendation. And her favor. But I won't die. I also plan to complete the loyalty trial, the oracle trial and various other trials, become a chief officer and then save Skod. Thinking of the ultimate goal of the death trial, Soren choked and couldn't say a word. Chapter 53. First, Death, then Rivendell. These two guys came one after another to predict love for Sauron, but it scared him. What future or not, lovers or not, this kind of relationship is too twisted and too heavy, isn't it, Ayandra? Back in the library, Sauron didn't dare to look at the blind little girl, for fear that she would suddenly scream. It was obviously me first. Then jump up and stab him, cut open his heart and abdomen and behead him. A set of 3 hits to a good ending. That's too bad. Fortunately, Skoll didn't make any embarrassing declarations of love, and took out a lavender silk handkerchief from the bag on his waist and handed it to Soren. This is my thoughts, please accept it. Sauron opened his mouth to refuse, but Rivendell stared at him with wide eyes, and he was really under pressure, so he had to reach out and take it. Thank you. Skod smiled at him. I won't go to the evening meeting, see you later. She reached out her hand and tried to feel around. Rivendell immediately stepped forward and put his index finger in the girl's palm for her to hold, and then led her away. Sauron looked at the handkerchief in his hand speechlessly, and then looked at the librarian, who was watching the show next to him, and had a look of grumbling. Okay, just say it, don't hold it in. Wow, Sauron, you are quite popular. Someone actually gave you missing. Tis tsk. The librarian shook his head, and came over to look at the handkerchief. Incredible, incredible, this is made by hand. Wow, it's really rare to see such pure missing these days. No, I haven't seen it in my 2 lifetimes. It's really enviable. Is it some kind of blessing magic? Sauron held up the handkerchief to the light. It was just a small square handkerchief, as big as a glass's cloth. When he looked closely, he couldn't help but gasp. It was actually woven from fine silver silk. Each silver thread was so thick that it condensed into a physical blessing magic net. It was only faintly purple because it was contaminated by the magic energy of the wind in the air. This is a tradition in the ancient human empire. Before going to the battlefield, women would make missing and give it to their loved ones. If the man can come back alive from the battlefield, the two will get married. The concept of love, the reconstruction of happiness and the expectation of a better future will all be concentrated on this thought. This is a rare powerful protective magic that is born with positive emotions. Wear it on your chest, it will definitely save your life. Wow, your traditions are too weird. Going back to your hometown to get married after the war is a taboo in Soren's hometown. Is it really okay to plant a flag so blatantly? Unlucky? That's true. After the fall of the ancient empire, it's rare to send missing people to the battlefield now. Look! Although in Soren's opinion, it is really unlucky to go to the battlefield with such a heavy missing, and from his point of view, he is not close to Skod to the point of receiving such a valuable gift. But after all, it is a gift made by the prophetess herself, and it is a bit too much to throw it away like this. So he softened his heart and put it in his arms, as the library suggested. Haha, I don't need to say more. Giving missing has a clear meaning of expressing love, which is considered a confession from the woman. Rivendell's little apprentice is quite proactive. You have only been engaged to Olride's apprentice for a short time, and she has already chased you without giving up. The library master teased on the side, and waved his hand to summon a paper bat. Anyway, now you meet the conditions for participating in the loyalty trial. Send the contract to Killian, and wait for the Parliament to announce the specific content of the trial in a few days. Ha, you are quite interesting, my little prophet lover. Did you notice that she is reminding you of the content of the trial? Soren sent the contract of the loyalty trial to Killian by bat. He looked up suddenly after hearing this, but he still hadn't reacted. The library explained to him, there are very few people who weave myths by themselves these days. Usually they just buy magic pattern cloth to enchant, which can only play a limited protective role and is just for good luck. For ordinary adventures or exams, it is more economical to give magic equipment or accessories as gifts, and they can be preserved longer. But she made myths for you according to ancient traditions. If it is not just to express feelings. That was a hint that Soren might be heading to the battlefield soon. Soren was alert now. Battlefield? No way. Does that Killian really want me to attack the elves now? It's definitely not the elves. I'm wondering if it's the north or the south. The library took out a map book and pointed it to Soren. The eastern section is the main line of confrontation with the Elf Alliance, and now the deadlock cannot be broken head-on. So the 4th and 5th counterattacks of the Empire opened up 3 fronts in the northern territory to try to bypass the main battlefield. One is the Ice Sea front in the far north. The defense zone of the White Frost Crusaders is currently competing with the elves of the Snow Country to win over the humanoid tribal alliance in the Ice Sea. This front is too far away, and the logistics cannot keep up, so it is mainly diplomatic. One is the Wild Plateau in the northwest, the territory of the Orcs, which is the current main attack direction. A battle was just fought not long ago. It is said that they have begun to contact the core area of the Orcs, and the resistance is getting bigger and bigger. The remaining road is the Kingdom of Franny in the northeast, which is on the edge of the main battlefield in the east. The route of the underground river ends in this area, and the underground tunnel cannot supply to the war zone further north. The territory of Franny occupies the high ground on the top of the mountain, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the 2 factions in their country are fighting fiercely, and the outcome has not yet been determined. The Empire and the Alliance have stationed large armies at the border waiting. Once they fall to the side of the Elven Alliance, the Dragon Cavalry can advance to cut off our supply lines to the Savage Plateau and the Ice Sea War Zone. On the other hand, if they join the Empire, we can directly bypass the front battlefield and cut into the heart of the Elven Alliance from the flank. Sauron Lian nodded. It was clear with the map. The location of the capital of the Empire was at the southern end of the entire country, which was the last lonely city left after the 3 wars. Today, the Empire's territory has expanded to the southwest corner of the entire continent. The west and south are coastlines, and the front battlefield in the east is divided by the defense line arranged by the elven gods, with the help of terrain and magic. The entire north that is now being fought over, the mountainous area of the Franny Kingdom, is the strategic core for bypassing the front line and outflanking from the flank. The battle zones of the Ice Sea and the Savage Plateau are actually far away from the traditional battle areas between the Empire and the Elven Alliance, and belong to the detachment that has been opened up outside the big map. There is also the south. The main force in the south is the Lizardman civilization. After the Third War, when they came to join, the Empire sent Anubis in white robes to lead the reinforcements to fight together. This journey has been going smoothly. I heard that in these 2 counterattacks, because the Elf Alliance had too many troops, the elves of the Sand Country were weak. Therefore, the Imperial Alliance not only recaptured the Lizardman metropolis Quetzalcoatl, but also captured the capital of the Sand Country elves, Fiam. The library master opened the map of the southern front. Maybe it was another continent, or a big island, or just across the bay. The intelligence is not complete, because the sea is the strength range of the elf fleet, and the source of information is very limited. Large areas of sea charts and coastlines are confidential information controlled by the elves, or the secret hideouts of pirates, which cannot be easily bought. From the changes in the color blocks on the magic map, it can be seen that the Lizardman forces once huddled in the western corner of the southern continent, but after the Empire's southern army landed in the northern part of the continent, it caught the elves of the Sand Kingdom by surprise, not only driving them to the east, taking the important town of Quetzalcoatl and joining the Lizardmen, but also through several battles, conquered the Sand Elves' royal city Fiam as a base, and opened up a large territory all the way to the south. It seems that in the 4th and 5th wars, it was this southern detachment that achieved amazing results. Of course, this is indeed because a large number of troops of the Elven Alliance were tied up in the main battlefield. But Sauron is quite strange. The south can be the main development direction. It's better than fighting in the wilderness and ice and snow in the north, right? Because of some bad rumors, Anubis, the commander of the Southern Army, seems to have a tendency to be independent. He has repeatedly ignored the orders of the Imperial Parliament to continue to attack the heartland of the elves to relieve the pressure in the north. And he has also had a rift with the lizard men and refused to return the ancient city of Quetzalcoatl. There are rumors that it has reached a private truce agreement with the elves of the Sand Country. What's more, the envoys and new fleet sent by the Empire were inexplicably intercepted by the elf navy. Anubis also used this as an excuse, claiming that the transport fleet was blocked by the elves and had stopped sending resources and troops to the Empire for a long time. But the Empire really can't spare the time to take care of it now. Sauron frowned. He remembered that the cripple of the Chamber of Commerce had mentioned to him that a certain force had made peace with the elves and was recognized, becoming the third force between the Empire and the Elf Alliance. He thought it was from the Kingdom of Franny before, so is there also an independent army of Anubis in the south? It's basically these four fronts. The orcs on the plateau have just fought once recently, and the ISC has been dead silent for a long time. The situation in Franny is the most critical now, and there are also hidden dangers in Anubis. The latter two places may be the locations of your trials. In short, take the geography books and ecological notes of these two areas. There is no harm in learning more, and there will always be opportunities to use them. The library also prepared a personal gift for Soren. Soren was quite touched. You are quite nice. The library pushed his glasses. I heard that Rivendell has 3 female apprentices. When you and the girl get along, ask her to introduce a sister to me. There are not many people who can weave longing these days. Damn. Other white robes have been transformed into nightmares in the hearts of the beautiful girls of the Empire for thousands of years. Do you still want others to match you? Stop staying at home, brother. After bidding farewell to the library master, Soren rode on Guan Haifa and returned to the residence of Abis. He had not returned for 2 days after killing Yachukas. He had to prepare for the possible trial of loyalty expedition in the future, and planned to let this monster swallow all the military supplies that the Great Knight had purchased for him. As a result, from a distance, he saw that the mailbox of Abis was filled with bats, and some that could not squeeze and were hung upside down at the door, layer by layer. And all of them were written with to Soren. What the hell? He really didn't receive any of them. They were all sent to this house. Sauron was busy for a long time before he classified these letters. After counting, there were about 200 letters. Some of them were sent by the female knight Bridget. They basically apologized to Soren for being too emotional and angry with him when he left. Then they introduced the recent situation. Now she is stationed in the military district on the main front line as the commander-in-chief. She told Soren to go to her 2 sisters if he had any difficulties. When he was promoted to a formal knight, he could go to the border to train with her legion. There were 2 official documents from the Grand Council, a notice about the settlement of the reward for eradicating Yachukas, and a statement about a fine imposed on him for his ghosts draining the psychic tower and destroying public buildings. The fine was settled quite quickly, and the string of zeros almost made Soren faint. There was a letter from the furnace factory. The sender was an engineer named Henry, who claimed to be the gunsmith of the repeater rifle used by Soren. He heard that the Grand Master was very fond of his rifle, so he politely thanked him, and asked if there was anything else he needed. There was also a secret letter from the owner of the weapons shop, saying that Tim had conveyed the goodwill of the Chamber of Commerce Alliance, and that they, the Vanguard Army, had already controlled Furnace Town, the Miners Association, and the Engineers Association from the inside out. They had also contacted the rebels on the farm, and now they were hiding a large number of escaped slaves in the mines and slums to establish bases. They had already secured the suburban base centered on Furnace Town. The radicals were currently planning to take advantage of the opportunity when the surrounding humanoid tribal mercenaries were fighting and both sides were injured. The riots were gradually cooling down, and the forces below were unprepared to take the initiative to launch a large-scale operation and systematically and organizedly reduce the population of non-human races in the suburbs of the imperial capital. Solon Khan, the vanguards are too proactive. They have been making trouble from the beginning to the end. It's really one wave after another, and there is no peace. You clean up their butts, and they will eat their fill and poop out another tank. It's really disgusting. No wonder Killian doesn't bother to care about them. It's a blessing that these people don't take the initiative to provoke others. It seems that I have to go to Furnace Town before leaving. Then, there was a letter from Maryland, which directly questioned him why he didn't go on a night raid at night. Cough cough. Next letter. Sally's letters, the first few were about wanting to meet Soren, probably about borrowing the dragon spear. The last one was to thank Soren for his help, and asked cryptically why he didn't go that night. Wow, you guys are so enthusiastic, even Soren is scared. And Sister Hella, TSK? She didn't let him go either, saying thank you for the hospitality last night. They have sent the things Soren left behind to the Pope, and attached a letter to explain. She and Sister Rosalia are still looking forward to Soren's next visit. These are invitations to kill people. Wait. Last night? Soren scratched his head. What happened? It seems that he went directly to the library after leaving the church. During that time, he only entered the illusion when he was studying forbidden spells underground. So he read the book all night, and it's already the next day. Then, there is one thing that must be done. Sauron touched his pocket, and took out the dice directly, flicking it. The dice rolled into his palm, and the light of the silver blessing was activated. It was a skeleton. It's not that I don't believe the 3 crises mentioned by the library master, but Soren really doesn't care. He can see that the magic effect bestowed by the skeleton is essentially a blessing. Even if there are some negative effects, it should be more beneficial than harmful overall. What's more, his current body has no magic gain at all, and it is also based on the bone of Achilles. If there is a crisis, it's a crisis. It's a small case. As for the other letters, there are more than 100 of them, so there's no need to read them, because they are all sent by Shichiong. Soren opened more than a dozen emails, all of which were notifications asking him to attend a party at Sally Garden tonight. It seems that she really sent a lot of emails to find people. Maybe she has found some information about Soren's bond aura, and the cause and effect of killing Yachukas. But sending hundreds of emails in a row, her temper is too bad. Is she trying to drown him with a sea of bats or something? This is how he roughly read the unread emails. Soren thought about it, and replied to the female knight Bridget first, telling her that he accepted the loyalty test, and was preparing to become a chief officer. I wanted to persuade her not to misunderstand the relationship between her parents. But it was not easy for outsiders to talk about the private affairs of the Abi's family. In the end, I only said, I heard that your family's enemy Yachukas was dead. I hope you can let it go. Then I wrote back to Henry. To be honest, the lever-action rifle was beyond his expectations. But the more magic he came into contact with, especially the scene of the white robe killing everyone with Medusa's breath last night, Soren felt more deeply. The firepower was not enough. What I saw in the illusion was roughly the battlefield of the Third War a long time ago. The elves' army had all kinds of dragons and monsters, and the elf warriors were all in armor, and there were all kinds of great magic to protect them. No matter how powerful the white robes were, the top white robes and top forbidden spells could only deal with a legion of 5,000 to 6,000 elves. Not to mention that the high-end combat power must be exchanged with those elf gods, and it is not so easy to deploy it to the lower-level battlefield of miscellaneous soldiers. So even if there are thousands of automatic rifles firing randomly, the firepower density is still not enough, and it needs to be strengthened. Bring on the cannons. Cannons. Heavy cannons. Bombs. Explode. Explode the hell out of here. What's the point of playing melee? The elves have even developed super magic arrows. The future war will definitely be a competition of long-range firepower projection, covering the entire battlefield and crushing. So cannons are the truth. So Soren wrote a bunch of keyboard warriors' opinions, for the reference of experts only, and told him that there was a bronze cannon cast by dwarves at the door of the Rose Guild, and he could ask the Chamber of Commerce to make it for you to study. On the contrary, there were only a few lines written to the owner of the weapon shop, saying that he might have to go on an expedition, and ask them not to mess around. If those powerful white-robed men really come to slaughter the city, he can do nothing to help. Those queens who are simply greedy for his body will not reply. He has been entangled by a Yandra who sees the future. Now he really doesn't want to add to the Shura field. Thank you for your kindness. It's better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes than to help each other. Yeah, as for Shichiong, Soren has not decided how to treat her. He probably misunderstood the other party about the Shadow of Time. This girl is also the first person he really likes. He wants to apologize and reconcile, but he feels that he is not qualified to pursue the other party. He was already engaged to someone else, and he had a soulmate who would love him forever in the future. What right did he have to pursue Zijin? Just because it was his first love, he was a little moved. That would be too bad, right? But he was reluctant to let him give up like this. Sauron grabbed his hair and boasted that even if he faced a white robe, he could fearlessly shoot at the other person's forehead. If he was excited, he dared to rush into the army of demons alone. But when he met the girl he liked, he hesitated and was extremely confused. He couldn't make up his mind. Perhaps this is the common trouble of passionate young people. Chapter 54. On the way to Shichiong workshop, Soren was struggling to choose this or that, and fell into the delusion that she must like me. What will the child be named if I marry her? Of course, He also seriously considered the possibility of I want them all, but he was still worried that the chance of being torn into pieces by the Empire's mentally abnormal magic girl night girls would be greater if he opened the Crystal Palace blindly. In short, it was just a daydream, and the taste of it must be experienced by boys and girls who have had relevant experience of puberty. Of course, there is no need to worry about Soren's mental journey, because he had planned how to chat with Zaijin along the way, but in the end, he didn't use the lines he had planned when he arrived at the place. What is this? Seeing the things built in the garden, Soren could only ask this question. This looks like some kind of alchemical product. The base is a triangular metal bracket with a brass base. The bracket supports a closed cubic stone box. A long pole like a clothes drying rack extends from the top of the stone box. It is about 5 meters high and extends to the surrounding sun-shaped thin poles. Magic props such as metal plates and gems are hung on the top of the thin poles. The long needle that pointed to the sky was covered with a large ball, which looked like some kind of rubber. The one-eyed dragon Polygus and the pseudo-girl Guild were busy running around under the command of Zaijin, sometimes correcting the bracket, sometimes adding a rune. Salasis and Xing were watching the show on the side. What are you doing? Zaijin didn't have time to deal with him, so Soren had to bite the bullet and ask his fiancée. Salasis rolled his eyes and ignored him. It was the housekeeper Xing who glanced at him and said, preparing to summon the demon. What? Demon summoning? Sauron was confused again. He didn't know how to answer the question for a while, because he had too many questions. But when it comes to demon summoning, the scene he usually remembers is that there is a magic circle drawn on the ground with blood or other body fluids, an altar in the middle to offer sacrifices, maybe a beautiful girl is tied up, and then a group of people surround and sing a few lines of Jia Jia Dai Jia Jia Dai. Okay, it's not right to use the demon summoning scene in cartoons to bring into another world, but this is really too weird. There are no magic circles, no offerings, no common demonic elements. If you have to say that the metal bracket is an altar, it is more like a communication antenna. The prophet is not coming today. Are all the others here? Okay, we are almost ready. Xiong waved his hands and activated the barrier around the garden. Today we are on a tight schedule. We need to summon 3 demons, 2 devils, an evil god, an ancient god, and 2 unknown things. You should all be mentally prepared, especially the mental barrier. If you have hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, you should call for help immediately, otherwise it may cause a forbidden spell-level disaster. What's your question? Xiong looked at Soren, who raised his hand. And the butler Xing beside him. Why didn't the prophet come? According to what you said in your letter, we all have to bear the responsibility together, right? Can we renew the contract without her? Xing asked. She has the magic eye that can see the future. If she comes into direct contact with these foreign gods and demons, it is likely to cause an inevitable disaster in the future. Gil took out a white wooden doll from his robe. It doesn't matter. This is the substitute doll I got when I did a mission before. I can use it to sign the contract on her behalf tonight. How generous. How about you also help me bear the consequences? Sarasis said coldly. Well, since you are all involved, you will know sooner or later. Guild said, Scooter is a very important guide to the Empire. She has her own trials. If something points to Scooter later, who of you can help her? Next, if you save her once, you can get the reward promised by her protector White Robe Rivendell or Prime Minister Killian himself. Sarasis fell silent. Xing was also thinking, and Soren still raised his hand high. Is there anyone who can tell me what's going on now? Guild looked at Zaijin and still ignored him, so he had to speak up. Zaijin found out that your aura bond is entangled with the Vanguard's great oath we signed before. As a result, each of the 7 of us has taken the responsibility of killing Yachukas. So the causal contract that Yachuka signed with some demon gods in the outer realm must also be completed by us. Soren raised his hand again. Why? What's the debt it owes? What's our business? Because those demons are stronger than you. Pelusius finished his hard work, clapped his hands, and came over. You can't tear up the contract with God just because you want to. You, or we, killed Yachukas, causing the contract it signed to be unfinished. Then, the demons on the other side of the contract have the right to come and take what they want. The white robes have no right to stop them from crossing the barrier of the present world. And as long as any demon comes, it may cause a devastating blow to the Empire. It is even possible to completely sever human civilization. And they have the right to claim our souls. Guild added, usually, the foreign demons that come to the world will be greatly weakened and can only exist in the form of shadows, at most charming a few apostles to exercise some of their powers. But this time, because we broke the contract between the demons and Yachukas, they have the right to hunt us down, replace our souls, and occupy our bodies to truly descend. This is a true demon god. It is not comparable to those false gods of the elves. Sauron sighed. This rubbish world is really difficult. There are a lot of things outside such a broken place that are staring at it covetously. No wonder those white robes turned a blind eye to the fact that Yachukas has been hiding in his nest for 1,000 years. Which is more serious, promiscuous relationships or the destruction of the world? Of course, things are not that tense yet. As long as none of us are replaced as containers, Killian can still hold on. Liches hate being involved in other people's troubles, but they will not sit back and watch the fire burn their own heads. After all, we are all on the same ship of the Empire. Gil comforted everyone. But you should also know that for those white robes above, the simplest and most direct way to deal with the problem is to throw us, the fire that poses a safety hazard, off this big ship. Getting rid of Yachukas may dismantle the entire ship, but the lives of us are not worth worrying about. For example, if we wait for them to become the vessels of the demon gods, and kill or seal them before they grow into a threat, the cause and effect will be easily understood. Xiong coldly rebuked him. If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves to solve the hidden dangers left by Yachukas. Even conversely, we can use the hidden dangers of these contracts to turn the demon gods that it provokes into our backers to save our lives. Let the white robes not dare to deal with us casually. Gilt and Pollux couldn't help but look at her, and they were a little uncomfortable with the girl's sharp transformation recently. So what exactly is this thing you made? Sauron was very confused. Faced with a powerful enemy, Zygen finally stopped ignoring him and answered directly, "This is a magic circle for summoning demons." The structure newly developed by the white robe can summon the name demon more clearly than the ancient circular altar, avoiding calling out unknown and uncontrollable things, and reducing the risk of accidents. However, even if we know the name of the demon and prepare to dispel and suppress it in advance, the existence that has a contract with Yachukas is too advanced compared to us. Some things simply cannot be contained in this material world. Even a glance at them, or even just indirect observation, will cause permanent damage to the human soul. Therefore, the prophet cannot come tonight. Of course, I don't intend to really take the risk of calling their projections to me. She pointed to the stone box in the middle of the metal frame and explained, "This is the box of the unseen. Gil borrowed it from the Prime Minister. Simply put, it's a cage. The summoned demon will be locked here. I put a copy of the book of the recorder in the box in advance. When the demon god was summoned, we communicated with it through the transcript outside, promising to renew the contract with the other party on behalf of the dead Yachukas. Then the previous contract was not broken, and they could not break through the barrier and enter the world to harm us." Any more questions? The others were silent for a while, and Xing hesitated and said, "But, if Yachukas couldn't complete the contract, can we complete it? Don't those demon gods usually want to devour everything and destroy the world? If I renew the contract casually like this, won't I get into more troubles?" Xiong shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I don't intend to fulfill the agreement with the devil at all. I just want to delay time. Now all I lack is time to continue to live and strengthen myself. You don't want to be cursed to death so early either, right? The contract with the devil is that whichever side is stronger will have the advantage, and solve the imminent crisis first. When we grow to the level of white robes, we will naturally not be afraid of these things that can't even come to the world." "Oh, you are really confident, and there are not many people who can transform into liches in white robes." Selassie sneered. "And what do you think of the contract with the demon god? Can it be fooled casually? Let me remind you that as long as you are involved with these evil gods, their demands are endless, such as blood and flesh sacrifices, soul torture, crazy killings, which are heavy burdens and shackles on the body and mind. Besides, with so many things, do you really have the confidence to bear them all? If he died, his soul would probably be torn into pieces and tortured for eternity. It's not just one person who bears the responsibility, but everyone together." Zygen glanced at Soren. "His bond is linked to everyone, so the consequences of the contract will be directly shared by everyone. So no one can escape. Of course, there is another solution, which is that we find a way to break the bond with him, then it will be easy for others, and the consequences of killing Yachukas and the responsibility of dealing with these demons will be on Soren alone. How about this? Does anyone want to vote?" The men really didn't care. A demon is a demon. Yachukas was already killed alive, so why should they be afraid of a demon? Butler Xing also shook his head. "Not really. I was willing to join in killing Yachukas. There is no reason to push the consequences onto others." Salas was stunned and really thought about it. In the end, he glared at Soren and snorted, "Forget it. You're just saying it now. I'm already involved with him, and can't escape. Xiong frowned when he heard this. He realized something was wrong and immediately glanced at Soren's face. Soren whistled and looked at the sky, pretending nothing had happened. Zaijin pursed his lips, and would only hold back for the time being. Because of the bond, we will jointly bear all the consequences of the contract. But we still need a direct contract renewal person, who will talk to the demon god through the transcript, sign his own name, and complete the contract renewal ceremony on behalf of Yachukas. At this time, the risk of the contract renewal person being eroded by the mind is also the greatest, so we need to keep rotating at any time. There are 9 demon gods, and the 6 of us who can sign will take turns signing one first, and then try to divide it equally according to the mental state. At this point, no one objected and began to make final preparations. Shi Qiong took out 2 notebooks. Her notebook magic was the kind of magic that could communicate in real time on letter paper. This was not a particularly powerful magic, but a kind of alchemical tool. The maker needed to copy the magic words as thick as a dictionary into the notebook in advance, and it only had the effect of real-time communication. Few magicians had the patience to do this. Shi Qiong only had 2 books, and the number of pages was limited. Once they were used up, they had to be remade. Soren was still thinking about getting 2 more pieces of communication paper, and couldn't help asking, what if the demons that descended destroyed it? What about the 9 demons? Will there be any mistakes, and they can't communicate? Guild shook his head. That won't happen. The box of the unseen is specially used to imprison the demons. After it is closed, the inside will use the forbidden spell level confusion magic to show the unprecedented world, so that the demons will not be able to observe the rules of this material world, and will not be able to adjust and assimilate their own magic power. They can only preserve the existence of consciousness. Therefore, we only need to use the mind barrier to protect the spiritual level, and don't worry too much about the damage to the material level. Soren nodded, not quite understanding, and then saw Zaijin open the small door on the stone box and put the record book in. Guan Haifa's cat head emerged from Soren's shadow and looked into the box. Soren looked at Guan Haifa, an intangible existence, and then looked at the box, which could only maintain consciousness. Wait a minute. Soren stepped forward and took out the dragon spear from his waist. Put this in too. Tricking them. Zaijin frowned, a little puzzled. And Guilt stared at him. I think these demons, after being summoned, should be similar to Guan Haifa, my ghost form. Sauron shrugged. Let's try it. It should be able to cause damage, even if it's just a show of strength. You also said that when making a contract with the devil, whoever is stronger will have the advantage. Guilt hesitated, but, can the dragon spear be effective in the box? Will there be a conflict of effects? It doesn't matter, let's try it. At worst, we can release a demon, and the 6 of us here can push it together, and maybe we can even drop equipment. Well, Soren actually didn't agree to make it so complicated. Why renew the contract? Just pull it out and A it. That's what I mean. If we can't reach an agreement, just do it forcefully. Let's try. Let's call out a demon lord first. It's easier to fight. Pelusius also agreed. Sijin sneered at the boy's crude plan, but still let Soren put the dragon spear in. After being fused by Killian, the 2 spears were shortened and quite long. He had to prop the short spear diagonally in the stone box, with the double-headed spear tipped diagonally against the upper wall of the stone box, barely supporting it. Anyway, the rest of the people were also prepared. Fortunately, the first one to summon the demon lord knew the details of the opponent, so the mages could prepare the corresponding countermeasures. Let me sign the first one. Sauron volunteered, while pulling out the rifle and double swords, with full buffs all over his body. If something went wrong, he could just rush up and grab the dragon spear to kill. With a lot of protective magic and Guan Haifa to help him, Soren felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. Others also agreed that the plan was more of a plan. It was better to be prepared for the first summon, letting the warrior stand in front, and the other mages attack from the back. It was a pretty efficient formation. Then let's start. Zaijin activated the magic circle, and called the lord, who had a contract with Yachukas in demon language according to the ritual. Soren stood at the front, almost facing the stone box, holding a rifle in one hand and a quill in the other, looking at the record book in front of him and ready at any time. Ingjua's magic eye was also activated. He could clearly see that the metal bracket was beginning to tremble, obviously with Zaijin's chanting behind him, and there was a flow of magic power, gathering at one end of the antenna on the stone box, and spreading into the sky through the black sphere at the top. Layers of light waves and ripples were stirred up in the void. Soren looked up and waited for about 3 or 5 breaths, and then he clearly saw a black and red lightning bolt coming down from the void. It was attracted by a metal rod extended from the antenna, and the circling electric snake was pulled to draw a dazzling arc in the air, and fell into the stone box. Then, without even a 10,000th of a second, a loud scream vibrated from the void, which was completely not a roar that could be made by human vocal cords. The roar that shocked the soul echoed in all directions. It lasted for less than a second, but it was filled with inexplicable surprise, anger, fear, and despair. The scream seemed to disappear in an instant, and it seemed to still echo in the ears for a long time. Sauron only saw that the transcript spread out in front of him seemed to be suddenly dripped with a ball of ink, the black ink, which melted in an instant and soaked the entire page of paper. Sauron looked at the blackened notes in front of him, turned a page and wrote, "Hey buddy, good evening." Then he waited for a while, and tried to knock on the stone box. There was a hollow muffled sound from the stone box, and the black and red lightning just now had completely dissipated. Well, did this kill him in seconds? Chapter 55. Gomri, Gomri, the successor of the blood of the king calls you to come. Holding the great prophecy given to her by Skord, Sigyn stood in front of the summoning tower, and summoned 3 times in a row, and came to a conclusion. Dead, probably. At least, the consciousness of the demon god Gomri about our material plane, Achukas, and the blood of the king has been completely wiped out. No one spoke for a while. Is this the Vanguard Dragon Spear? It's too shameless. Pelusius was a little scared. In a sense, his family magic was to transform the life form into the direction of the demon god, but it was suppressed so much. Looking from the side, he was really worried about his future. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and get rid of the rest of the guys, Sauron urged. Wait a minute, we need to open the box of the unseen and check it out. Guild said, the death of a demon god usually leaves something behind, such as resentment or remains, which may corrupt and pollute the rules of the world. We need to take it out to avoid interfering with the magic effect of the box. That means there will be equipment drops after killing monsters. Hey, isn't this an automatic monster spawning machine? My hands are red. I touched the body. Before Guild could speak to stop him, Soren had already taken the lead and rushed forward to open the stone box. He was immediately drenched in the black and red blood that gushed out, just like the tragic scene of a sewer pipe bursting. The mages behind him hurriedly used magic such as flying and floating to rise to the sky. Watching the black blood spread and destroy the magic circle on the ground, it was finally blocked in a huge circle by the outer anti-demon barrier. Layers of black and red blood corroded the ground, cursing the ground into a dead quagmire. Sauron, are you okay? Sigyn screamed. Sauron was caught off guard and fell to his feet, choking twice. The demon blood was extremely smelly, a mixture of sewers, rotten meat, and dirty blood. He finally managed to stagger out of the bloody quagmire and vomited. This guy. Sigyn was about to go down, but was stopped by Guild. Wait, he might be demonized by the corrupted blood. Guild said coldly, it might be worse. Back off first. Ugh, fuck, my equipment. Before Soren finished spitting the disgusting blood mud in his mouth, he found that he had suffered a huge loss in a blink of an eye. The robe was rotten directly, and the armor on his body turned into rusty iron. The Winchester rifle was also burned, and the 2 two-handed swords on his back were pulled out, leaving only rust. What a loss, too much loss. It was like going back to the time before liberation overnight, and all the equipment on his body turned red. Sauron shook off the blood mud on his hands, and wiped off the filth on his face. Looking around, it seems that there is a difference between killing a demon and killing a pig. The magic and curse contained in its blood are not something that ordinary people can bear. But apart from the loss of equipment, Soren did not suffer much real damage. He could see a fine layer of silver light on his skin, and the dice in his pocket flickered like an incandescent bulb. It should provide him with protection against the blood of demons. And the thoughts that Skuld gave him were also, although there was no flash, it completely isolated the corrosion of filth. Obviously, relying on a set of rubbish green clothes can't even withstand the blood of demons. If you really want to kill gods and demons head-on, you still need to get a set of legendary epic-level divine clothes. However, after this, it is impossible to continue to summon the demon god and solve all the subsequent problems tonight. There was too much blood and dirt sprayed out of the stone box, and the summoning tower was also washed down, and most of the metal brackets were corroded and damaged. And Shichion's record book was completely burned and could not be used. Soren squatted in the blood swamp and fumbled for a long time before he picked up the stone box, pulled out the dragon spear, and shook it clean, and walked out of the blood swamp of the demon god with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The blood dripped onto the ground, just like magma dripping onto the ground, making a hissing sound along the way. There's only one piece of meat left. Does anyone want to roll? Sauron reached out and pulled the flesh of the demon god Gomri out of the box. It felt sticky, and he couldn't tell what the internal organs were. It was really disgusting. Hey, I know I smell bad now, but is it necessary to stand so far away? It's too hurtful. Almost all 5 mages stood outside the workshop barrier, and their expressions were very strange. Only Guilt was normal, but her face was a little pale. The 3 magic girls were biting their lips and trembling, looking like quails about to faint. Pollux' skin was red all over, and black stripes appeared on his body, which were not sure whether they were blood vessels or magic circles. His skin was cracked, and he looked like he was about to be roasted. It's really the worst situation. Guilt said, Sauron, don't look at us. Huh? You can't even look at us? Don't look at us. We can't bear the murderous aura of the Vanguard army, who just slaughtered the demons and drank the corrupted blood. Wipe off the blood on your body. Guilt's forehead was also covered with cold sweat, and it was already a stretch for him to speak now. TSK, murderous aura again. To be honest, the humans in your world have been weakened too much by this debuff, and they are even fainting at the sight of blood. How can they go to the battlefield in the future? And what are you talking about drinking? I'm so disgusted that I don't even want to eat dinner. Bah bah bah. Soren had no choice but to turn his back to them and tear off the bloody skin stuck to his hair. Poljus fainted. Are you still wearing the ring of the leader? Take it off quickly. The Iron Order has drunk the blood of non-humans, and the pressure on non-humans will be activated. Wow, you guys are so troublesome. After a long time of tossing, everyone recovered. The ladies went into the workshop to rest, covering their mouths like they were vomiting. Guilt was outside to help summon the magic spring to wash the blood off Soren's body. Pollux was left aside to wait for him to recover. It seemed that the suppression of the murderous aura of the Vanguard against him was particularly strong, and the magic circuits in his body were disordered. Don't you feel anything at all? The burning of the magic of the demon blood, and the resentment and murderous intention of the upper demon god? Guild looked puzzled. No feeling, I just felt disgusted. Really, didn't you tell me earlier that the demon god died in there, and the blood would spray out? Sauron picked up the clean clothes that Guan Haifa vomited, and put them on. Okay, then I be careful not to get drenched in blood later. Wait a minute? No, we can't continue tonight. If we hadn't opened the mental barrier beforehand, those girls would have probably gone into shock. They haven't practiced breathing techniques properly. Guild shook his head. Besides, even if we don't consider you for a demon of this level, we can't bear the power left in the flesh and blood after death. The level difference is too big. It's too dangerous if something goes wrong. Also, most of the summoning tower has been burned down. The materials have to be prepared again. It will take at least a month to rebuild. A month is too long. Sauron frowned. I'm afraid I have to take the loyalty test in 2 days and go to war. Go to war? Which battlefield are you going to? Guilt asked. Sauron shrugged. The Prime Minister hasn't told me yet. Where are you going to send him at this time? Can't we wait until the follow-up matters are resolved? So Guild took out the white humanoid puppet that was used to replace Skold from his robe and asked. Huh? Sauron was stunned for a moment, and then he heard Killian's voice coming from the mouth of the little girl's puppet. This is his own request, okay? Don't worry, everything is under my control. Bring Soren and Ulrid's disciples. Well, forget it, bring them all here, and settle the previous rewards together. Sauron suddenly realized, is this a communication prop? Isn't it a substitute prepared for Skord? It is a substitute, and also a trap. If our summoning tonight goes out of control, and the demon steals our physical body and descends, then this puppet mixed in the crowd will become the trump card to clean up the mess. Killian likes to play such insidious tricks, hiding something from time to time. Maybe it's a character flaw. Guild waved his fingers, and condensed a huge water ball to wake up Polygus. Hey Guild, you know I can still hear you slandering me. Killian scolded through the puppet, so Guild stuffed it back into his robe. Sauron was speechless. You are quite familiar with the Prime Minister. Why doesn't it just accept you as a disciple? My qualifications are not enough. Ordinary mortals cannot bear the fate of Killian's successor. Guild didn't feel sorry. It's better not to bear the responsibility. There are so many mages in the Empire, and almost every week someone triggers a crisis that could destroy the world. Tonight's scale is still a small scene. That's right. This guy kept a cold face the same as the last time he dealt with Yachukas. It seems that he didn't do it for beauty or fear that he would get wrinkles if he used too many emojis. It's just that he has seen too many similar things with Killian and has become numb. In short, Zygen's plan to renew the contract with the demon god cannot be carried out, not to mention that the reconstruction of the summoning tower also takes time. Most of her garden was contaminated by the blood of the demon god, and the cleansing of the seal required a lot of rituals and materials. It would be ideal to complete the preparation in a month. Don't the mages have other subjects, studies, research and side jobs to do? For a witch who is used to playing everything in an orderly manner, Soren's style of causing trouble 100% makes her crazy. So much so that when everyone was brought to the Prime Minister's office by guilt with a virtual flash, the other two witches had not yet recovered from Soren's murderous aura, and even deliberately avoided glancing at him. Zaijin glared at Soren with wide eyes. Okay, I apologize. I was a little impatient, but in theory, killing the creditor is better than paying back the loan shark. At least we only need to worry about the threat of 8 demons now, right? Sauron couldn't stand the death gaze, and tried to argue. In theory, you should have died when the blood of the demons poured on your head, and I'm afraid that all of us who are linked together will be cursed to death. Shi Qiong stared at him, spitting out every word through his teeth. Good luck will always run out. Don't act on your own, again. Before Soren could reply, the Prime Minister had already pushed open the door and threw a thick leather dictionary on the desk. Well, no one is dead. What a pity. I was expecting the bonus to be confiscated. Then, let's get started. He waved his finger, and several pieces of parchment flew out of the dictionary and fell into everyone's hands. The first part, magic props, materials, gold coins, real estate, and the bounty for killing Yachukas, accumulated to today, are roughly divided according to the market price, and everyone should get about the same amount of property. Of course, it is not ruled out that the valuation of some artworks is exaggerated. You can choose to get the physical object directly, or entrust the exchange to auction it. Sauron glanced at the list, which included mansions, real estate, gold and silver jewelry, and jewels. The physical assets are mainly physical assets, and the magic props are relatively limited. In addition, the actual utility and value of ancient alchemical products are very limited compared to modern products unless they are legendary artifacts made of special materials. The second part is the private property of Yachukas himself. Its title and property belong to the St. Astle family. I know one of you is royal blood. Killian looked at Zaijin. If you want to compete for the position of the head of the royal family, you need to go through the Wang family's trial. I'm not interested. As long as the Wang family is willing to give me a sum of money, I will give up the inheritance rights. Zaijin was very straightforward. Butler Xing immediately said, I agree to you on behalf of the young master. This guy is still loyal to the St. Astle family. It's a pity that the Wang family dared to accept this traitor. But it is also true that the Wang family probably doesn't like the crazy Yachukas, and this kind of political family is originally cold-blooded and ruthless, only caring about interests. Killian is too bad to care about these family affairs. You can handle it yourself. The second part is Yachukas' personal property. According to the rules of the Empire, whoever grabs it theoretically owns it. But there is one thing that involves the nature of the law of causality, and it can only be inherited by the person who defeats it. Killian waved his sleeves and conjured a large piece of gray iron ingot in front of everyone like a magician. This is 500 pounds of Titan flesh and blood, divided among you. Sauron jumped up suddenly. Wait a minute. I shot Yachukas with one shot, and isn't this the property of the Vanguard army? You gave it to it. You should give it all back to the Vanguard army. Killian laughed strangely. Do you think I don't know what they have been doing recently? If I give it all to them, they will be so crazy. I'm afraid my house will be demolished. Sauron, as a senior and a veteran, I remind you, don't arm too many Vanguard army, they will make trouble, and you will have a headache. Titan's flesh and blood. Is it real Titan's flesh and blood? Selas couldn't help but ask, the legendary top alchemical material? A must-have for forging artifacts? Yes, you have just seen the power of artifacts like the Vanguard Dragon Spear. Although I am already strong enough to not need these things, they may still be valuable to you. But I still have to warn you. The holy remains are all stained with huge causes and effects. The same is true for the remains of the Titans. Although its flesh and blood and its bones are artifacts, they are not your true power, but just borrowed. Holding a divine weapon made of Titan flesh and blood, you will almost certainly be spied on and attacked by the Vanguard, the Elven God, or the Outland Apostles. Remember that power is always accompanied by risks. So I give you a chance to choose. Killian put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone with interest. Does anyone want to give up? If so, I can give you a signature and let you go to the library to choose a forbidden spell as compensation. Titan flesh and blood and a forbidden spell. Of course, Soren chose flesh and blood. He ignored Killian's warning and hoped to raise a pure Vanguard army. I choose Titan flesh and blood. Aren't you mages? Choose the forbidden spell. Don't fight me for it. Cerasus was just going to go against him. I choose Titan Flesh. Are you kidding? There are so many forbidden spells, so there will always be opportunities. Artifacts are so rare. Sauron glared at the bitch. Cerasus regained his courage and glared at him. Then Guilt, Polyjus and Shing also chose Titan Flesh. Artifacts are indeed eye-catching, especially since Soren took out the dragon spear to show off not long ago and killed a demon god casually as a wrong demonstration. Saijan fell into deep thought. Prime Minister, can I specify the forbidden spell I want to learn? You are not serious, Saijan? Not to mention that there are still those demons that have not been dealt with. The forbidden spell consumes so much energy, and the artifact will improve you the most. Pelusius and Guilt knew Saijan's weaknesses, and were very surprised. Killian smiled. You are indeed the smartest witch of your age. Celas couldn't help but snorted coldly. Unfortunately, the arrangement made by Indix in the Great Library is quite complicated. I can't crack it, but I can tell you that when the right inheritor appears, the magic book will automatically respond to your call. So the magic that appears before you may not be what you want most, but at least it is the most suitable for you. Xiong nodded. Thank you for your advice. I choose to give up the Titan Flesh and Blood. The Prime Minister clapped his hands as if relieved. Great. This is easy. 5 people are just 100 pounds each. Take it. Damn, you are talking so much because you think it is difficult to divide it equally among 7 people or something. Huh? 7 people? Wait. Sauron frowned. Why is it 100 pounds per person? Where's Skode? Oh, she gave up and chose the forbidden spell. Killian pointed to Soren's chest. Where the silver handkerchief was, yes, she got the yearning. It's incredible. No one has been able to weep pure yearning for a long time. I have never seen it. It's really enviable. Come to. Soren was in a trance, and the yearning in his arm suddenly became heavy. Especially when Xiong was still glaring at him. His mood became even more complicated. Well, if you have no objection, the reward for killing Achukas has been distributed. Others can leave, Soren and Cerasus, about your 2 newlywed trials. What? Sijin was about to explode. Cerasus rolled his eyes, and snorted coldly. Sauron was sweating coldly. Pelusius lay on the carpet. Damn. What an enviable guy. Hee, young people are really interesting. Killian coughed twice with gloating. Well, since you have been tied up by the fetters, I will tell you straight. Ahem. Ulrid's disciple, Celasus Sorg, you have been recommended by 3 white robes, and have become an imperial noble from now on. As a test, the Great Council appoints you as the flag bearer, and you will take the loyalty test of the chief officer together with your fiancé and the loyal knight Soren. You have 3 days to recruit your troops. After 3 days, you must raise a legion of at least 1,000 people to march to the southern continent and destroy the Sand Kingdom, to which the Elf Alliance belongs. Bring me back the head of the leader of the Sand Elves, Queen Sheba, to complete your trial. Chapter 56. Sand Kingdom? This is different from what Ulride said. Aren't you going to take Franny's crown for Princess Lakis? I agreed to the trial just to get revenge on those bastards. Sarah thus immediately jumped up to object. Sauron was also a little surprised. Franny's annoying pink-haired princess was actually called Lakis. Ahem, this is not the point. It's not strange that the princess is named Glory. Any similarity is purely coincidental. The point is that the trials of him and Cerasus, 2 people from Franny, are more reasonable to go to the north no matter how you look at it. Cerasus can take revenge, and he is an old acquaintance of the eldest princess, who is now controlled by the Empire. With the help of the Empire's military power, and the name of the eldest princess, he can attack Franny and arrest and execute all the enemy vanguards, who massacred her family. This is a standard revenge script. And Soren is also the heir to the leader of half of the vanguard army on the Empire side. He held a half-broken gun in his hand, which he had obtained from the princess's guards. It was reasonable to go to Franny to unify the forces of the vanguard army from the perspective of the main task arrangement. This suddenly inserted a copy of the Sand Country, which was really a bit confusing. Well, the reason is very simple. Killian waved his hand. You are too weak, and have no qualifications to fight on the front battlefield. Do you know how many captain-level vanguards Franny has raised after so many years of internal fighting? Those are not weaklings, who need dragon spears to slay demons. You just slayed a few dragons, and you want to do trials under the eyes of these legendary warriors? I finally tricked them. Ahem, it would be a waste to wait for them to do loyalty trials. So don't be too ambitious. Do some simple tasks first to gain experience. How can it be a simple task to destroy a vassal state of the Elf Alliance? Speechless, Sauron, who is called a weakling, is speechless. But Lux told me that the victory of Franny is almost decided, and the side supported by the elves has the advantage. Can the new king completely surrender to the Elf Alliance? Sarasis didn't want to give up. Killian laughed. Believe me, the Vanguard army won't agree with others so easily. They never give up, and they don't know what it means to admit defeat and compromise. They will only find ways to disgust you. No one can completely conquer Franny unless they are all killed. So it doesn't matter which side the royal family supports. To be honest, the reason why this country exists is because of me and the gods on the other side. No one wants to start a fight with the Vanguard army over there. Anyway, if we wait for another 10 or 20 years, these elites will be old and dead. Why should we exchange high-end combat power with them one-to-one now? It's too bad. Celesis was silent. In fact, she knew the situation in Franny better, but the level she was exposed to was too low. She thought that if she learned some forbidden magic, got some artifacts from Ulrides, and got some guidance from the elf Banshee, she could at least try to seek revenge on those enemies. But just now, the momentum emitted by Soren's blood almost destroyed her fighting will. Sarasis had not been completely blinded by hatred, or it was this hatred that made her clearly realize that she was still far from the level of revenge. Guild suddenly raised his hand. Can we join this expedition? The crowd looked at him in surprise. The expedition to destroy the country also requires obtaining the head of an elf queen as a victory condition. God knows when they can complete the trial. The threat of the demon god is far from being resolved, and there should be more magic materials in the southern continent than in the Orc wasteland. If possible, I will apply for an internship with the army. Gilt's words also make sense. Well, that's fine. After the Great Barrier is broken, you can't clean up the things in Hueco Mundo anymore, so it's good to practice. I will mention it to Rubian and the others. Killian nodded in agreement. Surprisingly, Butler Xing was the second to apply. I also apply for an internship with the army, and my daughter will come with me. Sauron couldn't help but speak. Your daughter? The direct descendant of the Wang family? The descendants of Achukas? With us who killed her ancestors? Xing glared at him. The descendants of the Wang family are also fighting for the position of the head of the family. It is more dangerous for her to stay here. Anyway, she is just a weak woman who has not even learned magic because of the great prophecy. I think you will not bother to attack her, right? Look at what you said. Am I the kind of person who attacks women casually? Sauron wanted to rebuke loudly, but Sarasis and Zygen were looking at him, so he had to shrink his neck and endure it. The territory of the Elven Alliance. Sejun also thought seriously for a while. Well, I will join too. I also want to see the magic of the elves with my own eyes. Hey, it's really troublesome to go one by one. If you all want to go, I will let Rubian directly conduct another battlefield internship, and you can join the expeditionary force as military wizards. Killian waved his hand to drive them away. No, wait a minute. Have you forgotten the biggest problem? Pelusius, who was forgotten in the corner, got up. How to get to the southern continent? Isn't the sea blocked by the elves' navy? The fleet supporting the south has been surrounded and attacked several times. This is suicide. This is. The library mentioned that the white-robed Anubis in the south seems to have rebelled. If we attack the Kingdom of Sand, we will not only fail to get support from friendly forces, but we may also be betrayed and ambushed. The threat of the elf fleet is more direct, and we may just be fed to the fish. Is there no teleportation magic? Go to Hueco Mundo? Or Sharon? Soren was curious. Pelusius was speechless. Do you have any concept of distance? What kind of super teleportation magic can cross the ocean? Besides, we don't even have a sea chart. The magical wind, void gaps, sea monsters, and magical beasts on the sea. Any one of them is a trial level difficulty. And Sharon, it can only pass within the territory of the Empire, and the starting price is 1 gold coin, and it is charged according to the number of passengers and mileage. Who has so much money? Oh, it turns out that it is a taxi driver. Oh, I almost forgot. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Killian took out a glass bottle from his sleeve and pointed to the large sailing ship in the bottle. You take this ship to go over. Sauron squinted his eyes. The 3-masted battleship with 5 decks had a huge octopus sculpture under the spur of the bow. Isn't this the ship from the black market? The Eastern Star? Yeah, it's a waste recycling. Anyway, all the crew members are dead. Killian said in a light-hearted tone and threw the bottle to Selasis. Sauron looked at Selasis, but she didn't seem to have any unnatural reaction. She looked at the pirate ship with a little curiosity, as if she had never seen it before. Strange, wasn't it her and the elves in the sword who slaughtered the crew in order to seize the core of the elven god? If it wasn't them, then who was it? Hela of the Church of the Dead Apostles? To search for the holy relics? Or some other enemy? With so many flags, it must be a cursed ship, So unlucky. Okay, you little brats have taken up too much of my time. Go away, I'm still busy. Killian waved his hand and drove them out of the office like a sheep. Guild led everyone back to Saijan's workshop again. We will go on an expedition to the Kingdom of Sand in 3 days, so make your own preparations. See you then. Sauron saw that Sarasis was about to leave, and hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute, it's fine if the others dispersed, but why are you leaving now? We still need to recruit at least 1,000 people. TSK, you can handle this kind of trivial matter. Sauron almost choked to death when he opened his mouth. Didn't you ask for a trial and an expedition? Go and prepare. I've signed for you. What else do you want? Forget it. I take this ship to Ulrides to strengthen it. As for the trivial matters of recruiting soldiers and fighting, you can handle it. Don't boys like to play war games? Okay. Sauron was speechless. Forget it. These people are really just going on a trip. They are not reliable at all. It's better not to cause trouble. Just do it according to your own ideas. But she was right about one thing, that is, war is indeed a game that boys like. The magic girls dispersed directly, but the magic boys took the initiative to stay and consult. Guild looked at Soren. Do you want to recruit mercenaries? I can introduce you to some mercenary leaders. Of course, the Death Knights should have their own connections. However, the number of war bands that can adapt to the climate of the southern continent, especially the Sand Country, is relatively limited. And there has been internal strife in the imperial capital recently. The nobles are expanding their private armies, and the price of mercenaries is relatively high. You'd better be prepared to lose money. Yes, it stands to reason that the flag bearer should pay for the recruitment of soldiers, but Sarasis, the son of the beach, actually ran away. Do you want him to use the reward he just got? How treacherous. Sailors, and sailors. Paul Lucius also reminded, it doesn't matter if the army is smaller. I know a lot of destructive magic. But the Empire has no professional navy, so it can only borrow people from pirates and some aquatic races. The first level of your trial is not about fighting, but how to avoid the Elven Navy and safely cross the sea to the Kingdom of Sand. You must be prepared to be caught and fight a naval battle. How about the lizardmen? Did they come across the sea? Sauron thought of the Yellow Crown. That guy has a wide network of people, and maybe he can recruit some amphibians with sailing experience. Crocodiles? Toads? Murlocs? I feel that the difference between the lizardmen's ships and pirate ships is quite large. Forget it, you go and try. I asked my dad if there are any battlefield liches who are more proficient in naval battles. Maybe there is some battlefield magic suitable for naval battles. Pelusius touched his chin. Actually, I want to suggest that you go to the slave market to see if you can buy some elves. The strongest navy in the world is the elves. Elves? But we are fighting the elves. Are they reliable? Sauron was shocked. This is actually a good idea. They are not mercenaries, but slaves who drive ships. Speaking of elves, I remembered that there is a dark elf war group in the capital. I have come into contact with them before. They seem to be a subspecies that betrayed the elven god. However, they are very expensive. I wonder if they have been hired by anyone. I will also go to inquire. Guilt also has an idea. It seems that 3 cobblers can still find some solutions. Okay, then split up and recruit people, and keep in touch at any time. Sauron handed Guan Haifa over, and made it spit out a few pieces of paper to share with the 2 of them. Shion's transcript? Pauljuski? Wasn't it burned by the blood of the demon? This thing is so convenient that I secretly tore off a few pages. Sauron smiled. This woman is too stingy, don't worry about her. Guilt and Polly just looked at each other. It seems that this guy has not been messed with yet. Forget it, he will understand Saijan's character in the future anyway. So the 3 of them made a rough plan and acted separately. Guilt went to contact the Dark Elf mercenary warband, Soren went to find the Lizardmen, and Pollux went to find his father. Each of them recruited a war band with a suitable hiring price, and agreed to meet the day before departure. If the number of people is not enough, they can directly buy some people from the slave market to supplement the minimum of 1,000 legions, and set out. Anyway, there is only one ship, and it is impossible to mobilize tens of thousands of troops in 3 days. Moreover, if there are too many people, there is a risk of being caught by the Elf Navy. In short, we will first launch a surprise attack on the Kingdom of Sand. How to fight the war afterwards, whether it is forbidden spells or assassination, will be decided based on the situation. Having 2 people to help is just icing on the cake, and the actual work still depends on Soren himself. It is a joke for him to raise an expeditionary force in 3 days. But fortunately, he is no longer the little beggar who rummaged through the garbage dump to eat. Soren now has some connections and assets. Although these assets will probably have to be sold before they are warm in his hands, at least with the help of his ally, the Icilian family, he should be able to urgently convert the rewarded assets into military funds, so as not to waste time on raising cash for recruiting soldiers. By the way, we can discuss with our allies to borrow some money, or use the spoils of war as collateral. The idea is clear now, and the first step is to get money and attract investment. Military funds are not a problem, but the expedition to the Kingdom of Sand. In the restaurant of Icilian's house, Malos didn't care that Soren came to eat, and drank black tea and thought. Is it because of the recent incident of the Wind Army? What is the incident of the Wind Army? You seem to have mentioned many times that they are also fighting a civil war. I heard it's the assassin organization of the Empire? Sauron was chewing on the big fish and meat to fill his stomach. Yes, it's an official assassin organization. During the Third War, the private armed forces organized by the noble families were basically defeated when facing the regular army of the Elf Alliance. So the Prime Minister established 4 direct troops at that time: Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon. Malos introduced, the Moon troops are the elite composed of liches, specially assembled to besiege and deal with the elven gods, generals, and legendary heroes of the Sword Master level. The ones who survived now are the backbone of the Upper Crescent Moon, and there are about 17 of them now. The ones who died twice and are recovering in the Imperial capital are the Lower Crescent Moon. What a crappy name. Soren pouted while chewing the meat. The name was forcibly pieced together later. At that time, the Flower Unit was called the Technical Support and Magic Development Unit. Forbidden spells, potions, death knights, and other magic developments that changed the situation of the war were all developed by them. Most of the remaining white robes came from this unit. Because the captain, the Lich Flower, is more famous, it is called that. Malos waved his hand, signaling the maids and shadows around to leave. The Snow troops were isolated troops that were thrown into the heart of the Elf Alliance to cause indiscriminate destruction. Most of them were killed. When I was traveling in the Elf territory, I heard that several of them were sealed and guarded in the Alliance's temple, but they were all rumors and difficult to prove. As for the Wind, it is mainly responsible for intelligence operations against the Elf Alliance, and assassination is just a business branch. They have 3 teams: listening to the wind, weaving the wind, and catching the wind. Tingfeng lurks and collects intelligence. Qifeng is responsible for various intelligence activities, mainly targeting the infiltration and winning over of human lords and princes in subordinate countries within the Elf Alliance. Catching Wind is a specially trained killer. Before the Wind Army joined the Empire, it was a killer group similar to a village clan or a secret religion. Its history can be traced back to the era of the ancient human empire. It is quite similar to your vanguard army, but the scale is much smaller, and the connection is much more secretive. And it is passed down by blood, and there is a leader, the Feng family, who teaches the killer's secret skills. I heard that you have also experienced it, right? The stabbing of the bee sting. Sauron nodded. The explosive power and amazing speed of the rebellious assassin's attack are indeed not ordinary secret skills, and these shadow-like lurking skills of the guards are also quite rare, and do not look like normal magic. During the 3 wars, the Empire paid an unknown price to win over the Feng family, and hired the leader Broken Bee to assassinate the commander of the Elf Alliance. After that, the Feng family was attacked by the Elf Alliance, so they moved here with their entire family to join the Empire. The direct descendants of the Feng family were almost wiped out at that time, and now there are few people. The 3 parts that were later divided, Feng is still in the hands of the Feng family. Qifeng is responsible for contacting human nobles, and almost all of them have surrendered to the human king. We businessmen deal with Tingfeng more often, and sometimes we also assist other parts in their operations. These guards are also retired personnel recruited from the Feng army. Retired personnel. Soren Khan was almost killed by a single blow. Well, it's not bad to be able to retreat alive from the front line, don't worry too much. Malos said insincerely to comfort. When the human king was still there, the Wind Army was barely balanced. But not long after the death of the human king, the previous generation of Sui Feng planned to take the opportunity to reorganize the Wind Army, but he was assassinated within 2 days. Well, I was also quite surprised. Logically, Sui Feng is not that weak, and the people under the human king should still be fighting for the inheritance, and have no time to deal with the Wind Army, so I suspect there are other people who want to muddy the waters. Remember, you saw a black-robed lich with a little girl here before? That little girl is the next generation of the Bee family, Broken Bee. I suspect she was kidnapped. It asked me for the map of the secret passage leading to the Elf Alliance. It may have escaped, or it may have done it on purpose, just to cover up. It may not have actually fled to the south. But that means Anubis is determined to rebel, blinding the Empire's eyes, instigating chaos within the intelligence agency Wind Army, and causing a chain reaction on the front battlefield, so that the Prime Minister can't spare his hands to deal with it. Soren suddenly realized that traveling to another world was different from simply playing games, because the natives were not NPCs with set action patterns. They would act according to their own plans based on the impact of your actions. When you advance a certain task, other factions will not suspend their activities, and wait for you to complete the tasks one by one. The cripple took a sip of tea and continued, I guess the Prime Minister's intention of assigning you to attack the Sand Country is to take advantage of the opportunity to break the situation, in fact, to create conflicts and disputes in the southern continent, and destroy the possibility of Anubis staying out of it and making peace with the elves. After all, it is much easier to create conflict and hatred through war than to establish long-term mutual trust for peaceful coexistence. So this time when you go on an expedition to the Kingdom of Sand, you might as well pay attention to Anubis's movements. Don't count on it as reinforcements. It's better to treat it as a competitor that may turn against you at any time and attack you. However, as long as you can take the lead in provoking a large-scale war in the south, Anubis's foundation is not solid enough, and it is even more impossible to take the risk of fighting on two fronts with the Empire and the Alliance at the same time. The betrayal will be forced to be delayed. Maybe, at that time, it will have to provide support for you to avoid angering the Empire. Is Killian so cunning? Sauron scratched his head, and always felt that it just picked a copy of similar difficulty from the surrounding area of the map and sent it to them to fight. Chapter 57. Ha! I finally have time to visit you today. You are really busy, little servant. Marlin ignored the barrier outside the door and rushed into the restaurant with her skirt lifted. Excuse me. Sally followed in, and the two sat down at the long table, arm in arm, opposite Soren. They rarely changed out of their knight's mail and hairnets, and dressed up like proper ladies. It was the luxurious Baroque style of hundreds of years ago, with close-fitting sleeveless shorts, corsets with lace tulle petals on the neck and skirt, and gorgeous fluffy embroidered long skirts. Marlin wore a yellow dress with white gauze, and a gold rose embroidery, and a custom gold rose brooch. Her black hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head with gold and silver accessories, and two wavy bangs flowed down from both sides. Sally wore a red dress with black silk decorated with hydrangea patterns, and a large ruby necklace on her chest, which was probably a family heirloom. Her silver hair was combed into a fluffy and interwoven princess braid diagonally on her bare shoulders. The two people's watery eyes swept towards Soren, and Soren's shadow could almost be reflected in their pupils. Oh my god, I was only thinking about raising military funds, and forgot about these two guys. Sauron swallowed the meat in his mouth with a gulp, and almost choked. He immediately propped up his arms on the table, crossed his hands against his upper lip, and pretended to be calm like Commander Ikari. Marlin, Lord Soren has been nominated by the Prime Minister for a loyalty test, and will soon go to the Kingdom of Sand. He is now a reserve officer, so be careful about how he addresses you. Malaz didn't care if his sister came in to make trouble. After all, her safety was also part of the alliance between the Iceland family and Soren. Oh, then you will soon have the title of a noble. The conquered territories are your own fiefdoms, and you have to call me my lord. Merlin smiled at Soren and kicked him under the table. Sauron relied on the bone of Achilles and endured the pain and didn't argue with her. The Kingdom of Sand? The secretary was surprised. Doesn't that mean we have to cross the sea? Indeed, this is the first issue to consider. The gap with the elf fleet is too big, and no one in the parliament is willing to take such a big risk to invest in the navy for the Empire. It's a vicious cycle. Malaz picked up the list of rewards that Soren had received for assassinating Yachukas and glanced at it. This was all Soren's current belongings, and he asked him to help exchange funds. I can invest some in the name of allies and family personal relationships, and then guarantee you a sum of money from the Chamber of Commerce. But you can't sink the giant elves' warships with just gold coins. How do you plan? The Prime Minister gave us the pirate ship. In addition, there are several powerful magicians who are going with us this time. They are responsible for the naval magic part. I plan to borrow some sailors from the lizardmen in the nest, and if that doesn't work, I buy some elven slaves as sailors. Sauron glared at Marlin obscurely, telling her to be careful of the impact, and that she was stretching her feet too far. Hee, you bought elven slaves to be sailors? It's such a waste. As a result, this guy got even more excited. She laughed and pressed her chest against the dining table. She kicked off her high heels, stretched her legs to Soren's knees, and rubbed her feet against the inside of his thighs. Malaz had a lot of plans in his mind, but he didn't expect his little sister to make trouble in front of him, and she was still giving Soren advice. I'm afraid the elven navy can't be dealt with by your hasty preparations. The cripple obviously didn't think highly of Soren's plan. My suggestion is that the principles are the same for land and sea, smuggling and illegal crossing, marching and trading. The most important thing is the nautical chart. If you can hire an experienced pirate navigator, you can avoid a lot of risks and it's worth a fleet. It's a pity that all the pirates in the black market have been killed, and no other pirate ships have come in recently. It's a bit troublesome. Ah. Maryland suddenly reacted. No, there's still one alive. And she happened to be the navigator. Everyone looked at her in surprise. It was Nami. She traded the remains of the dead apostles to me and got off the ship. She said she had made enough money and wanted to retire in the imperial capital. Damn, it's not right when I think about it. How can a normal person dare to retire in the empire? She must have known that she was in trouble and ran away first. She also cheated us. I sent someone to catch her. Maryland stood up and hurried out to summon the shadow. Sauron was stunned. Huh? Marlin stood up and laughed. Whose leg is that? He glanced to the side and saw Sally blushing as she rubbed her calf wrapped in black spider-web socks down his knee. Clerk. Malaz had no time to care about the interaction between boys and girls under the table. He was still planning as a staff officer. Sure enough, war was the favorite game of men. I don't know where those pirates' navigation charts came from, and I can't say for sure what will happen at sea, but if you can freely choose the landing site, from a strategic point of view, I recommend that you land near the port of Arishi. Take this city as a base. Arishi? Sauron didn't have time to care about his feet for the time being. He hurriedly took out the geography book given by the library from Guan Haifa's mouth and looked it up. This is too far away from the territory of the lizard men. It's directly riding on the face of the Kingdom of Sand. Their ships will come from the northern waters of the southern continent. Generally speaking, the westernmost end is the territory of the lizard men. The forces of Anubis in white robes are in the middle, and the east is the territory of the Elf Alliance Kingdom of Sand. Of course, the vast land is not completely controlled by a certain force just because it is painted in one color. At most, it can only be regarded as the range of military activities. In fact, the three forces in the southern continent compete with each other in the form of city strongholds. And they all use a large number of foreign vassal armies. These vassal armies also frequently change their targets due to diplomatic conspiracies and military threats. Therefore, the three parties are completely entangled with each other. For example, the army of Anubis, the White Robe, is actually not large in number, and they only directly occupy two large cities, Quetzalcoatl in the western jungle and Fayum, the old capital of the eastern sand country. But these two strongholds are of great significance. Quetzalcoatl is one of the holy cities of the lizardmen. There are a large number of lizard civilization tribes around it, so they obey the command of the White Robes, which actually caused division and led to the extreme dissatisfaction of the lizardmen's high priests. They almost took a blockade and siege posture against Quetzalcoatl. And Fayum cut off the connection between the eastern and western territories of the Kingdom of Sand from the middle, causing the elves to retreat from the west, and a large number of subordinate races directly joined Anubis' side, causing its military to expand rapidly, causing a huge deterrent to the lizards and elves on both wings. The Sand Country also has corresponding countermeasures, in addition to reorganizing the defeated army and besieging Fayum for a long-term confrontation. The latest strategic counterattack is to pull back the navy that was previously transferred by the Alliance, stationed in the northern port city of Punicus between the territories of the Lizardmen and the Lich, relying on the superior navy to control the sea area and cut off the communication between the entire southern continent and the Empire. This formed a three-legged situation, and Anubis also used the existence of the Punicus fleet as an excuse to cut off contact with the Empire. So where is the city of Arishi that Malaz suggested? It is on the east side of the map, away from the chaos in the southern continent, deep in the territory of the Kingdom of Sand, and almost close to the other Elven Alliance forces further east. The coastline of the Kingdom of Sand is too long, and the core army is too small, so the troops are always concentrated in the core area of strategic competition. Last time, they invested too many troops to suppress the lizard men in the rainforest, so they were suddenly attacked by Anubis and outflanked, and captured Fayum all the way. Malaz explained to the map. This time, they are the same as before. The main force besieged Fayum, and the elite attacked from Punicus, but left the eastern territory empty. After all, they are all friendly forces of the Elven Alliance, and there is really no need to place a large army to defend. They really don't have that many reliable people. Soren understood, So we don't go head-on with the main force or navy of the elves, but imitate Anubis's raid last time and take down Arisi to threaten the heartland of the Elven Alliance? But will this lead to a siege by the surrounding allied countries? The confrontation between the Kingdom of Sand and Anubis has lasted for a long time without any change. I think if the elves can still bring out more strength, there is no need to make peace with Anubis. Of course, these are all outdated information. Who knows what the real situation is in the south? It is better to prepare for the worst and stay away from untrustworthy teammates. What Mela said makes sense. After all, Soren and his team are on a mission to get the head of the Queen of Sheba. How much can a small team of 1 ship or 2,000 people do when thrown into a battlefield where a large army is fighting? It would be best if they could attack the empty hinterland of the elves by surprise. But after all, the navy of the Kingdom of Sand is not there for nothing. If they are really caught by them and forced into a desperate situation, even if it is in Anubis' sphere of influence, they will have to land and escape. Besides, in the final analysis, we still have to win on the battlefield. Ouch! Soren supported himself on the platform, and explained to Malaz, who was looking at him awkwardly, I suddenly remembered that the most powerful battlefield forbidden spell of the Death Knight is Death Charge. It can be used this time, but I don't know how to use it yet. Isn't it enough to have a mount, Secretary? Soren glared and called Guan Haifa out to block the view next to him. Sali blushed, and Soren grabbed her ankle. She struggled twice, but couldn't get free. She didn't want to move too much to let Malaz next to her see the flaw, so she had to say, isn't this a ghost? It is the residue that has not obtained the permission of death, and cannot enter the sea of sleep. It can only wander in the Hueco Mundo, and devour each other. You need a mount that has a contract with the nightmare, or at least a higher level spirit of a legendary beast like a nightmare, a dragon, or a griffin. Ride it, and launch a death charge on the target. You master magic very quickly, and this can actually be seen as a divine spell of death. As long as the conditions are met, and there is a spell slot, it can be launched. Malaz nodded. The Death Knights of the Blood Cavalry usually go to the front line to sign a contract with the Nightmare clan first, and can summon a mount directly after meeting the death. But you are going to go to war the day after tomorrow. I am afraid it is too late. Damn, so Sharon took my money and fooled me, and he didn't get the mount when he promised? You black car driver, don't let me run into you again. However, Soren remembered that Death himself said that the side quest of Sister Hela can get a mount. Could it be that the rewards of that side quest have not been collected yet? But I really don't dare to go to the monastery. Let go. Sally stared at Soren and lip-synced. Soren pretended not to notice and held her calf tightly. It felt good, so smooth that he stroked it twice. The secretary's bones became soft after being touched, and he bit his lip to support himself on the table to prevent himself from crying out. In the end, we have to win on the battlefield, Malaz continued. Do you have any plans for recruiting troops? If there is a wizard with you this time, you can recruit undeads, make golems to form a legion, or recruit some local natives as cannon fodder. We can recruit some elite backbones in the Empire, but the situation in the capital is grim now. The internal strife is so fierce, and the commission is rising. We need to know the mercenary group. Well, as for the Kingdom of Sand, I happen to know that there is a group of dark elf mercenaries in the Empire. They occasionally contact us to obtain some information about the Alliance, and buy some snacks and cosmetics that the elves like. Sauron temporarily pulled his attention back from under the table. Dark elves? Are there many dark elves in the Empire? I wonder if they are the same group as the war group my companions mentioned. That should be them. There are 8 of them. If you can hire them, I won't introduce you to any assassins, Malaz explained. They are different from Tim. They are fallen people who actively worship evil gods, and are excluded by the mainstream elf society. They are all experienced magic warriors, who have experienced hundreds of years of adventures. They have similar skin color to the Sand Elves, so they are more suitable to serve as scouts and assassins than humans. Skin color? The elves of the Sand Kingdom are also black-skinned. Is it okay to let them fight against the people in their hometown? Soren speculated curiously based on the animation works he had watched before. I thought all dark elves were corrupted. Malaz coughed twice in embarrassment. This is a taboo. Don't say it in front of them. The skin color is mainly caused by the sunlight in the place where they live, and it is not black, but more brown. It just happens that the climate where they are born is similar to that of the Sand Country. As far as I know, they came from a farther continent, and they are also at war with the Elf Alliance. I think they are also scouts, who came to investigate the strength of the Empire, but you can rest assured that they are enemies of the Alliance of Gods. Hey, it seems that this world is quite big. Are there any other elves fighting with the Elven Alliance in other places? Sauron sighed. while catching the scribe who tried to escape, but Shadow, can you introduce me to some people? In case Anubis is involved with the Wind Army, I have people who know the situation here, right? It doesn't need to be too many, just give me 100 or 200 people. Do you really think they are bees? Just give me 100 or 200. Malaz rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. They are my employees, not slaves. There is no punishment clause for betrayers in my family's contract. Otherwise, how could they come to help me? Okay, I will ask if anyone wants to travel to the land of sand for you. Marlin came back in a moment. The retired assassins were really efficient. Brother, we've caught him. You go and clean him up. Malaz nodded and stood up with crutches. The navigator is very important. I go talk to Marlin's kid to make sure he's trustworthy. Although I personally don't like to use contracts that enslave others will, there are always some dirty jobs that need to be handled. Doing it yourself can at least keep the bottom line. You've said too much nonsense. This time you're just an armed legion of 1,000 people. This little money is really not worth mentioning. Just take my ring and go shopping. I hope you can complete the trial and come back alive to prove that my investment vision is always accurate. Please continue eating. I am sorry for my impoliteness. Sauron also stood up and bowed to the president of the Chamber of Commerce. The clerk almost couldn't stand up. After watching his brother leave, Marilyn immediately rushed over and hugged Sally and reached out to touch him unexpectedly. Wow, you two are guests, and you are very disrespectful to the host by doing this. You must be punished. Sally was so angry that he twisted into a ball with her. Sauron was sweating. You guys play first. I have a lot of things to do, so I leave first. Wait! Marilyn stopped him by occupying the door of the restaurant. Death Knights cannot be transferred at will. We cannot go on the expedition with you. Who knows if we can wait for you to come back? This may be the last time we meet. Don't you want to do something? Sauron sighed. Why do you like to set such an unlucky flag? And what can he do in someone else's restaurant? Well, I know you just want to express your gratitude for saving your lives, so a thank you is enough. If you really feel bad, just give me some useful equipment as a quest reward. There is really no need to kill others. It just so happens that my full body armor exploded, so I can get some money from the rich man. Marlin squinted and glanced at him. You seem to be a bit hypocritical. Well, forget it if you don't want to. Alas, Sally saw it. It's really useless for us to dress up like this. After all, we are two muscular female knights, and we are not as pitiful as those delicate wizard ladies. Soren said, That's not what I meant. I just wanted to consider that the server might not be able to connect. Okay, Marlin, stop teasing him. Sally pinched her bestie and reached into her arms. For a moment, Soren thought she was going to tear off her bra and go to home plate, and he was looking forward to it, but the clerk just pulled out a red handkerchief. Is this? This is my thoughts, please accept it. Sally blushed and handed over the handkerchief. Oh, thank you, thank you. It would be a miracle if nothing went wrong during this expedition. I have put all my flags on it. Oh, that's too much. You didn't even give me your first piece of missing. Marilyn grabbed it. Marilyn! Sally screamed and almost ran away, but Marilyn pulled her and whispered something in her ear, and then she calmed down, looked at Soren with a red face, and nodded. So Marilyn, who succeeded, took her back to Soren and said, I will confiscate this handkerchief. Anyway, according to tradition, the missing gift given to a man who is about to go to the battlefield does not have to be a handkerchief. Close-fitting fabrics are fine. What tricks are you going to play? Marilyn smiled, took off the gift with Sally, and handed it to Soren. Here, take it with you on the road. Oh, it turns out that the word missing has such a meaning in it, and this really is a usable equipment. But I just want ordinary usable equipment. Chapter 58. In the end, Soren was worried that something strange would happen and delay his work, so he didn't dare to say that he just wanted a set of armor. He still carried the 2 pieces of equipment of Marlin and Solly, and left Isenglin's house overnight, and headed for the lizardman's lair. Yellow Crown, why do some women disdain you, while some women want to pounce on me and swallow me? Sauron calculated, and now he had an engagement sword, a prophet's thoughts, and the equipment of 2 female knights. And Shichion refused to give him another piece of paper. Isn't she too much? Huh? It seems that Soren himself is a jerk. Ah, you woke me up in the middle of the night just to hurt me? The Yellow Crown was really confused. Damn the pterosaur. Ahem, no, I want to give you a chance to make a fortune. Sauron shook his head to get rid of all the pink thoughts in his mind. I want to recruit a group of people, sailors and mercenaries, to attack the Elves' Sand Country in the southern continent. Do you have any connections to introduce me to some good players? I give you a commission as an agent. Go to the southern continent to fight the elves. If you talk about this, I won't be sleepy. The Yellow Crown opened his eyes wide. Our temple has applied to the Empire for reinforcements several times, but unfortunately they were intercepted at sea. Is the Empire preparing for a new expedition? How many troops will you send this time? How many hundreds of ships have you prepared? Soren raised a finger. 1,000 ships. Great. This time we will definitely be able to break through the blockade of the Elven Navy to restore the great temple of the first god. Well, although there is a slight discrepancy in the number, it is about the same if rounded off. Yes, we must show this kind of momentum. Look here, this time we are under the order of the Prime Minister to completely destroy the Kingdom of Sand. We must chop off the Queen's head. You know, my ship will be the first Imperial warship to rush to the South Continent in decades. We are about to recruit top masters to accompany us. Money is not a problem. Look at this. The ring of the wealthy Isilian Chamber of Commerce. With the guarantee of the oil man, what is there to worry about? Bring all the biggest and fiercest of you here, like Tyrannosaurus. The more fierce, the better, understand. Sauron felt that he was not lying. Oh, I understand. Leave it to me, boss, don't worry. Thinking that the national restoration is just around the corner, Huang Tugwan's heart is also filled with national pride and sense of mission. Well, very spirited. Then leave it to you. Soren was really bold, and directly gave the trial appointment of the Great Council to the Yellow Crown. After all, the priests of the Lizard Temple had rigid thinking, and it would be easier to do things with a righteous cause. He also gave him a page of the transcript to keep in touch. He rode Guan Haifa directly to the Crucible town. He didn't have high expectations for the lizardmen, but he thought that after coming to the north for so long, there must be some lizards who want to return to the southern continent to return to their roots, right? As long as the Yellow Crown can get him 100 well-trained lizard cavalry or pterosaur scouts, it will be considered that it has exceeded its mission. If it really doesn't work, 2 or 3 people can serve as guides and translators. As long as they can serve as a bridge to contact the local natives in the south, and then they can get support from the local lizard tribes, that's enough. Sauron's expectations are mainly for humans, or more accurately, human engineers. This expedition is a good opportunity. He can dig a group of engineers from the furnace to make gunpowder, cannons, and research war technology, and build a territory of his own in the New World to farm and build troops. In the early stage, he can rely on dragon spears and magic support, and in the later stage, he can rely on technical strength and steel blast to push forward. After all, a place called the Land of Sand should have oil underneath, right? This is basically the idea of building a base at the edge of the map and surviving in the later stages. Of course, the specific situation still needs to be judged based on the local resources and the strength of the Elf Alliance. It is also possible that Sauron himself will upgrade very quickly, and in 20 or 30 years, he will be invincible and kill gods and demons alone in the main city of the Elf Alliance. It is a cool and Krypton gold boss scenario. In a fantasy world, anything can happen, right? People still have to have some dreams. You want to recruit soldiers in Furnace Town to go on an expedition to the southern continent? The owner of the weapons shop stared at the 100 pounds of Titan flesh and blood that Soren placed in front of him in amazement. Are you planning to give each of them a ring to reorganize the Vanguard army? What do you think? If you really don't have enough time, you can wait until I come back. If we can go through the trial together and come back, we will be worthy of the Vanguard army ring. Sauron has witnessed the tragic situation of the natives of this world being dominated by fear several times. And the most buggy thing is that the more people there are, the more effects there are. The 2 female knights of Plasma Rose were all plotted against in this way. 500 pounds of Titan flesh and blood can make 10,000 rings, so in an ideal situation, he can recruit 2,000 vanguards. On the battlefield, the elves of the Sand Country are nothing. 2,000 pairs of cross-eyed people will stare at them, and whoever they stare at will get pregnant, and whoever they face will die. If it really works, just line up the vanguards in front of them to stand in a line to freeze the enemy, and then fire muskets, artillery, and fireballs will be fired randomly from behind. Wow, that scene is so sour and cool. Well, Soren also knew that this was pure fantasy. In fact, there were similar tactics in the past. In the ancient human empire, the human guard heavy cavalry was invincible. When the psychic empire was first established, Killian also formed a vanguard cavalry of several hundred people. At that time, even the Elf Alliance had no troops that could stop the cavalry's charge. The elven archers in front of them didn't even dare to aim at them, because they would be scared and couldn't draw their bows, but I advise you to think about it again. Tylon looked confused. There were similar troops before, and it was obviously effective, So what else is there to consider? Don't you want to go to the southern continent? I can improve your treatment. Of course, I admit that crossing the sea is indeed very risky, but it is not without chance of success. Besides, no matter how strong your inherited martial arts are, you must have the opportunity to upgrade and train, right? There is no room for the vanguard army to stay in such a crowded place as the Empire. Soren asked. Tylon shook his head and looked out the window. Many children are trapped in Furnace Town. They also want to go out and see the world, but in the end, they can only be locked in factories and mines for the rest of their lives. The imperial nobles are prejudiced against the fragility of human beings, and only consider those aliens with strong bodies as mercenaries. So ordinary people have very few opportunities to change their fate. Even if it is the distant southern continent, if you are willing to recruit soldiers in the Furnace Town, I think you can still gather 1,000 or 2,000 people. Not to mention that there are many escaped slaves from farms hiding in the mines, so there are as many cannon fodders as you want. But if you want to give them the inheritance of the vanguard, I think it is not a good idea. Because if you really give them the ring, everyone will be a vanguard, and they will have their own values and beliefs. They will refuse your tactical orders, and even rebel against you based on the principle that the vanguard only does what they think is right. The group of people that Killian recruited at the beginning, because they were dissatisfied with its strategy of luring all forces to deal with the elves, most of them finally defected to the branch of Franny. Tylon looked at Soren. The inheritance of the ring is a very serious matter. If you can't choose like-minded comrades, you may cultivate an enemy who runs counter to your own ideas. A powerful force that cannot be controlled by oneself is only an obstacle and a threat. So why has Killian ignored the vanguard army all these years? Is it because he was betrayed before? But I urgently need a strong fighting force now. I can't destroy a country by myself. Sauron doesn't have time to care about the route now. He doesn't even have a proper base now. There is no sign of his forces and subordinates. Why should he worry about the hidden danger of betrayal? And I don't really care about the differences in the vanguard's ideas. It doesn't matter whether we deal with the elves first, or all the non-humans together. Alfred told me that as long as the choices made by the vanguard are beneficial to humanity, then instead of being afraid of possible differences in the future and stagnating, it is better to work towards the goal first, and then solve problems with strength when they arise. Just focus on the present. This is the style of action that the vanguard should have. Even if there are too many people, and they are divided, doesn't it matter? The Empire still has vanguards like you left behind, right? So now is the time to recruit new blood, and to be honest, if you are really for humanity, and not for a small group of people, then don't be picky when inheriting. As long as you are a human, you should have the right to inherit the vanguard ring. Tyron looked at Soren with some surprise. I always thought you were just a young boy chosen by Dragonlance, but I didn't expect you to be so generous. Well, let me introduce you to some reliable guys. They should be decent people with relatives in Furnace Town. Of course, they should have solid basic skills. It seems that choosing his own people as the first batch of vanguards is the lowest concession made by the weapon shop owner. This is also human nature. Soren nodded in agreement. Well, going to sea is indeed risky. Then help me select 200 or 300 elites. It is better to have fewer than too few. The remaining rings will be left with you to pass on slowly. In addition, I want to recruit engineers and gunsmiths from the furnace with a large sum of money. I want both elite backbones and apprentices. I want as many as I can. Tylon hesitated. This is a bit difficult. Even if the skilled craftsmen are not in the furnace, they can still be popular in other workshops. Some of them may not want to go to the battlefield. Let's go. We will take them directly to the workshop to cast the ring. You can talk to the foreman of the Union. Due to the recent tense situation in the Empire, the scale of security around the furnace workshop has been increased again. The heavy crossbows and catapults outside the workshop are all loaded, and the magic barrier is also spread out. The fully armed golems and skeleton soldiers are displayed along the canal. Not even a fly can fly in. However, Soren only changed into a blacksmith's apprentice coat, picked up a toolbox, and disguised himself as a worker. He followed Tylon on the mining ship on the canal, and easily passed the cordon, and sneaked into the factory. After all, ordinary human craftsmen without any enhancements and magic, holding a hammer, might not be able to beat even the heavily armored skeleton soldiers, and a strict search would only be a waste of time. So Soren, carrying a toolbox, seemed to be invisible, and he went all the way without any obstacles. He met the president of the Union, and the gunsmith who updated the lever-action rifle before, the craftsman apprentice, Henry. Henry was not much older than Soren, thin and dark, with calluses on his hands. He was quite shy at first, But he talked endlessly once he started talking. The Chamber of Commerce directly delivered the bronze cannon of the dwarves 2 days ago. We are still studying the cannon howitzer mentioned in your letter. The progress is limited at present. However, the design of the ammunition primer has been improved, and the new batch of rifles can use the new standard bullets, which have improved the range and initial velocity. We have already started mass production. In addition, the small mortar you mentioned is a design that changes the stone bullet to the base propellant to projectile bombs. A mortar, right? Because the firing principle is similar to that of rifle bullets, I tried to make some. The trajectory and accuracy of the projectile are not easy to control, but the range and power are not bad. The feedback from the farm rebels said that when used with grenades, it is very effective in attacking villages. You don't know that those wild boars often come to the villages in the suburbs to plunder. Before, they were repelled by our random guns and hid in the village in the forest. Now it's good. Just fire the cannon to blow them all to death. Ha ha, it's really refreshing. You are holding this kind of weapons that can at least survive World War I, and you are going to bully wild boars. Sauron listened to him talking for a long time about how the rebels use skirmish lines, trench warfare, mountain terrain, ambush tactics, and burst rifles, grenades, and mortars to beat up a group of primitive people and pigs who only had axes and javelins. Finally, he couldn't listen anymore and couldn't help asking, "Where are the machine guns? The Gatling and Maxim I wrote in the letter, have you made them?" As for the multi-barreled musket, our research has not been successful yet. The gunpowder gas will leak. I think we need to use special metal shell ammunition, and the barrel design needs to be modified before it can be popularized. Henry took Soren to the test site to see the machine gun. The shooter rotated the barrels arranged along the circle by shaking the crank. One rotation could complete the loading, firing and ejection of 6 rounds of ammunition. It needs 4 people to operate it. It can fire more than 200 rounds per minute, but it is too heavy and not stable. It can't rotate too fast, otherwise it will jam and explode. It's enough for now. How many can you make in 3 days? There are also mortars and automatic rifles. I want as many as you have in stock. Soren took out the Chamber of Commerce ring and prepared to start spending money. 3 days? That's too tight. Although I have a lot of spare parts for experiments, the key is ammunition. It can't be used up at all. It was used up after a few battles. Now that I think about it, I also think that the ammunition they used to fight a village of wild boars is much more expensive than the loss of ordinary armor and bows and arrows. That's right. Is it necessary for you to be so excited about fighting a few pigs? There's another question. The Union president also joined in. The recent situation is tense, and many orders have been added from all parties. Now we have to complete the orders of the factory first, and also supply ammunition to the humans in Furnace Town. We are already short of manpower. If we send more people to join your army, it will be too tense here. Sauron frowned. Although the Union president wanted to shirk responsibility, he was telling the truth. Craftsmen are valuable everywhere, even in the magic world. Not to mention the risks of going to the South Continent, it will not be of much use in the short term without hardware support such as furnaces. But luring a group of people over to climb the technology is indeed the main goal of Sauron to open a branch base. Since there is no manpower available, one party must suffer. Sauron thought for a moment, whose buyer is the weakest among the orders you have now? I go there before I leave and kill this family, so that the production capacity can be freed up, right? The president and Henry looked at each other. If you insist on saying this is a solution, then it is indeed a solution. The weakest are the factory guards, the Iron Front Dragoon Regiment. They ordered 500 dragons' iron bones, iron scales, and iron armor, 1,000 enchanted armor pieces, and batches of armaments, and they have to be completed first. Bah, there are less than 100 people in total, and they get kickbacks for ordering so much, and the payment is still 2 months later. Shameless. Ha, the people of the furnace really want to get rid of these factory guards. It seems that they are usually offended by these security guards. Okay, I go talk to their leader. You guys make my goods first. Sauron gave the owner of the weapon shop a look. Didn't you say that there are radicals in the Vanguard army who are going to deal with them? Then deal with them. Furnace Town has been allocated to the Chamber of Commerce as a fiefdom. Simply replace the factory guards with the Blood Riders. The owner of the weapon shop nodded. It is indeed inconvenient to hand over the furnace to outsiders to recast the ring. Let me do it. It just so happens that this operation can be used as a selection test. Selection test? Sauron was curious. Don't you want to pick some elites to take away? The owner of the weapon shop explained calmly. There is a detachment of the Iron Blade Dragoon Regiment stationed in the Crucible, more than 20 Death Knights, more than 20 steel dragons, and mercenaries and mages under the Legion, enough to share a Death Knight's head in exchange for a ring and a captain of 10 new vanguards. Sauron thought he would have to play the dungeon alone again this time, but he didn't expect the vanguards to be so confident. He was happy to be the boss for once. This time he wanted to stay in the Crucible to see how good the newcomers trained by these vanguards were. It's a pity that when you start to be in charge of a big project like war preparation, you are destined to have no time to relax. Gilt, Pollux and Yellow Crown have already chatted hundreds of times through Zygen's transcript. The two wizards are smart. Although they didn't expect Soren to be so shameless that one ship could be deceived into 1,000 ships to recruit people, they didn't reveal any flaws during the communication. Soren took a rough look at the chat records. Gilt recruited the Dark Elf War Group. They seemed to have wanted to go to the southern continent for a long time, and the price they asked was reasonable. However, these Dark Elves were magic warriors, closer to adventurers than soldiers, and did not understand naval warfare, so Gilt was looking for mercenaries with naval warfare experience through his family's connections. However, it is difficult because the White Frost Crusaders, to which the Caesarian family belongs, are stationed on the ice sea front all year round. Their vassal army and mercenaries are all species of polar climate. It is a bit too much to ask a creature like a werewolf and a white bear to go to the desert to row a boat. Pelusius also encountered some problems. He communicated with several battlefield mage families, and learned a lot about water battlefield magic and related knowledge. The Empire has also thought about building its own Imperial Navy. There are some data, but most of them have failed. The Fishmen and Naga tribes recruited in the past were defeated after several naval battles, and were defeated. There is no regular mercenary group. On the contrary, the progress of the Yellow Crown is the smoothest. I don't know how it works. It actually fooled all the way to the temple, and it made a big fuss. The High Priest of the Nest and the leader of the Lizardman delegation also knew that the Empire was going to send a large army to fight. Now the old fat toad wants to see Soren. Chapter 59. Sauron knelt in the great temple of the Lizardmen, staring at a pile of water cockroaches in the leaf plate in front of him with narrowed eyes, under the gaze of the snake pupils of a group of lizards around him. They are still crawling, they look so fresh. Nice to meet you, Lord Sauron. I am the chief priest of the nest, Lex Alenxio. I heard from Indicum that your excellency likes this delicacy the most. The chief priest of the nest, the old fat toad lying on the main seat of the shrine, waved his hand. Please enjoy it, you are welcome. Soren turned his head expressionlessly, and looked at the Yellow Crown, who was kneeling with the temple guards and winking at him. Thank you so much, but I ate salt and pepper last time, okay? You guys should at least cook it. Alas, I have to drink a lot of wine when I go out to dinner, let alone such a big thing as asking for soldiers. For his trial, I will fight. Soren forced a smile, grabbed a dragon beetle, and threw it into his mouth, chewed it hard and swallowed it, and exaggeratedly raised his thumb. Well, it's really delicious, thank you for the hospitality of the High Priest. The big temple guards around twitched their mouths, and narrowed their snake eyes. One of them even vomited in his throat, as if he almost couldn't hold back vomiting. Sauron, eh? The old toad nodded slowly. I read the trial book issued by the Prime Minister, and also talked to old friends in the Parliament. Sir, the words are a little exaggerated, but the mission is real. Sauron maintained a smiling and friendly expression, but he didn't say anything. He thought about it on the way to the nest overnight. It's okay to exaggerate and deceive some muscular thugs, but the ambassadors and leaders of the Lizardmen in the Empire are definitely not fools that can be bluffed by the Yellow Crown. But on the other hand, the other party with such status could have ignored me, but summoned me specifically, which means that he must have some intention of cooperation. If I ask for help first at this time, the subsequent negotiations will be at a disadvantage. However, the old toad is also quite cunning. Seeing that Soren wants to compete with it in patience, he smiled slightly and said slowly, after many years, the Empire has sent reinforcements again. We, the spirit lizards, are deeply grateful. The Empire and the skinks are good friends and good partners. The friendship between the two races has withstood the test of time, and is rooted in the hearts of the people, and is indestructible. We will more firmly support each other's core and major interests, and strengthen development and cooperation. We are willing to work hand in hand with the Empire, with the diplomatic policy of unity between the two races as the cornerstone, and continue to deepen mutual assistance and cooperation in various fields. In the tide of the new era, together with the Empire, we will build the relationship between humans and lizards into a model of good neighborliness and friendship, and set a benchmark for regional peace and the co-construction of a prosperous civilization. Okay, respected elder, please stop being polite. Just tell me what you want to do." Sauron surrendered immediately. The high priest, Lexio, waved his hand, signaling the temple guards to withdraw. "Sir Sauron, do you know the history of the lizard men? Do you want to impart some rich life experience or something? Young people don't want to listen to the old man's chatter, and I don't have the energy." The long official speech just now seemed to have tired the high priest. It took a while for it to recover its breath. "My tribe did not lose to the elves on the battlefield. Well, I know, you took the initiative to move into the forest in a corner of the southern continent to recuperate and wait for an opportunity to counterattack." The high priest did not care about the young man's criticism, rubbed his fingers, and threw some glowing powder, which fell on the leaf plate with water cockroaches in front of Sauron, and ignited the plate with a strange light blue flame. The light and shadow of the flame danced, presenting all kinds of wonderful illusions in front of Sauron. Similar to the ancient empire of your human race, which was destroyed by the extreme cold, ancient civilizations are often shaky under the influence of multiple internal contradictions and internal friction, struggling to support, until finally a leaf fell, causing the collapse of the entire temple. As for the skin lizards, their decline was mainly due to the changes in the spiritual network caused by the climate, which led to a sharp decrease in the number of the nests of the ancient spirits. As a result, a brutal self-destructive civil war broke out in order to compete for the spirit nests of the holy city. At the signal of the high priest, the elder sister of the Yellow Crown, the purple female lizard named Lavender, came forward and explained the illusion in the flames to Sauron on behalf of the high priest. "You should have noticed that the skin lizards have a similar appearance to the sub-dragons we raise. In fact, this is true. They are our comrades, partners, food, and our blood brothers and sisters. In each nest of new eggs, only a portion will give birth to spiritual lizards with wisdom and spiritual awareness, or in the words of humans, we have souls, but our brothers and sisters do not. This phenomenon is called the blessing of the ancestors by our tribe. In simple terms, the closer to the nest of the ancestors, that is, this magic temple, the higher the proportion of spiritual lizards born in each nest. The Empire's lair was rebuilt with the remains of the ancient holy city, as the core, with the help of the liches. Although it is small in scale, it has finally played the role of blessing. But outside the lair, in many places in the southern continent, a large number of lizard tribes are losing their blessings and gradually transforming into their original appearance. Sauron was a little surprised. Among the eggs born in one litter, only a part will become intelligent lizard people? What is this situation? Accelerated mutation caused by some kind of magic. When magic fails, it degenerates? Reversion? The ancient lizard sages were also puzzled, and the high priests believed that this blessing might be derived from the agreement between the gods and the titans. Due to the strict system and taboos of the temple, the principle of this blessing was not studied in depth in the past. They just copied the rituals from the titans step by step, established the ancestor nest in each lizard city, and organized collective sacrificial ceremonies in the rainy season every year. But when the climate in the north changed dramatically, the spiritual network of the southern continent, what humans call the magic tide and magic network, was also severely affected. A large number of nests have lost their blessing effects, and only a few large nests in holy cities still have effects. The ancient temples emphasize following traditions and following rules. The chief priests reacted slowly. After all rituals were carried out according to tradition. There was a certain probability of the birth of a lizard, and no one noticed the failure of the blessing. Moreover, in those holy cities, the large nests are still functioning normally. Therefore, the chief priests of the temples, who hold the most power at the top, believe that the so-called failure of the blessing is just a political conspiracy of the young people who challenge the ancient system. So the priests took the wrong approach, denying that the blessing was invalid, and blamed it on some thief who stole the eggs, and took more severe punishments to suppress the new generation who were dissatisfied with the temple. Finally, the influence of the magic tide became more and more serious, and finally intensified the contradictions, leading to a large-scale civil war. The flame suddenly became turbulent, showing a hideous orange-yellow color. The civil war greatly weakened the strength of our clan, a large number of nests were destroyed, and the priests, who mastered the technology, were slaughtered as if to vent their anger. The ancient heritage was lost, and the spirit nest itself lost its effectiveness. The casualties caused by the war made the situation even worse. When the Elven Alliance launched a large-scale invasion, the skin lizards were defeated. The overly blazing flames burned very brightly, but in just a short moment, they burned all the leaves on the plate and went out in an instant. Sauron stared at the charred carcasses of the water cockroaches on the plate and smelled the aroma of roasted protein. Unfortunately, The blood feud between the skin lizards is sometimes more serious than the dissatisfaction with the elves. We accuse each other of causing the fall of the ancient glory, and the extinction of the great civilization passed down by the gods. Unity and revival seem even more distant. Lavender sighed. There must still be a large number of lizard tribes in the southern continent, such as the ancient holy city of Quetzalcoatl, where the spirit nests are still functioning and the surrounding tribes are still powerful. But in other places, the lizard tribe is degenerating into domesticated livestock and mounts of the elves. So if you want to restore the glory of the past and gain the support of the lizard tribe, you must first recapture the holy city with the former spirit nest. No wonder Anubis occupied the holy city of the lizard men, and won the loyalty of a large number of groups. It turns out that their tribe has such a lifeline. Sauron nodded thoughtfully, and found that the female priest was staring at him. He was afraid that the other party would also use the beauty trap, so he hurriedly stated, "I am going to fight the Sand Country. I am afraid that my strength is limited, and I can't take the holy city from Anubis." Just as the female priest was about to speak, the high priest coughed and waved her hand to let her back off. Even the Yellow Crown, who was about to fall asleep, was pinched by her sister and dragged away. Now only Soren and the old toad were left in the hall. Soren was really not talked about. He was so courageous. The leader of the camp dared to be alone with strangers. Wasn't he afraid of being assassinated? I am already very old. Lexi Lynxio glanced at Soren. I led a group to the Empire during the Third War. However, I am not here to seek allies, I am fleeing. I have to tell a story again. Please fast forward the plot. Soren rubbed his legs and picked up a burnt cockroach from the plate and chewed it in his mouth. Because I am not from the same faction as the high priest in power in the west, and he refused to hand over the holy stone that is related to rebuilding the core of the lair of the ancient spirits, I fled north to the Empire with my people, just like what you are doing now, lying that there is a bigger force behind me, pretending to be an envoy on behalf of the lizardmen, but in fact I am just looking for a foothold. The old toad said coldly, without any weakness and aging. Soren was stunned, and the water cockroach in his hand fell down. Of course, the Prime Minister is not a fool. He saw it, but he didn't mind it, because he is a strong man, and he didn't think much of us lizards could help. It's just that he was planning to build a great empire against the elves, and it would look better to form an alliance with a huge civilization, and it would stabilize people's hearts, and give the frightened humans who had just fought the Third World War the courage to fight. So everyone pretended to be like this. Ah, are you fake too? No, I'm really going on an expedition. Soren had a headache. If you think about it this way, there really is no reinforcements in the southern continent. In this way, he felt a little sympathetic to Anubis. He was really fooled into a place where he had no relatives. He fought his way out of such a large territory. It's not that serious. Lexi Lynxio sneered. Lizard men are a civilized race. We eat cooked food and use our brains. It was because some forces borrowed external forces during the Civil War that the elves were introduced. Now that the Empire is joined in, other forces will naturally come to join forces. Whether it is Anubis or you are both external forces that can be used, real ambassadors, real allies, fake allies. They can change at any time according to the strength. What does it matter whether they are real or fake? Well, okay, I really underestimated these lizards because of their appearance. I must reflect on myself. The one sitting in front of me is not a beast of burden, but a blessed lizard man with full intelligence. Wait, did this guy just insult me? Soren put away his contempt and sat up straight. So, Mr. High Priest, are you planning to form an alliance with me and lend me troops to return to the southern continent? Leolexio also sat up and shook his head. No, I don't plan to form an alliance with you, but I will lend you troops. Soren was silent, waiting for the other party's explanation. Because I'm old. Leolexio said coldly, the nest is too small. The skin lizards, Lavender, and Indicum that can still be born now are all my offspring. As for the others, even the eggs of the blessed guards cannot be placed in the spirit nest to hatch. We are now intelligent creatures, not beasts. Do you want your offspring to become meat and mounts? But there is no way. The spirit nest I brought is only this one, and the Empire has not fought a war for a long time, and there are more and more newborn spirit lizards. You also heard about the ancient spirit lizard civilization just now. If dissatisfaction accumulates like this, what is the use of the inheritance and rules of the temple? The young and vigorous faction will always settle accounts with the old people at the top of power. Either they overthrow me and become the new chief priest, or I find a place to burn all their blood. Either fight to the southern continent and fight for a way out, or die in the sea to feed the fish. It makes no difference to me. It's a pity that you only have one boat, otherwise I can send more people to you. Sauron frowned and was silent for a while. Why, Your Excellency, do you want to tell me this? You can actually continue to play the role of a loyal elder, and let's part ways in peace, right? Humph, if you don't explain it this way, can you really understand what kind of race the lizard people are? That idiot Indicum told me that you are the first human who has no discrimination or fear of its appearance, can get along with it in a friendly and equal manner, and ask for help and entrust it with important tasks. So it thinks that it can try to understand each other with you, and become true friends. Haha, lizards and humans, become friends. I know it is still young and its brain is not fully developed, but it is unbelievable that it is so stupid. I even doubt whether it is my own. Call its friends to come and have a look. Is it hard to understand? Sauron squinted his eyes. To be honest, he couldn't tell that the yellow crown was a species of this toad. The ecology of the lizard men was really mysterious. So, are you worried that your little son was deceived? Didn't you deceive it? Where are your 1,000 ships? Well, this is a rounding problem. Lexi Lynxio reached out and grabbed a handful of water cockroaches and threw them into his mouth. It doesn't matter. You want an army, and I give you an army. You want a messenger, I give you one. You want a friend, I let your friend go with me. No, you can keep that stupid idiot yellow crown for your retirement. I have only one condition. Lexi Lynxio stared at Soren while chewing a water cockroach. If you don't die at sea and can really reach the southern continent to start your trial, then you have to let Indicum go with you, so that it can understand humans, understand the skin lizards, and understand the rules of operation of this world. When it truly understands everything, if it still holds on to this naive fantasy, and is willing to become a true friend with you, then I will lose. How about it, do you agree? It is the father's responsibility to educate his son, don't push it to me. Soren curled his lips, but compared to the big prophecy and oath, such a task of bringing a younger brother is really not worth mentioning. Roar, do you want to sign a magic contract or something? Lexi Lynxio slowly lay back in the main seat. Humph, whether it is a contract or magic, it is not trustworthy. It seems that you haven't understood the true rules of this world yet. Go to the trial, young human, and see how far you can go. This is expulsion, right? Sauron left the temple inexplicably, and the yellow crown was waiting outside the temple. Hey Sauron, how is it? Did the high priest agree to assist you? Well, it can be regarded as some kind of agreement. Sauron looked at the yellow crown repeatedly, which was obviously more like a lizard. I didn't expect that you are the son of the high priest, so you are the prince of the nest or something? What a great man. Don't talk nonsense, son or prince, everyone in the temple is born by the high priest. The nests are all bred by the high priest. I can't even enter the temple normally. The yellow crown explained. Sauron was puzzled. Why does it seem to be optimistic about you? It asked you to recruit people. How did you recruit it? Oh, I was woken up by you and couldn't sleep, so I went to the bathroom to help people rub their backs. The scales I rubbed off can be sold. The high priest is also a regular customer, so I just asked for you when I met him. This guy, maybe he is really a lucky star. By the way, the water cockroaches were also caught in the bathroom. How do they taste? Ugh, don't come over here, you bastard. I'm afraid I can't help but shoot you to death. Chapter 60. Miss, we are here. A carriage landed at the port, and Deacon Star jumped down from the carriage, opened the door for the passenger, and helped her down. Maria St. Astle, a noble girl with burgundy hair, wore a blue magic pattern brocade robe, a mithril arm guard, a half breastplate, and a waist skirt armor. She looked out at the huge ship anchored in the port against the sea breeze. The huge ship, modified and strengthened by Allrides, was anchored in the port, and dense skeletons were crawling up and down like termites, carrying supplies to fill the cargo hold. The sails were raised, swollen by the magical winds that surrounded the ship. The pirate flag was replaced with a new flag with a white background and black irises, fluttering back and forth in the sea breeze. This was the family crest that Sarasis had chosen himself. She also used magic to modify the octopus tentacles into vines, and even replaced the head of an elf goddess under the spur. If time was not limited, she might have wanted to repaint the entire ship. Is that the Eastern Star? So I can really leave this time? With a surname that was cursed and despised by countless people, Maria did not inherit her ancestors' flamboyant hair color and outstanding magic power, but her cold and ruthless attitude and eyes that looked down on everyone were passed down. Even when she looked at the butler, who was loyal to her, her cold eyes made people feel that she was looking at a dog. Yes, miss, several young masters and young ladies have tacitly agreed to your withdrawal from the competition for the head of the family. There is also the true successor of the royal blood on this ship. She also gave up the right to inherit the family business in exchange for magic materials and gold. You can leave the empire with peace of mind under the protection of this ship, and no one will intercept or hunt you down. Butler Xing didn't care about the eldest lady's indifference. As a housekeeper, she knew the virtues of several descendants of the Echuca's generation very well. Maria was just born with a rather vicious look in her eyes, and she had seen too many dirty things in the Wang family, so her personality was a bit cold and withdrawn. In fact, she was far from being as vicious and despicable as her brothers and sisters, and she was far from being comparable to that ancestor. Because he was worried that the object of the great prophecy would be born in his bloodline, Echuca strictly prohibited his descendants from learning magic, let alone transforming into a lich. But in order to prevent the reproduction of the royal blood from being cut off, it would select the main family from the young bloodline in each generation. The butlers were assigned to the descendants of the main family as bodyguards and servants, and then they were allowed to fight among themselves like a show, and like raising insects, they had to choose an excellent successor to inherit its precious royal blood. The other branches that lost the struggle, like Zijin's father, were deprived of half of their circuits and released into the slums as a backup to avoid the accidental extinction of the main family. Usually, after a new generation of offspring is born in the main family, the branch family will not live long. Moreover, Maria is the weakest member of the main family, who only looks fierce, and is actually a facade. Of course, she is just weak, but not a complete fool. Knowing that she has absolutely no chance of surviving the fight between these blood relatives, Maria decisively seized this opportunity to escape. The eldest lady with a cold and fierce look nodded, took out the scroll from her waist, and handed it to Xing. Then we are even. Your family doesn't owe Saint Astle anymore. Xing silently took the scroll, which contained Xing's family heritage, the genealogy of the royal family's hereditary stewards, and the scroll that sealed her ancestor's soul. To put it nicely, she is also a noble with a 1,000-year heritage. To put it bluntly, she has been someone else's dog for 1,000 years, and even her soul for generations has been held in the hands of her master. In fact, dogs have always had feelings for their masters, but the opposite is not necessarily true. Maria is not Xing's master either. In fact, she has been assigned to the youngest lady of the Saint Astle family, Froya Saint Astle, as a personal steward since she was a child. She devoted herself to her master and tried her best. Even after assassinating Echuca's, she was foolish enough to return to the Wang family, wanting to rescue her master and escape from the endless vortex of killing and hatred in Saint Astle. Unfortunately, her master, after all, was a descendant of the Wang family. In the end, he tore off his gentle and lovely mask and angrily denounced her as a damn traitor. Instead, the eldest daughter Maria seized the opportunity to escape and traded her own inheritance of the family business for Xing to get the contract that bound the family spirit from the Wang family. She tore the seal open, watched countless afterimages appear in the sea breeze, sighed with relief, and drifted away with the wind, and Xing breathed a sigh of relief. At least, her parents, who had always hated her for transforming her body but eventually allowed her to live to this day, can finally return to the peaceful sea of eternal sleep. I suddenly gained freedom, and I don't know where my path is. Now all I can do is the work of a butler. Please allow me to continue to serve you, at least until you have the power to protect yourself. Xing bowed slightly to Maria, no longer out of obedience to his master, but simply to express gratitude to her for helping him understand her wishes, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Maria nodded. Okay, I pay you. By the way, is there a bathroom on this ship? The breastplate is stuffy and hot, and I'm sweating. Xing carried the gift box and took her arm to board the ship. Please follow me. We have specially renovated the ladies' lounge and added an independent hot spring bath. Who on earth is so crazy that he used half of the fresh water supply magic circuit to build a bathroom? At the same time, Pollux, who was on the lower deck, was going crazy after hearing the reports from the fishermen sailors he recruited. I knew I shouldn't have handed over such an important task as warship transformation to those crazy women. We're about to set sail. How can we change it? But this was not the only thing that made him restless. What? The elves are rioting? What the hell is going on again? I promised them that I would release them from their magic shackles when they reached the southern continent, and I even equipped them with a human cabin. What happened now? Well, the sailors you bought, those elven slaves, refused to live with the dark elf war band I recruited. Guild summed it up. They said they have different beliefs, and would rather live with the Murloc goblins down there. Don't talk nonsense. I want them to climb the mast to adjust the sails. Can your mercenaries do this? Pelusius grabbed his hair. Wait a minute, do we still have goblins? Not only goblins, but also ratmen, orcs and ogres. Guild flipped through the crew list. They sneaked in from the port, probably trying to sneak to the south to make a living. If we don't have enough mercenaries, we can use them to make up the number. Hey! You two are in charge. The snake girl Nami swam along the wall angrily, who dismantled the giant squid under the spur. We have to sneak through the seabed salt bed of Belanet to avoid the search of the elf cruiser. Do you want to be attacked by sea monsters along the way? Now where are we going to hunt another Leviathan as a disguise? And who invited those country bumpkins on the deck? I haven't even seen a cannon. An old lunatic even harpooned me. Guild frowned in dissatisfaction. The whale killer is a feared pirate in the north, and Big Bluetooth has been roaming the ice sea since my grandfather's time. This time I'm here to help, and I'm conquering the southern seas by the way. He doesn't have many years left to live. I'm afraid he will die of heat on the deck. Oh, I say. Oh my god. Pelusius was about to speak to mediate, but suddenly his shadow stood up from the ground. How many times have I told you not to hide in my shadow, Matthew? Seeing the assassin sent by the Iceland family, Nami, who was in a shadow, immediately curled up into a ball. The assassin Matthew shrugged and conveyed to Pelusius, I'm here to pass on a message. Sorg, the flag officer, thinks that the orange juice and wine are not prepared enough, and she thinks the cabin is a bit smelly. I want you to pass on the wind and get some perfume to spray it. Cripple Malas only sent 2 assassins. One female was responsible for protecting the flag bearer Sarasis Sorg, and the male Matthew was now responsible for passing on messages and instructing Polyjuice to do this, and that at any time. Are we going on a picnic? Polyjuice was mad. Where is Sauron? What the hell is this guy doing? Why hasn't he come yet? Whose trial is this? It's too slow to recruit soldiers. Indeed, it depends on the number of troops he recruits. If there are less than 1,000 people, some golems and undead servants must be deployed to meet the minimum scale of the troops. Guilt ignored the frantic Pollux and looked at Matthew. And where is Saijan? The door she wanted to remove has been removed. Where is it to be installed? Wait, what door? No, don't tell me, I don't want to know. Guild was still able to remain calm. She removed the door of the ice cream shop and wanted to take it with her. Maybe she missed home. Pollux squatted on the ground with his head in his hands and looked like he was going crazy. Miss Saijan and Mr. Allrights are in the core power room of the magic circle on the lower floor. Matthew looked at him with pity and added, the White Robe ordered that we are now conducting a relatively dangerous magic experiment. Creatures with low magic resistance are prohibited from approaching the core. You started the experiment just before departure. Why don't you just blow up the ship now? Fuck, stop scaring me, okay? Another shadow suddenly stood up in front of him, and Polyjuice was powerless. Rena, the female assassin in charge of protecting Sarasis, spoke silently. The flag bearer summoned you to the deck. Soren has arrived at the port with his troops. Great. When he heard that he could get away from all this shit, Pollux jumped up excitedly. What are we waiting for? Let him bring his men aboard. Which mercenary group did he recruit? 1,000. Yes. Rena hesitated, a bit too much. 2,400 people, the number of humans recruited from Furnace Town, including 200 vanguards, some of whom killed the Death Knight of Iron Front and obtained the newly cast ring, and some of whom were warriors who had inherited the family heritage. Hidden in the infantry formation, not conspicuous, but the core of the middle-level organization of the army. 200 craftsmen and technicians, most of whom were apprentices, brought 2 machine guns, 20 mortars, ammunition, and a large number of machine tools disassembled into parts in their carriages, in preparation for the establishment of bases and supply lines in the south in the future. The remaining 2,000 people were soldiers recruited from the Furnace Town, the mining area, and the farm. They were mainly experienced rebels. They were wearing a new set of plate armor that the Iron Front Dragoon Regiment had just ordered from the furnace, and had not yet been enchanted. They carried 2 or 3 repeating rifles on their backs, and held long-pole dragon spears, and shields in their hands, to form a phalanx of spears. Under the organization of the internal vanguard, they lined up neatly. From a distance, it looked like a gray steel jungle suddenly grew out of the port of the imperial capital. And behind the iron forest was a large group of 4,500 lizard men, all of whom were the new generation of the nest. And each person was equipped with at least one mount, a hunting lizard, a ground dragon, or a pterosaur, all of which were brothers born from the same nest. So there were actually nearly 9,000 lizards. Because the lizard men had little savings, after they were organized, Soren, Isenlian, paid for it, and went to the furnace to get a wave of weapons. Therefore, the lizard hunters gathered here were no longer the ones who could only decorate themselves with camouflage and feathers, but groups of fierce cavalrymen armed to the teeth with steel and white blades. There were 800 pterosaurs alone. Lizard knights were used to throwing javelins and spears, and throwing grenades was not a big problem after training. There were also 500 earth dragons such as triceratops and thunder dragons. Experiments have proved that it is possible to put mortars on the back armor of earth dragons. However, there are not enough finished artillery at present, and artillerymen also need training, so they can only be used as simple heavy cavalry for the time being. There are also 200 temple guards, all of whom are the most elite young warriors. Each of them is about 3 meters tall. They are obviously powerful, but in fact too powerful. Therefore, they are also feared by the old guards. In order not to die at the hands of their own strong men in the blood sacrifice, they are directly sold to Sauron at a low price, so this is a win-win situation. The furnace specially made armor for them in a hurry, filled with anti-magic armor, and selected enchanted weapons to form a strong army with full melee power. This is why it has been delayed until now. The remaining 3,000 were all lizard hunters. The skinks used flintlock muskets and crossbows that humans had eliminated to replace javelins and blowguns. Their tactics were still long-range harassment, and the lizard hunters were responsible for slashing and chasing the prey when they fled. As light cavalry, their equipment was mainly composite leather armor, chain mail and leaf armor, while the lizard hunters were equipped with steel claws. Pelechius looked numbly at the port, the dense army filling the horizon. The others had similar expressions. They fell into collective silence and confusion. The Eastern Star was not small, but it was just a ship. You couldn't stuff a lizard into every barrel and gun barrel. Considering that ocean voyages also require food supplies, loading 1,000 or 2,000 people was already the limit. And there were more than 2,000 people, and 9,000 lizards in front of them. Some earth dragons were so large that they could outnumber 20 of them. Can we find extra ships? Only Gilt's expressionless face was truly expressionless. Even if there is a ship, there are not so many sailors. Nami swung her tail. Even if the cargo hold is completely renovated, 3,000 people can only be stuffed in. Moreover, the freshwater magic circle on the ship can only generate fresh water for 1,000 people every day. How can there be fresh water for 1,000 people now? Half of the circuit is pulled to the bathhouse. Pollux was shocked to find that he could talk about these weird things calmly like Gilt. What? What? You built a bathhouse on the ship? Just find a place to take a shower, and it will be over. Can't you see there is water all around? Nami screamed. But sea water hurts the skin. Miss Maria, who had just finished taking a shower, looked serious. Silas and the Banshee, who had contributed greatly to her various designs, nodded smugly because they had the support of their colleagues. That's right, and it's too indecent to expose your body in broad daylight. The Snake Girl also looked like she was going crazy. So we can only transport 500 to 1,000 people each time, and how many times do we have to go back and forth? Gilt and Pollux exchanged glances, and decided to give up discussing the issue with the nominal commander of the army. Then Soren rode Guinevere out of the void, and landed on the observation deck at the top of the mast. He changed into a set of plate armor that was exactly the same as the human soldiers in Furnace Town, which was the batch ordered by the Death Knights of the Iron Blade Dragoon Regiment, but his set was already a finished product with all the enchantments and forging enhancements. Hey! Soren shouted excitedly to the mages on the deck. Give me a loudspeaker magic. I want to give a battle speech. Lucius quietly asked Gilt, should we tell him that he can only take 500 of the tens of thousands of people he brought here? But at this time, Ulrides and Seigen came out of the underground cabin. No, they can all be taken away. I made a few small changes, upgraded the magic core, and applied the gate storage spell to the cabin. Seigen blinked. Now this ship is my alternate dimension magic workshop. Whether it's 10,000 or 100,000 people, it can accommodate them all. Gilt and Pollux stared at her, as if they suddenly realized that the person standing in front of them was the prophet, the most talented magical girl of their age. The white robe heard the boy's request, so he snapped his fingers casually, spiritual echo. Then the light curtain spread out, like ripples caused by a stone falling into a pond, covering the entire imperial capital. Ahem. Soren cleared his throat, and his voice was clearly transmitted to every corner of this dead city, every living being, undead, human, monster, lich, vanguard, noble, slave, transmitted through his spiritual talent, echoing in the ears of every conscious being. Brothers, you are trash, all of you are trash. Lucius covered his face. You who are standing here today, you are all trash with nothing. You have no money, no house, no woman. If you had a warm home, is it necessary to fight with me to the other side of the sea? No. So you are standing here. Are you tired? It's okay to be tired. Comfort is for the rich. Are you cold? It's okay to be cold. Warmth is for the nobles. You rubbish. You have nothing. Who can you rely on? The only one worth relying on in this world. You are the only one. And the knife in your hand. What can you fight for? You rubbish. Except for a rotten life. You have nothing. Then burn it all up. What do you want? You want everything, because you have never really owned anything. Then hold your knife. Burn your life. Grab everything in the world into your hands. Go to the other side of the sea. Take comfort from the rich. Take warmth back from the nobles. Money, women, fame, power, strength. Do you want it? Do you want it? If you want it, I give it to you all. Go find it. Go grab it. I put all the treasures in the world there. First Sauron, then the Yellow Crown, and then everyone on the shore. The humans and lizards who had nothing, shoulder to shoulder, followed Sauron, roaring towards the distance, towards the sun that was about to fall into the horizon, towards the other side of the sea. Chapter 61. The three-masted warship broke through the waves, with white, blue, purple and gold magic winds surrounding the ship. The inflated magic pattern sails provided amazing power through multiple amplifications. At the same time, under the full open lightness and acceleration magic arrays, the huge warship was like a hydrofoil, and the keel of the ship was almost rubbing against the water surface. Sauron stood at the bow of the Eastern Star, looking out at the endless ocean. The chest was filled with lofty ambitions, and he just wanted to write a poem. Ah, oh sea, you are all water. Ah, no more. Alas, I am so sorry for being illiterate. Sauron scratched his face, stared at the empty sea for a while, then turned his head to look at the deck. There was no one there either. It was true, there was no one except him. There were no birds in the sky, no fish on the sea, and no one else on the deck. There were only waves rising and falling, creating waves and passing over the two sides of the Eastern Star. But if you look closely, you can find that even the frequency of the waves is the same. It was like a lonely ghost ship sailing in a frozen oil painting. Well, this was the solution that Sejun came up with. The forbidden spell she learned from the Great Library, the Klein's Pot. Actually, Soren had seen this kind of magic effect before, which was the magic prison designed by the White Robe Index to manage the forbidden spell books below the 14th floor. The space on the ground of the Great Library was copied to each floor underground to form an independent library. The function of the Klein's Pot was to distort the planes that were originally stretched out in parallel to form a non-directional space. Overlapping many points in three-dimensional space forms a spatial model that seems to intersect itself but expands infinitely. Its simple expression is that there is a hole at the bottom of a kettle. Now extend the neck of the kettle mouth into the inside of the kettle body and connect it with the hole at the bottom. So you get a model with no boundaries on the surface, and you can directly pass from the inside to the outside. Therefore, the space extends infinitely, and there is no distinction between inside and outside. So the ship that Soren is riding now is, strictly speaking, a manifestation of his cabin unfolding in another spatial dimension. The space outside the ship is not real, but an extension of the plane seen from a point in the pot. Or simply put, it is a space magic. Soren chose to give up thinking. He did not understand the complicated magic principle. As long as the magic I could see that something was wrong, it would be fine. In fact, Soren wanted to use the dragon spear to poke a shot into the alien space to see if he could break the forbidden spell, but he thought that if the magic effect of Klein's pot was really broken, even if there was no magic explosion, 10,000 people would instantly collapse and pile up in the limited cabin space. That scene must be very mentally polluted, so he finally restrained this suicidal impulse. In addition to the obvious space magic, Soren noticed another difference, that is, the two-color magic spirit wind that he saw before wrapped around the pirate ship became four-color, and the magic supply increased by more than double, otherwise this ship would not be able to drive like a drag race. Even if it was really caught by the elf navy, it should be able to escape quickly, and the chance of survival was greatly increased. It was boring to stay alone on the empty giant ship, so Soren turned and entered the cabin, came to the stairs and looked down. If you look with the naked eye, you probably can't see it. But with the magic eye of seeing cause and effect, you can see that the stairs in the cabin are wrapped by some kind of tubular magic pattern, which is probably the neck of the pot where the magic of Klein's pot occurs. Just like the subway in the library, it forms a special magic channel with a Mobius ring structure. Soren walked down the stairs for 10 minutes and confirmed that the number of floors he went down had already exceeded the specifications of the cabins in the large sailing ship, but the stairs still looped endlessly and could not reach the end. Occasionally, he would try to open the door of the cabin to see what was on the other side. Sometimes it was the crew cabin, sometimes it was the cargo hold, sometimes it was the ammunition room, Sometimes he could see humans, sometimes he could see lizards, and sometimes he could see goblins. Wait, are there any goblins on this ship? Oh, when he opened the door again, it turned into a skeleton soldier. Maybe he was dazzled before. In short, it was a completely randomly arranged maze, and there was no pattern to the arrangement of the cabins. After playing for a while, Soren lost interest. He turned around and walked up only one step, and walked directly to the hatch of the deck bridge. If he opened the door directly to the inside of the cabin, he would walk directly to the periphery of the magic space, just like he did just now, and saw an empty deck. But Zyja left a simple way to leave the loop. If the door is locked, a certain mechanism will be activated, and the door can be pushed outwards with the backhand, and then you can directly leave the range of the magic passage and walk to the deck of the real world. The sun and the salty sea breeze rushed towards him. Soren walked to the deck and looked over the side of the ship. He could see groups of pterosaurs in the sky. From time to time, with the strange roar of the pterosaur riders, they would dive in groups and dive into the sea to prey on passing fish. There were also human engineers and artillerymen on both sides. According to the information about the school of fish sent back by the skinks, they adjusted the cannons to shoot rows of iron anchors. The linked shells pulled a huge fishing net in the air, covering the position of the school of fish. Then the puppets pulled the steel wire rope, lifted the fresh fish in the big net from the sea, and threw it into the open cargo hold in the middle of the giant ship. When a hold was full, they used ice magic to freeze it, then closed the hatch, opened it again to find an empty position, and continued to fish and store military rations until all the fish were caught. At the opening of the cargo hold, Shi Qian also used a Klein's pot space magic. Because the door removed from her ice cream shop could not be moved in from the staircase of the cabin, and she was unwilling to dismantle the door frame. But no matter what, thanks to this magical girl, who is not sure whether she is a genius or a madman. Now not only fresh fish, but also large lizards, carriages, artillery, various alchemical products and other supplies can be directly stored in a different space through the hatch of the cargo hold. If he had known that Zyjan had such a powerful spell, Soren would have wanted to dismantle the furnace and take it away. Sauron walked around the busy middle cargo hold and walked to the bow. A group of muscular men with hairy faces, stripped naked, revealing their eye-catching muscles and luxuriant body hair, sat in the windward of the front deck drinking and enjoying the cool air. These barbarians were mercenaries recruited by Guild from his hometown, the Whale Killers of the North, and they looked like some kind of uncivilized giants, and it was said that they were the descendants of ancient humans who had mutated. But rather than being distant relatives of humans, they are closer to the hairless Yeti. According to Guild's recommendation, everyone is a whale-hunting warrior, a real man who fights in storms and blizzards, but they are all older, with beards that cover their faces. And their leader Bluetooth is an old madman. He is still there now, occupying the top of the bowsprit alone. He leaned on a harpoon and posed like a sea god, standing like a statue at the bow facing the wind, without pants on. Just now, Soren wanted to climb to the bow and pose for a memorial, but this old madman stabbed him with a harpoon to defend his throne, and forced Soren to go to the cabin to compose a poem. Forget it, I won't bother with these country bumpkins. Soren raised his head with his hands on the awning, blinked his eyes, and opened his eagle sense to take a look. The elves that jumped back and forth on the masts were bought by Pollux from the slave market and the casino. The sail masts that seemed tall and dangerous to other races were as easy as walking on flat ground for the races born in the woods. And it is said that after the rise of the Elven Alliance, every elf must choose to serve in the fleet or the army. I didn't expect that after working in the service industry and entertainment industry for so many years, they could remember the skills of sailors so quickly. It seems that this race cannot be underestimated. Vanguard Soren. The assassin Matthew emerged from the shadows. Sorg, the flag-bearer, has ordered that if you have seen enough, come to the bridge command room for a meeting. I was watching. I was studying the enemy of this battle, and I didn't ask those elves to take off their clothes one by one. They have lived in the Empire for a long time, and are used to not wearing clothes. Okay. Soren used his eyes to signal the assassin to convey his meaning and curse back. Assassin Matthew smiled. He was not stupid. He slipped into the shadows. Forget it. I won't bother with these people. Soren boarded the bridge. The command room was converted from the original captain's room. In the middle was a huge bone billiard table, or sand table. A magic eyeball was suspended in the sand table. It was the size of a human head, and was condensed from some fine sand. It seemed to be the fragments of soul crystals. Like bloody tears, it kept falling from the eyeball, scanning around into the bone sand table. Layers of changing graphics were formed in the sandbox. Soren took a closer look and found that this was actually some kind of real-time dynamic magic map. You can see the changing sea charts within a certain radius with the eastern star as the center, pterosaur scouts, spirit wind, and even the dynamics of some monsters and fish around. It's a magic radar. I asked my father for the Eye of Panoptos. Pelusius introduced the technology of battlefield liches to Soren. This is a device used on the front battlefield. It is a range magic that actively detects and monitors. It can't be seen by stealth and invisibility that are too advanced, but fleets, armies, and monsters with obvious magic radiation can be displayed. If you use all your magic to activate it, you can scan the magic fluctuations within a range of 10 kilometers, but the signal is too obvious and may attract the attention of the elf navy, so now I only adjust it to a radius of 5 kilometers. Every once in a while, when the soul crystals are exhausted, the detection range and effect will be reduced, so you have to replenish the crystals at any time, which is very expensive. Of course, if you connect to the node of the psychic tower on land, you can use the psychic tower as a network point to cover and monitor the entire battlefield. Although the magic detection radius of 10 kilometers at full power is only 800 meters, when Soren's magic eye is activated with the bonus of eagle sense, it still has to be praised. Okay, stop showing off your toys. Sarasis chewed and stretched, and the huge meat bomb supported by the V-shaped open neck long skirt jumped up and down. Soren's magic eye with strong dynamic capture ability was involuntarily attracted by the shaking things, and took the opportunity to scan the whole body of the flag bearer with sharp eyes. Well, he just took a shower and didn't wear underwear, ahem. Where is the elf banshee beside you? That guy upgraded her with titan flesh and blood. Now her spirit is being sublimated and reshaped. She can't be brought out for the time being. Hey, don't look at me. Your eyes are really disgusting. TSK, what are you conceited about? Soren wanted to retort, but since Zijin came in, he would not argue with his fiancée. Let's have a meeting now that all the decision makers are here, including the navigator Nami. A total of 8 people gathered around the sand table of the Eye of Panoptos. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Soren pointed at the red-haired girl next to the butler. Who is she? Nice to meet you. I'm Maria, the 19th generation grandson of the White Robichukas. I've given up my family name, and am now serving as a staff officer to Sir Sarasis. Maria saluted everyone. Staff officer? There are so many people here. What do you need a staff officer for? And what can you advise on? Soren is now annoyed when he hears the word Achukas. Finance and logistics. Soren turned his head to look at Pollux and Guilt, indicating that you can't take care of this. The two nodded, then shook their heads, indicating that they could take care of it, but the main reason was that they were lazy. Xing stepped forward to explain. The eldest lady, Ms. Maria, has received specialized education and has rich experience in property management and personnel management. In addition, she once interned at a casino and is very familiar with the process of settlement of spoils and military merits. Maria smiled, because if the direct descendant cannot become the head of the family, the more reliable way to survive is to give up the family name, marry a steward, and become the private accountant of the Wang family. I understand your position. Please treat me as a prop that can be replaced with confidence. She is only responsible for the miscellaneous statistics of military logistics and personnel management. In addition to general military supplies, she does not involve the management of magic-related items. This is something that needs to be done by someone special. Zijin also spoke up in support, and then Soren had nothing to say. After all, he was too lazy to make an inventory list. It's been discussed, right? Nami, the navigator, looked at the boys and girls, took out the sea chart from the tail belt and unfolded it. Then tell me first, where do you want to go? Soren, Arishi. Guilt, Punicus. Poljus, Quetzalcoatl. Sarasis, Phiam. Nami blinked, looked left and right, and slowly rolled up the chart. It seems that you haven't discussed it yet. What is Arishi? I haven't even heard of it. Sarasis frowned. Of course we should go directly to Phiam and join the main force of the Southern Continent Empire Army. What are you thinking? The three boys ignored her, and discussed in a small circle. Why don't you go fight Quetzalcoatl with so many lizard men? Pelusius waved his hand, and manipulated the soul crystal fragments on the sand table to form a map of the Southern Continent. Also, Irisi is too remote. It is a complete isolation. It is a waste to send a large army there. Take Quetzalcoatl, lead the lizardmen army eastward, and go straight to Punicus. We can be invincible. Sauron explained. I met with the high priest. The internal factional divisions of the lizardmen are too serious. If we are not careful, we will be dragged into it, and waste our time and energy. As for Punicus, What are you thinking about? That's the base camp of the Sand Country's Elven Navy. That geographical location is too important. If we want to destroy the Sand Country, we have to take it down sooner or later. Otherwise, the elves will always have the strategic initiative and can get a steady supply from the sea. And if we want to fight, we have the greatest chance of winning by taking advantage of the unexpected attack now. Gil pointed out, we have a new force in our hands that no one expected. If we defeat Punicus's fleet, the Sand Country will be destroyed. The three of them fell silent for a moment. Soren had to admit that Melaza's suggestion was correct, and what Gil said made sense. To some extent, Pollux's plan was not unfeasible, because the strategy changes in real time according to the dynamics of the battlefield. When Soren only had a 1,000-man ragtag team, it was a good choice to hide in the corner of the battlefield, gain a foothold, and wait for the opportunity. But occupying the corner and fading from everyone's sight means that you give up the initiative and become an unnecessary role in the chess game. When Sauron has 10,000 elite soldiers, a sudden sneak attack on the core of the battle can also have an unexpected effect. But benefits and risks also coexist. If the surprise attack fails, what chances will there be of winning the battle against the undefeated Elven Navy at sea? And even if you ignore the reminder of the High Priest and plunge into the grievances of the Lizardmen and cooperate with those shrewd elders, it will directly increase infinite variables. It is possible that the energy and opportunities will be exhausted by the struggle of foreign races, but it is not impossible to really get strong support from one side and increase strength. In short, no matter which route you choose, there are pros and cons. No matter how much you analyze the strategy before the battle, it can't be compared with hindsight. The key is to win the battle. Are the routes to these places very different? Saijan asked the navigator. A lot different. The existence of the Punicus fleet has blocked most of the northern routes. As long as a cruiser finds you and follows you, you will be surrounded and sunk by the fleet before you see the coast. Your ship is modified very quickly, but I have to tell you that the elves have ships that can keep up with you. If you want to go to Punicus, it is a very dangerous road. We have to pass through many sea monsters' territories. We may have to rely on our luck to wander in dangerous waters for several days. Taking advantage of weather factors such as storms as cover, we may be able to break through the blockade and reach the city of Punicus. Perhaps because she was worried that they would really choose to rush over and attack the naval base, Nami said a lot of things with very obvious inclinations. Gil did not object, and nodded. There are always good opportunities that have to be given up on the battlefield, and there is no need to force it. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. The sea route to Fiam is similar. The Elven army has a very tight blockade of Fiam. We have 2 or 3 ways to sneak around, but the risk of landing is second only to Punicus. Eilish is in the same direction as Fiam, but farther away, and I am not familiar with the sea charts nearby. It is too deep in the heart of the Elven Alliance. If we are caught by the Navy, we can't escape. Our ships have never ventured to plunder nearby. The direction of Quetzalcoatl is different. This city is in the western rainforest. It will be closer to the land after landing from the north, but it will also be closer to the Elven Navy. Or we can go southwest and pass through the south of the rainforest. The risk of accidents at sea is the lowest, but it will be difficult to travel by land. Sauron frowned. Fighting a war is really annoying. With so many factors, can't the plot be fast-forwarded? He just wants to start a massacre right away. Do you know where the city of Insa is? Saijan suddenly asked. It is an inland city on the upper reaches of Fiam, by the Shadi River. Sauron opened the geography book given by Indix and checked. It is an inland plain granary, and an important town in the Kingdom of Sand. It should be responsible for supplying the elf army that surrounded Fiam City. What's wrong? Xiong was also thinking, that's too far, I want to find something there. The white-robed Anubis is now in Insa. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Maria, who suddenly spoke. Anubis is besieging Insa with a large army. Maria repeated, its envoys came to see Ichukas a few months ago and reached an agreement. If Dongfang Chinching had not been suddenly attacked, the last batch of supplies would have been transported by this ship. I know, because I arranged the supply route. Chapter 62. We arranged for the Black Ship pirates, who visited earlier to prepare a large amount of war supplies and transport them here to port said. Maria walked to the edge of the sand table and pointed to a small harbor northeast of Fiam and southwest of Arishi. Smuggled goods are brought ashore from this port city, transported by local tribes and bandit groups, and gradually transported by land to lakes not far to the south for storage. During the rainy season, tributaries from the Shadi River sometimes connect the lakes and waterways near said. If there is not much rain, it may not be possible to sail, and due to the terrain, It is impossible to enter the sea. That's why it was ignored by the elves. But as long as the swamp silt in some areas is dredged in advance, and combined with some water magic, it can become a secret route to transport military equipment to the south, bypassing the blockade of the elves outside Fayum. Maria looked up at the captain's room. This ship, the Eastern Star, was originally scheduled to deliver goods to said port to provide supplies for Anubis, but the crew was suddenly killed and delayed. I think, according to the previously arranged schedule, the large amount of supplies prepared for Anubis will be gathered by a lake south of Sed, waiting for the rainy season to arrive, and then it will be delivered to the east bank of the Shadi River, in the hands of Anubis's assembled army, for it to launch a general attack. It sounds like the truth. Since no one asked, Soren asked himself, doesn't Anubis want independence and a truce with the elves? Why did it take the initiative to attack again? I don't know about this. I'm just the window for arranging logistics in St. Astle, and contacting local forces for transportation supply lines. Maria pointed to the sand table. I'm afraid your intelligence is a little late. The main force of the elf fleet should no longer be confronting Punicus. I guess they also received the news that Insna was besieged, and responded quickly, heading south to attack Quetzalcoatl. Otherwise, it would be impossible to successfully reach the route to Sed after several transports. It was just too lucky. Moreover, Anubis probably transferred Quetzalcoatl's army to attack Insna. If the situation in the west had not deteriorated and the supply line had not been affected, it would not have needed to contact us. Yes, there is new intelligence information, and the situation on the war is more complicated now. So if we attack Punicus now, maybe our chances of winning will increase a lot. Palucho waved his fingers and condensed the crystal fragments on the sand table into chess pieces. The army was still confronting Fayum, pushing the chess pieces of the elven fleet to Quetzalcoatl, while on the other side, Anubis was besieging Insna. But the strategic significance has also been reduced a lot, because the key is that the main force of the fleet is still there. It's just that they took over an empty port, and the elves can completely change to another port to assemble. The strategic initiative is too strong. Guilt was also thinking, and Anubis was forced to contact the Empire for reinforcements, and the elves also responded quickly. It seems that the raid on Insna was not only unsuccessful, but also completely failed. After such a long confrontation, it suddenly made a bad move. The premise is that the information she provided is true. Soren still had doubts about people with the suffix of Achukas. What if she deliberately tricked us into fighting Punicus? Maria did not refute, just looked at Saijan. I am just providing the information I know. If we want to go to Insna, then we can take the previous supply line to said port, and then go upstream along the waterway I just mentioned. We are in the middle of a war, so forget it. Saijan did not insist. Miss Saijan, are you going to find something in this place? Stuart Starr had no interest in military affairs, but he listened to every word of the heir to the royal blood. Shi Qiong looked at everyone in surprise, especially the magicians. Don't you read the history of ancient elves magic and the principles of alchemy? There are Titan ruins in Insna, and the Atlas Alchemy Academy of the Elf Alliance is there. Don't you have any interest in elf alchemy? Everyone was ashamed. It seems that you want to go traveling. As a result, there are now 2 more targets to choose from, said an Insna, and the authenticity of the information is unknown, and the source of the information may not be credible. But whether it is new intelligence or old intelligence, there are several common points. Fayum is definitely a large battlefield where large armies confront each other. Going to Quetzalcoatl will have a high probability of directly encountering the main force of the Elven Navy. The benefits of raiding Punicus are hard to say now, but the risk is not much reduced. The information of Ayurishi is unknown, and the probability of encountering a strong enemy is also relatively small. Let's go to Ayurishi. There is not enough information now. It's not too late to make a decision after gaining a foothold in the southern continent. Soren thought about it seriously. This was the first batch of assets he had managed to accumulate with great difficulty. He had to keep them for farming. Besides, they were all newcomers. If they went to the battlefield right away, who knows how many people would die. He should be cautious, be timid, and gain some experience to level up. Pelusius and Guilt had no objection to choosing the plan with the least risk. But Salasis still refused. Do you remember the purpose of this expedition? It's the Queen of Sheba's head. She is the leader of a country, so she must be in Fayum commanding the main force of the elves. Whether Anubis is in Fayum or attacking Insna, the elf army is completely involved. As long as we cooperate with the Imperial army in Fayum, defeat the main force of the elves, and concentrate the elites to kill their leader, the Queen, won't this trial be completed? What is there to delay? Sauron is really a headache. If there are 1 or 2 nitpickers in the decision-making team, nothing can be done. Indeed, There is a twisted logic in Sarassus's view that there are 3 steps to putting an elephant in a refrigerator. We have had experience in dealing with Yachukas before with decapitation-style special operations. Maybe the people in this room now have a good chance of winning by besieging a queen, but how can we cooperate with the Imperial Army of Fam? Will they definitely come out of the city to assist us? Is the queen really in the army? How many people are there in the main force of the elves? How to raid? What if we are discovered? Can we really win in a head-on battle? Are you clear about the local war situation now? Oh, so I heard from you that we went to this city on the border and suddenly got intelligence and a plan? The flag officer puffed out his chest and snorted coldly. Sauron really wanted to rush over and press her on the table and beat her hard. Okay, I understand. Anyway, you are not considering Quetzalcoatl, right? The navigator saw that the atmosphere was tense and about to start a fight, so he had no choice but to intervene. Then I give you a compromise suggestion. This lady said that she had arranged other black ships to take the route to Port Said before. Maria nodded. So Nami spread out her sea chart again. The route on the sea chart had changed significantly from the original southern continent coast to an unknown archipelago somewhere in the sea. This is the Minoan Labyrinth Islands in the east. There are many reefs, the terrain is very steep, and there are many ghosts living here. There is a hidden pirate dock and supply point here. Because the elf cruiser may monitor the nearby waters, I originally wanted to take a detour, but if necessary, I will go here first to confirm the latest information from the southern continent. If the black ship succeeded in smuggling arms, someone would have resupplied here when they returned. If the news is confirmed, we could also use a safe route to Port Said. After that, it's not too late for you to decide whether to go north along the coast to Iarihi, or go west to the sea near Fam, or even go to Ensa inland. What do you think? Seeing that Sarassus wanted to talk, the snake girl added, even if we want to go directly to Fam, we'd better ask the pirates here about the latest situation, the Navy's things, whether the sea monster has awakened, and the weather changes, and choose some safer routes. This big-breasted and brainless girl finally shut up. Soren could only accept it. After all, compared to going directly to Arishi, it increased the risk of being discovered, but this was also a compromise strategy that everyone could accept at present. So the first stop was temporarily determined to be the secret pirate dock in the Minoan Labyrinth Islands. Ah, Saijan. After leaving the bridge, Soren subconsciously called out to the other party. What? Soren hesitated for a moment, wanting to ease the recent relationship between the two, but the word still became, did you put the core statue of the elf into the ship? Saijan was not surprised. You saw it, right? Yes, I asked for the help of Lord Orides to transform the core of this ship. Now the core magic furnace provides a balanced supply of magic energy of the 4 elements, so the spell effects of all magic arrays have been greatly increased. Of course, the main reason is that the original magic energy of the hull is not enough to maintain the operation of Klein's pot. Soren thought for a while, have they, Sarassus and her elves, ever asked you for the goddess statue? Saijan glanced at him, and was silent for a while. No, we haven't had much contact. What happened? Sauron shook his head. I have always been very curious about who killed this ship, the original crew of the Eastern Star, and for what purpose. At first, I suspected that Sarassus and the elves and her sword wanted to take back the goddess statue, so after attacking the pirate ship, they tracked me down in some way. But it seems that these 2 guys are quite stupid and have no ability to calculate others. Later, I suspected that the Dead Apostles cult launched a hunt to seize the holy relics, but the pilot who stole the holy relics did not die. Isn't it very strange? Now, if Maria is telling the truth, then this ship is also related to Anubis and Yachukas, so maybe someone has been hiding in the dark and plotting something. I don't know why, when facing Saijan, Soren can feel at ease to tell all these things. Shi Cheong would not laugh at his suspicion, nor would she get emotional when talking about serious matters. It would be better to say that she might really have no special thoughts about Soren, but she still nodded to accept his kindness and thought about it seriously. I understand. I will check this ship to see if there are any hidden problems on the ship. You told me that you were right. If it is really aimed at the core reactor, we must be prepared in advance. Shi Cheong. When the girl was about to go back to the cabin, Soren couldn't help but speak, and then he didn't know what to say to the girl who opened the door and looked back, so he scratched his head. I just want to remind you to be careful. Cheong looked at him with green eyes for a moment, lowered his eyes, turned his head, and walked into the cabin, and his figure disappeared behind the stairs of Klein's pot. Soren stood on the deck with a sense of loss. The assassin Matthew emerged from a shadow. If you like her, why not ask her to watch the stars together at night? The scenery on the sea is pretty good. Soren rolled his eyes at him. What do you know, single guy? Matthew smiled and waved. Wife, do you want to watch the stars together tonight? The assassin Rena also came out of the shadows and threw herself into his arms. Okay, husband, kiss. After the two kissed, Rena sneaked back into the shadows to work. Matthew spread his hands to Soren, who was showing off. You see, it's that simple. Soren was desperate. Maylaz, the cripple, really sent two assassins here for vacation. Okay, sir, let's get back to business. Matthew stopped teasing his employer. I was just wandering around the ship, patrolling, and found an uninvited guest sneaking in. Maybe you should go meet her. Soren narrowed his eyes, and suddenly had a bad premonition. She? Gentlemen, warriors, can I take up a little of your time? I hope to tell you about the human God and Savior I serve, Death. Yes, there is no other God or idol who can be as fair as my Lord. No matter male or female, old or young, rich or poor, noble or humble. Everyone, sooner or later, will face the ultimate, peaceful, destined death. In the face of death, all living beings are equal. Everything in the world, all glory will eventually turn into dust. Only death is eternal. Believe in death, reverence death, embrace death, because my Lord is fair. It will reward your loyalty. It will reward your dedication. When it walks on the earth, it is like walking in its kingdom. At that time, true salvation, eternal tranquility, and equal death will embrace everyone. For that moment, for the coming of the final chapter of becoming one with the Lord, join us, brothers and sisters. Join our Church of the Dead. Brothers who join can receive 5 gold sands of church subsidies every month. If you kill a creature with your own hands and cut off its head, don't throw it away. Bring it to me as a sacrifice to the Lord. As long as you collect 100 heads, we will recognize you as a crusader of the church and give you various magic weapons, magic books, or combat skills as rewards for your contribution. Also, if you want to confess to me alone, sister, I will be waiting for you in the closet. In a cabin, Sister Hella, wearing the holy relics and shadows made of gauze nun clothes, stood at the dining table in the crew room with a cannon in her hand, preaching to the young recruits, who were staring at her bare thighs in amazement, while distributing leaflets printed with the sex creed and welfare. Matthew spread his hands, and Soren covered his face to suppress his headache. I said, Sister, when did you get on board? When you said that all of you are trash, respected dead apostle. Hella threw the flyer in her hand to the black hand summoned by the shadow of death to distribute it, and walked to Soren with a smile. The essence you left with us before. Soren took a breath, gave Matthew beside him a wink to indicate that he should disappear immediately, grabbed Hella's hand, and pulled her out of the cabin, ran down several floors from the stairs, and rushed into an empty cargo hold. Hella covered her mouth and giggled. You are really impatient. Have you tasted the marrow and tasted it? I know nothing about you. Sauron resisted the urge to spit on her face. Saliva, took a deep breath to calm down. What on earth are you doing here? Hella shrugged. Didn't you see it? Preaching, we are the incarnation of death on earth, and naturally we have to convey its will to more creatures. As for your identity, the Pope also recognized it. After all, this is what the gods expect. By the way, don't you want to get a mount of death? Bucephalus, this is the name given to you by the Pope. You can use the essence of the holy remains, or blood as a medium. Try to summon it to sign a contract. If successful, you can use the law of death charge. So the death charge is really a kind of death law that the Lich learned from the dead apostles. Well, when you have time, summon a proper death mount as soon as possible to increase combat power. Of course, use blood to summon it, otherwise who knows what will be summoned. Although the nun sent the name of the death mount, Soren still looked at her suspiciously. Your church is just about to revive the empire, and you sneak onto my ship to preach in the southern continent at this time? Really have no other intentions. Do you remember the ship? Did you kill the crew members on the ship before? Hella clasped her hands together and prayed. All this is what death wants, and what the God of Man says must come true. He started to fool around again, and he was really stubborn. It was clear that the Church of the Dead had a conspiracy, but Soren couldn't just shoot them to death. Not to mention that she was a believer of death, who was always chattering, and she was still 100 days old. I will arrange someone to keep an eye on you, and you can preach, but don't do that with my soldiers casually, you understand. Sauron warned her. The nun giggled. Your Majesty the Dead, you have a strong desire for exclusivity. Do you care about me so much? I don't care about you. I led the soldiers to fight, and I was afraid that they would be squeezed into weak shrimps when they came ashore. Chapter 63. Because of the influence of his previous life, Soren doesn't like organizations like the church at all. It doesn't matter if it's his stubborn prejudice, but the values formed by Soren are really unbearable to bow down to a supernatural being and give everything to it. Even if there is such an existence in this alien universe, it won't work. So at least on the point that the Dead Apostles cult should be expelled, he agrees with Killian's approach. It sounds so nice, give money, equipment, and women, believe in my God to get power and eternal life, but what is the essence? The Church of the Dead Apostles, that literally means they want people to die. Is there anything more evil than this? Do you really think that beautiful women are pure, pitiful, kind-hearted saints who are worth licking? Just take Hela. How many people have she killed, and how many heads have she taken in front of Soren? And she doesn't even bother to make up lies to persuade people to be good, and has clearly said many times that her ultimate goal is to kill all living things in the world. If all human beings followed the Lord's will and died, who would join Sauron in farming, raising troops, and advancing technology, and dyeing the map of the world into one color? What's more, now that the missionary work has spread to his army, he still wants to form a crusader army? That's a taboo, sister. Thinking of the large number of artifacts in the hands of this cult. To be honest, Sauron can't help but want to eliminate them all as soon as possible, and grab all the artifacts to eliminate future troubles. It's just that he hasn't figured out the details of the cult yet, and these nuns have been respectful to him so far, not giving Sauron a suitable opportunity to attack. Then Soren couldn't save his face, and he killed people just like Achukas. In addition to the above, they also had a common friend, so they had to at least say hello the next time they met, and ask Death about its real purpose, whether it really wanted to exterminate humans, and whether it had any objections if the cult was eradicated. After all, no matter how much he talked, he was still the only human god. In short, Soren really didn't have time to deal with this minor conflict for the time being. He could only ask someone to help keep an eye on it. Well, why not just put the garbage in a centralized pile for easier management? Let her be my consultant. Sarasis looked back and forth at the Death Knight and the nun in front of him, wary. What are you planning? And who is this? You brought her on board? She is dressed so frivolously. Oh, flag-bearer, please don't misunderstand my good intentions. This Sister Hela is a believer of the Dead Apostle cult. She is blessed by the holy relics, and has extremely strong combat power. Ordinary assassins can't survive a single move in front of her. Is there anything more reassuring than having a bodyguard like this by your side? Soren promoted the nun, with a smile on his face. Hela also cooperated by lifting the skirt of the holy robe and bowing like a noble. Nice to meet you, dear lady. I am Hela, a nun serving the human god. Please forgive this inappropriate dress, because as long as I wear the human god's shadow, the rest of the clothes will decay and become unwearable. Therefore, I have no choice but to expose my body. If it causes you discomfort, please forgive my offense and impoliteness. This nun really speaks differently to different people. The words and tone she uses clearly have the accent of the Franny nobles, like Sarasis, and the picky look on the other party's face immediately eased. It seems that the preaching is quite good at talking. The Order of the Dead Apostles, said Maria, who was now a secretary. I heard that most of them mastered extremely powerful forbidden death techniques. Later, the Vanguard army raided their headquarters and almost wiped them out. I didn't expect them to appear again. Well, another point for the common enemy. The assassin Reyna in the shadow also appeared and looked at Hela with fear. Obviously, she knew that Malaz almost had his head chopped off. She also explained to Sarasis, if her dead shadow is nearby, it is indeed difficult for assassins to maintain stealth. Soren saw that the flag officer was indeed moved, so he continued, we can't let her live with those big men in the cabin, it's indecent. Sarasis glared at Soren, but the elf demon assassin was really famous. Well, sister, you will also be my advisor and live in the ladies' room. We have a private bath, don't worry, we have specially added magic protection and barriers, and men will never be able to sneak in. Why are you glaring at me? Do I want to see you? No, I am not that kind of person, Sauron sneered. Thank you for your generosity, respected lord. I wonder if you are willing to listen to me talk about the human god and savior I serve. Great, step up the efforts, sister. Fool this big-breasted and brainless woman to death, and solve two problems for me at once. After completing the garbage sorting, Soren finally breathed a sigh of relief and could go to deal with the business. In fact, in a sense, he also saved the nun's life. Do you really think you are so awesome just relying on the protection of the holy relics and shadow of the dead? White robes are not more awesome, but the most fatal flaw of this kind of clothing artifact is that there are always places that the robes cannot cover. Even if Soren can tolerate the existence of the Dead Apostles cult and not take action. There are also guys on the ship who have similar values to Soren, but their behavior is more extreme. There are 200 of them. Two shirtless teenagers confronted each other in the open space cleared in the cabin. The teenager on one side had short orange hair, a square face, high eyebrows and deep eyes, a burly body, and was calm and introverted. The teenager on the other side had blue hair and a flat head. He was only slightly shorter than his opponent and was thinner, but he also had tight muscles that exceeded his peers. They stared at each other, and a two-handed sword was inserted on the deck between them. Behind each of them, there was a warrior in full armor, kneeling with a long sword in his hand. This was not a Macra-style duel. It was just a small game to kill time in the training inherited by the Vanguard army. The rules were simple. When the duel began, whoever grabbed the middle sword first and put it on the opponent's neck would win. The competition was not about reaction speed, but who could intimidate the opponent with murderous aura, or who can break free from the shock of murderous aura and grab the sword first. Just because too many people died playing this game, a warrior was later arranged behind each player. The existence of the peek behind can prevent the warriors in the game from going berserk, because they are too involved and cannot control their murderous aura. It can also prevent someone from blocking the sword in time before the player can't stop and splits the opponent in two with one sword. Freiberg of the Furnace. Among the other young warriors of the Vanguard army watching nearby, the gray-haired young man in the lead looked at the tall orange-haired boy, and then looked at the blue-haired boy opposite him. Amas of the mining area. Start. No movement, no fighting, no gorgeous magic effects. The two boys just stared at each other, completely ignoring the long swords on the deck. The cabin fell into a strange silence. There were 4 young warriors of similar age gathered a little further away from the cabin to watch. No one even gasped loudly at this time. Among the 200 vanguards, the 9 who were able to attend this small group gathering were the elites, who had at least captured the head of a Death Knight, obtained the first batch of newly cast rings, and were elected captains. Of course, to chop off a Death Knight's head, even if it is by sneak attack or group fight, it can only be done by someone with a family ring, extraordinary martial arts, or at least someone who has blood on his hands before. And people like to form gangs by nature, even if it is divided into secret societies such as the Vanguard. There are still camps. For example, a group of people who were born in the furnace and grew up under the mediation of the owner of the weapons shop. And a group of people who were born in the mining area and followed their captain of the mining area to fight against the cave spiders in the dark cave. In short, every young man who can stand here has his own experience and heritage, and everyone is the protagonist of his own story, so naturally they will not be convinced by each other. When they gather together, they must have a leader. It must be said that using military merits and the number of heads captured to rank the seats is the easiest way for males to accept. But even so, there will still be challengers. Especially when the young leaders of Freiberg in the furnace and Armas in the mining area, both of whom cut off 5 heads of the Death Knight, appear in a deadlock. Playing a game is a good way to decide who has the final say. Because it's fast enough. When the inheritors of the ancient martial arts of the Vanguard army fight each other, unless it is training, or both sides know each other well, their strengths are comparable, and they are both very weak. Otherwise it is difficult to see a situation where you use one sword and I use another sword, and the fight is difficult to determine after dozens of moves. The strong is strong, the weak is weak, and the amount of murderous aura can be seen at a glance, and one sword is enough to determine the winner. It is the same now, at the moment when Armas released his murderous intent. Freiberg saw his own death. He saw the blue-haired boy opposite him draw out his long sword and chop off his head, taking off his head cleanly and neatly, creating an illusion of death, and this was only the first sword. It was just the beginning. The second sword, it pierced through the right ribs, piercing the lung lobe, and then the sword tip went up, mixed with the blood rushing out of the alveoli, splitting his chest, and pulling it out from the throat with a knife, calling out a screaming blood wind in his ears. The third sword, it pierced his heart and came out from his back. His whole body was lifted up by the stab, and the guards behind him were strung together like a gourd, nailed to the wall of the cabin. The fourth sword, the tip of the sword reached his groin like a snake's tongue, but suddenly rose halfway, and the distance was just enough for the sword to throw his skull away from the center line and cut off half of his face from his cheek. The fifth sword, it was a completely violent slash. Because the opponent was too weak, he couldn't recover for 5 breaths. And the unfinished duel caused him to be furious. The slashing blades chopped Freiberg into a blood clot in midair. His hands, feet, and head were chopped into pieces, and the remnants of flesh and bones splashed into the cabin and onto the faces of the onlookers. Humph! After confronting each other for 5 breaths in such a tense stalemate, Armas, who had completely killed and tortured his opponent, couldn't help laughing and dispel the murderous intent. You can't do it. I heard that the owner of the weapon shop is the strongest vanguard of the furnace, and you are his strongest disciple. Is this the only level? Freiberg's body was covered with cold sweat, and the illusion of death faded from his tense nerves like an ice stream, followed by the burning heat of the shame of surviving a disaster. The red-haired boy knelt on the ground, vomiting the acid in his stomach in humiliation. Armas looked at the host next to him. How did he get 5 heads? You didn't lend them to him, did you? Or did you help keep an eye on the people and let him cut off the heads? The gray-haired young man looked solemn. Freiberg was defeated miserably. He was actually quite good. Although the Death Knights of the Iron Front Legion in the Crucible were all corrupt nobles, who had been paid for nothing, they were also magic warriors strengthened by various potions. Even if they were treated as monsters in human skin, they were not something that ordinary people could deal with. Although their faction did not take the initiative to compete with Freiberg for the head in order to exert more influence on the Grand Commander, hoping that he could gain more command of the new Vanguard army. But he also cut off those 5 heads with his own ability. But the facts are here again. The leader of the Furnace faction lost to the kid of the Mining District faction, and it was a miserable defeat. You are the deputy leader. The gray-haired young man nodded, representing the Furnace faction, which actually had the majority of people, and admitted defeat. Armas smiled, drew out his long sword and flicked the blade. That's not right, Hot Eller, I haven't won yet. And did you arrange the deputy leader? Oh, even the leader was suddenly created by you, right? Gray-haired Hot Color frowned. What are you talking about? I warn you not to go too far when you see the Grand Commander. Too far? Grand Commander, that commander just picked up the dragon spear, right? If it can be recognized by the ring, can't everyone use it? Armas held up his long sword, put his hands on his waist and walked to the door to face everyone. As soon as we crawled out of the cave, the captain sent us to help you rob the factory. As a result, we fought all night, and didn't even see the shadow of the commander. We only saw a group of lizards coming to divide the equipment. Hey, are we fighting for humans, or for lizards? Hot Color's expression was serious. Why, are you dissatisfied with the Grand Commander? Armas, don't get confused. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, but Armas didn't care. What's there to be dissatisfied about? He pays a lot of soldiers. If you are his mercenary, you are a good employer. But, as a vanguard, isn't it normal to want to meet the Grand Commander who killed the human king himself? Don't you want to learn a few tricks from him, and see the difference between you and a real hero? What? Don't tell me you don't even have this much courage. Then why are you a vanguard? Go back to the shack and forge iron. Armas. Freiberg gritted his teeth and stood up. Don't be so arrogant. I just have fewer opportunities to fight than you. This time I lost. But what are you bragging about with your weight? You can't move when you see the white robe. You want to challenge the Grand Commander right now. Stop daydreaming. Humph. Armas lifted the giant sword to his shoulder. We know if we're opponents after we meet each other. Ugh. Oh, I've been looking for you for a long time. So you're all gathered here? Sauron opened the door with a bang and looked at the captains, who looked at him in astonishment. Why do you all look like that? Oh shit, brother, don't think about it and commit suicide here. Armas stared at him, panting and moving the blade across his neck. If the blade wasn't too long and hit the wall, he would have almost cut his neck when it was knocked open by the door. At this moment, Armas was still rubbing his throat with lingering fear. Damn, he almost died. Although the vanguard should be trained to be fearless, this is too scary. Oh sorry, I knew that this broken magic would hit someone sooner or later. Sorry, you are not dead yet. Sauron sweated and quickly asked Guan Haifa to spit out a healing bottle, and poured a bottle of healing medicine on Armas' head. Armas was drenched with healing medicine and stared at the captain in front of him. Thinking that the journey he had just started almost ended with such a humiliating and funny ending, a burst of evil fire came up, and he stared at Soren's eyes with murderous intent. Armas! The gray-haired young man, who had been paying attention to the other party's movements, rushed over, but it was too late. Through the blood-colored healing potion that poured down from his head, like a rain curtain, Armas saw the illusion of death. The heavy rain of blood, the ocean of blood, the blue-haired boy who crawled out of the mine found himself standing in the swamp, looking up at the mountains in front of him, but it was not a swamp. What buried his legs and made him unable to avoid it was dense corpses. Over his waist, making him unable to move, was the endless sea of blood. And that wasn't a mountain, it was a mountain made of skulls, countless mountain cemeteries, bloody graves, standing on the ocean of blood, covering the sky, covering the sunlight. And at the top of that mountain, at the top of that mountain, at the top of that mountain. Hey, are you okay? Are you having a seizure? Don't bite your tongue, don't bite your tongue. Sauron held the blue-haired boy who fell to the ground, rolling his eyes, twitching his limbs, and foaming at the mouth like an epileptic seizure. The other young men stood there at a loss. Only the gray-haired hot color rushed over in time. Armas, it's an illusion. It's an illusion. Wake up, Grandmaster. Stay away. Stay away. It's the backlash of murderous intent. Armas. Ah, oh. Move aside, everyone, move aside. Give the patient some space. Give the patient some breathing space. Sauron also hurriedly called everyone to watch the rescue. Freiberg stood aside in amazement, looking at Armas, who was so arrogant just now, but now lying on the ground, and then at Soren, who was unaware and even a little confused. TSK, it seems that you are a little malnourished. Last time I went to the furnace, 2 of you also had an attack. Alas, it's pitiful to be oppressed like this since childhood. I will ask the canteen to give you a few more meals. Remember to supplement vitamins, eat more rice bran and coarse grains, fruits and vegetables, fish and shrimp protein to promote calcium absorption, and eat a reasonable and balanced nutritious diet. Sauron chatted with Freiberg. The young men of the vanguard army stared at him with wide eyes. No, they didn't dare to stare. Chapter 64. Armas recovered, slumped at the dining table, his face pale as he stared at the mountain of fish, shrimp and vegetables on the plate. Didn't your captain teach you to observe the prey's movements first, and have a basic understanding of the strength of both sides before taking action? Hot Kohler sat in front of him and pointed at Soren, who was chatting with the soldiers in the distance. He never took off the plate armor he put on at the furnace on the day of departure, and he jumped up and down without even sweating a drop. He wore the ring of the general commander the whole time, just like wearing an iron ring picked up on the roadside. And didn't you notice that something was missing from him? Armas looked at Hot Keller, then at Soren. He wasn't so weak that he couldn't even look at anyone because of the backlash of murderous aura. Although he didn't dare to release the murderous aura randomly. He didn't bring the dragon spear? Armas reacted, he brought it, and he can completely control the dragon spear? Doesn't that mean he has mastered the power of despair? That's nothing. He was bragging that he killed Yachukas with the god-killing spear, but that's like stabbing a wild boar. Freiberg came over with a plate of vegetables, and pushed half of them onto Armas' plate. Armas glared at him, but unfortunately he didn't have any murderous intent. Eat more, patient, or you have another seizure. Thanks to you, we all have to eat these now. Freiberg wrinkled his nose and stared at the cauliflower on the plate. How on earth did they think of bringing so many vegetables on board? No, they seem to have grown in themselves. I heard that a wizard opened a field on the ship to grow crops. Hot Kohler touched his chin. Don't look at me. I don't know what those magicians are thinking. Okay, everyone in the vanguard army. When you're full, pay attention and look over here. Sauron jumped onto the long table, and the 200 people in the cafeteria immediately fell silent and looked at him. You all know me, Soren, the vanguard army with the dragon spear. Sauron raised the dragon spear, and the 2 spears suddenly stabbed out to form a 2-meter-long double-edged spear. There was a sound of gasps in the cafeteria, and Armas bit his lips tightly. Fusion of 2 spears, melting 7 dragon spears into one. Isn't this something that only a true general leader can do? The general leader holding the dragon spear can command the vanguard. So, is there anyone who wants to challenge me now? Want to compete with me for the right to own the dragon spear? Sauron decided to say the ugly words first. Everyone was speechless. Some looked at Armas with pity. Obviously the general didn't know that the challenge was over at the beginning. Armas had already let it go, and decided to lie down and pretend nothing happened. No! Okay then. From today until the end of the campaign you were hired for, the vanguard army is my personal soldiers and must obey my orders absolutely. Even if I say, kill the flag bearer, you must stab her with your swords and guns. Get it? Sauron shouted loudly. Yes, Grand Commander. Everyone agreed in unison without any hesitation. The same is true for ambitious young men like Armas. Unless there is a real disagreement on principle, the vanguard army, an organization originally born from the military, must obey the internal order. Good, very spirited, but don't worry, we don't have to kill her for now. Sauron nodded, and the first batch of his men answered loudly, and he was very satisfied. Since everyone appreciates me and is willing to give their lives to me and obey my command, let me be the leader. Then I can't let you down and take you to your death, right? So now I have to let everyone know clearly the new policy and route of the vanguard army in the future. Now I announce that the first 5-year plan general meeting of the new vanguard army is held. Everyone applauded. Soren clapped his hands, and the others didn't react, and subconsciously followed suit. General meeting? What's this for? Armas was puzzled. Hot Kohler was also confused. 5-year plan? Is he going to announce his strategy? How can a general tell his soldiers about his plan? Freiberg frowned. The warriors present were also very curious. Usually, the vanguard army lurks in a single line of contact, and they choose to do what the older generation, who guides them, wants to do, and then they continue to complete their legacy. Those who have lost their heritage simply do whatever they want. Everyone does their own thing. Unless they meet in the same area, they will reveal their identities to avoid fighting among themselves and contact each other occasionally. Otherwise, they will hardly cooperate with each other. After all, the last time the cast iron order to recruit everyone was issued was 1,000 years ago. And the ending was not good. There were all kinds of civil wars and divisions, which made the general leader autistic. Well, first of all, I guess you haven't heard of the reputation of this young man, Sauron, before, and I don't know you very well. Soren stood at the long dining table and looked around the room. I believe everyone has their own experiences and pursuits. I don't force everyone to support my line, but in order to maximize our strength, let's work together, shoot together. First of all, we must seek common ground while reserving differences and reach a consensus on fundamental principles. I am not the leader of the group, but just an ordinary vanguard. I will express a few of my own opinions. If you agree with me, please raise your hands and vote with me. Don't pay attention to other people's opinions. Sauron put the dragon spear on the table, rolled up his sleeves, and raised his right fist. Humanity must revive. Humanity must revive. All the warriors bared their right arms and raised their fists. There is no doubt about it. Destroy the Elf Alliance. Sauron shouted. Destroy the Elf Alliance. The vanguards agreed. All the man-eating things must die. Sauron roared. All must die. The vanguards agreed. Then if the man-eating things want to destroy the Elf Alliance, or the elves are fighting against the man-eating things, which side do you choose to attack? Soren put down his hand and asked. Choose. There was a moment of silence, and the vanguards were stunned with their hands raised. Soren blinked and scanned the whole audience. Those who think that the man-eating creature should be eradicated first, stand on the left side of the cabin, and those who think that the elves must be destroyed first, stand on the right side of the cabin. Don't mind, everyone is not familiar with each other now. I just want to see the approximate number of people. Put on helmets, everyone put on helmets. Secret ballot, come on, get moving, or I make the scene of the choice more clear. There are elves who want to fight against the man-eating dragon. There are many such situations in legendary stories. Well, if the dragon doesn't make you feel involved, then the crypt spider will do. A huge mutant crypt spider. It appeared in the mine near the village, and an elf adventurer came to fight it. If you are also the vanguard passing by in the story, those who choose to help fight the crypt spider stand on my left-hand side, and those who choose to fight the elves stand on the right-hand side. The vanguard hesitated for a moment, and began to line up. No one wore a helmet, and the division was quite obvious. Everyone chose to stand on the left and fight the spider first. Soren nodded. This was normal. These were teenagers who grew up in the Empire. They had never been on the battlefield, and they had never seen real elves before boarding the ship. But most people, especially those who grew up in the mining area, had really seen crypt spiders. Maybe they had really seen how spiders eat people. Very good. Then let's change the situation. On the battlefield, the crypt spiders summoned by the Empire Wizard are fighting with the soldiers of the Elf Alliance. What do? You still choose to attack the spiders on the left and the elves on the right. The figure began to move to Soren's right. The two scenes were clearly distinguished. The vanguard was stubborn, not stupid. Even a miner like Armos, who hated the crypt spiders, knew the priorities on the battlefield. Great, I think everyone understands what I mean, right? So the warm-up is over, now it's time to get serious. Come on, listen to the questions. Soren smiled slightly, his face suddenly became ferocious and pointed to the left. That's the blood-sucking nobles who eat human flesh and drink human blood and enslave your ancestors. It's not enough that they enslaved you for a lifetime. They want to continue to transform you. They want to continue to live forever. They want to continue to drink your blood. They want to stay young forever. They want to live forever. Then he waved his arm, sweeping it to the right like a knife. They are the elves who broke their promises, took away the homes of humans, and caused you to fall to this point. They robbed your ancestors of their land. They slaughtered your great-grandfathers and grandfathers. They kept you in captivity like livestock, and worship you day and night. If you show any disrespect, they will burn all the wheat in the field, watch you starve to death on the roadside, watch you exchange your children with others to fill your stomach, because they are gods, because they can do it. Who will you kill first? The crowd was in a commotion. Sauron waited patiently, watching them whisper and discuss for a long time. Then a small number of people stayed on the right, some stood on the left, and the largest number of people gathered in the middle. The leader in the middle, Armas, couldn't help but say, "I want to kill them all. Whoever is closest to me should I kill first, okay? Okay, that's the spirit of all of you must die. Then the next part is the hardest part." Sauron smiled and pointed to the left. Those are the descendants of the noble slave owners, called humans. Although their fathers exploited you, squeezed you, and devoured your flesh and blood, they themselves think that their hands are clean and have never been stained with blood. Some people are even dissatisfied with your violence and resistance, thinking that you have stained something that originally belonged to them. He looked to the right again. This side is still an elf, but except for the skin, they are almost the same as you, enslaved in the fields and mines as slaves and hard laborers. The gods have put swords, guns, and bows in their hands, fighting with you to the death, just to protect the gods' private gardens and temples. Kill who? Armas laughed. It's not difficult. Everyone followed him to the left. Sauron nodded. Then we have reached an agreement on the principle. In a sense, Sauron is far more extreme than any vanguard in this world. Killian only wants to concentrate all his strength to deal with the elven gods. But Sauron wants to light a prairie fire, set the whole world on fire, and reshape it from the ashes. Because the education he received in his previous life was to forge his three views in this way. And now, he will use the same fire to forge these real steels selected from the mine furnace. Overthrow the three mountains of the Elven Alliance, the ogre monsters, and the aristocratic slave owners. Means of production and production relations. Organization and propaganda. Opposition and struggle. Main contradiction and secondary contradiction. Unite all forces that can be united. Mass base and base area. Concentrate on industrialization. The barrel of the gun. Fortunately, the first 5-year plan plenary meeting was held in the crew restaurant. So many knowledge points almost made Soren drool. But it was meaningful. At least Soren finished all the important things that needed to be done. The thoughts were unified, the basic principles were clarified, a new organizational structure was established, some useful knowledge was shared, guiding ideas were provided, and the course of action was determined. Finally, the meeting learning materials and the spirit of the new vanguard were conveyed to the entire army. Sauron didn't know how much effect it would have. After all, he only learned, recited, such a set of things during compulsory education. In any case, it is more scientific and advanced than the old vanguard's mafia-like organizational model, right? And at least, when he was talking about this theory and that contradiction, the eyes of the surrounding vanguards looked at him from a scary freak to a freak who was not only scary, but also had no idea what he was talking about but felt awesome. At least, all the soldiers knew a person like Soren. When issuing orders in the future, no one should disobey because of his young age and inexperience, right? Forget it, human hearts are the most difficult to guess, so let's take it step by step. Soren pushed open the hatch and entered the stairwell, just wanting to find an empty cabin and rest quietly for a while. The assassin Matthew followed him out of the shadows. "Sir Soren, I never thought you were so far-sighted and thoughtful. I really admire you." Soren looked at him suspiciously. He did notice this assassin sneaking in to spy on the Vanguard Army's meeting. It would be strange if other people were not curious after such a long meeting. "What's wrong? Do you want to borrow money?" "Please allow me to express my respect for you," Matthew bowed. "I am ashamed that I used to think you were just a naughty kid who often had brain spasms, and I really didn't understand the president's plan to form an alliance with you. But I heard that you have such a profound understanding and analysis of this world, which is far beyond your usual shallow and childish behavior and speech. I am deeply impressed by your hidden wisdom." "Okay, I will take it as a compliment to me." Soren sighed. He really had too much to say, and didn't have the energy to vent. Matthew smiled and followed Soren. "We assassins are tools for dirty work. We have seen the dark side of both the Empire and the Alliance. Everyone will join Isengland's boss, because he at least respects contracts and fair trade. But in the final analysis, who is willing to crawl on the ground and listen to orders all the time? Besides, when he faces those elves, he will never seek justice for so many people who starve to death. But I know you will do this. Even if you don't do it, you will definitely pull out those gods and kill them one by one." Matthew bent down deeply, almost crawling in front of Soren, stretched out his hands, and exposed the back of his head. "Please allow me to offer my loyalty to the leader of the new Vanguard Army of my own will." Soren looked at him, held Matthew's hand and pulled him up. "I also said it at the meeting just now. Did you hear it? If you want to join, first find a Vanguard Army to learn the organization's program, discipline and principles, and then take the written test with his approval and recommendation. If you pass, we will be like-minded comrades in arms. Don't kneel to everyone you see." Matthew looked very excited. Are you really willing to believe in the sincerity of someone like me? Sauron was not surprised at all, because he knew very well that the other party was not convinced by his eloquence or invisible aura of a leader with reduced intelligence, but was simply shocked by some ideas from another world that were at the level of dimensionality reduction. And once the new vanguard army began to spread the fire according to the guidelines of the conference, people who pursue their ideals would flock to it like moths to the light. Why? Because people born in the shadows yearn for light the most, right? Then rush towards the light, or burn up with us. Matthew took 2 deep breaths, and his heaving chest calmed down. He nodded seriously. Don't worry, the flag bearer sent me to confirm what actions the vanguard army is planning. I will never reveal the organization's affairs. No need. Sauron waved his hand. Just report it to her truthfully. Matthew looked over in confusion. Are you going to get rid of her? Soren shook his head. I know she is prejudiced against the vanguard because of her family's hatred, but everyone should have the opportunity to choose the path they think is right, and so should she. So I also gave her a chance to let her understand and judge for herself who we are, what we want to do, and what we are doing. Maybe one day, Sarasis will be willing to face up to the reason why the vanguard was born. Or maybe she has always believed that the nobles are superior to us peasants. This is the path she chose, and she will eventually meet the ending she chose. Matthew nodded, subconsciously wanting to bow, but finally held back, shook hands with Soren, and disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 65. The reorganization of the new vanguard army was difficult in the early stage. There were too many knowledge points that could not be explained in 1 or 2 days. However, Soren was not in a hurry. After the first batch of people were trained, he would not have to worry too much about the subjective initiative inherited by the vanguard army. The voyage on the sea was indeed boring. The vanguard army had no other entertainment except drawing swords and slashing each other. During the day, they learned about muskets and artillery with engineers, carried out physical and combat training on a daily basis, and occasionally cooperated with the lizardmen to catch fish and cook. That's all. Suddenly exposed to Soren's open class, everyone's enthusiasm for learning was high, and they formed study groups one after another. At night, they would gather in the restaurant with a small stool to attend night school. Not only did they recite, study, research and promote each other, but they also took notes, and went back to their respective teams to promote and review. Occasionally, they would talk to the lizardmen who were fishing with them, saying, oppressed people all over the world, unite. Unite until tomorrow, and the Internationale will definitely be realized. So much so that Soren was greeted when he saw a lizard in the morning a few days ago. May the Internationale protect you. May the Internationale be realized, which made Soren stunned. The ship was so small, but it was packed with more than 10,000 people. As a result, more and more people and lizards came to listen to Soren's talk show every night. Finally, there was no room in the cafeteria, so they just held a meeting on the deck. It was fine for lizardmen to come to listen. Anyway, it was the same whether they wore a yellow crown or a group of yellow crowns. After contacting these sauropods, Soren really discovered that the lizardmen really wanted to distinguish themselves from their livestock brothers born in the same nest, and they were a particularly civilized race. For example, they must eat cooked food, add spices and side dishes. And they are particularly taboo to eat meat with souls, probably because they are worried that they will degenerate into beasts after eating soul meat. So really, they are one of the few races in the world that do not eat people, and because they are separated by 2 continents, they really have no historical conflicts with humans, and they are natural allies. So the vanguards were relatively easy to accept these new generation lizards, who were also exiled from their nests for training. The 2 races get along relatively well. To put it bluntly, they are all poor grassroots paupers with nothing, so what is there to conflict with? What Soren didn't expect was that the wizards also came to listen, and not just 1 or 2, except for Shicheong who had been hiding in the laboratory. Everyone else came. Why don't you practice magic or meditation? General mental and control training has naturally been completed long ago, but magic research requires its own venue and material preparation. Shicheong moved her own workshop to the ship, so of course it didn't delay it. We didn't bring our research topic, Guild explained, and I heard that the white robes taught you the knowledge of war? I haven't studied military and politics seriously, so I should be able to use it in war, so I came to listen. White robe? Which white robe? Soren was confused. Didn't the librarian teach you? The one with the yellow crown was called Indicus, right? Pollux directly gave the person away. I'm not talking about the book. Oh, forget it. It doesn't matter, just listen. Soren rubbed his forehead and looked at the bridge. The small group of Sarasis, the flag officer, the secretary, the nun and a housekeeper, placed 3 lounge chairs at the door of the command room. The housekeeper finally had a place to use his skills. With a towel in his hand, he was busy carrying juice and snacks to supply the 1,500 ducks lying there chirping and chatting. I don't know if she is really interested in the new Vanguard after listening to Matthew's report, or if she just wants to discuss Soren and laugh at him. Soren was too lazy to pay attention to these useless vases. Anyway, for Soren, the only role of Sarasis is to pull over to make up the numbers, when the task conditions limit the team to complete. He is not even a vase. When the battle really comes, she will be thankful that she can cast 2 large-scale magic covers. Anyway, this loyalty trial also has Soren's signature. Even if Sarasis is really killed by the elven assassin, there will be no loss, and the mission will not fail. Well, just give Allride's face, and let her go. Today, we will start a targeted simulation of the offensive strategy against the Sand Country. Soren clapped his hands to attract the attention of everyone on the deck, and with the help of Pollux, he projected the large map of the Sand Country battlefield again. In the past 2 days, we have repeatedly reiterated the importance of military rank reform. Soldiers need strict discipline and absolutely obey the orders of their superiors. At the same time, in basic training, we will enhance the initiative and decision-making power of middle and low-level officers, adopt a goal-oriented strategy, and when the commander of the upper level dies on the battlefield or is unable to command, the lower-level soldiers will take over the command and take the initiative to actively advance the battle until the overall goal is achieved. Therefore, it cannot be limited to flag bearers and military governors. The captains, squadron leaders, and even ordinary soldiers of combat units at all levels must have a clear understanding of the overall situation and strategic goals. In the case of loss of command and communication, high-quality combat task teams can be reorganized anytime and anywhere to continue fighting until the mission is completed and the final victory is achieved. Our highest strategic goal this time is to eliminate the elven nobles headed by the Queen of Sheba in the Kingdom of Sand, and completely destroy the main force of the Kingdom of Sand. Therefore, we will first give a basic introduction to the enemy camp in this battle. The data used this time is the geographical log of the Sand Country and the surrounding areas, which is only used as a background reference. The confidential battle intelligence will be sorted and distributed before the battle begins. Now listen carefully. The knowledge points that will be tested later are all. Take good notes. Sauron shouted angrily, and the soldiers sitting on the deck immediately lowered their heads and wrote quickly. Their movements were neat and well-behaved, which attracted the attention of the mages. Obviously, no one expected that Sauron had established such a great prestige in the army in the past few days. Soren took out the geography book and started reading. He was too lazy to explain to them why a high school teacher could scare the examinees with a glare even if he didn't have the fighting power to kill dozens of people. Let's get back to the point. The organizational system of the Sand Country must start with the system of the Elf Alliance itself. The Elf Alliance is the alliance of the elf gods. After a long period of training and learning, the power broke through a certain threshold, and finally faced itself by completing a certain trial. It has become a superior and higher existence than the native race, so it has gained the respect of the native population. This group of elves who have obtained the title are generally referred to as the elf gods. The weak will naturally rely on the strong to survive, and the elves are the same. The elven gods will establish various tribes, guilds, legions, kingdoms, temples, and other organizations according to their own wishes. As the leader and protector of these forces, enjoy their service and support. Just like other races, the elves are not united at the beginning, and sometimes conflicts and wars will occur between them. For example, there are several dark elves from other continents on the ship, which are elven civilizations outside the Alliance. But they also have their own elven gods to worship, which is essentially the same as the Alliance. But in general, the probability of civil war between elven countries is very small, and most of the conflicts among the gods are resolved by the gods themselves, such as betting, duels, or trials, which is also a common adventure plot in legendary stories. The Elven Alliance, which is regarded as the greatest enemy of the Empire by the Liches in the Empire, was established because when the Empire was founded, all the elves on the land were destroyed, and the gods were killed, which caused the gods to be terrified. The elven kingdoms on the continent faced a common threat from the rising psychic empire. So during the third anti-elven invasion recorded by the Empire, the gods united to launch a large-scale war. Almost all the elven-controlled countries and regions on the continent joined the siege against the Empire. The Kingdom of Sand joined the war at that time, providing fleets and supplies to blockade and surround the imperial capital from the sea. In fact, you can tell from the fact that the leader was directly called the Queen. The Kingdom of Sand and the ancient human empire, The Vanguard Army contract and other things have nothing to do with each other. These Southern Elves did not sign any contract with the Vanguard Army to be kings, and they openly called themselves kings. They did not rule the old territory of the ancient human empire, so they did not need to put a human royal family on the stage to manipulate them. However, the Empire's hatred for the Kingdom of Sand has not diminished at all, and the hatred is beyond doubt. To put it bluntly, the Northern Elves betrayed the contract with the ancient empire, which led to the war between the Vanguard Army and the human empire. It is fine that the two sides are just enemies who kill each other. But what does this have to do with the elves of the southern continent? What's the point of rushing all the way here to join the war against the empire? Are you missing? What can you get? Go fight your lizardmen? Hey, the Kingdom of Sand doesn't want to do that. They just want to express their friendship with their northern brothers and punish the empire that dares to resist the elves. As a result, not only the fleet, but also the guardian of the Kingdom of Sand was dispatched. And then, there was nothing else. The alliance withdrew without winning the third war. The patron saint of the Sand Country, Alchemy, also died in a fierce battle in the imperial capital. This is the main reason why the white-robed Anubis was able to sneak into the Sand Country and break through the capital Fame as if he were in an empty space. Without the same level of combat power suppression, just a white-robed Anubis can turn the Sand Country upside down. Some people may ask, why can't the Sand Country seek the protection of other gods? It can't, because the Sand Country has joined the Elf Alliance, which is mainly composed of the elves of the northern continent. In a moment, the country could not put forward a candidate. So should they airdrop a god from the north, or go to the south to find another one to be the main god? If a new main god comes, what should the old god's followers do now? Do they really give up power and even stop being the queen? So from the results, the Kingdom of Sand has been fighting with Anubis until now, and would rather reorganize the fleet it sent out and pull it back to counterattack than ask for support from other allied forces in the north. After all, they also know the simple truth that it is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. That is why Killian assigned the conquest of the Kingdom of Sand to Soren and his team as a very simple trial task, without the protection of the gods with titles. Then the Kingdom of Sand is just a weak country controlled by mortals. Of course, weak is from the perspective of the Lich, if analyzed from the perspective of mortals. The Kingdom of Sand is an extremely rich and powerful country. The title of the original patron god Alchemy explains its expertise. Insa has Titan ruins, and is the location of the Atlas Alchemy Academy of the Elven Alliance, because this is also the location of the temple and ruins of alchemy. In the past, alchemy trained its own priests and apprentices, but now, the alchemists of the Elven Alliance want to complete the trial and inherit the title of alchemy, so they naturally gather here. In addition to the magic trade brought by alchemy, after expelling the lizardmen and joining the Elven Alliance, the trade routes of the North and South continents are completely controlled by the Sand Country. Even though most of the territory was covered by yellow sand, and the oases were extremely limited, relying on the developed industry and commerce in the main economic zones on both sides of the Shady River and the shipping routes of coastal cities, the Sand Country has maintained a huge fleet, and it has enough spare power to fight on two fronts. While sending the main force to the north to participate in the war, it can still maintain the suppression of the lizardmen and almost completely suppress the alien races in the southern continent, until the bad news came one after another. The guardian god fell, the capital was raided, the army was counterattacked and collapsed, and the subordinate races turned against them on a large scale. Such major setbacks. The Kingdom of Sand was still able to reorganize its army in a short period of time to resist the offensive of the Imperial Army, and did not seek external assistance until the fleet returned to force the war to a draw. Now it may even force Anubis into a dilemma and cut off supplies. All of this is enough to show the national strength accumulated by the Kingdom of Sand over the years. Such national strength is also the confidence of the Queen of Sheba to hold on until now. The Kingdom of Sand really has nothing to lack except a patron saint. There is no need to elaborate on the fleet. No matter how much we say, Soren and his ship cannot deal with it at present. If they encounter it, they can only flee in panic. But this is also the biggest strategic goal. Sooner or later, we have to find an opportunity to destroy them on the shore, otherwise the fleet will drift to the sea and cause endless harm. The army can be studied. The army is mainly composed of three types: the elf army, the slave army, and the servant army. The elves have a sparse population. Although their lifespan is extremely long, they grow slowly, and few people are willing to participate in the war. Most of the soldiers are poor people with impure blood. But once they become professional soldiers, they can serve for a long time, and will definitely get the most elite equipment and supplies. The elf army is the synonym of elite. The elves of the Kingdom of Sand also migrated from the north, when the lizard men were conquered in ancient times. They still maintain the traditional style of the past, and are good at close combat and long-range archery. Most of the time, they are in units of 100 people, serving as generals' guards and palace guards. In addition to the thousands of Queen's guards under the Queen, only the Punicus fleet and the army besieging Fayum have organized elf corps. But the number is not large. The vassal army is the miscellaneous soldiers and mercenaries brought from the tribes by the chiefs of various ethnic tribes, who surrendered to the Kingdom of Sand to respond to the Queen's call and participate in the war. The core ruling area of the Kingdom of Sand is the rich plains along the Shady River and the commercial ports along the coastline. The elves have no time or manpower to manage the vast inland deserts and rainforests, and the scattered settlements of various races and tribes. So the Queen can only accept the loyalty of these chiefs, who are sometimes subjects and sometimes robbers, trade with the tribes, and recruit vassal troops to gather under her command during wartime. Depending on the specific size and ethnic classification of the tribe, as well as the degree of loyalty to the Queen, the vassal troops provided by each tribe range from hundreds to thousands. Because of Anubis's rise, half of the chieftains in the west have surrendered to the White Robe. But there are still a large number of tribes in the east and south who are loyal to the Queen. The combat power of these people is really uneven and cannot be estimated, and their loyalty is even more untrustworthy. It is obvious that they will only obey the strong, and will not fight to the death. They can only be used to make up the numbers on the battlefield. They were recruited before the war, mainly because they were worried that they would take the opportunity to rob in the rear, which would interfere with the normal supply lines of the army. The real main force of the Sand Country is the slave army. Of course, the elves also use slaves. After all, the mainstream of this world is still in the slave society stage, and the elves have a sparse population and a serious shortage of labor. Necromancer is regarded as an evil forbidden technique and cannot use skeletons, so naturally they have to rely on slaves to work, even in war. Just like the Empire, the Sand Country specially selects warlike races to form a slave army. They are trained and brainwashed from a young age, and are also controlled by magic. They are the main force that the Sand Country relies on, and they are also the big enemies that Sauron and others may have to deal with. Cavalry. Except for the rainforest in the west, the Kingdom of Sand is full of deserts, and the banks of the Shady River are also plains. The slave cavalry of the Kingdom of Sand is led by an elven general. They have received special training since childhood, and are good at charging and shooting. They use various composite chain armor and leaf armor, use nail hammers for close combat, and use curved bows for long-range combat. Mounts are generally horses, and there are also lizards and wolves, but not in large numbers. They usually use two tactics. One is to charge the infantry phalanx head-on in front of the formation. If the enemy formation is loose and scattered, they will charge head-on. If the line is held, they will shoot arrows in front of the formation, and withdraw from both wings to make way for the rear team to charge again, and repeat the cycle until the infantry line collapses. The second is to attack from the flank, break the cover of the enemy's two wings, and then outflank and force the center to retreat. In order to quickly break through the flank, offensive mounts will be used. This can be used to judge the opponent's tactical intentions. It is a very orthodox and standard cavalry usage in the cold weapon era, that is, better equipment, better training, more experience, and a little more people. A little more again, just tell me how many there are, Pelusius asked. Sauron took another look at the geography book. It is said that there are 100,000 people. 100,000? Cavalry? Pelusius' eyes widened, his fake eye almost popped out. Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. We don't have that many people on the front battlefield, and they are all cavalry? Didn't you see the scene of thousands of people gathering at the port that day? Thousands of people piled together may not be killed by me using forbidden spells. So what's the concept of 100,000? How long will it take? Previous records must be exaggerated, and that was probably the heyday of the Sand Country, and the Guardian God was not dead yet. But I think the Country of Sand can afford a large number of cavalry. Otherwise, how could they beat the lizardmen to near extinction with only a few thousand elves and a group of fence-sitters? Even if we remove the exaggeration and the previous losses, I think the Country of Sand should have at least 20,000 to 30,000 cavalry at this time. Sauron estimated and looked at his soldiers. This is your first level. Before you think about reviving humanity, exterminating the gods, and establishing a new order, be mentally prepared. When the 20,000 cavalry rushed over, straighten your back and don't collapse. Chapter 66. Some people may ask, the vanguards are so brave. They control their fear and are full of murderous intent. Even the devil is not afraid of a horse? Of course, that is not the case. The infantry formation was broken up by the cavalry, which has nothing to do with being afraid or not. If there are cavalrymen weighing more than a ton with their horses and armor rushing towards you, and you don't dodge at all, then it is not a question of courage, but a question of IQ. Okay, what's more, the charge of one cavalryman and the charge of 10,000 cavalrymen are completely different pictures. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. 1 or 2 cavalrymen would not rush into the gun formation without thinking to die, but 10,000 cavalrymen would really rush over and crush them. Soren does not have planes, cannons, tanks or machine guns to counter the cavalry raid. The engineers only have 2-wheeled machine guns that will jam if they rotate too fast, and the number of mortar shells is limited. Even if the updated burst rifles can incline intensive firepower in a short period of time, there are only more than 2,000 people in total, and the width of the battlefield that can be covered is very limited. If the line is stretched too long, it will not have the effect of fire suppression. If you only fight 4,000 to 5,000 cavalry at a time, you don't have to worry too much. But if the opponent's slave cavalry of 20,000 cavalry rushes from all directions, there is really no chance of winning. Of course, the lizard hunter cavalry of the lizardmen can provide some cover on both wings, but if it is a cavalry-to-cavalry battle, they will probably lose without a doubt. After all, the cavalry of the Sand Country has rich experience in fighting against lizardmen, and the newcomers of the Empire Nest usually fight spiders and cockroaches underground at most. Moreover, doesn't the Kingdom of Sand have other vassal armies to contain and assist the two wings? So it is really hard to predict how much combat power the lizardmen can exert. As for the magicians, Soren doesn't count on them at all. They brought 5 half-baked young magicians on one ship, while the lizardmen had new priests who could only perform magic tricks. Their output was completely negligible because they relied on hammers to hit people. But the elves were all magic warriors, and the Kingdom of Sand also had an alchemy academy. The magic support was completely an advantage that the other side had overwhelmed. Sauron was thankful that these guys could protect themselves and not cause trouble. It would be best if he could divide and reduce the number of enemies in front of him through strategy and tactics, but if he was really unlucky and ran into the main force of the cavalry of the Kingdom of Sand, Sauron thought about it and thought that in the worst case, he would be the first to rush into the crowd with a dragon spear and kill all the elven generals one by one, or directly use the indiscriminate petrification forbidden spell to clear the field. If he really fought like that, he would definitely not be able to care about what others were doing, let alone command and make decisions. He could only rely on the middle and lower-level officers, with the vanguard, as the backbone to play their own roles. The problem of the miscellaneous soldiers' battle is best solved by the miscellaneous soldiers themselves. So the topic is anti-cavalry, wheel shooting, gun quilts, trenches, barbed wire, hollow squares, anything is fine. Use your brains to think of them all. Discuss according to the combat team as a unit, and choose the plan you think is feasible and submit it. Use your brains. If all your superiors are killed in battle, and now you have to organize the remaining troops to fight, what plan will you adopt? How will you deal with 20,000 cavalrymen rushing over? How to survive? How to win? For victory, any means are acceptable. Just don't run away with an empty mind. Where can you escape to if you are defeated? Will you show your back and neck to let them chase and chop you? Start discussing. The audience began to gather together to form study groups with the vanguard as the core, speaking and discussing, ensuring that at least one vanguard led each group, and that both humans and lizardmen understood the actual situation of the various troops in the joint operation, and began to think about strategies while reviewing. Soren walked to the side of the ship to drink water, and the Yellow Crown and 2 wizards also gathered around him. They were a study group. Maybe we can use magic to change the terrain and create a limited front to divide the battlefield? Pollux was a quick learner. Swamps? Lizard hunters are good at running in swamps, and horses will be slowed down. Yellow Crown suggested. We also have to consider that the enemy will use magic to destroy the terrain and battle formations, creating opportunities for cavalry raids. Gilt and Soren had the same idea. We are at an absolute disadvantage on the magic side, and we must concentrate on dealing with the enemy's magicians and disintegrating the enemy's battlefield magic. We also have to consider the existence of assassins. Elven assassins usually kill all the spellcasters in the enemy army several days before the battle. When we are on the battlefield, we may be seriously injured and dying, and can't play any role at all. It is better not to rely too much on magic effects to plan tactics. Sauron flipped through the book. There is no book about assassins. What level of combat power are elven assassins? Matthew poked his head out from the shadows at Pollux's feet, and scared him again. The elves call it stealth. They are different from the Foam family. We focus on sudden assassinations. They are better at disguise and stealth. It is said that they evolved from the forest rangers who tracked incoming monsters in ancient times. They are good at bows and arrows, and every elf is good at magic bows. In close combat, they still use the common styles of magic warriors, such as double swords or daggers, and occasionally there are swordmaster level stealth. But it is better to say the other way around. It is the swordmasters, magic warriors, and magic archers who learned the skills of stealth and were assigned the task of stealth assassination. Moreover, they have been fighting with us in the shadows for a long time, and they have gradually learned the poisons and traps commonly used by human assassins. So the elves' army is very difficult to deal with. If the soldiers are old enough, they can master almost any profession and skills. A group of stealth soldiers suddenly appear outside the tent to launch a surprise attack, which is also a common night battle tactic on the front battlefield. The general army has almost no particularly good way to deal with it. Using the Eye of Panoptus to monitor the surrounding movement online and cooperate with professional assassins like us to keep watch is a common method. Of course, the Vanguard army is particularly sensitive to murderous aura, so to some extent, they can be alerted in advance. Difficult. Really difficult. Sauron scratched his head. He didn't expect that the tactics of these old antiques were quite flexible, including night raids and decapitation special operations. You want to compete with the two armies, but they won't buy it. There is always the risk of close combat, so it's no wonder that pure long-range firepower troops can't develop. This time, the elven assassins of the Sand Country will definitely be encountered. It would be fine if they really only focus on the big head of the flag-bearer. If they had tried 2 rounds and found out that their firearms were very powerful, and found a chance to destroy the ammunition depot, then it would be over. So half of today's strategic and tactical analysis was also for the few vases on the bridge who were watching the show. If she really had no brains and meddled in it, and brought these new recruits to the main battlefield of Fayum to fight against the cavalry of the Kingdom of Sand, then everyone would be in trouble. I just don't know how much Cerasis can listen to. If it doesn't work, Soren can't save face for Olrides. He should take action to beat her up, so as not to regret it after being tricked to death. Just when everyone's discussion was gradually reaching a climax, the hull of the Eastern Star suddenly tilted, and the movement was very large, turning, almost throwing Soren into the sea. What's going on? Go check it out. Matthew sneaked out to investigate without Sorrento's order. In order to avoid affecting the sailors driving, they are not holding a meeting on the deck of the real world, but in another space. But the running status of the hull can still be detected. The worst-case scenario is that they are caught by the Elven Navy. Soren called for the meeting to be suspended and ordered everyone to return to the cabin to be alert and check the armaments to avoid impact. Matthew came back soon to report. A Leviathan floated up ahead, and the navigator is evading it urgently. Leviathan? Leviathan refers to sea monsters. It does not refer to a specific creature, but all creatures with similar characteristics. Because there is no encyclopedia in this world, at most there is only the geographical journal that Index gave him. It is the adventurer who records the local customs and products based on his own travel notes and the descriptions of the locals. For the time being, no one can systematically summarize the origin, ecology, and physical characteristics of all species in the entire alien world ecosystem and classify and name them. Even for a subject as in-depth as potions, the Herbal Dictionary cannot claim to have summarized all plants and potion formulas, let alone to claim that there are no errors. Moreover, the species in the deep sea, those huge monsters that live in the deep sea all year round, are even more difficult to investigate. It is rare to even see them, and it is impossible to catch them for dissection and research. How to classify and name them? Therefore, the unknown, huge creatures in the sea are all called leviathans in a nutshell. By the way, similar land-based, unknown, huge, hairy beasts are called behemoths. There are also those that look like giant monsters, but have huge magic power, and a certain amount of wisdom. They may be some kind of demon god or monster, a superior being from another world, called behemoth, cannot fly, or behemoth, can fly. These are all names passed down from the elves. When Soren opened the cabin door, the group of shirtless northern savages, led by the old madman, rushed into the cabin with a weird cry, almost knocking Soren down. However, he didn't have time to argue with these country bumpkins. He rushed to the bow, and on the right side of the ship, he could see the huge creature floating on the sea from a distance with his eagle sense magic eye. At first, he thought it was a whale or a kuan, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that his imagination was still too poor. It seemed to be the upper body of a woman. Is it a mirage, a magical illusion, or a sea giant? Sauron raised his thumb and blinked to measure it. If it was a real creature, at this distance, it would be almost as long as a blue whale, and it must be 30 meters long. The upper body of a human, the lower body of a fish. It's a mutant mermaid. Nami, the navigator, twisted her snake tail and rushed to the first mast, coiled her waist on the top of the observation deck and looked out. Normally they don't grow this big. They may have come from the deep sea and been affected by the magic radiation or something special on the seabed. Let's go around it. Wait a minute. Saijin's face suddenly appeared on the mast. Is such a big one really a mermaid? Then it should have tears? Wow, it's this big. If it really has tears, we make a killing. Policius also followed him to the deck. Tears? Sauron was curious. Policius told him, on the face of a mermaid, the tear glands sometimes condense a kind of transparent pearl, called the mermaid's tears, which is similar to the core of a monster, and is a high-purity magic crystal. It is a very precious magic material, and it has a wide range of uses in alchemy and medicine. It's rare to see such a big one. Maybe we should hunt it down and find out. Yellow Crown didn't quite understand. Hunting? That's not right. Isn't the mermaid a kind of underwater human of the same race as you? Look, there are two big pieces of meat on its chest. Doesn't it look very similar to your flag bearer? Sauron almost laughed out loud while covering his mouth. Luckily the flag bearer didn't hear it, or else Yellow Crown would have been in trouble. No, we have nothing to do with each other. Policius explained. In the northern continent, the closer to the human settlement, the more similar the wild monsters look to humans. They usually evolve their heads or some limbs to look like humans, and use them as bait to deceive and hunt humans for food. Mermaids are magical beasts that evolve from fish. There are many of them along the coast of the Empire, and in the underground rivers. They eat humans, and even imitate human language and voices when they eat too much. They sing to call sailors to run aground, and then share the food. Their upper bodies are deliberately grown, like this to disguise themselves as human women. In fact, mermaids are not mammals at all. They are just hard bones and scales. The Yellow Crown suddenly realized something. Soren looked at it. The lizard men were the opposite of the mermaids. They looked so weird that normal people would run away at a glance. Of course, they were not hunting for food. Their upper limbs and hands were particularly developed, and their brains were larger, which was the evolution of wisdom for making tools and learning. In fact, it would be better if we can't find tears, Guilt interrupted. The principle of the formation of tears by mermaids may be similar to that of the psychic tower. Those high-concentration magic crystals are all derived from pain. Of course, it is not its own pain, but from the pain of food. A wizard has studied before that when mermaids hunt, they like to use songs similar to enchantment magic to influence the brain of their prey, creating the illusion of falling in love with mermaids. Then they drag their prey into the water and drown them, or even eat them alive, enjoying the taste of the prey's meat changing rapidly due to hormone secretion when its love turns to pain and despair. So these crystals of pain will remain and stay in the so-called tear glands. After all, fish don't need organs like tear glands to moisten their eyeballs. This one is so big, if it really has tears, I wonder how many people it has eaten. The boys were silent for a moment. Then kill it and cut it open. Sauron pulled out the dragon spear. Xiong's face popped out from the side of the ship again. I need magic materials for making potions. He used the dragon spear to beat it into a pile of broken meat. How can I use it? Don't you care when your 8th bottle of potion can be made? Sauron put the spear back in dismay. He almost forgot about strengthening the potion. Hey, don't mess around. Nami hurriedly swam down from the mast to protest. There are so many leviathans on the sea. Can you kill one when you see one? And such a big mermaid, let alone whether it has any great magic. If it starts singing, you will all jump into the sea. We should go around it before the other party finds us. Policius also felt the same way. My magic, I can see that it has huge magic power. It must have water magic, and the enchanting singing is quite difficult to deal with. Mages have mental barriers to resist mental attacks, but ordinary people can't. And those elf sailors, we need them to drive the ship, but we haven't removed their magic shackles. This is quite difficult. If the elf sailors are enchanted by the singing and jump into the sea, no one will drive the ship. But it is dangerous to remove their shackles. It is useless to block your ears? Yellow Crown was curious. It may be useful to tie you to the mast. Nami explained with a cold sweat. The mermaid's enchantment magic is transmitted through the vibration of sound waves. Even if we drive the ship into the sea, we will be affected, but the effect will be attenuated by the distance. Sorenchi, wait, your ship can also dive into the sea? Nami rolled her eyes at the guy who interrupted her, and was too lazy to pay attention at this time. We originally had a specimen of a giant squid on our ship. We can use its smell to disguise it as a leviathan to drive away other sea monsters. We can also use magic shock to stimulate its head organs, emit special sound waves to offset the mental attacks of other sea monsters, and drive away dangerous predators. As a result, I don't know where it was thrown after you transformed it. What's the use of replacing it with an elf head now? Forget it this time. Now is not the time to hunt sea monsters. Let's go to the pirate's dock first, and recruit a group of experienced sailors. If we are lucky, we can buy 2 sea monster boat decorations from other captains, and bring them later. Nami tried to persuade these idiots, who had never been to sea, and were giving blind orders to stay calm. Soren and his men stood on the front deck, looking at Nami, and then at the nagging navigator behind them. The cargo hold in the middle section was opened, and the group of country bumpkins recruited by Gilt from the north pulled the rope, like monkeys, and lifted a catapult onto the deck. Then the old madman Bluetooth squatted on the hanging basket of the catapult holding his precious harpoon. He pointed the harpoon directly at the giant fish on the sea in the distance, opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of black teeth, and his brothers pulled the lever and threw him far away like a meteor. Ah! Nami turned her head to follow the beast-like roar, and watched the farce. She seemed petrified, and could only stare at the old madman flying far into the sky, his muscles bulging, and then he threw out a fork. Across the 4 seas. Like a blue lightning that cut through the sky, like a thin needle flashing with blue light, it pierced the center of the mermaid's left pupil, broke into its eye socket and skull, and then broke out from the back of the head. The air waves swept across the sea, opened a huge crack in the waterway, and turned into a point of blue light, and disappeared at the edge of the sea level. Until this moment, the huge magic lightning had time to follow the path of the harpoon, blasting through the skull, rushing out with a large mass of broken meat. The lightning that broke out of the skull was like an electric snake, scattering across the sky, leaving only a huge flesh and blood cavity behind the mermaid's head. Blood mixed with meat residue and brain matter exploded in a fan-shaped spray area, and broken meat and blood foam fell down like hail, smashing the sea's surface into blood red. On the sea, the huge body of the mermaid slowly fell backwards, stirring up a large piece of pink waves. Until this moment, the muffled sound of the fork piercing the mermaid's head was transmitted to the deck of the Eastern Star along the fishy sea breeze. Gilt explained expressionlessly, "Bluetooth has been a pirate dominating the Arctic Ocean since my grandfather's generation." Chapter 67. Sauron climbed up the mast and watched the engineers busying around from above. They used the ship's guns and crossbows to shoot whale-hunting iron spears into the floating corpse of the mermaid on the sea surface to lock the flesh and bones. Then the golem began to turn the capstan, pulling the chain and dragging the mermaid to the deck of the Eastern Star. The Leviathan, which was almost as big as a blue whale, was so heavy that it almost tilted the deck of the giant ship. So Polygus and Stuart Star helped, raised their hands, and fired the wind cannon to cut the mermaid's corpse into pieces. The lizards and human soldiers also came up to help, lifting the mermaid's body into several pieces, and throwing them into the middle cabin. The group of powerful northern barbarians chopped off the mermaid's head, and took it as their trophy. Zygon also came to the deck and discussed with the barbarians through Gilt's translation and reached an agreement. He instructed them to dig out the mermaid's eyes, cut 2 cross-shaped wounds, and take away the mermaid's tears. Then the barbarians punched holes on both sides of the mermaid's cheeks, strung them together with chains, and hung them under the bow horn like a human head necklace, tied to the head of the elf goddess, and when they were lowered down, they rubbed the goddess' face with blood. Soren's eyes trembled. These 2 heads hanging side by side were so scary. In comparison, the skin of the original octopus-headed pirate ship looked soft, round and cute. Okay. Is that northerner using tyrant body? Should be. In this era, there are still people who remember how to use tyrant body. Suddenly, he heard something. Soren turned his head, and found 2 elven slave sailors on the mast not far behind him, talking in a low voice in Elvish. They noticed Soren's gaze, and immediately fell silent. They jumped to other masts to adjust the sails. Huh? Did the psychic understand the elven language just now, and the domineering body? It sounds like some kind of skill. Does it refer to the transformation state, when the old madman threw the harpoon and his muscles suddenly bulged? Sauron touched his chin. He was still guessing that the harpoon was also some kind of artifact. Could it be that the harpoon was thrown out at such an inhuman initial speed, not relying on magic effects, but relying entirely on arm strength or some kind of physical skills? That would be really amazing. The barbarians summoned by Gilt are unexpectedly strong. But the old madman himself was not there, and the visual impact of his move was really awesome. But the harpoon was thrown directly into the sky. Guilt was the first to react. He just asked the Yellow Crown to drive the pterosaur and take the old madman to find weapons. I don't know when he will come back. Anyway, the crew still has to salvage the corpses and process the materials, so they are not in a hurry to leave. However, the strength of the Leviathan's bones is really high. The claws of ordinary lizard hunters cannot break through the defense. Ordinary soldiers have to saw for a long time to make a hole. Finally, the vanguards were called in. 9 captains were busy in the cabin, chopping with long swords, scraping scales and bones, and dissecting the internal organs to the lizard hunters and pterosaurs to share. Fortunately, there were no disgusting things like human bones, otherwise these vanguards would probably go berserk and rush to the sky to punish Leviathan when they see it in the future. But Leviathan is not so easy to catch. If there is no old madman who cheats, if a naval battle really breaks out, let alone how to deal with the enchanting song and magic, the hull may not be able to withstand the impact of this monster. At this moment, Salacis was arguing with Guilt on the bridge, probably wanting the barbarians to throw the mermaid's head into the sea. Finally, the navigator came over and said something, and she stopped. She walked around the bridge angrily with her skirt lifted up, loudly ordering the skeleton soldiers to mop the deck and clean the blood stains on the face of the goddess statue. He, you are defeated. You try to be powerful with these barbarians. If you provoke them, they will smash your head with a fork and string your head together to use as jewelry. Soren laughed secretly and jumped down from the mast, and ran to ask Guilt for information. Guilt, what is the background of this crazy old man you found? So I've said it for the 3rd time. Bluetooth has been the pirate who dominates the Arctic Ocean since my grandfather's generation. Then do you know the tyrant body? What's the matter with his muscle growth just now? What is the move to throw the harpoon with such great force? Did he use any magic? Can other northerners do it? Soren kept asking questions. Guilt raised his hand to stop Soren from asking questions. This is also my first time to meet a whale killer. Bluetooth and the others have retired a long time ago, and came to the Empire to retire. My grandfather introduced them to come on vacation with the ship. Didn't I tell you my grandfather's original words at the beginning? He was the one who dominated the Arctic Ocean in my grandfather's generation. Hey, these are your grandfather's original words. Then he should be from your great-grandfather's generation. Really? Grandfather is called great-grandfather, right? This is the first time I know about it. Well, it's about the same. Anyway, he is an old man with rich sailing experience, so I didn't pay much attention to him at first. But he actually burst out with such a strong fighting power, and I was as shocked as you. Guilt shrugged. You call this shocking? Sauron narrowed his eyes, and scanned his expressionless face. Forget it, this really can't be blamed on Guilt. After all, there are not so many old people in the Empire, and those who have not transformed into undead have been buried long ago. It seems that Guilt really doesn't know the details of this group of barbarians. But his grandfather should have an idea of Bluetooth's strength. Soren remembered that when he was chatting with Polyjus, the one-eyed dragon mentioned that the Caesarian family especially loved this wizard grandson. So this group of whale killers should be specially arranged to protect Guilt. I wonder if the people in the vanguard have heard of the skill of dominant body. I have to find an opportunity to build relationships with these old men and try to learn a thing or two. If it's useful, I use it as radio gymnastics to promote it to the whole army. Now that we're done, come and help me with my work, wizard. Nami swam past them and waved to summon Guilt. What are you going to do? Sauron asked. The navigator answered with a gloomy face. We have to stay in this sea for a while to repair the ship. I can't believe that we will encounter Leviathan just after going out to sea. I remember that this area was very safe before. Could it be that it has just come from other seas recently? It's really unlucky. But with the head of this giant fish, we don't have to look for other sea beasts. Connect its head to the magic circle on the bow, disguise the breath of Leviathan and dive, and you can drive away the sea monsters you meet on the road, and avoid being harassed and attacked by other sea beasts passing by like before. Guilt relayed Nami's words to persuade Sarasis. Sauron didn't understand what magic circle and magic network were connected. Although he could see the pulse and circuit of magic power, and could easily break it with the dragon spear, he had no idea how to create and weave such an arcane network. After all, no matter what kind of thing it is much easier to destroy than to create. Anyway, Bluetooth and Yellow Crown have not returned yet, and there is no way to deal with the slave cavalry. Soren is not in a hurry to rush to the southern continent to destroy the country, or be destroyed by others. Just when he turned his head, he saw that the vanguards were using the corpse of the Leviathan mermaid as a training target, with white blades flying and blood and flesh flying. So Soren simply jumped into the cabin, and cut the fish meat with the vanguards. If the elves are specialized in bows and arrows, they prefer dexterous double swords in close combat. Then the humans of the ancient empire are more adept at using spears and greatswords. Spears are the most widely used weapons in human wars. The most elite warriors can slay dragons with spears. Even untrained farmers can stab on the battlefield by grabbing spears and standing with others. And greatswords are more often regarded as partners, wives, by warriors, and are the most loved and proficient. Unfortunately, the blood of the demon god last time corroded the two swords that the knight gave to Soren. Last time he went to the furnace, Soren didn't have time to get two new enchanted great swords. After all, he didn't wield swords himself. Now he could only pick two ordinary weapons at random, and slash them with a fist of magic power. As a result, the blade soon rolled up and almost broke. So theoretically, if it is used with the magic fist of power, it is better to get two enchanted hammers. Soren paused for a while, and observed for a while with eagle sense, and found that these 9 selected captains were really good. Their swords never cut directly into bones and scales, but inserted along the texture of muscles and essence, and then separated bones and flesh. The speed of the sword is also very fast, not giving blood stains any chance to corrode the sword. Moreover, when swinging the sword, each of them cooperates with the rhythmic breathing, and the frequency of swinging the sword for hundreds of times can maintain their own rhythm without confusion. When they need to breathe, they step back and fill in the formation from the back, and at the same time, they instruct other vanguards like instructors on how to draw their swords, how to exert force, and where to find flaws. It can be seen that all these people with inheritance have been trained and have very solid basic skills. The whole thing is like the formation of a military formation in battle, and they have to alternate sword dances like lawn mowers to cut a bloody path. Soren did not go up to mess around and destroy the formation. He listened at the side and learned with the new recruits. He noticed the key points of the movements with eagle sense, and felt that he had improved a lot. It's the kind of self-feeling that the brain says, I understand, but the body says, no, you don't understand. Well, let's ask them if they know about the domineering body. If the technical flow can't play it, just go with the violent flow. Domineering body, I seem to have some impression. Yeah, I have heard of it. It's the martial arts of the ancient empire, I remember it. Oh yes, there were no potions at that time, and enchanted weapons were also rare. Even if there was murderous aura, some giant monsters were too hard to fight because their leather armor was too thick, so there was a body training technique specifically for cultivating strength. Isn't it the group of berserkers in the Border Corps? I remember that they were as famous as the Imperial Guards, guarding the Great Wall in the north. They were the first Imperial Corps to be wiped out by the Beast Tide after the winter came. Well, I heard that the werewolves in the Empire claim to be descendants of the Border Corps, and the werewolf transformation is also a kind of transformation of the tyrant body. Yes, I also heard from my master that there is a secret technique that can stimulate the growth of a warrior's muscles and bones, giving him superhuman strength, but the side effect is that his body hair will also be particularly luxuriant. Damn, what kind of side effect is this? Is your body hair short now? It's convenient to have a group of pioneers with their own heritage. They have heard a few words about anything, and they can restore the general idea by comparing and sorting them out. Bati is probably another branch of warrior fighting skills in the ancient human empire. It is different from the ancient martial arts Shaki inherited from the Emperor's guards by the pioneers. Shaki emphasizes self-control and control over the enemy. It is a school that tends to be skillful and targets humanoids. The Northern Frontier Corps, where the hegemony technique is popular, is responsible for guarding the border of the empire and expelling monsters. Therefore, they developed a combat technique that transforms the human body into a monster, focuses on increasing strength, and emphasizes destructive power. Berserkers and werewolves are all branches of this inheritance after evolution. Isn't that very powerful? Is there a conflict between your two schools? Why don't you seem to have inherited the secret technique of hegemony? Soren was curious. It was a pity that only the elves remembered the power of humans. I haven't heard of any conflict. It's probably because they bit off more than they can chew. If the basic training of the Vanguard Army's martial arts is persistent, their muscle strength will not be too weak. Yes, our skills emphasize absolute control over oneself. When a berserker goes crazy, he will kill any living thing he sees. How can the guards around the Emperor learn such a rampage skill? When winter came, the border army was also the first to be destroyed. I'm afraid the practice of the secret skills has been cut off long ago. In fact, the magic skills of the ancient empire were not well developed. Such a large territory was conquered by the warriors. There are too many ancient fighting skills such as Tyrant Body and Killing Aura. It's a pity that the inheritance is now cut off. I see, but the skill of Tyrant Body is quite suitable for Sauron, and it seems that the inheritance of the Border Legion Berserker should not be completely extinct. At least the old psychopath Bluetooth is alive and well now. Decided, find a way to chat with the barbarians, hook up with them, find a way to trick Tyrant and learn it. After cutting the fish with the vanguards, Soren planned to follow them to the deck to wash off the blood and then go to eat, but Zygen's face popped out from the side of the ship and called him, Sauron, come to my room. So the other vanguards left with a smirk, leaving the captain some private space. Of course, Soren would not misunderstand that Zygen called him because she missed him. She and other women in the Empire were at another extreme. If she wasn't crazy, her usual state would probably be that of a pure academic nerd who would stay in the laboratory and never show up. Maybe she got the mermaid's tears, made progress in the preparation of the medicine, or had some other materials to get. Following the guidance of the human face, Soren went down the stairs of the twisted space, and walked down for almost 50 floors before he was stopped and opened the door. Then he saw the bright sunshine, the lush potion garden, and all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. From a distance, you can see the small house of the ice cream shop standing in the center of the medicinal field. Soren was also dumbfounded. Did you really move the whole garden here? Close the door. It consumes a lot of magic energy to keep the space link open. And I used a lot of fruit catalysts in the workshop. Don't let it leak out. Zygen's face was on the door frame. Hearing this, Soren closed the door and walked into the medicinal field. After a closer look, it was indeed not the original workshop. The barriers and magic circles had not been laid on the ground yet. The soil was dug up, and the magic potions were newly transplanted. There was also a willow tree. The big willow tree was also moved to the side of the rebuilt workshop. But wait, can a willow tree bear such a big fruit? Soren walked under the tree curiously and took a closer look. It was some kind of earth-based magic vine, which was wrapped around the willow tree like a cable, transmitting magic energy, and a human figure could be vaguely seen in the fruit. Yes, it was Zygen. Her body was curled up, wrapped in the green fruit, immersed in the branches and leaves filled with magic energy. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and her emerald pupils stared at Soren's eyes, making him sweat coldly. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Didn't I write to you about this? Another Zygen stood behind Soren and spoke suddenly, and Soren almost jumped up. You mean this? Soren looked back and forth between Zygen beside him and Zygen in the fruit on the willow tree. Well, if you have to find a difference, the one in the fruit is not wearing clothes. It's a shadow. Of course it's a shadow. What else could it be? I sent you so many letters. You didn't read them all carefully, did you? Zygen, who was wearing clothes, rolled his eyes at him and said, Forget it. Don't stand there like an idiot. Come with me. Sauron looked up blankly again, and the shadow of Zygen in the fruit also rolled his eyes at him, and turned his back to cover his body. Damn, I don't care about your tablet, what a trait. Sauron pouted and followed Zygen's body into the workshop. The previous garden can't be used. It's contaminated by the blood of the demon god, and it will attract all kinds of messy things in Hueco Mundo to jump over. I just moved the whole place. Sejun waved his fingers, and the teacup and teapot flew to Soren to pour him tea. I have agreed with Ulrides that if you help his apprentice and you complete the trial, this ship will be my reward, a new workshop. A mobile workshop that can travel around to collect materials and magical relics from all over the world. Not bad, right? No wonder she looked in a good mood. Soren took a sip of tea, which was some kind of fragrant herb that seemed to have a calming effect, and his physical and mental fatigue was relieved at once. Alas, this is the model of a good wife and a good mother. Look at this. Xiong clapped his hands, and the laboratory tables and tool tables in the workshop jumped up and moved to the corner of the wall, revealing the huge magic circle on the floor. Do you see it? Sauron nodded. He saw that on the other side of the magic circle, the 4 colors of magic energy, gold, green, white and purple, formed a ring and flowed evenly. It should be the magic core of this ship. Preface retracted, which good wife and mother would sleep on the reactor. Maybe your eyes are more accurate than the instrument. Confirm whether there is any magic energy overflow? No problem. That's good. The core of the elf god was placed inside by Ulrides. It also gave an interesting hint. Guess whose core it is? Sauron looked at her in confusion. How could he guess which elf god it was? He had only heard of one. Oh, Sauron reacted, the patron saint of the kingdom of sand, alchemy? Xiong blinked, correct? I think this thing is the military supplies that the Lich Anubis commissioned to transport. Chapter 68. Xiong brought a heavy dictionary and spread it on the table, I looked up a lot of information to understand the principles and secrets of the core reactor of the Elven God, but unfortunately the Liches don't know either. Many of the things recorded in the library are still legendary stories passed down from the elves, such as this god, and that god of conflicts, that god and this god have an affair, all trivial family matters. Here it is, alchemy. It is a goddess with powerful magic and extraordinary wisdom, proud and imaginative. Among the gods, she is a rare innovator and creator. She was deified in Ensna and founded the alchemy school of the elves. Soren looked at Zygen, but she didn't notice. The elven royal family of the Kingdom of Sand is its bloodline, and the Queen of Sheba is its granddaughter. The half-body and apostle blessed by alchemy himself. And this, alchemy fell in the Third War. It doesn't say who defeated it, which doesn't make sense. Isn't it logical? Zygen explained, deicide is a huge cause and effect, at least it is a great achievement in the Empire, and it is not an ordinary soldier. It clearly records the fall of the god, so why not write who killed it? If you look at the records of the Prime Minister, it killed a long list of demons and generals, but it should not be alchemy that it killed, otherwise it would at least record the words killed by Killian. Sauron understood, so it is deliberately concealed? Xiong nodded. If there is concealment, it means there is an inside story behind it. In most cases, there is still an unfinished law of cause and effect. Before, I was only concerned about how to replicate the principle of this eternal magic energy, and I really didn't care about the dead elf god. But after you reminded me to check carefully, I also noticed that there have been too many coincidences recently. When Allrides was helping me upgrade the ship, it accidentally saw the statue, and hinted the name of the core owner to me. That's why I asked about Ensna, the location of the alchemy temple, and academy at the meeting that day. And because of this, because I asked, the eldest lady of the Wang family, who suddenly appeared, told me the secret route and Anubis's original plan behind the scenes. Soren frowned. What does this mean? Did that suspicious guy do it on purpose? Xiong smiled. So this is also a very interesting point. She originally didn't want to be involved in these things anymore. Whether she really wanted to get away or was a conspirator with ulterior motives, there was no need to take the initiative to tell the route to arouse our suspicion. But she did it anyway, because there was a cause and effect that I almost didn't notice. Because I am the successor of Wang Shui, although I gave up the Wang family's property, if she is really a member of the Wang family, she must not ignore the questions and requests of me, the real prophet. So even if she had various purposes at first, and didn't intend to reveal these secrets, when I asked clearly how to reach Ensna, she had to tell me the secret route to Port Said. It wasn't intentional or a conspiracy. It was just the right person asking the right question. Was it a coincidence? It's not just this one thing, Allrides' reminder, the location you were designated for this loyalty trial, and the descendant of Yuchukas who appeared inexplicably, the secret route, and the plan behind it that were forced to be revealed. Seemingly unrelated coincidences, but in the end they all led us to the South Continent, the land of sand, and even the only designated port. I even suspect that no matter whether we went to the pirate dock to gather intelligence or which route we chose, in the end it would be due to various reasons, weather, sea monsters, navy, and other coincidences. This ship, which was supposed to go to the South Continent, was stopped by someone who killed all the members, and finally took the same route, and the real cargo it was carrying was sent to Port Said, or even Ensna. This situation has started to happen again. Don't you think it's familiar? Of course it's familiar, because they have experienced it once before, right in this workshop, and experienced the same thing. When the law of causality begins to take effect, all accidental causes will be gathered together to achieve the destined result. Surely, another law of causality has been triggered. The question now is, who is involved in this law of causality, and what is the specific content? Will it be the effect of the trial of loyalty? Speaking of causality, isn't it a trial recently? Must the Elf Queen be killed? Or is it the causality used by Anubis? The core statue of alchemy will definitely be sent to Ensnada. Sauron frowned and thought. This time it's a bit difficult. Maybe this causality is not as dangerous as Achuka's, but there is very little information. It is too difficult to fully infer it. Xiong squatted on the high stool holding a teacup. Now what I am more surprised about is that you two loyal trialists are fine. Why are there so many accidental causes that involve me? Some of them are even activated by the identity of the king's blood successor. Then this law of cause and effect should have been written down after I completed the law of cause and effect of Achuka's and survived from it. In this way, it should be that the loyalty trial you triggered is consistent with such a powerful magic. After all, even Allrides in the white robe was entangled in the cause and effect and hinted at my identity as an alchemist. I think it can only be a trial that it signed itself. But there is still a problem. When I traced the source and studied the previously ignored events, I noticed a contradiction. You see, I asked the White Robes to help upgrade the source of magic power because the magic power supply of this ship was insufficient to maintain my workshop. But the reason why I moved the workshop here, and why I came to participate in your trial, is because the original pharmacy was contaminated by the blood of the demon. And you told us that you planned to participate in the trial when you summoned the demon. Soren was a little confused by what she said. Wait, I don't quite understand what you mean. I opened the stone box and released the blood of the demon god because of the law of cause and effect? He remembered that he was just naughty at that time. No, I mean, the time sequence doesn't match, because the cause of my decision to summon the demon god happened before your trial. Zaijin stared at Soren. If you remember, it was because you and the female knight came to my workshop to confirm the holy remains that we knew about the existence of the bond. That summoning was going to happen anyway, because I had already decided. It was because I knew that the bond had implicated all of you that I changed my plan to renew the contract alone and called everyone to the party. And if you came to me because of the accidental cause, then the law of cause and effect behind it obviously has nothing to do with the loyalty trial. Wait. You were going to keep the matter of the demon god secret and renew the contract by yourself? Why? What are you thinking? 1 person against 9 demons. Sauron didn't know this. That's not the point. Xiong didn't intend to continue discussing this issue. Maybe there are pure coincidences in these things. Or maybe I've encountered too much of this kind of great magic recently, and I'm a little neurotic. Let's get back to the topic. I called you here today for something important to do. She put the teacup on the table and snapped her fingers. The large closets in the workshop that held materials opened, and a silver plate flew out and landed on the table. On the silver plate were piled golden pearls that looked like fish roe. These are the mermaid tears that were just cut out from the tear glands of the giant fish. Seeing that Zaijin had forcibly changed the subject, Soren had no choice but to temporarily stop thinking about the headache-inducing law of cause and effect and look at those pearls. They are obviously the tears of the giant fish, but they are so small. The tears produced by ordinary mermaids are about the same size, and the number is about the same as the mermaids caught along the coast. Well, so they are still cannibals, and they deserve to be killed. Wait, why are they about the same? Shichiong also sneered. Yes, you can see it too. Why are the number and size similar to those of ordinary coastal mermaids? This is a giant fish. I saw them cut out the mermaid's tear glands with my own eyes, but there are only a few. If you have to say the difference, it's just the color. Mermaid tears are usually transparent. Sauron frowned. So, when he opened the giant fish's abdomen just now, he didn't seem to see any human bones or the like, but there was a lot of fish meat. Actually, if you think about it carefully, does a giant sea beast like Leviathan really need to evolve a human appearance like a mermaid to confuse its prey? If this giant fish really evolved on its own, then what does it feed on? Some giant human in the sea. There are giant humans in the sea. Sauron was confused. Xiong glared at him. Of course not, at least not near the Empire. What I mean is that this thing should not be a Leviathan, but a mermaid, or an ordinary mermaid on the coast of the Empire. It's very obvious. Look at these mermaid tears. They should be produced by the predation on the shore. But for some reason, it swam to the deep sea and was affected by some magic or radiation and became huge. Shichiong picked up a mermaid tear and held it against the light. I studied it. These are ordinary mermaid tears, but they are dyed golden because they are contaminated with fire magic. Similar to the soul crystals in the psychic tower, which are contaminated with wind magic and turn purple, mermaid tears are also formed when they eat people. Logically, they should be colorless when stored in the tear glands. Maybe they were infected by some kind of fire magic radiation that caused the mermaids to be mutated. Oh! Sauron nodded to show that he understood. Oh, you mean oh? Zaijin seemed very dissatisfied with his reaction. Sauron shrugged. No, you are right. The Naga who led the way just now also said that there were no Leviathans in this sea area when they came here before. It's probably what you said, that the mermaids on the coast of a certain empire were irradiated and swam here. Shichiong rolled his eyes at him. Really? Then why do you think I called you here to talk about the ecology of the giant fish? Why do we have to talk about alchemy and the core, the law of cause and effect and the trial in advance? Where does such a strong fire magic in the water come from? Because you miss me, right? Of course, Soren didn't dare to talk nonsense, but he also reacted at this time. Core? Are you saying that the giant fish is irradiated by the fire magic of the core? It may not be the magic power of the core, it may also be the residual power of other parts. You just said that this ship has been to this sea area before, So the navigator took the safe route, right? Shi Qiong reminded him. Do you remember when you first met me? You said how you got the core reactor? Find it from the bottom of the sea. Hiss, it can't be such a coincidence. Shi Qiong saw that he finally reacted, and curled his lips. If the core was salvaged when it passed through this sea area last time, then maybe the remains of alchemy are also somewhere on the bottom of the sea. Wait, that's not necessarily true. Maybe it swam here from somewhere else? And why is the corpse still there? Could it have been eaten by it and grown so big? Shi Qiong snorted. Do you think the remains of the elf god can be digested by any magical beast? If it could be digested, why would it still linger in this uninhabited deep sea? This is a mermaid that has evolved its appearance and feeds mainly on humans. It usually lives on the shore. I think it is very likely that it accidentally discovered the remains in the deep sea and realized the increase in the magic power of those things. So it lingered here and refused to leave. It probably floated up to try its luck and tempt some passing sailors to satisfy their cravings. This sounds quite reasonable, but it seems a little. Actually, you can find out if you go into the water and look for it. Why, do you think it's too coincidental? Xiong held his cheek and stared at him with wide eyes. Actually, it's not a coincidence at all, but a natural thing. Because isn't this your trial? If you encounter a huge sea monster, and after you eliminate it, you find the remains and equipment of the fallen god, isn't this a very suitable plot for a trial? But if you miss these hints and skip the journey without getting the god's relic, you will probably encounter difficulties that require huge sacrifices to make up for in the final battle of the trial. Think carefully, look carefully. In fact, each trial magic will leave you with sufficient hints and help to complete the epic task. Otherwise, how do you think that in the distant past, relying only on the power of the weak human body, how could you become a great hero who challenged the devil? Maybe those ancients had learned the tyrant body just like the old madman. Ahem, no more nonsense. Sauron really admired her. He felt that it was not enough to describe Zijin as the smartest and most outstanding witch of the same period. After all, her peers were still sunbathing, drinking freshly squeezed orange juice, taking hot baths, and getting angry because the decorations on the boat were dirty. This was too far away. And, if you think about it carefully, why was there no Leviathan in this sea before, but now there is a giant fish? In other words, could it be that even the alchemical relics were recently arranged to appear in this sea area? If the key core reactor was indeed accidentally taken away when the Eastern Star passed by last time, then is it true that this ship was killed, and the entire ship was cleared because it accidentally destroyed someone's plan related to the alchemical relics? What's more interesting is that you also bought the things by chance before that person came to the slaughter ship to find the location of the core reactor. If that person really found the core reactor, maybe these pirates would not die. I think this matter has just begun. The causes and effects that you interfered with before will sooner or later join your trial in the form of some difficulties and obstacles. Fuck, you calculate so much every day, are you really not tired? Sauron looked at Zijin with fear. He usually just doubted and did not think. After all, thinking was tiring, and doubt was enough. A stab was enough to solve most problems. Hey, are you praising me? After all, I'm used to thinking about how to survive from the perspective of a weak person. Xiong looked at his watch. I think we've been chatting for a while. Do you feel anything? What do you feel? Like being out of breath or... My lungs hurt. As if my ribs on both sides were torn apart. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Sauron fell to his knees, panting and sweating, while Xiong was still sitting on a high stool with his legs crossed, and the teacup beside the table was still smelling tea. Damn it! She talked for a long time, but she didn't drink a sip of tea. You are actually quite quick to react. At least you can follow my train of thought, but you are too lazy to think for yourself, like a proud dragon. If you don't correct yourself, this arrogance will kill you. Shi Qiong ignored the trembling Sauron kneeling in front of him, and leisurely picked the grass from his nails. Don't worry, this medicine won't kill you. It's just that the reaction will be more intense after it takes effect. Wow, is the definition of more intense really heartbreaking? What did you give me to drink? Sauron felt like he was suffocating from the pain. So you have to think all the time, Soren. Didn't I tell you why I called you here? So what did I give you to drink? Xiong looked down at him with his arms folded. Damn this woman. Is she trying to make fun of him because he threw the letter paper? Sauron was so angry that his head hurt. Thinking is bullshit. Now his lungs hurt whenever he moves, and he can't breathe normally. Not drawing a gun to kill someone is already a great restraint. What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? Lungs? Sauron tore off his breastplate, and even broke his belt. Tearing open his shirt, he saw that his lungs were literally exploded. His ribs were cracked with several hideous bloody wounds, and the blood-red muscles and lungs were vaguely visible, just like the gills of a fish. Fuck, this medicine can't be. Don't be stupid, would I hurt you? Shi Qiong snapped his fingers in front of him to bring Soren back to his senses. You can see the light waves of the magic network anyway, right? Just go into the water and follow the radiation light to find it. Can't you give me an alchemical diving suit or a bubble or some other magic to breathe underwater? Soren jumped up and roared. Shi Qiong smiled and rolled his eyes at him. Oh, is there such a method? I didn't think of it. Chapter 69. You would never have thought of this. It was just a trick. The suppressed pain and anger of Soren were not relieved until he rushed to the deck and dived into the water. To say that it was relieved was an understatement. It was simply a refreshing feeling like being reborn. It felt like someone was sitting on me by the throat, torturing me to death. I was almost suffocated, in pain, and in shock. Suddenly, fresh air poured into my body from my lungs, injecting life and vitality into every cell. The heart was surging like a runaway pump, pumping oxygen through the blood throughout the body. Every inch of skin and every organ was boiling, competing for the source of vitality, and working passionately, enjoying the beauty of life. Oh, ascension. In every sense. After panting for a long time, Soren shook his head and recovered from the sage time. Surrounded by the cold sea water, his anger was temporarily cooled. He lowered his head to check his body. When he rushed out just now, he directly tore off the breastplate and shirt on his upper body. Now he was shirtless, but he was still wearing arm guards, leg guards, and combat boots. On the exposed muscles of the upper body and arms, there appeared circles of black tattoo-like magic pattern circuits. Those magic pattern circuits stared at Sauron with a bunch of eyes, which were the shadow protection formed by Guan Haifa and the ghost. And the two ribs of the lungs, the cracked gills that grew through the magic potion opened and closed to breathe, filtering the water from the gill plates, forming a countercurrent exchange with the blood, and circulating oxygen and carbon dioxide efficiently. And that cup of tea brought not only mutations to the lungs, but also fine scales on the surface of the skin, and the internal organs should have also mutated to a certain extent. There was no discomfort at all. It was better to say that it was really like returning home, feeling like a fish in water. Just by turning around and jumping, he could launch out like a human torpedo and sneak at high speed. At this moment, he really became a fishman, freely shuttling and swimming in the world of the sea. The water pressure not only did not become an obstacle, but it pushed him forward like a booster. Well, it is indeed a very powerful potion. If you drink the potion and soak in the water directly, there will be no problem at all. If you think about it rationally, it is true. Ordinary diving suits or magic blessings may be able to dive into the water, but moving and even fighting after diving to the bottom of the sea is definitely not more suitable than the direct transformation mode of this potion. Not to mention that magic will be dispelled and props will be damaged. How dangerous it will be to fight in an emergency underwater. Just to say that Soren himself has dragon blood that can make any potion more effective. Using potions is far more suitable for him than other methods. But rationality does not mean that Soren has no complaints about Zaijin. This woman's personality is really a bit problematic. Why can't she say these things directly at the beginning? Is Soren an unreasonable person? How could he give up the optimal buff just because he is afraid of pain? Or what, does Shi Qiong really expect everyone to be like her, to understand the essence of things and draw inferences from them after just one look, so there is no need to say more? Tisk, it's too troublesome. It's really too troublesome. If Shi Qiong is really caught up, I'm afraid he will suffer. Isn't the little rich woman attractive? Isn't the secretary soft? There is also a sickly prophet admirer who keeps following him. Is there any girl I want? Is it necessary to suffer this woman's idleness? But even if he gave up the idea of developing a further personal relationship with Zaijin, Soren had to admit that this difficult guy was indeed a very powerful magician, potion master, alchemist and strategist. Even if he didn't regard Zaijin as a woman. If Soren really wanted to develop some power and achieve some goals, Zaijin would be a talent worth trying to win over as a teammate. After all, Soren's camp was in its infancy, and he really didn't have the leeway to push away talents. So even for his own ambition, Soren estimated that he would have to hold his nose and endure the bad temper of this woman from time to time. Soren was sulking, pulled out the dragon spear on his belt, and pulled it to 2 meters, holding the spear and diving quickly towards the bottom of the sea. He opened the magic eye to search for possible treasures underwater. The sun could not reach the bottom of the sea, and the golden magic light radiating in the darkness became more and more conspicuous. Soren found the target without much effort. Zaijin's speculation was correct. At least judging from the intensity of the magic light, it was at least a high-end magic prop. Soren swam closer and took a closer look. It was a ship, a pirate ship, lying flat on the rock bed on the seabed. There was a big hole on one side of the cabin, and wood chips were scattered on the sand bed. Golden magic energy leaked out from every corner. From a distance, it looked like someone in the ship had turned on a big light. At this scene, if the hull was damaged on the sea surface first, and then sank and capsized, the other masts, keels, and sides of the ship could not have been intact. Judging from the traces of the ship wall splashing and scattered on the rock bed, the ship should have stopped on the seabed first, and then something or someone blew up the cabin from the inside. Soren swam to the broken hatch and took a look inside. He understood why the giant fish just stayed here, but did not take the treasure. There was a ghost in the cabin. Unlike Guan Haifa, this ghost was clearly humanoid, with black smoke forming a human-like head, body and arms, and the thick fog was draped over its body like a robe. It stood in the cabin, looking out of the broken hole in the wall from the bottom deck, and it seemed to want to come out, but the black humanoid shadow seemed to be bound by some magic, and could not leave the range of the sunken ship. It seems that someone really brought the stuff here on purpose, and they even arranged for a guard. Was it a coincidence? Was the giant fish also a guard? Or was it a coincidence that he found this place? Now, when he thought of words like coincidence and coincidence, Soren got a headache, and he stabbed the ghost that was looking at him through the hole with a gun. It was broken from a human shape into a large mass of scattered black flocks, and no matter what magic protection barrier there was, it was simply and roughly broken. Think about it, think about it. Guan Haifa jumped out from behind Sauron, rushed into the ship like a black panther, split into a bunch of clones, and pounced on the black flock scattered everywhere after the ghosts were killed. It was a bit like a kitten pounced on a ball of yarn, but it had a bunch of mouths growing on its body to fight for food, which looked a bit low in sanity. Sauron watched Guan Haifa fluttering in and out of the ship. There were no other mechanisms triggered around, and there were really no other schools of fish and sea monsters nearby. I don't know if they were driven away by the giant fish. When Guan Haifa was full, he jumped back to Soren and wrapped his tattoo around him, which turned into a shadow guard again. Soren also walked into the cabin, with a gun to search, and entered the broken hole. The treasure storage room was directly in front of him. Treasure chests and gold coins were scattered all over the deck. There were bones everywhere in the cabin, and it was unknown whether they were working dead spirits or crew members. Judging from the tragic state of the scattered bones at the scene, they might have been swept by the aftermath of some sudden burst of air waves and shattered alive. The source of the golden magic energy came from a coffin in the treasure chest. The coffin lid was probably blown open by the air wave and fell to the ground, and the golden light was emitted from the inside of the coffin. Sauron approached carefully, with a dragon spear in hand, and suddenly jumped to the front. He found that there were no remains or bones of the goddess in the coffin, but only a set of white armor, which had leg guards for the calves, arm guards for the hands, a crown and a mask for the head. There were also some magical gold jewelry such as necklaces, bracelets, and leg rings, and a layer of white silk long skirt underneath. The style is similar to the core statue, probably a cenotaph. Soren reached out and picked up the mask, turning it over and over. It was similar to the other parts of the armor, and the material was similar to some kind of ivory. It should indeed be the equipment of God. You can see that there are fine magic words on each prop, probably the magic enchantment of the elves. But it seems to require special spells to activate it. Anyway, Soren tried to inject magic power, but it didn't work. Even if the elves' divine equipment cannot be used, these magic props are all rare antiques. I don't know why they were thrown on the seabed, and only a ghost was left to guard them. Maybe these equipments are things that cannot be seen in the light. If they are really sold, it will cause trouble, so let's leave them here for the time being. Maybe the core of the goddess statue is the most important prop. It should have been placed together with the armor and clothes of these goddesses, but it was stolen. Did the water ghost on the ship really steal the goddess statue from this ship? Or did something unexpected happen that made it accidentally pick up something? Another accident, damn. Don't think about it. Sauron shrugged. Whether it was accidental or inevitable, anyway, these things are now in his hands. He tried to put the mask into Guan Haifa's mouth, but Guan Haifa refused to swallow it. So Sauron had to wrap up the goddess's armor and jewelry with her skirt and take them away. He let the ghost vacuum away the other gold coins and treasure chests around. Sauron turned back and forth twice to make sure the ground was clean, and then floated to the surface from the bottom of the sea. You're quite quick. Didn't a trial-level battle happen? Shi Qiong was waiting on the deck, and she seemed quite surprised to see her surprised look. I'm sorry to disappoint you that everything is fine. Sauron muttered quietly, and was wrapped by Guan Haifa and jumped onto the side of the ship, throwing the package in his hand to her. I stab a ghost to death, and there is nothing else. There is a sunken ship below, which may have been sunk when smuggling alchemy coffins. I didn't see any bones, and the remaining equipment is here. Xiong took out some enchanted gloves and put them on. Soft purple light beams were emitted from his 10 fingers, and he manipulated the package on the ground remotely. Don't worry, there is no curse. I'm not so boring as to say one thing and hide another to play tricks on people. Soren covered his gills with his hands, and began to feel suffocated once he got ashore. He said angrily, "Where's the antidote? Give me the antidote." Only one ghost? This is not right. The trial should not be so simple. Sejin thought for a while, and was annoyed by Soren's antidote. There is no antidote. This is the highest level of magic potion, Thetis's Embrace, a water-strengthening potion specially used with your Achilles bone, which can greatly increase the resistance to water magic and the damage caused by water pressure. Didn't you feel the amplification and strengthening under the water? I also made a special countermeasure for magic dispelling. No matter dispelling or breaking magic, it can't remove your transformation state. Do you think I have nothing to do? If you want to play with water, you can just use 2 bottles of breathing potion. I gave you such a high-level potion to mess with you to death, and make my hand hurt for the rest of my life? Sauron opened his mouth and lost his temper. Sorry. Yes, it's just to mess with you. After signing the blood oath, it's not easy to feed you poison. Xiong nodded, poked the gills on Soren's lungs with his gloves. What's the big deal about this pain? Don't pain and anger just increase your combat power? Besides, isn't it quite refreshing when you catch your breath? I damn, you witch. Soren's face turned green. TSK, I thought the trial level battle would last at least an hour. Just bear with it. It will be lifted automatically after the time is up. If you can't stand it, just jump into the sea and soak. Soren climbed up the side of the ship, and was about to jump out. Wait, Bluetooth and the others just came back, and the mermaid's head has been installed. We are going to set sail. Gilt and Nami came over from the front deck and stopped Soren, who was about to jump into the sea. You have been delayed here for too long. The sea conditions near the Minoan Labyrinth Islands are complicated, and there are many reefs. It will be risky if you are too late because the vision is not good. Nami also explained. Sejin blinked and looked at Soren. Then how about tying you up with chains, and throwing you into the sea and dragging you? Soren took a breath of cold air. You gossip came up with such a stupid idea. This ship is flying like a flying bird. It wants to kill people. How did I offend you to be so petty? Gilt looked at the gills of Soren's lungs. How about soaking it in a wooden barrel? Oh, this is a good idea. Okay, follow me. Xiong picked up the remains of alchemy and walked into the stairwell. Hurry up. I won't hurt you. Gilt nodded. I suggest you don't offend her. Xiong likes to think too much, and is very petty. Your suggestion is a little late. Then bear it. Gilt patted Soren on the shoulder. Let her hold it in. The problem will be more serious. Soren had no choice but to bear it, and followed Zijin. They walked through more than a dozen floors in the stairwell, and Zijin opened a cabin, which was not her workshop, but a bathroom. Bathroom? It was really a big bathroom, a round marble bathtub, surrounded by elf-style statues holding kettles and pouring water. The freshwater magic circuit was connected to the statue's kettle, pouring hot water into the pool, which was steaming hot. There were also some petals and grass roots in the pool water, and a pleasant herbal smell came from it. Here, soak here. Don't worry, this is a healing bath, not some poison. I thought you would be half dead after a bloody battle. It's strange that the trial is so simple. You didn't consume any energy at all. You may need to soak for a while, under the dragon blood amplification. Shiqiang adjusted the water temperature with his fingers, stretched out his hand to try it, and turned to leave after confirming that it was feasible. Ah, Shiqiang. Sauron pursed his lips, called her, and didn't know what to say. Is this place? Oh, the bathroom made by Sarasis and his friends. They also made some magic locks to repel men and prevent peeping. Haha, the idea is quite cute, but the technology is. Xiong smiled and evaluated the level and IQ of other witches of the same period as her. In short, it is best to combine steam bath with magic potion treatment. The wounded after the battle can recover here in the future. I originally wanted to wait until you were beaten half to death, throw you here for treatment, and by the way, study how much the recovery efficiency can be improved. It seems that I can only wait until next time. Any other questions? Sauron was speechless. Sometimes, he really didn't know what this woman was thinking. Which words were true, and which were false. You said she was playing a prank, But whether it was potions or treatments, she had carefully prepared them. But if you want to say how friendly she was, her personality was really not gentle and amiable. Oh, by the way. Shichion walked to the door and remembered, you left a bunch of thoughts in my workshop. Come and take them away later. She slammed the door and left. Awkward. Sauron was so embarrassed, probably because when he tore his shirt just now, 3 copies of Missing fell out at the same time. Why didn't he give it to the ghost? No matter what, it was his good intention, so of course he should carry it with him. Okay, alas, this is simply social death. Sauron gave up thinking again, threw a pile of armor to the ghost to swallow, grabbed the pistol and jumped into the bathtub to soak. I have to say that the big-breasted and brainless stupid girl finally did one thing right. It was really comfortable to take a hot bath when she was exhausted. Soren was dazed and squatted in the pool to rest. He didn't know how long he had been there. He vaguely heard the sound of a door opening outside the water. Is it Sejun again? What does she want? Soren raised his head in a daze and emerged from the water. The statues around him were pouring hot water. The bathroom was filled with steam, but his eagle sense was still on, and he saw it at a glance. Salas, who was probably directing the skeletons to wash the deck and wipe the statues, came in with blood all over his head, kicked off his high heels, tore off his collar and robes, and roughly pulled off his tight spider silk tights. He shook his hair and met Soren's sight. He walked over with a cat step, stepped into the bathtub, stretched his chest and stretched his waist, and uttered, With a long moan, his plump thighs slid down along the edge of the bathtub. Sauron hugged his knees and silently retreated under the water. He looked at the shaking legs of Sarasis in front of him, and covered his mouth and nose to prevent his nose from bleeding. God is my witness, he wanted to stop him, but the stupid flag officer took off his clothes too quickly. As a result, he missed the best opportunity to loudly rebuke. There are already people in the bathhouse. When he came to his senses, Sarasis had already rushed to his face naked. If he jumped out and made a big fuss at this time, I'm afraid even the brainless pterosaurs on this ship would not believe Soren's words. This is all a coincidence. At such a critical moment to establish his own prestige, if his vanguard soldiers saw him as a pervert who sneaked into the women's bathhouse to peek, Soren really wanted to shoot himself to death. So, in order to avoid complete social death. Chapter 70. Sauron had heard of Murphy's Law before, which states that as long as something has the potential to get worse, the situation will definitely get worse. Being trapped at the bottom of the bathtub would be fine, but the gills that grew from drinking the potion began to disappear at this moment. Now Soren didn't know what was worse, being discovered sneaking into the women's bathhouse, like a pervert, or being discovered suffocating to death in the bathtub. No, I can't hold it anymore, I have to breathe. Soren took the risk of secretly looking up from the water surface. He made up his mind that if he was really discovered, he would knock out the stupid noble and run away directly. After all, he was innocent. Luckily, Sarasis didn't see him, mainly because the steam in the bathroom was too heavy and the water was too loud. But to be honest, this level of alertness is simply hopeless. If it were an elf magic assassin, wouldn't he be killed instantly? Soren took a breath and was about to dive to the bottom of the bathtub again, but he suddenly saw Sarasis seem to be gathering magic power. I thought I was discovered and was about to jump up and run away. Fortunately, Sarasis's magic was completed faster. She just used her magic power to control the water flow and mist, unfolding a mirage-like illusion. The spring condensed into some kind of water-made human avatars, and the shadows of men, women, old and young feasted, danced, and played in front of her. Soren observed for a while. These illusory water clones were probably Sarasis's former family members, or perhaps her own past memories. Because all the illusions were centered on 2 little girls, who were not yet adults. They ran hand in hand, through the restaurant, the dance, the garden, and held hands and lay on the hill to count the stars. Then the older sister put the woven wreath on her sister's head, hugged her and kissed her. The illusion ended. Sarasis curled up and buried his face in his arms, and a low sob came from behind the water curtain. Well, Soren had to admit that he did overlook one thing. Sarasis is a normal person in every sense. She just has a talent for magic, and her good development is probably due to the comprehensive nutrition of being born into an aristocratic family. But she is still an underage magical girl. And Franny, especially the growth environment of the nobles, is different from that of the Empire. In this world, her childhood can be said to be pampered and happy. Losing all her relatives in a sudden disaster may be just the first time she encountered setbacks and misfortunes in her life. Being kidnapped by the Lich, being hunted by Achikas, and now conquering the southern continent are all the first trials in her life. Cerasus is not mentally prepared to experience suffering. Her current strong posture is completely a disguise of being strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It is the fear of the whole world, which suddenly tore apart the beautiful illusion of childhood and revealed a hideous face. There is no comparison with a genius like Zaijin, who has been living on the threat of death since childhood, and she is not even as good as the young lady housekeepers in Ichika's own family who struggle to survive and prove their existence value. There is no need to compare who is more miserable than the civilians. The comparison itself is a kind of humiliation. How many people can eat a full meal and still gain fat like her? Cerasus is the weakest and most vulnerable member of this team. She may have the Banshee sword, Ulrids, and a group of assassins to protect her. She may pretend to be a genius magic girl, a noble lady, the first disciple of the White Robe Lich, and the flag bearer of the army. But in essence, she is a complete vase who is still imprisoned by the sadness of the past. The only idea that can be thought of is to decorate the boat more beautifully, build a bathroom, and clean the deck. Although, Soren himself does not look down on such a waste. Rather, based on his 3 views, if girls of the same age as Cerasus were not such a love-crazy waste, but were forced to calculate their survival like Zaijin, that would be the greatest sorrow in the world. And put yourself in his shoes. If Soren himself suddenly lost his relatives, he would definitely be worried and unable to let go. Soren's character is quite rebellious. If the opponent is a lich, a demon, a dragon, or a guy who looks down on others, it will easily arouse his dissatisfaction. However, if it is a weak person who is suffering, he will not be very motivated to bully others. Forget it, there is no need to argue with this little girl. Sauron quietly hid back to the surface of the water. After waiting for a while, he could hear the sound of Cerasus leaving the water. Maybe he had vented enough grievances. Sauron breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. It seems that his luck is not that bad. In order to avoid the embarrassment of bumping into Cerasus as soon as he went out, he planned to be cautious and wait a while before leaving the bathroom. As a result, he waited for a while. A group of dark elves dressed coolly came in, with a smile. Wait a minute. This time, Soren couldn't miss the opportunity. If he continued to soak, his skin would be soaked. It's all a misunderstanding. Please use it, I go out now. The dark elves looked at Soren with wide eyes, then winked at each other, and the leader licked his lips and smiled at him. It's okay, the big sisters don't mind. Then, they locked the bathroom door. What happened? Why call a meeting? Cerasus walked into the bridge command room. Paul Lucius pointed to the edge of the island formed on the sand table. We have arrived at the Minoan Labyrinth Islands. Should we go directly to the port? Or should we send 2 people to scout first? The navigator added, it's getting dark. In order to avoid running aground, we must decide whether to go to the port as soon as possible. If it's too late, we will spend the night at sea. Gilt opened the door and came in. Zaijin said he was doing experiments and had no time. I don't know where Soren went, and the bats can't contact him. Matthew, do you know where he is? The assassin Matthew looked at the women including Cerasus, then at Gilt, and said awkwardly, I'm not sure. Anyway, he is hanging out with his group of country vanguard friends again. Cerasus was too lazy to care about such trivial matters. Besides, what's the point of visiting a pirate port? You can do whatever you want. I'm going to rest too. Maria looked at everyone. Don't you want to confirm my information? Then let's go. If you are lucky enough to meet the pirates, who contacted me before, you can prove whether what I said is true or false. Xing nodded. I will follow you to protect you, miss. Nami supported her and suggested, it's safer for us to anchor at the port. Anyway, there is enough space in the ship now. Recruit more pirate sailors to prevent those elves from getting into trouble. The nun raised her hand. Please let me go with you. It is the wish of the human god to spread the gospel of the Lord to all places where believers have not yet arrived. Gilt and Pollux discussed it and decided, then let's go directly to the port. Pay attention to teamwork, and don't be alone. When we go out to the dock to collect intelligence, others on the ship should not relax their vigilance. So the Eastern Star sailed into the mist, covering the Minoan Islands in the sunset. The Minoan Islands are actually very strategically located between the southern and northern continents, with many natural harbors that can hide fleets and berth large merchant ships. If it can be developed, it can serve as the hub of trade between the 2 continents and quickly become a rich port. In ancient times, there was indeed a kingdom with ocean trade as its core, the Minoan Kingdom. The ruins of the kingdom, and abandoned underground cities, can be seen everywhere in the archipelago. It can be seen that this country was once very prosperous, relying on the north-south trade, and the excellent geographical location also made it difficult for the surrounding enemy countries to conquer this place through war if they did not have a large navy or were unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain. However, this kingdom suddenly disappeared at its peak. According to the records of the Elf Alliance, it was because the king of the Minoan kingdom violated the contract and angered a demon from another world, so he sacrificed all the citizens. The pirates heard that it was a civil war, and the princes fighting for the throne all sought the power of the demon gods from another world, and finally lost control completely. In short, they were all directly destroyed by the demon gods from another world. Now all the hundreds of islands in Minas are occupied by monsters from another world, and every dungeon is full of monsters and demons that devour each other. There are so many of these things that the ancient Lizardman expeditionary force was destroyed here, and the Elf Alliance simply gave up the plan to occupy this place. Fortunately, the ocean also isolated these monsters from communicating with other continents, allowing other civilizations to survive. So the Minoan Islands became the place where the Elf Alliance exiled and drove away various pirate criminals. The fleet once deliberately forced the pirates to this sea area and let the monsters on the island deal with these pirates. But no one expected that a pirate captain would shuttle between the reefs of the archipelago and find a safe area to stay, and obtain supplies and material goods by hunting nearby monsters. Finally, this place became a safe haven. When the elf fleet chased here, the pirates retreated directly to the archipelago, using the complex water and geography to hold on. Anyway, there were too many monsters nearby to eat. The elf fleet was unwilling to repeat the mistakes of the lizardmen. Their population was originally sparse, and the elven navy did not have the manpower to control all the strategically valuable strongholds on the sea. The navy's tactics tended to use scout cruisers to monitor a large area of the sea, while maintaining a main fleet that could respond quickly to encircle and attack the targets found. Since they already have an absolute advantage at sea, there is no reason to waste the lives of well-trained sailors in such a tough battle. Therefore, the elf fleet usually only deploys some fast ships nearby for alert, and if there is a pirate ship leaving the port, they will keep an eye on it from a distance. On the contrary, since we now know the location of the opponent's base camp, it is more convenient to follow them. Therefore, usually before the action, the pirates will not come to the port that the fleet focuses on to make trouble, but on the way back, they can come to replenish supplies, have a drink, exchange some information, etc. Nami had been here before, so she could find a safe route and the right island in the archipelago. Not only the reefs and ancient shipwrecks on the seabed, but also the sea surface near the archipelago is always covered with a layer of fog due to the special environment. If you accidentally anchor at the wrong island, you may directly enter the territory of other monsters and gods. If you are not careful, the whole ship will disappear inexplicably, and there will be no bones left. The entrance to the pirate port is also extremely hidden. After repeatedly detouring, it suddenly rushed into the space between two reefs from a torrent of water. The speed of this section of the ocean current suddenly changed. If there were no professional sailors and navigators, the whole ship would have crashed into the rock walls on both sides and been smashed to pieces. Fortunately, there was no danger. Before the sky became completely gloomy, the Eastern Star successfully passed through the secret channel at sea and arrived at the pirate port in the Minoan Islands, Stinky Parrot Bay. It is called Stinky Parrot, not because this island is rich in parrots, but because the pirate captain who opened the safe haven named it in memory of the pet parrot he ate as rations on the first day he arrived here. It was smelly and hard to chew. Strictly speaking, the Stinky Parrot is not a bay, but a strait between two islands. The beach is surrounded by the cliffs of the two islands, which not only isolates the wind and rain, but also hinders the invasion of monsters on the islands. The channel runs diagonally from the northwest to the southeast, and will be attacked by the pirate watchtowers on the cliffs on both sides at the entrance and exit. There are also a large number of reefs. Without a sea chart, it is easy to run aground and block the fleet behind. Moreover, the narrow channel at the entrance and the turbulent and changeable ocean currents make it impossible for many fleets to enter at once, while the inner bay is an open deep-water port like a gourd bag. The pirates can pull the gunboats into a T-shaped crosshead and fire at the fleets entering and leaving the port. It is very difficult to attack by force. Of course, in theory, the elves can also ambush the fleet at the entrance and exit to lock the pirates here. But the question is whether it is necessary for the navy to leave its main force here for several months to fight the pirates. The safety of other routes is still not taken care of. Even if a group of pirates are destroyed, others will come to rebuild the port? Station troops here? How many people are stationed? How many ships? Where are the supplies from? Of course, if the Psychic Empire was destroyed and the north-south trade was completely controlled by the Sand Country, then stationing a fleet in Minas would indeed have great strategic significance. But now, the Kingdom of Sand is in trouble. There is really no time to consider such a big strategic plan. So this bay is indeed like a stinky parrot, a piece of rotten meat with no chewing value, and has been temporarily forgotten by the elves. As long as it is not the elven navy, anyone's ship can come in. The people who come and go in this dock are pirates, criminals, slave traders, killers, and adventurers. There are no rules. Just like the Empire, the strong are respected. But don't make trouble. Stinky Parrot Bay is protected by the captain's agreement. Nami introduced to everyone who is going to go ashore, the captain's agreement is an agreement signed by pirate captains, which gives equal respect to certain ports that are willing to shelter pirates. For example, the capital of the spiritual empire, and this Stinky Parrot Bay are included. Pirates are not allowed to cause trouble in these ports, let alone attack these limited safe havens. Whoever causes trouble is the enemy of the pirates. In the future, if you encounter them during robbery at sea, you will be executed directly, and there will be no chance to pay money to buy your life. Guild looked at Pollux. Has Sauron not been found yet? The one-eyed dragon scratched his head. I looked around the cabin, but couldn't find him. I wonder where he went. Maybe he was with Sijin? Then let's ignore him this time. Guild thought for a moment. It's good to have him and Sijin guarding the ship. As long as nothing goes wrong with this base, we can always find reinforcements if there is any problem at the dock. So they began to coordinate, arranging the lizardmen and the vanguard soldiers to take turns on duty on the deck, and letting the assassin protect the flag bearer. The others formed a team and took a small boat to the port. The next morning, Soren slid out of the bathroom with his legs shaking, holding onto the wall. If it weren't for the lucky dice that saved him 6 times in a row, and the pool of healing potions in the bathroom, Soren's life would have been almost gone. Danger? The elves are too dangerous, especially the Dark Elves, who beat the leader of the vanguard army into a weakling. In the end, it was the leading sister who saw the daybreak and was afraid that the female mages would come to bathe later, which would have a bad impact, so she let Soren go. In fact, most of the team members were still not satisfied, and they were getting more and more courageous. "Oh, Soren, you're up." The Yellow Crown and the northern barbarians were sitting on the deck eating seafood barbecue. When they saw Soren crawling out of the cabin, they stretched out their hands to greet him. "Do you want me to grill some abalone for you? Or how about squid?" Sorry, maybe I ate too much and feel a little nauseous." Soren collapsed on the side of the ship and gasped. "Yeah, I'm tired of eating seafood all day long recently." "Do you miss water cockroaches too?" The yellow-headed crown sat beside Soren and grabbed a small octopus and shot its head. Soren looked at it sideways. "Ah, I wonder if there is anything else to eat on the shore. I also want to change my taste." "You said that Gilt and the others didn't come back all night. Are they having a big meal?" The yellow-headed crown threw the sea fish on the plate to the pterosaur on the deck. "Not coming back all night." Sauron was stunned, stood up on the side of the boat and looked into the distance. He was immediately stunned. "Where is this place?" "Huh? Oh, you weren't here last night. This is Stinky Parrot Bay, the pirate's dock." "The pirate's dock?" Sauron rubbed his eyes. "Where is the dock?" He could only see a thick layer of black stuff that looked like sticky asphalt. The islands on both sides overflowed from the top of the cliffs and covered the entire coast. It slowly sank into the sea like cooled magma and spread along the continental shelf on the seabed. Either Sauron's eyes were blurry after fighting all night, or his magic eyes saw an island completely covered by a curse. Gilt has been gone all night and hasn't come back? How many people went to the dock with him? Sauron asked. The Yellow Crown thought for a moment. The first group? I remember that Pollux had several mages with him. The first group? All the mages went with him. Where is Sijin? Well, Miss Sijin suddenly summoned the elves to disembark and leave. It was just after midnight, I think. The Yellow Crown counted on his fingers. Wait a minute, with the elves? What elves? The ones on the mast. Sauron stared at it, and suddenly a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. He raised his head suddenly, and found that the 4-color magic spirit wind that had been surrounding the mast had returned to the original 2 colors. Something happened. Sijin's condition was not right, and there must be something wrong with the elf core under the cabin. No, calm down. Your hand does not feel any pain, so Sijin is safe for the time being, and the others are also strong, and it is not so easy to be solved. But without the supply of magic power, the space magic on the ship can't last long. Damn it, at this time, there is not a single wizard on the ship. Hey, the bathroom is so disgusting. Who did this? Cerasys rushed out of the cabin wrapped in a bath towel, his face flushed, and he looked like he was going crazy because he saw an unbelievable and indecent scene. Ah. So that's it? This coincidence is probably prepared for her. This damn loyalty trial, the annoying law of cause and effect. Chapter 71. Attention, crew members and soldiers of the Eastern Star. The ship is currently undergoing a magic system upgrade, and the space inside the ship may become unstable. If you don't want to be blown into pieces by the forbidden magic, please do not open the hatch to enter or exit the stairwell. The cargo hold is also temporarily closed and prohibited from use. Important things are repeated 3 times. Please do not open the door and walk around it will. Please do not open the door and walk around it will. Please do not open the door and walk around it will. Sauron used the ship's internal communication magic circle left by Polly just to pass the order in the command room, and explained to the yellow crown beside him, the magic reactor installed by Zygon on the ship has been taken away, and now the energy of this ship itself cannot support a large magic like Klein's pot. But as long as the door is not open to activate the magic effect, the remaining magic energy should be able to last for a while. Before this ship collapses, we have to go and find Shicheong. You and those barbarians stay on the deck to guard the ship. Can you do it? Don't worry, leave it to us. The yellow crown raised his thumbs, turned his head, and called Bluetooth a few words. The old madman actually believed it. He waved his hand and drove the barbarians, who were sitting around eating barbecue, to the side of the ship, and the mast to be on guard. How did you hook up with him? Soren was really curious. Who? Bluetooth? He's easy to talk to. Did you know that he's not only the pirate king of the ice sea, but also the strongest monster hunter in the north? He has hunted ice dragons, giant mammoths, frost giants, snow trolls. Yellow Crown pointed at the various bone and tooth trophies wrapped around Bluetooth's waist and neck while talking. The old man proudly puffed out his chest and showed the battle medals to the 2 young boys. The latest trophy was a tooth pulled from the mouth of a murloc. Wow! You old man, have you cleared the game, and are you here to do achievements? You have to hunt everything, right? Well, then we don't have to worry about letting him defend the ship. In fact, both Zygon and Gilt should have the basic ability to adapt to circumstances. At least, the elites who can get the top 3 seats in a weird place, like the Empire, are trustworthy in their own strength. There is only one guy who really worries Soren. Hey, are you ready, miss? You are too slow. This is your trial, so take it seriously. Sauron banged on the door. Don't come in, you scumbag pervert. Sarasis reluctantly opened the door, and walked out with a red face, and covering his chest. I said, can I go back to the cabin to change clothes? Maria's change of clothes is still a little small, and I haven't brought the elven sword out in time. Sarasis was so angry that she rushed out wrapped in a bath towel, but Sauron immediately sent someone to seal the door. He still wanted to take her off the ship to do a big trial. As a result, only a box of spare clothes brought by the eldest daughter of the Wong family, who fled, could be found on the bridge outside, and most of them were slim-fitting night clothes, waist-cinching shirts, and tights that were easy to move in. Sarasis tried for a long time, and finally only a suspender silk pajamas could barely wear. The scenery was exposed, almost equivalent to wearing nothing. Oh, you are so annoying. Didn't I tell you that if you open the hatch casually again, the space forbidden spell might go out of control? And didn't you say that the elf has not recovered yet? Really, why are you still dressing up at this time? Look, you dislike my clothes and refuse to wear them. You can't carry the armor, and your butt is so fat. Just cover it like this, and no one will see you. But, Celicy blushed, and every time Soren's eyes swept over her thighs and waist, she felt so ashamed that she couldn't even say a word of rebuke or rebuttal. Soren saw that she was being so coy and didn't know when to tossing around, and he couldn't stand it anymore. So he asked Juan Haifa to spit out a roll of camping tent, cut a piece of canvas and threw it to her. Wrap it with this, Miss Genius Magical Girl, I'm not kidding. You've experienced what happened to Yachukas last time, so you have some idea of causality. This time may be as dangerous as last time, and you are the protagonist. You are lucky. I am still your ally this time. We have a bond, so I can still help you through the difficulties. But how many times can you wait for others to save you? If I'm not by your side, what can you rely on? Do you rely on the elf and the sword? Do you still hope that she can help you get revenge? It's obviously the revenge of your relatives and sisters, but you want to entrust others to get their dirty hands to settle it for you. Even the country bumpkins you look down on know that they have to do their own things. Can you show some ambition? Aren't you the one chosen by the white robes to change your destiny? Don't you think that your cowardly appearance will disappoint your sister? Silas grabbed the canvas thrown by Soren, wrapped his body like a cloak, bit his lip and looked at Soren. Why do you persuade me like this? I thought you would use more violent means, such as tying me up and leaving. Why, are you so patient with me? Of course, I will do this if I can't help it, but no matter if I like it or not. You are a weak human after all, the human we vowed to save, and I will not abandon you before my patience runs out. Sauron turned around and squatted. Don't waste time, I carry you on my back, and let's go immediately. Selas gritted his teeth and stopped being pretentious. He leaned down and slapped the boy who was half a head shorter than him, and his hot and soft body pressed against his tattooed back. Oh. So big, so soft, so hot. Sauron hugged the warm, smooth, and slightly greasy thighs that were clamped around his waist, and felt the softness and bulges of the silk pajamas behind him. His muscles and bones were all soft. Oh my god, the land of gentleness is really a hero's grave. Don't make such a weird sound. Cerasis blushed. Wait a minute. How do you know I have a sister? I guessed. It was purely accidental. Guan Haifa, hurry up. Sauron shuddered, called out the ghosts, wrapped the two of them, and jumped towards the cursed coast. On the deck, Bluetooth sniffed his nose and said something to the Yellow Crown, who nodded in agreement. You're right, I think Soren is also a hunter in another sense. Cerasis obviously had not experienced the roller coaster-like jump and sprint of the ghosts. After screaming, he ran away with all his modesty and reserve, locked Soren's neck, hugged him like an octopus, closed his eyes tightly, buried his face in Soren's neck, and dared not open his eyes. Soren was squeezed by her, and was in a trance. He almost crashed into the asphalt curse. Fortunately, he reacted in time and waved the dragon spear to break a large lump of mud-like curse, and then rushed into the area covered by the curse. The tip of the dragon spear was shining with golden light. Although it looked like a mud-like fluid, the feeling transmitted from the spear body was like poking through hard rock. The spear tip hit the curse and raised a spark. Although it could break the magic, it could not completely remove the magic. The subsequent curse still filled in like mud, slowly blocking the entrance that Soren had just forcibly opened. But fortunately, the space inside was not completely filled. Guan Haifa jumped again and took Soren to the commanding height of the harbor, climbing to the outer edge of a lighthouse. Selassie screamed and hit someone with the ball, almost causing Soren to slip and fall. Oh, this touch. Oh, I can't take it anymore. My nose is bleeding. Damn it. Although the spirit is overwhelmed, is the body still so honest? Huh? Are those Maria and the others over there? Selassie rubbed Soren's back fiercely and grabbed his waist. Don't let them see us. It's too embarrassing. Oh, big sister, please don't move too violently. I almost lost control. Sauron looked down and saw that the pirate's dock below was being corrupted from the outside to the inside by the curse. The outer buildings on the cliff side had been completely swallowed up, but those near the coast were still normal. Sauron could see that Guilt and the others were still negotiating with the pirates at the port, but their movements were unusually slow, obviously because the speed of time inside the barrier had been slowed down. But from another perspective, they were just trapped by the slowed time, and were not in danger for the time being. No, it's okay. Sauron leaned against the wall with his back bent, and took a breath. They should be in some kind of illusion of enchantment, not in the same plane as us. By the way, didn't you ambush me with a similar move before? Can you solve it? Although Cerasis couldn't see the black asphalt curse covering the dock in the sky, he also noticed something was wrong. The pirates on the dock moved very slowly, and there was a group of people fighting outside the bar not far away. They were punching at a snail's pace, and falling into the ditch, with a face expression at the same snail's speed. Time magic? I don't know how to do it. And the spells that day were all used by General Silver Dragon. I just lent her my magic. If I had brought her here, wouldn't it be better if you learned her magic in advance? After being choked by Soren, Cerasis fell silent. Huh? He didn't choke back? Maybe he knew he was in the wrong. For the time being, Soren was too lazy to consider carrying this pendant that he brought here purely for stacking halos. He tried to shake his hand, and waved the dragon spear to cast a large area of asphalt curse from the barrier covering the sky. It could only temporarily delay the speed of the opening and closing, but it was a bit difficult to completely expel and break such a large area of curse. They are not in danger for now, they are probably just trapped. Soren stopped wasting his energy. He put the dragon spear back on his belt, hung on the edge of the lighthouse with one hand, grabbed a paper bat from Guan Haifa's mouth and threw it out, to Zaijin. But the paper bat flew out and circled for a few times, and then fell back into Soren's hand. What's going on? I can't find her. Is there some magic that isolates or hides her traces? The breath of Cerasis blew past Soren's ears. It was the same when we released bats to find you before. Magic interference? Has Zaijin been kidnapped? Or has he entered a secret realm? But when did Soren himself cast this kind of magic to hide his whereabouts? How come he has no memory of it? Soren frowned. This is a bit difficult. Then do you have a solution? How did General Silver Dragon find me in the first place? Think about it, Sarasis, this is your test. Franny's magic girl lay on Soren's back, frowning and thinking, I really don't know. General Silver Dragon was originally sealed in a book. I thought he was just an ordinary ghost. That day, Ulrids was going to make a magic weapon for me, so he took us to the exchange to buy materials. At that time, he extracted the Silver Dragon General in the form of a word spirit, and made it into the sword spirit of the magic sword. When she woke up, she said that she sensed the breath of old friends and enemies, so I followed the guidance of the blade's light, and found the great library. After that, I lent her magic power, and then I was attacked from behind by Xing. Oh right, you also stabbed me. Salas scratched Soren hard. Did he chase him from the exchange to the library? Speaking of this, Soren suddenly realized that he seemed to have been to the exchange that day and met Ulrids, and then he knew that the library master was also a lich. So the elf discovered his breath there? Is this guy a dog? His nose is so sharp, but... What does old friends and enemies mean? Hey Soren, what should I do now? Salas poked his head and looked at Soren's profile. What should I do? How can I know what to do? But there is only a big-breasted and brainless salted fish like you around me. You don't understand anything you ask, which will only interfere with a man's rational thinking. If it was Zygen, don't wait for others to ask what to do. She has already prepared all the solutions and preparations, and put them out for everyone to choose. Okay, complaining is a waste of time. Think about what Zygen will do, start one question at a time, unravel the mystery. Sauron looked down from a distance, and saw Gilt, who was still talking slowly at the dock. He thought for a moment, and said to the bat in his hand, to Gilt. The bat turned and dived under the lighthouse. At first, the speed was normal, but as it got closer to the dock, the speed of flapping its wings became slower and slower. Soon, it was almost frozen in the air, and began to freeze like the people below. TSK, this is a bit troublesome. I'm afraid I can't count on the help of these trapped people. And if they rush over like this, the worst case scenario is that they will also be included in the barrier, and affected by the time magic. When they come out, the entire ship of the Eastern Star will be dead. Forcibly using the dragon spear to knock off the curses around is also a useless effort, and may even waste more time. The current situation is similar to the day when Soren was attacked when he came out of the library. Some kind of large curse or barrier covers the entire dock, forming an illusion isolated from reality. The dragon spear cannot completely destroy this kind of curse, and the subsequent curse will continue to fill the gaps destroyed by the dragon spear. It is a trap designed entirely for the characteristics of the Vanguard. Of course, it is not necessarily magic used specifically to deal with the Vanguard. It is more likely that this kind of magic was designed at the beginning with the Vanguard's special countermeasures for the imaginary enemy. Soren narrowed his eyes and thought, so this curse barrier is indeed a unique magic on the side of the Elf Alliance. So, is it another elf behind the scenes? Yellow Crown said that the elf slave sailors on the ship followed Zygen away. Are the two things related? There is no sufficient evidence for the time being, but if the people trapped in the barrier don't have a magic eye like Sauron to see the flaws, and don't have a magic weapon, like the Vanguard Dragon Spear to break the magic, then they can only rely on external forces to interfere with the magician who activated the barrier to break the blockade, just like the Butler Star broke through the ambush of Sarasis. After confirming that the people in the town were fine and unable to track Zygen, Sauron decided to capture the thief first and jump directly to the face of the caster and stab him to death. If the estimate is correct, this target should also be the trial of Sarasis. But judging from the scale of the barrier in front of her, it is much larger than the one that Sarasis summoned with his own magic power, which covered half a block. The magic power is at least dozens of times that of hers. Even if she finds an opponent for this trial, does she really have a chance of winning alone? Is there any hidden information that can help them complete the trial, as Zygen said, that has not been discovered yet? If, as Soren guessed, this was the same kind of elven magic used by Sarasis, then theoretically, the spellcaster who used the barrier was also outside the barrier. Never mind. Let's go out and get rid of the spellcaster first. Hold on tight. Soren lifted Sarasis's hips, turned around and jumped up amid her screams, and with the help of Guan Haifa, jumped out of the barrier hole that was about to close. Don't scream. Soren slapped Sarasis's buttocks, which felt very good. Be prepared for battle, and when you see the target I'm attacking, use up all your spell slots immediately. Any ice cones or wind blades, just throw them out to cover me. Sarasis bit his shoulder in exasperation. General Silver Dragon said that when using the barrier, the caster cannot move freely, so 2 or 3 false targets will be set up in advance to avoid being attacked. Can you distinguish the correct target? It's a piece of cake. Believe in your teammates. Also, if you want to prove that you are useful in addition to doing bad things, as soon as we jump out, cover me with full firepower. Guan Haifa rushed straight into the sky, and in the moments when he flashed intermittently in the air, Sauron activated Eagle Sense and frantically searched for the target. With the magic eye that can see cause and effect, he can see the direction of the fluid curse. It is very easy to track. The black curse torrent like asphalt is obviously pouring out from the top of the cliff. That's it. Whatever it is, kill them all with one shot. Guan Haifa wrapped them and jumped over the top of the cliff. Soren grasped the dragon spear with both hands, stretched the spear in a golden light, and stretched his arms like a fully drawn bow. The magic eye of Eagle Sense captured his target in an instant, and he also saw the fake position pointed by Sarasis. There was an army on the cliff, with a large number of magic arrays deployed. However, what was completely beyond Soren's expectation was that this was not the army of the elves. Judging from the standard, style, and armament of the armor, it was completely produced by the furnace, and it was the army of the Psychic Empire. Of course, there were no flags, and there were no noble emblems at all. Yes, an unknown imperial army appeared above the Minoan Islands pirate haven, hiding in the thick fog and dense forests, and set up a camp on the cliff. The perimeter was guarded by the army of the dead, with heavy infantry, crossbowmen and golems, silently guarding the perimeter of the camp to prevent wild monsters on the island from approaching. Inside the camp, there were 6 clearly functioning magic altars, presenting a hexagram to form a huge magic net. In the center of the magic net, on the altar in the center of the hexagram, there was a hastily built ancient temple, which was obviously something that was dismantled and moved from other places. I don't know if it was obsidian or black marble bricks and stone pillars, which covered the things enshrined in the temple. Sauron's magic eyes could not see through the pure entity, but he could clearly see the black asphalt-like curse magic, which was generated from the temple, and poured down from the edge of the cliff continuously, covering the entire harbor. Soren frowned. It seemed that the plan had to change. He had to find out the details of this friendly army first and then. Then he heard Sarasis roaring behind him. Shine! Sky ice cone! Roar! Raging sea glacier! Then, between the sea and the sky, almost all the water magic in the entire space was grabbed by the genius witch and smashed towards the cliff. Sauron, Chapter 72. A huge glacier condensed and appeared out of thin air. After a moment of suspension in the air, the glacier, pulled by gravity, rolled down from the sky with a long cone of silver light, and smashed down directly towards the military camp barrier on the top of the cliff. The defensive magic arranged in the military camp detected the sudden high-energy reaction, and the counterattack array configured on the position took effect immediately. The 4-color magic lightning burst and sprayed, automatically radiating towards the glacier falling from the sky. This military magic array has the same principle as the inscription scroll. The disposable magic scroll is to seal the magic ritual, write the energy with special ink made by grinding magic crystals, and release it once after unfolding. The battlefield mages of the Spirit Empire are also accustomed to making this kind of simple counterattack magic array in the camp to deal with attacks. They use 1 or 2 magic weapons or crystals as energy to build a large magic array covering the entire position, and kill the raiding wild monsters or troops at one time, or at least consume the opponent's protective magic. However, the biggest problem of the magic defense position is sustainability. The scroll can only be used once. If there is no magician, the spirit tower, or the core reactor to continuously replenish the magic energy, the energy provided by the magic props, as the center of the array, will be consumed in an instant by large-scale spells. A pure counterattack magic circle might cause great damage to the attacking monster army, but what Saras smashed down was just pure glaciers. So the magic fireworks lasted less than 2 minutes before they were exhausted. In addition to splitting the glaciers and smashing them, blasting out overwhelming ice chips and water mist that filled the entire top of the cliff, as if a snowstorm had suddenly fallen, there was no way to fundamentally stop the iceberg from pressing down on them. It was only delayed for a moment, and then the entire military camp was submerged and destroyed by the overwhelming ice cones, hail, and ice flows that poured down on their heads in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a huge roar. Soren swallowed his saliva and looked at the top of the cliff that was completely covered with ice and snow. The source of the curse magic was directly cut off. Even if the glacier did not destroy the hexagram magic circle and the temple, the magic ice crystals condensed by the water magic energy temporarily sealed this area. originally thought that it was a warning, but unexpectedly the effect seemed to be quite good. Soren was a little surprised. The last time the butler fought with Zarasis, he also used pure destructive magic to blast open the cursed barrier. Could it be that the magic power of the basic 4 elements has some kind of restraint on the cursed magic? But from this point of view, this big-breasted, brainless girl on my back is not pure trash. If it were 1,000 years ago, I'm afraid that Zarasis would be a true genius magic girl. At such a young age, she can already master such great magic that can destroy an army. Moreover, the touch from Soren's back was very clear. The girl's body trembled slightly, her chest rubbed against his back and trembled slightly, and the breath blowing by her ears also emitted a slight chill, but she was far from being exhausted and losing her fighting power. What? You're not going to attack? Zarasis asked breathlessly. Oh, your attack is quite effective. Let's observe for a while before making any plans. Sauron found a relatively flat landing place on the upper layer of the glacier and jumped over with Guan Haifa, putting Zarasis on the snow. Ah, it's so cold. Zarasis, who stepped on the glacier barefoot, let out a cat's cry and subconsciously hugged Sauron's neck and jumped back on his back. Hey, is this the snow you summoned yourself? Soren was once again attacked from both sides by Zarasis with the ball, and he was very helpless. It's cold. It's your fault for not letting me put on clothes. She was lying on Soren's back and refused to get off. TSK. So annoying, this woman is so annoying, always interfering with his rational thinking. Soren wiped the blood from his nose, grabbed a mouthful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth to chew, forcing himself to calm down, and carefully observed the battlefield. The military camp had been buried. It stands to reason that the opponent, who could create such a level of barrier, must be a magician, no, at least a military magician, or even a battlefield lich. It shouldn't be killed by a magic attack. But the thick ice and snow blocked the sight of the magic eye, and it was impossible to observe the situation below. Should we wait? Wait for the moment when the people below escape, and then attack? Or should we be more proactive? Zarasis, can you make the ice more transparent? Sauron tilted his head to ask, and Zarasis was close to his neck to keep warm, and they almost kissed each other. I try? Zarasis turned his head with a red face, carefully stretched out his calf, stepped on the ice, and immediately hugged Soren and shivered, and retracted his foot. But her tap was like a dragonfly stepping on the lake, stirring up ripples on the ice. The spreading white light waves spread through the glacier, reorganizing the ice and snow, and changing like a kaleidoscope in front of Soren's eyes, from the glacier to a huge ice crystal. Oh, it's incredible. It seems that she and Zygen are witches with completely different specialties. They may lack in IQ, but their control of pure elemental magic is unexpectedly excellent. Very good, that's enough. Soren was looking down from a high place. Through the crystal-clear ice crystals, his magic eyes instantly grasped the situation under the ice. The skeleton infantry phalanx on guard outside was basically destroyed and lost its combat effectiveness due to the collateral damage of the counterattack magic circle and the crushing of the glacier. But it was not so easy to get rid of the wizard behind the scenes. There were wizards stationed at the 6 corners of the hexagram. Although the activation of the counterattack magic did not play the role of destroying the glacier, it at least made them alert in advance. There were 6 people in total, using some kind of coordinated magic to prop up a barrier under the ice layer, maintaining a small space, protecting the magic circle and the obsidian temple in the center from being completely destroyed by the ice flow. Judging from their bodies, there were 3 women and 3 men. The men's magic power was obviously stronger. They were all humanoid monsters at the level of Pollux. The women were slightly weaker, but they were also elites at the same level as Zarasis and Steward Star. If it weren't for the Black Temple they were guarding in the magic circle, I'm afraid that Zarasis' level of 1 against 6 would be purely courting death. Of course, the other party may not be human. Below the neck is a human body, almost completely naked, with only some golden ring-shaped magic jewelry pierced on the skin. It is somewhat similar to the dress of the Lizardman priests, but even worse than the Lizardman, without a piece of cloth to cover the privacy. It seems that there is no sense of shame of intelligent creatures. And above the neck, the 6 people all have animal heads. It is not clear from a distance, but it should be 2 cats, 2 insects, and 2 lizards. There were many broken human limbs scattered around their feet. I don't know if they were materials for casting spells, or if they were just finished eating. The first feeling that Soren had was that they were some kind of demon god, who had taken over human flesh. Well, then there's no need to be polite. Soren held the dragon spear with both hands, and thrust the tip of the spear into the ice, aiming at the one with the strongest magic power. The beetle-headed man stabbed with a spear. The tip of the dragon's spear was wrapped with blazing golden light, and it pierced through the ice like a knife cutting butter. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the ice on the beetle man's head and pierced through the top of the beetle head. The beetle's head exploded into a ball of fire, and even its body was blown to pieces. Easy, next one. The second shot also judged the threat level according to the order of the amount of magic power. The lizard-headed man seemed to be some kind of crocodile. It seemed that the death of his companion caused the imbalance of the joint magic circle and aroused its vigilance. The crocodile man opened his bloody mouth and released the magic power in his body in an instant, expelling Saras's magic power in an instant and seizing control of the large ice crystals. Obviously, in terms of the control of water magic power, he completely beat Saras. But it was still a step too slow. If it had dealt with the attacker first instead of securing the barrier, it might have had a chance to survive. But sometimes, if you made the wrong choice, you would have to pay with your life. The dragon spear broke through a bright light and directly cut its crocodile head in half. The broken crocodile head burst into blood, and the human body was dissolved in an instant. The other lizard-headed, snake-headed man reacted very quickly, and made a decision the moment the beetle head was killed. He had already turned around and abandoned his companion, who maintained the magic circle. When the crocodile head was stabbed to death by the dragon's spear, it had used some strange magic to change its body shape and twisted its waist to jump out of the ice and snow. As the crocodile died, the magic power of the entire glacier also lost control and collapsed like an avalanche in an instant. The remaining 3 female mages were unable to pull their hands out of the joint magic circle, and could only scream in panic, watching the iceberg above their heads crushing down and smashing them into a bloody mess. Ah! The ice layer on the top also collapsed and cracked due to the loss of magic control, and began to collapse. Saras screamed and hugged Soren's chest tightly, but at this time Soren had no time to enjoy the benefits of being on his back. Want to escape? Sauron rushed on the falling glacier, staring at the snake-headed man swimming back and forth in the ice below. At this moment, its human body was really a rubber tube-like skin bag, and the whole person swayed and fled like a snake. Even if Sauron used the swiftness of the leopard and the jump of Guan Haifa, he was blocked by the collapsing iceberg at this time, and could not catch up with it for a while. It was about to escape. Do something quickly, Saras. What do you want me to do? Soren was madly running in the avalanche of icebergs, and Saras didn't dare to open his eyes now. No matter what magic you use, knock these things that are in the way away. Sauron waved his dragon spear angrily, and smashed the hailstones that were hitting him with his fist of magic power. This snake man is so cunning that he jumped directly into the forest full of monsters from other worlds on the other side of the cliff. If he succeeded, it would be difficult for Soren to track this weird guy. Hurry up, you fat girl. Ah, don't call me fat girl, Bloom, Frost Eyes Star. Sarather screamed like a banshee, making Soren's ears pierce. But the magic was effective in the early stage. The uncontrolled falling ice and hail stopped in an instant, and then exploded in all directions in a spherical shape with Sarather's as the center. All the ice was shattered by the magic power of the witch, and scattered into fine ice needles. Most of the cliff collapsed and shattered by the violent ice storm. The icy wind swept the jungle with ice needles, knocking down trees in rows, and finally exhausted the magic power in the atmosphere with a radius of 3 kilometers. The scattered ice needles covered the dense forest with a thick layer of white frost, and the entire cliff and the surrounding jungle were covered with a layer of ice crystal white frost. Good job, fat girl. Sauron swung his gun and stabbed it into the ice layer, then retracted the gun to 4 meters, shortening the distance. He carried Saras, who was biting his shoulder in anger, on his back, and stood on the gun. He smiled and looked down at the snake-headed man, who was about to escape into the jungle, but was blown to pieces by the ice storm, leaving only a small part of his chest. Run, you keep running? Most of the snake man's face was covered with white frost, and even one of his eyes was blinded by the white frost. Of course, he knew that these were not just frost, but ice needles emitted by the explosion of the sky frost ice star. The flesh of a mortal will be directly crushed by the overpressure wave. Even if he is not killed on the spot, he will be hit by the flying ice needles, which will seal the magic circuits of the whole body and make him lose the ability to resist. But the snake man was not panicked at all. He stared at Soren with his only remaining vertical pupil. Who are you? Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. I am Kojiro, she is Musashi, and this is Meow Meow. Soren grabbed Guan Haifa and stroked him. We are the rocket team that travels through the galaxy. We come to stop you to protect the peace of the world. Okay, it's your turn. Who are you? The snake man looked at him. You don't even know who I am. Why are you attacking us? That's why I said, to protect world peace. Sauron smiled and raised his hand, using his magic fist to lift up the snake man who was only half dead. This is not good. I answered your question. You have to answer mine too. Isn't it fair? Seeing that you sold out your teammates so straightforwardly, you shouldn't be the type of person who is ready to die, right? So I'm giving you a chance to save yourself now. I, Kojiro, can swear here that as long as you can convince me that you are worth living, I, Kojiro, will let you live. Otherwise, Musashi will kill you, and we will go into the temple to see what ghost things are hidden. Musashi rolled his eyes at Kojiro. The snake man was silent for only 3 seconds before speaking. I am Ejo, the disciple of Anubis, the white-robed lich of the Psychic Empire. I am ordered by my master to guard the deathless labyrinth to prevent the resurrection of alchemy sealed in the labyrinth. Anubis again, what does it mean to send someone here specially to prevent alchemy from resurrecting? Alchemy? What alchemy? Sarasis was confused and couldn't follow it all. Sauron had no time to deal with her for the time being, and asked in a deep voice, the dark temple sealed by your magic circle is the deathless labyrinth? The body of alchemy is in it? Can the elf god be resurrected after his death? The snake man also stared at Soren. You really attacked us without knowing anything. No, that one is the dark temple we moved from somewhere else to seal the entrance to the deathless labyrinth. That is where the pirates built the dock below. The labyrinth does not store the body of alchemy, but her godhead. Even if the elven god falls, as long as the godhead returns to the container, it can be resurrected. Sauron put away his smile. How do you prove that you are telling the truth? The snake man looked at him, then turned his eyes to the sky. That, probably, is the container chosen by alchemy. Sauron turned his head, and saw a Venus falling from the sky from the distant horizon. When it passed by the edge of the cliff and brushed past them, they could see a figure wearing alchemy armor, shrouded in dazzling light by golden light and fire, like a falling comet fireball, pulling a long-tailed flame in the air, silently breaking into the bottom of the cliff, and landing on the surface of the hemispherical barrier wrapped in thick black asphalt. Like a sword falling, it pierced through the haze with overwhelming force. The cursed barrier that Sauron had been unable to deal with for a long time, and the cursed barrier that had lost its source of supply, did not even last for a second at this time, and cracked and shattered like an eggshell, and the whole ball was burned to ashes by the golden flame. Sauron stood on the gun barrel, and turned to look down at the pirate dock at the bottom of the cliff. The attack just now did not make any sound or explosion, but the town in the center of the dock had disappeared, leaving only a semicircular pit, like a meteorite crater, with a radius of about 100 meters, and the surrounding land was red, not to mention wooden buildings, gravel and soil were completely melted. There is a conspicuous deep pit in the center of the pit, which looks like a tunnel deep underground, probably the entrance to the deathless labyrinth. Soren didn't even need to continue reasoning and thinking. The eagle's magic eye saw it clearly just now, the figure in the bright light, the one who just rushed into the labyrinth, the container chosen by alchemy, was Saijan. It seems that alchemy is going to be reincarnated. The snake man narrowed his eyes. How can a mere container be so strong? Kronos' barrier was so easily disintegrated. Sir, if you let me go, and let me report to Sir Anubis immediately, I, Ejo, can swear that I will never pursue what happened today. Please believe my sincerity. You may not know, but alchemy is a powerful elven god, the guardian of the kingdom of sand. If she reincarnates for too long, she will completely reshape her body, and the people on the entire island may not survive. What? The guardian of the kingdom of sand? Why did you suddenly appear in such a place? Is it this damn trial again? Salas screamed, Run away, Sauron. Get back to the ship quickly. If alchemy is reincarnated and reshapes his body, what will happen to the previous container? I mean the human being who is the container. Sauron stared at the entrance of the maze. Container? What else can a container do? It will be used as raw material to reshape the body. How can the gods be willing to be imprisoned and bound in the inferior human body? The snake man was stunned for a moment and replied. To be used at will? Haha, I'm really busy recently. It seems that I have to kill gods again. Chapter 73. The black gate flashed and tore open from the void. Guild led everyone back from the Hueco Mundo to the real world and stood beside the pit that was like a meteorite crater, red and emitting high heat. He looked around the whole scene with a serious expression. The attack was caused by the golden light that fell from the sky. A small part of the port area was completely destroyed, but he could not determine what kind of magic it was for the time being, because it did not seem to produce a large-scale shock wave. Only the warehouses and restaurants around the crater were on fire due to the high temperature. The pirates were lucky, and few of them were affected, because it suddenly snowed, and they all gathered at the dock and looked up at the icebergs on the cliff. As a result, a golden light suddenly rushed down, and they thought that some treasure had fallen. Now they all ran over to watch, making a lot of noise, speculating whether the magic crystals or gunpowder in some warehouse had exploded. They didn't realize that the high temperature on the ground that burned the lava into glass was enough to blow the entire port up if it was caused by the explosion of gunpowder. Guilt. Soren saw at a glance the gap in space that Guilt had torn open with his virtual flesh, and jumped over with Salasis on his back. Guilt nodded at him. I noticed the bad tip you sent, and the time flow was not right, so I took them into the virtual world to avoid it in advance. Has the barrier magic been resolved now? What's going on? Salasis got off Soren's back with a red face, wrapped up her cloak tightly, and acted like an ostrich. Her staff looked surprised, and obviously couldn't figure out why the relationship between the two enemies who disliked each other progressed so quickly, making it seem like they had just crawled out of the quilt together. Soren had no time to satisfy their curiosity. He explained the situation to the two male wizards in a serious tone. It's Zygen. She may be controlled by alchemy, the patron saint of the Sand Country. She opened the barrier and entered the underground labyrinth that sealed alchemy's godhood. We must chase her and stop her immediately. If alchemy obtains the godhood and completely resurrects Zygen, the container will be in danger. The fist of magic power chased down at this time, and threw the remaining head of the snake man Ejo to the ground. The witches avoided him out of disgust. Pollux squatted down, staring at the snake man's head with his fake left eye. This is artificial divine body. You recognize the divine body? Hey, isn't this the chief of the midterm wizards, Guilt, and the guy in the third seat? It turned out that they were attacked by their colleagues in the Empire. Ha! Very good. The snake man exhaled coldly. That guy Pollux, It claims to be a disciple of Anubis. Sauron explained, and said that it sealed the entrance to the maze with a barrier on the cliff. I thought they were ambushing you. You thought? So they just attacked and killed 5 of us? The snake man looked like he wanted to bite him. TSK, half of your teammates died because you ran away, right? Sauron raised his eyebrows impatiently. I don't accept the challenge, you monster. What, you can kill people but not others? I'm telling you, I'm going to kill you, you inhumans. Ahem, Sauron, they are also human, and they use special spells to simulate the body of the demon god to enhance their magic power. Paul Lucius whispered to Sabotage. Soren glared at him. Well, the most important thing for us now is to find Zygen, and for you, it's to stop the elven god alchemy from resurrecting, right? Guilt said expressionlessly, cooperate, disciple of Anubis. The snake man turned his vertical pupils and stared at Guilt coldly. How to cooperate? Guilt glanced at the entrance of the deep hole in the crater. That's a maze dungeon. If it was built to seal the godhead, the defense facility should not be that simple. But I'm afraid it won't stop Zygen for long. You lead the way, take us to get the godhood first, and we let you live. Deal? Oh, this guy is really straightforward. But it's true. If he can abandon his teammates without any consideration, he can also cooperate with his previous enemies without any scruples. Obviously, this is the necessary quality of the elite magicians trained in this world, at least in this country. They have the ability to think rationally and cold-bloodedly. As long as they can survive, they can do anything, so there is no need to say more. Guilt turned to the ladies who were watching. The 3 of us will go in, and you will wait on the shore. If we can't catch up with Zygen, the ship may not be safe, so don't board it for now. I will go with you too. Sarasis hesitated as if he had made up his mind. This is my trial. No, you can't. Guilt interrupted her directly. The rewards for success in the trial are rich, but the consequences of failure are equally huge. In the worst case, we all die and alchemy is resurrected, then the Sand Country will rise again, even unify the southern continent, and free up its hands to send out the fleet again. Then from now on, the entire southern coastline of the Empire will be under the attack of the Elven fleet, and there will be no peace. And by that time, you may be the only one who can destroy the Sand Country with the cause and effect of the trial. I can't watch all the trump cards of the Empire being ruined at this point in time. And to be frank, with your current level, you may be able to help on the sea, but there is not much water magic in the maze below. Even if you come, you can't provide any substantial assistance, but will be a pure burden. This was a bit harsh. Salasis turned pale and took a step back, biting his lip. I understand. Is he still a burden? Guilt looked at Xing on the other side. Please protect the flag bearer and the assassin. If the situation is not right, take her and escape by boat immediately. The assassin and the butler agreed at the same time, with a matter-of-fact expression, which hurt Silas's self-esteem again. Okay, it's just a god, and it's not the first time I've killed him. Don't be so nervous. If one shot can't solve it, just stab it twice. Sauron patted Guan Haifa's head carelessly, making it spit out a pile of armor. Since the last time his equipment was melted by the blood of gods and demons, he was careful, and went to the furnace to get a lot of spares. Now he directly grabbed a piece of leather armor and chain mail, and put it on, and inserted a piece of magic steel plate on his body. The whole person was wrapped up like a steel puppet. You are really not nervous at all. Pollux looked at him with contempt for a while, and came up. Give me a set to wear. Even Guilt came over to get a set of chain mail, iron boots and armed guards, and a two-handed sword. It was really rare. Soren thought he was also a pure mage, but it turned out that he was also a magician and martial artist. It seems that he has inherited some of the family knowledge of the Death Knight. At this time, Sister Hela also came over with a smile. What? You finally want to get a set of clothes to wear? Soren joked. Hela was even more straightforward. With a swish, she tore off a piece of the robe skirt of the Holy Relic's dead shadow, and most of her buttocks were exposed. However, she didn't care at all, and held the cloth of shadow in both hands, and handed it to Soren. Great Khan Soren, wow, you are here to send your thoughts too? Is it really okay to damage the artifact so casually? Please extend your left hand, Mr. Dead Apostle. Hela smiled with narrowed eyes. Aren't you going to snatch the godhood? That is not something that can be touched with your hands. You have to use your hands. Sauron understood her hint, and stretched out his left arm as if he had realized something, watching Hela wrap the shadow of death around the armor of his left arm, like a bandage. Please go to the battle. Use the holy relics to give these false gods true death. Just as the human god expected. Sauron nodded. Then our expectations are the same this time. Everything was ready. The three-man team plus a head were ready to set off. Pollux found a helmet, and used some magic to make a cage to put the snake man in it, holding it in his hand, like a human head lantern. Sauron. Sarasis, who had just been hit, and fell into autism, suddenly spoke and shouted at Soren's back. Don't die like this, you bastard. Pollux walked into the tunnel of the maze, with the snake head in his hand, turned his head and glanced at Soren. When did your relationship suddenly become so good? Soren followed him speechlessly. How the hell should I know? They all came here on their own initiative. Let's go. I hope our luck is good enough. Zygen's body is just forcibly controlled. Guild walked at the end, stroking the long sword, coating the blade with layers of magic blessings of various colors. If her consciousness is tampered with, and she decides the battle strategy herself, then we are in trouble. Pollux shuddered. Can you please stop being such a pessimist? Sauron was curious. You think highly of her, don't you? Of course. She's a freak who made it to the top 3 with only one spell slot. Pelucia said with a sour face. I was almost poisoned to death by her when we first met. Zygen's growth experience is different from ours. Guild said, the hardships we face since childhood are obvious problems. Battlefields, adventures, ghosts and gods, monsters. No matter how dangerous and difficult they can be solved with targeted preparations and countermeasures. But she is different. Now that I think about it, she should have been noticed by Yachuka since the day she decided to learn magic. She struggled to survive under completely unequal circumstances, being targeted and assassinated. As long as she is not careful, no matter how many times she escaped before, all her efforts may be wasted. Her thinking mode is different from ours. She will not wait until the problem is determined before thinking about the answer, but prepare as many countermeasures as possible in advance to deal with unexpected attacks and avoid being completely helpless. Pollux's voice was also full of vigilance. Before, her spell slots and resources were limited, and the magic she could use was also limited. We could still use some tricks to force it, but the tactics made with just some potions and props are already very difficult to deal with. Recently, I found that her magic network circuit seems to be gradually repaired, and now, whether it is a container or not, she has a huge magic power of the god level, right? I hope she won't come up with too many weird magic to mess with us. Wrong way. The snakehead suddenly spoke. We are spinning in circles. The maze has been modified. Pelucius couldn't help but slap himself. I told you not to be such a pessimist. Guild had expected this. Although he couldn't think about the problem in the way Zygen did, since he knew that the problem this time was Zygen, he would not let himself fall into the dilemma of being attacked and ambushed. It won't be a great magic that distorts time and space. The maze that seals the godhead is definitely not that easy to be tampered with. It should be our perception that has been tampered with. If it's Zygen, he probably used a magic potion to affect our 5 senses. Here, hold it under your tongue. He took out 2 pills from his belt, and threw them to Soren and Polyjus. Do you have the antidote? Why didn't you take it out earlier? Fuck. Do you have to hold it in your mouth? Wow, this smell is too strong. Soren found it difficult to describe the smell. Sour, spicy, fishy, bitter and smelly. It was really refreshing. Was it feces? Damn, he didn't know what feces tasted like. If he really knew, wouldn't it be revealing something terrible? Is it the prepared dragon feces medicine? Polyjus was exposed. This is a good idea. No wonder you are not afraid of her drugging you. Guild had a blank expression on his face. To be honest, I'm still quite scared. Snakehead, have you forgotten me? There are still people who are eager to eat shit. Sauron was in a complicated mood when he saw Polyjuice feeding a pill to the snakehead. These mages are cruel to others, and even crueler to themselves. You can't learn from them. No wonder everyone is afraid of Shichiong. If you go against her, you will have to eat shit first if you don't want to be poisoned to death for no reason. Emma is too vicious. After removing the effect of the magic potion sprinkled by Shichiong, and with a living map to lead the way, it seems extremely easy to pass the maze. The snakehead didn't cheat, at least not yet. Soren could confirm through the magic eye that it had indeed led them to avoid most of the traps. There was a fork in the road every 5 steps, a trap every 10 steps, a monster summoning array every 100 meters, and a cleverly designed decryption level every 500 meters. There was also a random teleportation array, which, once triggered, would randomly teleport monsters and demons from nearby islands to the invading team to fight. You couldn't be too reckless and break through the maze wall and rush forward, because the wall was a magic network composed of deeply buried mercury tanks. Once the magic array that might maintain the entire maze was interrupted, it would collapse, explode, or trigger some other unknown magic effect. Not to mention the scheming wizard, even Soren didn't want to rush in and take the risk. In short, the design of this dungeon is really difficult. In the first half, you can still find traces of Zygen's breakthrough in battle, but soon she was deterred to a side road because of the unknown terrain. And she didn't seem to arrange any other means to stop the pursuers, probably because the maze made it difficult. But it seems that they should be able to gradually surpass and get ahead of Zygen's progress and find the alchemical godhead first. So much so that Soren relaxed his vigilance a little, and his attention unconsciously turned to the murals on the walls of the maze. This probably depicts the history of the ancient Minoan civilization. The interesting thing is that the Minoan race seems to be humanoid, but the king they are loyal to and worship has a bull's head. Yes, the Minotaur on the mural should not be some kind of monster or god worship, but a human transformation. Because not only the king, but most of the nobles and generals also have bull heads. There is also a kind of sacrificial ceremony on the mural. From the picture alone, it seems that the nobles sacrificed some slaves, then cut off their own heads and replaced them with the heads of some colorful sacred bulls that are local specialties, and the transformation was completed. This works. It's really awesome. Hey Pollux, what exactly is that artificial divine body you mentioned before? Sauron couldn't help asking. Lucius also stared at the murals with one eye, and he knew what Soren wanted to ask. Have you ever thought about where people's magic power comes from? Where does magic power come from? Who knows where the magic power in your world comes from? But looking at these paintings, and those beastly disciples of Anubis, it seems that they think magic power comes from the brain. The current view of the psychic empire is that magic comes from the soul. The ancient druids believe that magic exists in nature, and that all human organs have magic networks, like the roots of a tree. The magic of the whole body is transported through the blood, and there are 2 schools of thought about the location of the core magic node of the human body. One school believes that it is the head and brain, and the other school believes that it is the heart. Polyjus explained to him, these ancient Minoan shamans should have used a relatively primitive form of artificial divine body magic, which is head replacement. Replace the head with a magical beast with stronger magic control ability to break through the limits of humans. It can be regarded as sublimated into a low-level demon god. Sauron frowned. Let's not talk about how this operation can be successful. If the head is replaced, is it still the same person? Hee, it's not that simple. The snake-headed monster laughed. How can the mystery of the ritual of god-making be recorded completely in murals? These are just symbolic metaphors. Only a fool would really cut off his own head to replace it. Even if you want to be promoted to a man-made pseudogod body, you have to use complex magic to complete it. However, whether it is the demon god of Minas or the gods of the elves, the essence is similar. You need to separate your soul and body and preserve them separately. First, sublimate the soul into a godhead that is no longer controlled by death, and then strengthen and transform the body container. In this way, even if the container is damaged, the godhead can still wander out and reshape a new god body. Guilt also interjected, the principle of the lich is actually similar. It also binds the soul that has sublimated after crossing the sea of sleep to a new body. The only difference is that the lich can cast spells directly in the spirit state, and it doesn't matter whether the container is a skeleton or a skin. And these bull-headed demons and elven gods still need to shape a physical body to gather magic power. Pelusius nodded and added, but artificial divine bodies are also a secret of the temple in the elves. I haven't heard of any other existing civilization that can become a god through systematic trials and rituals like the elves. Guild looked at the snakehead meaningfully. It seems that Lord Anubis has gained a lot in the south. Even his disciples have been transformed into pseudo-gods in a sense. He must have mastered a lot of secret magic of the Sand Country, right? And he was so arrogant that he secretly imprisoned the main god-level alchemy. How arrogant? Snakehead did not comment. This deathless labyrinth is an ancient prison built by the Minoan royal family. It was originally built in ancient times to imprison those demons whose godheads could not be destroyed. It is safest to seal alchemy's godhead here. If you hadn't broken the barrier, it would have been easy to destroy the Sand Country, and it would have been foolproof. How could there be such a change now? As for the harvest, which white robe doesn't have his own unique secret technique? Do you really want to learn it? Then come to my master's door. Pelusius shrugged. There is no need, my family magic is already strong enough. The snakehead rolled his eyes at him. I'm not talking about you, you are not the chief. Pelusius. Damn, I really should have come to take the exam a year earlier. Chapter 74. Not to mention that Pollux was devastated by the different treatment given to Chief Guilt. If the snake-headed man was not lying, Soren would be a little surprised. You plan to destroy the Kingdom of Sand? Isn't there a rumor that Anubis plans to betray the Empire and establish his own country? Pelusius interrupted angrily. What kind of question are you asking? Will this guy admit that he plans to rebel in front of us Imperial mages? The snake man laughed strangely. My master has been isolated and helpless in the southern continent for hundreds of years. What difference does it make whether he is independent or not? Just a title. Besides, according to the rules of the Grand Council, the territory you conquer belongs to you. So what specific strategy to adopt, when to stop fighting, and when to launch an attack, isn't it the responsibility of the flag bearer? You want to say that it violated the orders of the council, but that crazy prime minister wants everyone to fight the elves all year round, and we can't even get the Empire's supplies. Is it possible? And after all, the Empire should be issued by the King of Men, right? Wasn't it your loyal prime minister who usurped the real power of the Empire by dethroning the true king and imprisoning his majesty in the imperial capital as a puppet? Now it is Lord Anubis, who has become a rebel. How funny. Sauron and the other two looked at each other. This guy really provided a new perspective. Sauron knew that there was a constitutional monarchy, so he didn't think about it. The two midterm wizards grew up in the Empire and were used to it, so they didn't pay much attention to this matter. After all, who can explain the power structure of hundreds of years ago, except the parties involved? The relationship between the vanguard, the nobles, and the liches is so complicated. God knows who was in control of the core of power at that time, and what kind of political struggles they went through. But from the perspective of the initial use of the name Empire, it should indeed be led by the Emperor. But now it is actually the Prime Minister of the Parliament who is in charge of everything. So who betrayed whom in the end? I don't care about the struggle between liches and the grudges of hundreds of years ago. Soren said, I just want to know if you really intend to destroy the Kingdom of Sand. Why don't you just destroy alchemy? Why do you keep this hidden danger? The ancient Midas may not be able to kill the gods, but there is no reason why the current lich can't do it, right? The snake man squinted at Soren sarcastically. You really don't know anything. The title of the elf god is unique. Kill this alchemy, and the Kingdom of Sand can immediately choose another one. Now Lord Anubis can gain an advantage on the battlefield because those great magics that need to be launched in the name of alchemy to protect the Kingdom of Sand cannot be used. If alchemy doesn't invite him, other gods can't interfere in the war of his kingdom. This is the best solution to deal with the Kingdom of Sand, so the order can't be wrong. The Kingdom of Sand must be destroyed first, and then alchemy can be dealt with. Although I don't think that you guys can really destroy the godhood of the Lord God with your strength. But it's better to say it in advance. Alchemy must be sealed in this maze prison. But in the last resort, we can only destroy the godhood first, and then hit the Kingdom of Sand hard before the new god is born. It is better to deal with a new god than to let a main god, who almost collapsed the empire, back to life. Sauron turned to the two wizards for confirmation. Pelusius touched his chin. It didn't lie about the elves. The title of the gods is also a reward for the trial. For the powerful individuals who are promoted to the gods, they are no longer called by their original names, but are offered the title of gods to show respect. After the gods fall, the titles are passed on through trials. This is the tradition of their race. Do you still remember General Silver Dragon? The elves all assumed that she would get a title sooner or later, so they didn't call her by her name, but used the honorific title of Silver Dragon General. As a result, she died suddenly, and no one remembers her real name until now. That idiot Banshee is in such a miserable state. It's not time to consider how to seal or destroy the godhead yet. Guild thought for a while. In short, we must find the godhead before Sijin, so that we can fundamentally solve the problem and prevent alchemy from resurrecting. Others had no objections. Isn't the most fundamental way to just kill the container? You guys are really interested in the person chosen as the container, right, women? You guys are really good at understanding young people's minds. The snakehead sneered. It's a pity that how long can a mere mortal's mental strength resist? I'm afraid that her personality has been replaced by alchemy. I remind you, don't be fooled by childish disguises. If you soften your heart when you see a woman crying, you will lose your life. Don't worry about it. Pelusius shrugged. Even if she wasn't chosen, you can't just trust her. And Sijin would cry? Oh, that's really weird. Yeah. I guess she knew there's no Santa Claus in the world when she was too young, so her innocence died. Sauron nodded in agreement with lingering fear. Snakehead? ? With jokes all the way, the three of them plus one gradually approached the core of the underground maze. Sauron was alert and paid attention to the snakehead held by Pelusius in front of him, intending to stab it with the dragon spear if the other party had any bad intentions, but fortunately, this guy was honest. He could still sense that the labyrinth corridor was extending underground at a slight slope, and should have gone around the bays underground. If a collapse occurred, there would be little chance of escape. They should have passed the outer defense circle of the labyrinth and entered the core area. The number of traps and magic circles gradually decreased, and the number of murals increased significantly. The surrounding area was no longer a narrow and long walkway with many forks. The terrain became open, and wide halls and secret rooms began to appear. It seemed that the interior was a living area with no traps or defenses. It's more like a palace than a prison. This is not good news, because it means that once Sijin breaks through the outer defense circle and enters the core area, his speed will increase rapidly, and he will catch up with them. Without any reminder, the three of them started to speed up tacitly. Soren directly activated the swiftness of the leopard, and rushed forward like a cannonball with heavy armor on his body. Pelusius and Gilt probably also used some kind of magic protection, and they glided and sprinted almost without touching the ground. Snakehead was leisurely acting as a tour guide. This maze was originally built by the great elven sage Daedalus at the request of the previous king of Minas, to trap the palace of the first generation of Minas God King. Later, the God King escaped and killed the previous king to rule Minas. He used this place as a prison to seal the demon god who disobeyed him. Yes, do you see that bronze door? The godhood of the demon god is sealed in every palace here, but it doesn't matter if you don't break in and destroy the seal. So far, no demon god has been able to escape. Maybe you can also confuse the container of alchemy and block it for a while. Go directly through the front hall and continue to walk in, through the secret door behind the column, and continue to go in until you reach the inner temple. The godhood of alchemy is placed at the bottom, imprisoned in the original palace of the God King. Soren couldn't help asking, is there something wrong with what you said? No demon god can escape? Then how did the God King escape? Isn't this the prison designed to hold him? He has escaped, is it safe? That's why we say the elves are mean and cunning. What you see with your eyes is not necessarily true. The snake-headed monster laughed. The God King didn't escape by himself. He was not locked up from the beginning. This is all a trick played by the great sage Daedalus. Do you want to hear a story? Aren't they all on these murals? Well, I'm free anyway, so I just tell you a simple story. The Minoan kingdom was a wealthy island power with superior geographical conditions, relying on its fleet advantage to monopolize the trade between the northern and southern continents. That era was before the natural disaster, and there were no elves in this world. The ancient empire of the northern continent and the lizard men of the southern continent were in their strong period, and the Minoan civilization was able to monopolize trade between the two powers, which showed its strength. Then one day, a scandal broke out in the royal family of the kingdom of Minas. The previous king announced that the queen had an affair with the sacred bull and gave birth to a monster, so he asked the great elf sage Daedalus, who traveled here to design a labyrinth to imprison the monster, which is the origin of the God King. A lot has been said about what happened after the God King escaped from the predicament. Basically, it overthrew the previous king and ruled Minas, and then spread the method of becoming a god by changing the bull's head, making Minas a country of demons. Later, due to the rampant out of control of demons and civil war, this civilization was wiped out in the long river of time. The specific cause of the destruction has long been unknown, because there is no record of civilization, and the two continents of the north and south were in the era of great disasters. But these are not the key. The key things happened before the God King escaped, before he was imprisoned in the maze, and even before it was born. To be precise, it was when Daedalus met the queen of the previous king. The snake head stared at Soren with vertical pupils. They fell in love, and gave birth to a son. Wait, this Minotaur. Soren pointed at the Minotaur on the mural, half-elf. Yes, the God King is half-elf, a rare half-elf. In order to save his son's life, Daedalus used elven magic to reshape his appearance and deceive the previous king, saying that this was the son of the sacred bull believed in by the Minoan kingdom. Rashly killing him might bring disaster, so under Daedalus's suggestion, this underground maze was built to imprison this freak. Of course, Daedalus did more than just imprison him. He taught his son knowledge and magic, and in order to prevent his son from aging due to his limited life, he taught him the secret of the elven god-making technique. Do you know who Daedalus used to be? The snakehead asked himself. It was the first generation of alchemy. This title was actually created by Daedalus. He secretly cultivated his illegitimate son to become a god and usurped the kingship of Minas. After that, he continued to use the Minoans as sacrifices to perfect his god-making method, and specially built this maze to imprison his demon god test subjects as an underground laboratory. These are the records we found in the ancient temple ruins of the Sand Country. So the prison and temple made by the first generation of alchemy were used to suppress the godhood of the second generation of alchemy. If you want to lock up a locksmith, you must at least find a master of the same level to build a cage. Otherwise, how can you be assured he? Wait a minute, the second generation? Isn't that right? Sauron remembered what Zygon had mentioned to him. Alchemy. She is a goddess with powerful magic and extraordinary wisdom, proud and imaginative. She is a rare innovator and creator among the gods. She was deified in Ensa and founded the alchemy school of the elves. The snake man was surprised. Huh? You actually read the elven tome? No, you can actually read? Sauron, eh? The snake man only had one head left, so he stopped trying to kill himself. The first alchemist Daedalus died because of some secrets. His title was taken back, and his temple was abandoned. Not to mention the official tome of the elves, his name no longer appears in prophecies, songs, and rumors. It was completely erased from the written records that were not protected by magic. It must be the result of some kind of great magic. We also trace back to Minas from the clues left in the ruins. I think it was an internal struggle among the elven gods. It was probably because of the fall of Daedalus that the kingdom of Minas controlled by it was completely destroyed and disappeared from the long river of time. No wonder they're artificial gods, and the head-changing techniques of these minotaurs look so similar. Perhaps the god-making method obtained by Anubis is the secret method inherited by the first generation of alchemy. No need to waste time. Behind that door is the godhood of the second generation of alchemy. Led by the snake head, the group entered an empty stone hall and came to a palace with a red copper door. The door was embedded in the rock wall underground. It can be seen that the entire maze has come to an end, and there are no other forks or branches. The surrounding rock walls were scraped clean and very flat. I am afraid that the murals here before, the secrets of Daedalus, were completely erased, as the snake head said. Soren could see dense magic words written on the copper door, probably the secret method of the elves to seal the gods. There is no magic supply on the surrounding rock walls. Maybe the door panel itself is also some kind of treasure. Do we need to unlock it first? Sauron scratched his head. I think the lock is quite strong. Why not stop Xiqiong here and dispel the magic that controls her? How to dispel it? Stab her with a bullet? What if she stabs her to death? And how to be sure that she is the real Xiqiong, not alchemy in disguise? What kind of magic is the container? How to release it? How did alchemy control Zygon while being locked up here? Guild looked at him and asked. Well? Soren was speechless. Pelusius shook the snake head in his hand. Okay, don't waste time. I know what you mean. Cut the Gordian knot and kill the godhead before she arrives. That's it, right? Come on, open the door quickly. The snakehead rolled his eyes. I can't do it. I promised to take you to find the godhead first, right? But this last level was sealed by Lord Anubis himself using the artifact of the first generation of alchemy. I don't know how to unlock the magic. Why didn't you say it earlier? Sauron's hand holding the dragon spear itched. How about I try to poke a shot at the door? Don't mess around. Some doors are just a medium. If you break something, you can't take it out. Pelusius frowned. Maybe only Anubis can open this last level? Just because it can't open it doesn't mean alchemy can't open it. And it doesn't mean Seigen can't open it. Guild walked to the bronze door and began to carefully study the inscriptions and carvings on the surface of the door. Now we have reached the last step. The problem is obvious. Open the door and kill the gods before Seigen arrives. So hurry up and start thinking. Pelusius put the snake head on the ground, dug out the fake eyeball of his left eye, chanted some spell, and repeatedly scanned the door with his eyeball like a searchlight. Sauron looked at them, then at the snake head on the ground, and sighed, "Okay, I write down what I saw, and you can solve it." He found a flat ground, pulled out the dragon spear, and compared it with the elven magic runes on the bronze door, imitating them with the spear tip on the ground. "Hey, you can actually see the magic spell that seals the devil." The snakehead screamed, "You have a magic eye?" "Humph, of course, I know a lot more." Sauron turned his head and choked it. The snakehead looked at the magic runes he drew, but you really can't read. There was a typo in the rune just now, and a vertical stroke was missing. Really fuck. Het, you have a magic eye, so you should look carefully. If you misread the magic runes or get deceived by disguises, you will be in big trouble. The snakehead made a weird face. Soren tried hard to hold back and didn't kick the head away. Guild walked aside and looked at the magic runes written by Soren in silence. The snakehead finally shut up, and there was a rare moment of silence in the underground palace. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded from behind, and Soren couldn't help but turn his head and stare at the deep and dark maze tunnel. Pelusius, stop it. Soren, don't stop, keep writing. Guild stared at the magic words on the ground without moving. This should be the hymn of the Elven Temple. The individual characters are the syllables of the Elven language, and the whole text of the ceremony is sung with the melody of the song, so the key is the score. No, if it was sealed by the Lich himself, it should not be the song, but the soul resonance spell, the psychic echo. Ha ha ha, there is more than one spell slot for Seigen. I really want to see what she is capable of now. Pollux laughed heartily, rolled up his sleeves, gathered huge magic power in his fists, and walked out of the corridor. Hey, be careful not to hurt her. Sauron couldn't help shouting at the back of the one-eyed dragon. Gil glanced at him. Keep writing, hurry up and don't make mistakes. If you care about Seigen so much, help me open this door as soon as possible. Boom boom boom. There were continuous huge explosions not far away, and the whole cave was shaking constantly, making people worry that the ceiling would collapse. Damn, this idiot hit too hard. Is it necessary? Sauron repeatedly checked the spell on the bronze door, sweating profusely. He really felt the feeling of foreigners learning Chinese characters. Suddenly, the roar stopped, and it lasted less than 10 seconds in total. Wow. This is really beyond my expectation. Gil turned his head and looked meaningfully. It was solved so quickly, the strength gap is a bit big. Okay, done. Snakehead, check if there are any typos. I have confirmed it repeatedly, there should be no problem. Sauron jumped up with his gun in hand. I go check if Seigen is okay. Wait a minute. The snakehead suddenly screamed. What? What's wrong? Sauron braked suddenly, almost hitting the wall with a sprint. Yeah, if you have any questions, tell me quickly, I'm going to open the door and kill the gods. Guild said coldly. The snake man looked at him helplessly. No, I want to confirm that you will abide by the agreement and let me live, right? Damn it, who has time to care about you at this time? Sauron really wanted to kick this head off. Guild faced the bronze door directly, opened his hands, and magic surged on his palms. Okay, as long as I can open the door and give you a way out, there's nothing I can't do. Soren, go and stop it. Leave it to me. Sauron has heard a clear sound of breaking air from the other end of the dim tunnel. The other party is approaching at a very high speed. What kind of magic is it? Like the swiftness of the leopard? It doesn't matter. Sauron roared and rushed into the tunnel. This narrow maze corridor was perfect for stopping people. The three people wearing armor just now came in a vertical line. At this moment, his magic eyes were fully open. No matter what kind of magic it was, he would use the dragon spear to break it. The potion didn't matter. He still had the dung ball under his tongue. Xiong, wake up! Chapter 75. The next moment, a figure turned through the dark corridor and appeared in front of Soren. Fast. It was too fast, and there was no magical light at all. It was completely physical skills. This was beyond Soren's expectations. Puppet? Heroic spirit? Or did Seigen rush up by himself? He subconsciously pressed down the tip of the dragon's spear to avoid piercing the opponent's heart, and wanted to nail the opponent's calf to the wall to control him. Who knew that the opponent actually took the lead, stretched out his hand, touched, pressed, and pulled, and actually grabbed the spear shaft, bringing a strange force, and deflected the tip of the spear and stabbed it into the stone wall. At the same time, he bent his waist and jumped up in the air, kicking his feet hard on Soren's helmet. Bang! With a loud bang, half of the helmet was crushed, and the entire iron helmet was kicked away, scraping Soren's face with blood. Fuck! Suddenly facing a close combat, Soren had no time to think about tactical countermeasures. It was a completely subconscious reaction. He dropped his gun and stretched out his hand, hugged the human figure, who almost jumped over his shoulder in an instant, and threw him against the wall. The opponent hugged the back of his head when his back was hit hard, and curled up like a shrimp, sitting up again with the recoil force, and then bang hit Soren's face, and at the same time, his hands chopped down like a machete and chopped Soren's neck. He was dizzy. If it was an ordinary person, even a warrior of the Vanguard army, these heavy blows would be enough to make him faint. But Soren had the defense enhancement of the bone of Achilles, so he didn't faint, but was hurt and got angry. He didn't care whether it was Zijin or anyone else. He screamed and pinched the opponent's leg bone, and broke it with force, but Soren's opponent was even tougher, and he didn't say a word at this time. He just replaced his hand knife with an elbow, and hit Soren's temple with an elbow, obviously because of the pain. But he didn't hit him, and Soren turned his head to avoid it, and hit the wall of the corridor with his elbow. Bang! It smashed a big pit covered with spider webs. So the opponent took advantage of the situation and locked Soren's neck with a hook, bent his waist and turned violently, pulling Soren off balance, staggering and falling. Bang! I have to smash his whole face to the ground. It is obvious that the opponent is faster and has better boxing skills, but Soren also has his advantages. He is tough. CNM. Soren didn't care about anything else when he got angry, and he just pinched the opponent's broken leg tightly, and put the weight of his whole body and armor on the opponent's leg. The steel finger sleeves of the finger-arm guards dug into the flesh like a shovel, twisting his broken bones and tendons. It almost tore half of his leg apart, but this man didn't say a word, just hit Soren's head with his fist and elbow, and his eyes were squinted with blood foam. The two of them tangled and fought, rolling over and over in the corridor. Then something sounded, as if a song came from a distant place, and then a bright light like daylight shone, as dazzling as a high beam, so that even within 30 seconds of the collision, the two people who had already fought to a bloody mess could not help but stop. Soren raised his head, and saw that the red copper door at the other end of the corridor was opened, and a dazzling white light was emitted, almost completely submerging Gilt's figure at the door in the bright light, leaving only a vague back. The Snake Man was watching from a distance. Stop! If you keep fighting, alchemy will be resurrected. What? Sauron turned his head subconsciously and squinted at the man beside him, who was dragged to the ground by him, and had a leg almost torn off. This is also Gilt. Both his fists were broken, his face was as white as a piece of paper, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. It was obvious that he was almost in shock from the pain. At this time, the bulging muscles all over his body shrank like a deflated balloon, and blood oozed out of his pores. Almost the whole person was immersed in a pool of blood. It seemed that not only was his leg broken, but some of the techniques he used to enhance his physique, speed, and strength also produced serious sequelae, and he temporarily lost his combat effectiveness. Gilt was still alive and silent, not because he was being tough, nor because he was stupid enough to reveal his identity. His mouth was sewn shut, literally, his lips were sewn shut by some magic, or witchcraft. What was going on? Soren, with his swollen eyes, let go of Gilt and stood up. His finger gloves were covered with blood, his face was covered with blood, and his armor was covered with blood oozing from Gilt. He looked particularly hideous and terrifying, but he was actually fine, because of the special effects of bloody. The more bloody he was, the more spirited he was. In the end, Gilt still held back, and did not really kill him by twisting his neck or digging out his eyes. He just wanted to knock him out and break free. No, wait, is this Gilt? Who is that standing at the door? The snakehead sighed and looked at the figure on the other side, who was obviously in a state of sublimation. It's over, it's starting to merge completely. It can replace the appearance of one of you, and the speech and magic eyes can't tell it apart. It should be that the container has been digested by it, and both the previous personality and the body have been digested and reshaped by it. That's good now. The knowledge and memory of alchemy in the Godhead have been retrieved, and the guardian of the Sand Country has been completely resurrected. It's over, it's all over. Sauron looked down at Guilt. Where's Pollux? Guilt lay on the ground weakly, shaking his head at Soren. I don't know if he was saying that he was fine, or that the one-eyed dragon couldn't come to help for the time being. Sauron was silent, and pulled out the dragon's spear that was stabbed into the wall with his backhand. With swollen eyes, he walked into the light curtain, towards the red copper door radiating endless light. The snakehead was still complaining. I have been hinting to you that she has sneaked in since I took the wrong path. It's a metaphor and a story. I have talked about magic disguise and the cunning of elves so many times, but you just don't understand. My God, how can I explain it to alchemists? Now, the hope of the Empire rests on a blind illiterate. What a tragedy. Ah! Sauron. Bang! He kicked the snake's head away, and the head rolled down to Guilt in the corridor. Who could understand what you said? Sauron raised his head and looked at the humanoid floating in the air, still using Guilt's appearance? Or alchemist? Or something else? It was bathed in white light like embracing the sun. The light penetrated the gaps between the humanoid's outstretched arms and fingers, wrapping Guilt's body like a hair robe made of some tangible substance. The snakehead had a shoe mark on his face, but he was still talking nonsense. Hey, what are you waiting for? The container you know has been destroyed. Why don't you understand? Don't be deceived by disguise and deception. Zygon? You are Zygon, right? Sauron ignored the noise in his ears and held the gun. From the beginning to the end, there would be no one else who would play tricks on us except you, a witch with a bad temper. We came to help you, but now you play tricks on us like this. You are too much this time. Oh, do you blame me? I only asked you to stop him, but I didn't ask you to tear off his legs, right? The skin of the human figure was shining white, and the whole face gradually became blurred. But it's okay, although it's a bit unexpected that the chief will lose. But now, Guilt, you should understand. When all the spell slots and magic power are used up, how difficult it is to do something. Even a reckless man who refuses to think can knock you down in a pool of blood. You have experienced it, what it feels like to be Zygon. Guilt, who fell in a pool of blood, was speechless. Hey, don't ignore me, Zygon. Sauron erected his spear and stuck it into the ground, twisting his neck to make a crisp sound. What are you doing now? What do you want to get? Explain it to me clearly, otherwise, you won't have a chance, you know. The figure, which completely turned into a ball of white light, even Guilt's face disappeared, chuckled. Didn't the snake man tell you? Didn't I tell you when we first met? What do I want? I want to become a god too. What? You also understand, Sauron, the pain and powerlessness of being bound by the shackles of mortals. Don't talk about ambitions, trials, or great magic. If you slip and fall from a height, you may break your neck. Humans are synonymous with weakness. Its voice changed, and the hazy halo began to condense. The light and golden light intertwined, weaving a new shape in the air, tall, slender, beautiful, the divine body of the elf god. I want to transcend the shackles of life and death, get rid of the shackles of human beings, and pursue the truth and limit of the essence of this world. What are you still hesitating about? It's about to take shape. If you have any killer moves, use them quickly. The snakehead was screaming. Shut up, I'm not asking you. Soren held the dragon spear with both hands, pulling the spear shaft back with his left hand, and holding the spear head with his right hand, as if holding a billiard cue, stretching his entire shoulder and arm, as if the ligaments were pulled into a bow. Answer me, Xiong, is this what you want? The rationality called the vanguard army controlled his left hand, and the holy remained shadow of the dead coiled along his arm, like a black snake, wrapped around the spear shaft, and hovered at the tip of the spear. The cold voice echoed in Soren's ears, telling him that now was the time, and it was time to shoot. The emotion of the boy named Soren controlled his right hand, pressing the gun barrel to the ground tightly, almost cutting through the rock plate, because there was also a boy's voice shouting in Soren's ear, shouting, "You are still there." Because my right hand, our blood oath, did not react at all. So you are still alive. Still exist in a corner of that body? Wake up! Don't be kidding. How can a mere bastard god defeat you like this? There must be some backup plan. If there is, use it immediately. It's not like you to give up like this, Xiong. You really don't understand anything. The goddess's face was bathed in light, and it was the elf core reactor, with the same face as the goddess statue. All of you don't understand. Is the girl named Xiong a weak woman who needs a knight to save her? Does she need to cry and wait for your arms to protect her? Don't be stupid. From the beginning to the end, Xiong only believed in herself. She made the active choice, and signed the god's oath with me out of her own will. She gave up the name of Xiong, sacrificed her existence and her fate, and everything she had to me, alchemy of sand. The godhead was formed at this moment. Fuck your mother's dog fart. It seemed that a string in Soren's mind was suddenly broken. The dragon spear pierced the sound barrier, bursting through the air pressure, roaring like a dragon, and the exploding magic power tore through the light curtain, carrying Soren's blazing magic power, and a moment of uncontrollable despair, and stabbed towards Alchemy's eyebrows. Then, with a ding sound, the sound was blocked by the index finger of the left hand raised by the alchemist. Didn't I say that she offered herself to me on her own initiative, without reservation, and gave me her body and memory completely? So how could I not know what methods you all have, Vanguard Army? The golden pupils of the alchemist exuded the endless pressure of the upper god, and the tip of the dragon spear pierced her white jade-like finger, like a drill bit, shooting out a string of dazzling sparks. But it could never break through this finger. Humph, if it was the dragon spear that Killian stabbed at me, I would be a little bit afraid, but you, a young boy, forget it. What? Are you still unwilling to give up? I already said that she volunteered. What hatred do you have against me? Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Sauron held the spear with both hands, and thrust the spear forward with all his strength. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Ha ha. The alchemy of sand was so proud that he abandoned his slender neck and showed off his perfect body that was gradually being reshaped. What am I? I am God. I am the pinnacle of this world, the perfect existence and incarnation. She chose to merge with me, and to sublimate into a higher existence. That is the absolute rationality, and the absolutely correct choice. Accepting her sacrifice, accepting a mortal vessel, and giving her the opportunity to share eternal and perfect life with me, this is the tolerance and grace of God, mortal. No respect and humility. Stop using those annoying eyes of yours. Look directly at a true God with those damn demonic eyes that know cause and effect. Thousands of feet of bright light burst out from the whole body of sand alchemy, and the whole body was as dazzling as the sun. As the shaping was completed, she was getting stronger at an incredible speed, recovering to the strength of a true god. The bright light almost completely blinded Soren's eyes. He could not see anything except a white. He only felt the liquid overflowing from his eyes, not knowing whether it was tears or blood. The moment it overflowed to his face, it was burned dry by the divine light, and the skin all over his body sizzled and emitted a burnt smell like charcoal. But the tip of the spear, the tip of the dragon spear, was still motionless, and could not penetrate at all. You have also realized it, right, Sauron? The gap between mortals and gods is as big as the sky. Xiong's voice suddenly came from in front of Sauron. Why do you still resist? Are you so reluctant to leave me, then merge with me, become one with the true God? Under the protection of God, under the care of God, rest assured to persist. Let go of sadness, there will be no more pain and despair. Let's go together, to a better and happier shore. Hee hee ha ha. Sauron suddenly laughed like crazy. Don't waste your time, old witch. Ah, Xiong. But even if she has stepped into the blood swamp, she will get up, as long as I can get her out. No matter if they are demons, evil gods or you, the false god, I will kill as many as they come. So you listen carefully, unless she tells me in person, otherwise, nothing can take her away from me, nothing. Then Sauron heard Xiong's voice coming from behind him. Annihilation. Accompanied by a crisp snap of fingers. The bright light suddenly disappeared. It was as if a particularly talkative guy suddenly turned off the switch. Only the dragon spear was still wrapped with golden fire, and a little light burst out. So Soren saw that under the completely stunned and surprised face of alchemy, the tip of the vanguard dragon spear instantly cut off the finger of the true god, and penetrated into the goddess's perfect chest like a drill, separating the skin, muscles, diaphragm and heart, and once again broke through her smooth back, drilling a blood hole as big as a bowl, and then the surging spear pulled the guardian of the sand country, like carrying an autumn leaf away in an instant, and finally ended with a ding sound. The vanguard dragon spear pierced alchemy and nailed her to the red copper gate. No. Yuan cough, cough. Impossible. Alchemy could no longer pretend to be a goddess proud face. His face was distorted, and he vomited blood in large mouthfuls, spraying it in front of his naked body. This is impossible. Sauron didn't care about his bad taste to appreciate the goddess's tragic death. He turned his head with a little luck, a little expectation, and a little fear. By the remaining flame on the dragon spear, he saw Xiong standing at the entrance of the corridor, gasping for breath. His hair was still wet, and there were willow leaves on his face. I say, can't you talk to her calmly first? Give me some time? How many people rush up to fight when they see the resurrected demon god? Sejin was quite angry and stretched out his index finger, scratching Gilt's mouth in the corner, making a bloody cut, which was considered to have unsealed the spell. Puff, ugh! Guilt spat out a large mouthful of blood and teeth. Sauron is just like a madman, knocking out all my teeth. Where is Pollux? He's fine. When I flashed over, he had killed all the demons you accidentally released. It's okay. He's only half alive. Just take a good sleep. Xiong glared at Soren. Why are you still standing there? They've already started. Kill that god quickly. I can't buy you much time. Oh. Soren had no idea what was going on. Wait a minute. Alchemy screamed like crazy, tears and blood flowing from her 5 orifices. She didn't look like a goddess at all. Instead, she screamed like a ghost who died in vain. Impossible. What tricks did you play? You signed the oath of God. How could you break your oath? How could you deceive me? Xiong opened his mouth to explain. Unfortunately, the black hand wrapped around the dragon's spear took the goddess head first, took it off, and flatteringly put the head of Alchemist in the palm of Soren's hand. Soren curled his lips, and his scalp tingled as he looked at the miserable face of Alchemist, who died with his eyes open. Well, at least he can't be regarded as the most aggrieved and inexplicable one in the whole thing. Chapter 76. Sauron sat in Saijan's alchemy laboratory, holding a large patterned teacup, looking at the green medicine in the teacup. He sniffed and could smell the herbal fragrance that made him feel calm, but he didn't dare to drink it. Guilt was wrapped in bandages and closed his eyes to rest, looking like he was run over by a truck, but in fact, this injury seemed to be just a sequelae of his physical enhancement. The broken leg was healed in an instant with healing magic. Pelusius looked the worst. God knows what happened to him. A huge cut was cut from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, almost splitting him in half. And the wound was covered with some kind of gray magic that hindered healing. So he could only lean against the wall and temporarily rely on healing drugs to keep alive until the magic of the wound dissipated and he could be treated. Ejo, the snakehead, rolled his eyes and lay in a birdcage, with Sauron's shoe prints on his face, looking like he wanted to live but couldn't, and wanted to die but couldn't. Originally, when Sauron and his group of wounded people were about to leave the maze, they had forgotten about this thing, and it had a chance to pretend to be a stone and get through. As a result, the Shadow's black hand touched the head and brought it back with it. It was really miserable. The magic circle on the floor was activated, and Zyja lifted the floor and climbed out. While taking off his glasses, gloves, and various dragon skin protective gear, he said, "Okay, Alchemy's head is back in the reactor. Now the magic power supply of this ship has been stabilized." Sauron stared at her face for a while. "Are you irradiated? Why is your face a little green? You won't transform when you are angry, right?" Shi Qiong rolled his eyes at him. "What nonsense! This body is a wood fairy cultivated by fusing my flesh and blood with the planting fruit. The body is full of earth magic, so the skin is green." Soren recalled, "Oh, it's the body on the tree, right? By the way, you have an extra life for the Shadow of Time." Pollux stared at Soren. "What? You knew she had a second life? Why didn't you say it earlier? Do we need to risk rushing into the underground palace to kill the gods?" Soren Khan, "Why? He forgot in a hurry." Guilt couldn't help but sigh. "I thought her second shadow was not ready." "No, aren't you all shocked that she can make a fairy body?" Ejo couldn't hold it in any longer. "And what the hell is this magic? Now the level of the mid-level wizards in the Imperial capital can easily prepare a second life." Soren laughed. "You are ignorant, country bumpkin. Shi Qiong is a 2,000-point academic master who can do anything." The 3 people next to him looked at him in silence. Shi Qiong sighed. "Forget it. Although there were many problems with the original plan, my goal has been roughly achieved." Soren was curious. "Plan? Purpose?" Shi Qiong took a piece of black cloth from the table and covered the birdcage with Ejo's head. Then he turned his head and explained to the 3 people, "To put it simply, I want to analyze the magical structure of the divine body of the elven gods. So I sacrificed my life to alchemy and analyzed the magical principles of the elven gods when she was resurrected. So just now, I used my own annihilation to temporarily interrupt her magic, and Soren also seized the opportunity and successfully killed the gods. Do you understand?" Guild nodded. "I see." Pelusius, "What?" Sauron looked at the one-eyed dragon with a sympathetic look, and felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. "Annihilation, I know, is the magic trick you created to cooperate with hints to interrupt the opponent's spell, right?" Pelusius stared at her. "But your explanation is too far-fetched. For that trick to work, isn't it based on the premise that you also master the magic that the opponent is using, so you know when and where to interfere to interrupt the magic? Alchemy is the main god of the elves. No matter how smart you are, you can't analyze the secrets of the magic that the elves have passed down for tens of thousands of years in an instant." Xiong nodded. Of course, it's not an instant analysis. I started studying it when I got the core reactor. She kept picking up various potions from the operating table and brewing them. At the same time, she explained with two minds at the same time. Sauron gave me an elf statue before. It is a statue containing earth magic energy wrapped in the huge power of fire magic energy, which is the core reactor of the elves. I spent a long time studying its structure and looking up a lot of information about the Lich, but I still found nothing. Because I don't understand how the divine power in the reactor is generated, and how it is bound in the stone statue. The statue itself does not have any exquisite alchemical structure, nor is there any rune magic circle attached. It is just a shell. I still can't understand what principle and magic it uses to operate. So in the end, I can only treat it as an energy supply artifact and install it on the ship as a small spiritual tower. Sijin mixed some orange-red magic potion and poured it on Pollux's wound, corroding all the flesh in his wound at once. A sour smell came into the air. But Soren saw that the gray magic attached to his wound was also eliminated. Sure enough, Sijin used healing magic and potions directly to heal the fatal wound of the one-eyed dragon. Yesterday Soren found the hidden alchemical equipment, the cenotaph, and the coffin in the seabed. You guess it is a relic left by God, right? Shi Qiong took out a handful of herbs and mushrooms from the cabinet and started to cook porridge. I tried to analyze them with the equipment and found that the structure of those parts was exactly the same as the core statue. They all looked like stone and bones, entities composed of earth magic energy, which contain divine power with fire magic energy as the main body. So I was thinking, these armors, masks, skirts, and statues are all in my hands, so what will happen if I assemble them? Will it be a set of armor for God? Will there be powerful blessings and special effects? This requires experiments, so to be on the safe side, I asked the elf sailors to help me and went off the ship to do an experiment. I asked them to try to wear the divine clothes and dress up as gods. As a result, they were absorbed. Absorbed? Sauron couldn't help interrupting her. Xiong didn't care, and stuffed the thick porridge that was like sesame paste to guilt for him to drink. Yes, it was absorbed. The flesh and blood were broken down into lumps of gelatin and absorbed. Those elf slaves were put in the shackles of the devil. Unless they were released by the masters who bought their contracts, otherwise the intervention of external magic would automatically trigger the ban, leading to sudden death such as myocardial infarction or brain death. But it was not enough to completely dissociate their flesh and bones, and not a drop was left but absorbed into the equipment. So I roughly guessed that those were not the equipment of the gods, but the gods themselves. It was a part of the true core of the gods' bodies. As long as someone put on these god suits, the user wearing the suit would become the container of the gods. If they died, they would be absorbed and become the nutrients and raw materials for shaping new gods' bodies. I observed the alchemy decomposing and fusing the flesh and blood of the elf slaves, but flesh and blood alone were not enough. It obviously needed a living container to be resurrected. So I used the box of the unseen to make a deal with alchemy. Sacrifice the shadow to her, help her resurrect, and obtain the godhood, in exchange for the omnipotence and omniscience of God. Guilt's complexion obviously recovered a lot after drinking the porridge. How did you trick it? I haven't heard of anyone who can find a flaw in the oath with the demon god and plot against the contracted demon god. Shi Qiong shrugged, because I didn't trick it, I really sacrificed myself. The original body, and the shadow of the split of the shadow of time are originally the same person. They just have memories from different time periods. And it is a person's knowledge and experience that ultimately shapes his personality. Otherwise, wouldn't it be enough for alchemy to just find a container, and absorb some flesh and blood to revive her? Why bother to get back her sealed past? So I picked out some of my real memories, and used suggestion in front of the mirror to create a new personality, because I was physically weak and jealous of other people with talents, and I longed for power, magic, and to become a god. She abandoned human emotions, and only kept human desires, but this is also a real Zijin. She was the one who signed the contract, so how could I break the oath? I have been thinking about this trick for a long time. Yuchukas used shadows to avoid the cause and effect of death before, so I originally wanted to use it to deal with the demons it signed a contract with, but I didn't expect to use it here first. The effect is not bad. Sauron hesitated, so... The one pretending to be Guilt is also you? Aren't you controlled? Of course, you did fight me before alchemy was completely resurrected. Xiong explained, I didn't come back to life until Xiong was completely sacrificed and alchemy was completely awakened. I used the virtual flash to jump into the maze urgently. Because it absorbed the memory in front of me, and even used my body to cast spells, it almost taught me how to reshape the divine body. So I was able to complete a thorough analysis, and seized the opportunity to interrupt her magic with annihilation. The three men fell silent. No one spoke for a while. Shi Qiong smiled. Why, are you still concerned about my concealment? Actually, after I broke through the barrier and entered the maze, I wanted to meet up with you. But when I heard that you were making a deal with this snake head and wanted to take a shortcut to go directly to the location of the godhead, I seized the opportunity and saved some energy to play with you. It was indeed a bit risky, but I was lucky. Guilt was the last one to enter the tunnel to cover the rear. Although you were vigilant enough, there were too many chances for the last person to be misled to the side road. Even so, you were able to get through to the bottom of the maze, which is worthy of the title of chief. It's a pity that you probably used the last spell slot to burst and kill Polygus, so you don't have any magic power to deal with Sauron. I give you 80 points. As for Polygus, I know him well. It's understandable that he was severely injured by guilt after the sudden burst. In this way, you can also deal with the demon he accidentally released. But you really trust guilt. How can you take the potion he gave you at will? If I want, I can kill you with one pill. 60 points is barely enough. But Sauron, totally failed. I have to say, it's okay that you didn't understand the reminder of the snake head. If you just look back and look at me carefully, you can see through my disguise, right? But you are too blindly confident in the magic eye, and you pay too much attention to the insignificant snake head. You know, most of the magic eyes will only take effect when the pupil is focused in order not to cause too much stress to the brain at ordinary times. Didn't I remind you to look carefully and think carefully? Shi Qiong scolded the three teenagers, like a class teacher. Finally, he clapped his hands, snatched the teacup from Soren's hand and drank it all up. To put it bluntly, even if alchemy is resurrected, I can still attack her when she is careless. This matter is much safer than it seems. Aren't your injuries all caused by internal fighting? If you think about it for a while, you won't fall into this dilemma of attacking each other and crippling your teammates. Okay, is there anything else you don't understand? The three looked at each other. If not, go to work. Your injuries have all been healed, so don't just sit here and stare blankly. Is this head a disciple of Anubis? I study it and tell you when I have the result. She waved her hand like herding sheep and released the spiritual wind, wrapping the three people and pushing them out of the workshop. Wait a minute. Sauron grabbed the door frame with a start. Well, Zygen, I don't mean anything else, but it's not good for you to be so arbitrary all the time. Is it necessary to go to this extent? At least you could have discussed it with us before deciding to revive alchemy, and we all did it to save you. Sejun narrowed his eyes and glared at him. You still don't understand. Do you have to ask me to say it in person before you listen? Well, I say it in person for the last time. I, Sejun Essel, am not a weak girl who needs to be saved by night princes, nor do I have any paternal support and ancestral inheritance to protect me from squandering. In this world, the only person I can trust and rely on is myself. When I want something, I will get it at all costs. When I see a good opportunity, I will grab it no matter what, even if it costs my life. Because I, Shi Qiong, have always survived by risking my life like this, do you understand? As for discussing, I did come to you, but unfortunately you were busy taking a bath. She slammed the door of the alchemy room in front of Soren. Soren opened his mouth, speechless. Pollux patted his shoulder. Don't worry, she's so nervous, she must be a little scared, but she's too proud to admit it's her fault. Sauron was surprised. She's nervous? Scared? Guilt untied the bandage and checked his arm. The skin was no longer bleeding. Sejun doesn't know how to apologize. She only says a lot of her own reasons, hoping that others can understand her and believe her. But her tone is not good, and as a result, it becomes that she is the only one who is right and everyone else is being stupid, so she offends everyone. Pollux rubbed his newly grown shoulders. Yes, she has a serious paranoia. When she first came to the beginner class, she poisoned all the midterm wizards, and only gave them the antidote after confirming that they were not the killers of Yachukas. Who could understand her? After being isolated for a long time, she gradually developed the habit of not bothering to explain when being misunderstood. Unless she really felt sorry, she would not say so much, especially when preparing potions. Usually, she would get angry when others were half-hearted in preparing potions. Today, Shi Qiong was so flustered. It seems that she rarely realized that she almost got into trouble. Soren was surprised. She has such a weird temper, but you can still tolerate her? Guilt and Pollux looked at each other. We are all freaks, just keeping each other warm. The one-eyed dragon also nodded. Don't mind, Shi Qiong's temper is normal compared to ours. Let her calm down. It will be fine in 2 days. After all, her ability to withstand pressure was trained by the King of Man. Sauron couldn't help laughing, but when he thought that Shi Cheong might be eavesdropping at the door, he controlled himself to avoid offending this petty person again. But no matter what, the huge crisis that almost led to the failure of the expedition disappeared silently. If we must say what damage alchemy caused to the expeditionary army of Dongfang Chinching, it was probably that it sucked all the elf sailors that Shi Cheong took away from the deck. But fortunately, the problem of sailors was easy to solve. It happened that the pirate dock was also severely damaged by alchemy, and the barrier that sealed the dock and protected the dock to some extent was lifted, and various monsters began to invade the dock. This pirate haven was no longer safe. So Nami took the opportunity to recruit many experienced pirates and sea monsters to join the sailor group. Maria also successfully contacted the informant and confirmed the route and the situation in the south. The entire southern continent has become a mess. Anubis not only surrounded Ensa, but also launched a continuous general attack. It is said that it has become a Stalingrad-style street battle. It not only asked Yuchukas for supplies, but also sent a message to all pirates that as long as they can deliver the supplies to the North Bank and hand them over to the Empire's logistics troops, they can get a huge bounty. The main force of the elves besieging Fiam was in the dilemma of being cut off from the rear for the second time. The first time was when they besieged Quetzalcoatl. Queen Sheba also went crazy and adopted the ultimate tactic of changing the home and launching a large army to attack Fiam. They had to recapture the old capital before the logistics base was captured. Punicus's elf fleet was the worst. Although it was a navy, it was forced to rush into the rainforest to drive away the lizard men of Quetzalcoatl. As a result, it failed to force Anubis to return for help. Instead, it was hindered by the conflicts among various lizardman tribes, the surrender, rebellion and civil strife that occurred one after another. Finally, they simply divided their troops into 3 groups. One group stayed in the Holy City to suppress the lizardman tribe. One group returned to Punicus to drive warships, chasing the large groups of pirates swarming from the North Shore to cut off the Empire's supply, and another group ventured through the rainforest to try to help Ensa, which was under heavy siege. Why do you say the fleet is the worst? You were originally a warship driver, but you were transferred by the Queen to run around to put out fires, and then you were forced to split up. The military intelligence had been leaked by the lizardmen allies, and even the pirates across the ocean knew about it. Isn't this bad enough? In summary, the sea from the Minoan Islands to Port Said is open all the way. Now no one in the entire battlefield knows the existence of this imperial reinforcement. Moreover, the guardian god of the Sand Country has just been killed, the new god has not yet completed the trial, and all the main forces of the elf army have been completely tied down by various battlefields and are exhausted. There is no better time than now to destroy the Sand Country. Chapter 77. Dive. 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 Nami's voice came from the sound transmission magic stone. The pirates skillfully folded the sails. The magic circle on the bow of the Eastern Star split the waves and divided the waves to both sides. The giant ship gradually accelerated and sank to the bottom of the sea. Sauron looked at the glass of the command cabin that was submerged by the water. He didn't expect that the current pirate technology was so awesome. The magic ships were both surface and underwater. Underwater, you can only use the torrent magic circle to accelerate. It is twice as slow as on the surface, but it is safer. Nami gestured on the command sand table. If we sail further southeast, we will enter the sea area in the heart of the Elf Alliance. Although the Sand Country is short of troops, once they are discovered by their Horned Eagle cavalry patrolling in the sky, the news will be quickly transmitted back to the coastal fleet to encircle us. The chance of hitting the Elven cruiser underwater is much smaller. Naga drew a zigzag diagonal line on the sand table, comparing it to her private sea map. This submarine channel can bypass many Leviathan sea monsters from the border. We have giant fish to cover up the smell. As long as we don't stay for a long time, the sea monster will not come to cause trouble. In addition, I talked to the pirates at the dock. Just as Miss Maria said, 2 ships have passed through this channel recently. Everyone's secret passages are somewhat different, but they have not hit the Navy, and there are no sea monsters nearby. The safety of the route is still relatively high. I think if everything goes well, we can reach the waters near said port the day after tomorrow morning. Saras has nodded. Thank you for your help, Miss Nami. I will pay you a bonus after arriving at said port. If you are willing to continue to accept employment, I will also welcome it. If you want to leave first and not intervene in the war, I will not stop you. This silly girl suddenly became so reasonable. Not only Nami, but also others were quite surprised. The Naga navigator bowed. Thank you for your trust. I have signed an agreement with the Iceland Chamber of Commerce, and will be loyal to you until the end of the trial. You don't have to be polite. This is a natural reward. Sarasis nodded, and still explained to the financial advisor Maria beside him, promising a personal bonus. Then she turned to Soren, "Pioneer, now you know the latest intelligence of the southern continent. Do you still insist on going to Arishi after arriving at said port?" Soren scratched his head. He was not used to this guy being so serious all of a sudden. "Ah yes, the main force of the elves is now gathering in Fayum for the battle. We can't play any role if we are thrown into the battlefield. And since Insna is being attacked by Anubis, I guess a considerable part of the supply of the elves' army must be transported along the coast of Arishi," said Fayum. "This route is farther than the waterway of the Shadi River, and Arishi is a commercial port, not an agricultural city. The supplies to support the army are probably transferred from the more distant Elf Alliance. As long as we can launch a surprise attack and destroy this logistics hub east of the Kingdom of Sand, the Fayum's elven army will be caught in an awkward situation of being unable to take care of both ends, and will completely lose the strategic initiative." Sarasis nodded. "Does anyone else have any suggestions?" Gilt and Pollux had no objections. They personally went to the dock to collect this information, and used some means to confirm its authenticity. However, the fact that Anubis and the elves were playing a home-changing showdown was basically known to everyone in the southern continent. Now all the tribes and forces in the south have been agitated, and have started a new round of battles, joining the elves or the Empire. A large number of neutral troops have gathered around the three battlefields of Fayum, Insna, and Quetzalcoatl, waiting for the final outcome to come and join the final winner. So the three of Soren had already discussed it internally before. At this point in time, attacking Ayarashi is no longer an idle move in a corner, but may be the most critical weight on the scale that determines victory or defeat. "Okay," Sarather said, "then after arriving at the said port waters, we will raid Ayarashi. Now let's mobilize the entire army and make targeted preparations." Sauron scratched his head, not knowing why she was so motivated all of a sudden. But not clamoring to go to Fayum was a big help. Anyway, the three men were still doing the specifics of the army and war preparations, so there was no difference. After Maria reported the consumption of food, military pay, and war supplies, the regular meeting was over. By the way, Shi Cheong started her stay-at-home life again, hiding in the laboratory and not going out. During this period, she only contacted once through bats, saying that Anubis's disciple Ejo confirmed that they were indeed launching a general attack on Insna, and there was no further news. I don't know what they are planning. However, Soren himself has to be busy with the reorganization of the army, public lectures, and the ideological construction of the new vanguard army, and he really has no time to take care of other things for the time being. When he was about to leave after the meeting, Sister Hela suddenly came over and stopped him. "Respected dead apostle, where is the head? Didn't you bring back the head of the false god you took off?" "Oh, that head, right?" Sauron explained in Saijan's words. "Because Alchemist was killed by the dragon spear, the head was the last remnant of Alchemist, so it was installed in the reactor of this ship to replenish magic power." Hela looked disappointed like a child whose candy was taken away, alas. "This is not fair. Didn't you promise to sacrifice the head to the true god?" Soren Khan said, next time, there are so many elf gods, I will kill one and give it back to you next time." Hela was dissatisfied. "Don't fool me. I have been patient for a long time on this ship without performing a skull sacrifice out of respect for you. You must keep your word, and give me a head of an elf god next time." "Wow. Can we not talk about the heads of elf gods like Apple's new phones, as if we will buy you one when one is released? But speaking of it, Hela, what do you want those heads for? It seems that the Death Knight also cuts off heads. Does Death like human heads very much?" Sauron couldn't help asking. "Of course, because..." Hela opened her mouth to say something, but suddenly froze. "I'm not really sure." Sauron squinted at her. "You're not sure?" Hela thought for a while. "Sacrificing heads to commemorate death is a tradition of the Order, and I'm used to it, but if you ask why, it seems that Death has never directly asked for heads. But what is the reason? Let me think. I remember that Mammy seemed to have mentioned it before." Soren was speechless. "No way, you guys are just messing around." Oh, I remember now." Hela clapped her hands. "Because there is a rumor that the more heads you sacrifice, the more Death will say to you. Its will trials and expectations are becoming clearer and clearer." "What?" Hela blinked. "Because Death is always very frugal with words. I remember that the most common revelations that the dead disciples received were, well, go away. To be disrespectful, the production of the candle of life is not simple. If you finally meet Death, and it only says 2 or 3 words to you, it is really a bit too uneconomical. So we usually try to accumulate heads as much as possible, and offer them to Death on a daily basis, so that when the prophecy comes, we can hear its clearer instructions and fulfill its expectations." "That chatterbox," Sauron frowned. Speaking of this, Bridget had mentioned death to him before, but not much. But what's going on? He didn't offer any heads, so was the one he saw a fake death? Or did he offer sacrifices in his previous life? Hela added, however, when I was communicating with Sister Rosalia before, she mentioned death more recently. Maybe it's because the magic of the Prime Minister of the Empire has been lifted, and our dead apostle cult can be rebuilt, fulfilling the expectations of the human god. Seeing her start to pray to the human god with reverence again, Sauron also took the opportunity to slip away. After all, if they continue to talk, Hela might remember that there is still a piece of skirt wrapped around Sauron's hand. After all, it's a divine weapon, and the smoother it is, the better. However, after being interrupted by the nun, Sauron suddenly remembered one thing. Hela also gave him a name, which is the reward for the faction mission given by the dead apostle cult, the Mount of Death. This is not just an ordinary improvement, but a forbidden spell level improvement. With the Horse of Death, he is a real Death Knight, and can launch forbidden spells such as Death Charge to sweep across the battlefield. We are about to arrive at the southern continent and start a real battle with the elves. We must master this battlefield skill with huge benefits in advance. Originally, in order to avoid summoning such a powerful existence and damaging the magic circle on the ship, Sauron wanted to wait until he arrived at the pirate dock to summon it, but he was completely confused by the matter of the elf god. Now I can only remember it for the time being and wait until I get ashore. In short, the final preparations for war have begun. Sauron visited the barracks and cabins one by one to confirm the status of the soldiers. His personal strength has reached a bottleneck, but the improvement of the army on the other side is very significant. The reorganization of the new Vanguard army is very smooth, or too smooth. Now almost every 10-man team has a Vanguard to teach the mercenaries. The children born in the furnace and mining area are very welcoming to the ideas of the new Vanguard army. Most of them enthusiastically apply for the exam, hoping to join the cause of the new Vanguard army. A small number of people who haven't applied for the exam yet have to learn how to write first. This is not surprising. After all, unless you are a real spiritual slave owner, which normal person would think that being whipped before dawn every day to work in the mines, forge iron, and plow the land, working until you are 40 years old and die of exhaustion, and then your soul is squeezed into crystal, and your bones are enslaved to continue working in the mines, forging iron, and plowing the land, and continue to work hard for the noble's extravagant life, adding bricks and tiles, and contributing everything, until forever, is a very happy and perfect blessing. To Sauron's surprise, the response from the lizardmen was even stronger and more enthusiastic. Now the skin lizardmen no longer need Tyrannosaurus to bless each other. The most popular blessing now is the inter-hero ne'er must come true. Not only do they organize on a large scale to study and progress together with the Vanguard, they also regularly organize get-togethers and singing parties for team building, and they sing a song before every meal in the restaurant. The priests are even more active in translating the learning materials into the lizardmen language and engraving the inter-hero ne'er on their armor, weapons and arms. Each skin lizard can sing and dance, recite a lot of creeds, ideas and doctrines, and their learning progress is much faster than those rough guys in the Vanguard. Sauron communicated with the Yellow Crown with doubts. According to its explanation, it seems that the lizardmen have always had two beliefs: the first gods and the temple. The first gods mentioned before are the great ancestors that the lizardmen worship and chose to evolve wisdom at a certain point in the past. Undoubtedly, all lizardmen worship the first gods. They believe that the first god is the beacon that guides every lizardman to gain freedom and wisdom. However, the temple, an organization that rules the lizardman civilization in all aspects, including economy, politics, culture, and military, as the spokesperson of the first god, is actually too corrupt and outdated. They were originally responsible for inheriting wisdom and civilization, but in fact they monopolize knowledge and information, enjoying the contributions of the lower-level lizards to the first god. These lizardmen who were driven out of the nest are a race of wisdom and civilization, not fools. They certainly know that the elders look at them, the lizards, no different from the wild brothers raised in the cattle pen. They are all inferior beasts, and they expel the cubs to die in order to protect their own territory. This behavior itself is no longer the guardian and inheritor of the civilization of the first gods, but a rebel against the gods, who violated the faith of the first gods and tried to enslave them back to wild beasts and livestock. The chief priest of the nest also mentioned to Sauron that the lizard civilization of the southern continent had a civil war in the past, and the same signs inevitably appeared in the nest. However, due to being isolated from the southern continent for too long, the newborns in the nest only vaguely felt dissatisfied with the temple, and could not tell where the problem was. Until I came into contact with the open class of the new vanguard teacher Soren. Let's put it this way, the nest is like a house full of gunpowder. The high priest was shrewd enough to notice it, and took the opportunity of the trial to let Soren take away these gunpowder barrels that could explode at any time and deal with them. As a result, Soren lit a string of firecrackers and threw them at the faces of the gunpowder barrels. Well, the complete ratification of the lizard men is not the most ridiculous thing. The most ridiculous thing is the progress of the engineers. In fact, Soren has not had time to brag to the engineers, who hooked up with the furnace for a while. All I know is that when the engineer boarded the ship, he got help from Zygen, used the equipment in her workshop, and pulled a spiritual wind of fire magic from the ship's magic circuit to build a simple alchemy forging workshop. Helped Zygen to build some parts, but mainly produce weapons and ammunition for the army. At the beginning, Soren would occasionally go around and give some keyboard warrior-style nonsense suggestions that transcended the productivity of the times, providing new ideas for the engineers, or disrupting their ideas. Later, he was busy giving lectures and killing gods, so he had no time to care about them. After all, the task given by Soren was just to let the engineering department make some ammunition. Could there be any mistakes? As a result, these engineers fell into the hands of Zygen and were led astray. Soren looked at the open warhead in front of him, a large artillery shell like an iron barrel, with no gunpowder in the cavity, but a ceramic jar wrapped in a net bag in asbestos. He felt dizzy, and his ears were buzzing. Tell me what this is again. So Engineer Henry repeated it again, it's a poison gas bomb. After the explosion, poisonous gas will spread and cause harm to the enemy. I know. Sauron grabbed his hair and felt like he was going bald. What kind of poison is this? Don't tell me it's mustard gas. I don't know that, Miss Zygen gave it to me. Henry confessed immediately. She sent me the medicine bottles after mixing them. She said these are secret weapons to deal with the cavalry of the Sand Country, and they can be thrown out with a mortar. Sauron stared at him. You know this is a poison gas bomb, and you are processing it here without any protection? Henry explained, oh, don't worry about that. This batch of tear gas bombs are mainly disabling rather than lethal potions. We have all taken the antidote given by Miss Zygen in advance. Just be careful not to break it, and get it on your skin. There are also healing water, and scrolls there just in case. For the more dangerous things, we sent the semi-finished products to her workshop, and she installed them herself. Sauron felt his face cramp. Are there more dangerous things? Henry nodded seriously, Captain, although I also know that in order to win the war, sometimes you have to do whatever it takes. But people should always have a bottom line, right? Killing people is not the right thing to do, and some methods used may be too cruel. The vanguards are all passionate young people, they can endure sacrifice, but if our methods are too horrible, I am afraid they will doubt and waver in the justice of our cause. Soren stared at him for a while. What, you think I asked her? Okay, I understand. I will go talk to Shichiong. Someone actually complained to him that their firepower was too strong and a bit scary. Damn it! Henry was still frightened. Don't say it was my suggestion. Oh yes, this pistol was customized by Miss Shichiong. If you want to see her, take it with you. Soren looked at the short-barreled musket in the box. It was also a lever structure, a bit like a volcanic pistol. The magic circle on the shell, and the matching bullets were designed by Shichiong herself. The level of the magic network circuit in charge was much higher than that of the enchanter of the furnace. From the barrel to the trigger, all are rare materials of the noble phantasm level. It seems that she prepared the self-defense weapon herself. Soren nodded. It is really worthy of being Zygen. The whole ship is preparing for war. The soldiers are preparing for war, and sharpening their swords. The other mages are seizing the time to meditate, study, and prepare various scrolls, potions, and spell slots for use in the Sand Country. They seem to be preparing for the exam, and want to improve their strength a little more. She is the only one who thought of asking the engineer to order a magic pistol. Chapter 78. Hey Zygen, are you here? We are almost at the South Continent, and I brought the things you ordered from the engineer. The door opened after Soren knocked twice, and surprisingly, the logistics officer, self-proclaimed, Maria, the descendant of Yachukas, came out. Soren stared at her warily. Why are you here? She has nothing to do with the Wang family, right? Of course, I have nothing to do with those people either. Maria held the account book in her hand. I came to verify some information with Miss Zygen. She worked with the engineering department to produce a large amount of military ammunition. She also wholesaled emergency treatment potions for soldiers. The difference in materials was advanced from her private collection. Therefore, I was entrusted by the flag bearer to settle and reward her military funds. The shortfall will be advanced from the spoils of war. Oh, this is as it should be. At least Sarasis is quite generous, and does not hesitate to reward. This is a bit like a flag bearer. Also, Mr. Vanguard, the flag bearer said that your killing of the Guardian of the Sand Country should also be counted as military merit. I will come to confirm with you later. I will not disturb you two to discuss business now. Sorry for being rude. Maria bowed and left. Even he has a share? Is Sarasis giving away his wealth? And where did she get the money? Did she inherit it from Ulrids? Soren did not bother with Maria for the time being, and pushed the door and walked into Zygen's workshop. There was a big pot in the garden, and there were a few skeletons holding a spoon and stirring it. From time to time, they took out a spoonful of magic potion, poured it into a small jar, and then let the skeletons deliver it to Zygen's workshop. Soren followed the skeleton carrying the medicine into the workshop, and saw a row of small pots inside. 5 puppets in the shape of Zygen were preparing medicine at the operation table. These puppets had vines, and wood blocks as their limbs, and their hair and clothes were covered with leaves and flower buds. They contained the magic power of the earth, like roots, and finally connected to the feet of the witch who was sitting in the corner reading a book. Oh, Zygen, are these also your shadows? Soren watched curiously, watching a puppet pick up the medicine jar brought by the skeleton, and pour the potion in the jar into a glass measuring cup for testing. Their movements don't look like those of conscious living people, but they don't seem to be low IQ puppets. Shadows are not that easy to make. These are just the talents of wood elves. Xiong flipped the pages of the book, and seemed to know what Soren wanted to ask, and explained casually, the pot outside is diluting the healing potion. The emergency medicine on the battlefield doesn't need to be too strong, as long as it can keep people alive. My materials are limited, so I try to make sure everyone has a bottle of low-level potion. Yes, in war, sometimes non-fatal injuries are the most depleting of soldiers' fighting spirit. If there is first aid, most people can actually survive. Thank you. I think many people will save their lives because of you. Sauron sighed, this is the real goddess, all the tricks are turned on, and everything is prepared for you. Xiqiong frowned and glanced at him. Why do you have that expression? It's disgusting. It's just that your temper is too bad. This is the gun you ordered from the engineer. Xiqiong glanced at the box. Forget it. I don't need it now, you keep it. Soren was puzzled. Useless? How can it be useless? This gun is well made. You designed these magic circles and bullets, right? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for self-defense? It's not for self-defense, it's for killing gods. Xiong glanced at Soren. Do you really think I would release alchemy without any backup plan? Forget it, we have talked about this topic enough. Anyway, this gun is a bit of a waste of talent for self-defense. And I declare in advance that I will not go to the front line when the war breaks out. I have tried my best to help you. But if there is no benefit I want, and you still want to risk your life, I will refuse. Okay, you have helped enough. Let the men do the fighting. Sauron did not mind. He did not want to take the risk of letting Xiqiong go to the battlefield. After all, Xiqiong is not really an omnipotent goddess. Although the magic power in her body is more than before, it still does not reach the level of other Red Robe elites, and is even far from being comparable to Sarasis and Stuart Starr. I'm afraid that after 2 or 3 spells, it won't be of much help. On the contrary, if she hides in a safe place and provides alchemy, potions, and other magical intelligence support after the war, the role she can play will definitely exceed that of any wizard. Have you done any enhancements? Now I have too many weapons that can kill gods, and it feels a bit repetitive. Soren picked up the pistol and took a look. It felt surprisingly good. This is used to launch magic annihilation bullets. Zygen closed the book and motioned Soren to look at the dark bullets in the gun box. Annihilation is a kind of magic trick I developed when I was short of magic power in the past to deal with the large-scale attack magic used by the killer. In short, it is to disrupt the already formed magic circuit through the instantaneous burst of magic resonance, causing the caster to have a momentary magic disorder, unable to continue to communicate with the magic in nature for a short period of time, and then take the opportunity to escape. Therefore, in principle, this trick can only be used when the caster is in the process of casting a spell through a ritual and communicating with the natural magic to effectively interrupt it. The already formed magic and spell casting cannot be interfered with. And naturally, I must also know the principle of the other party's ongoing ritual, so that I know when to use what band of magic resonance to interrupt the spell. Sauron nodded. Before, Xiqiong suddenly attacked when Sauron and alchemy were in a stalemate. Shi Qiong pointed at the pistol. This gun is developed for the magic structure of alchemy's divine body. The annihilation bullet fired will trigger magic resonance at the frequency of the divine body, temporarily destroying the magic protection of the divine body. You can understand it as using a magic-breaking bullet against the god, and if the shrapnel remains in the divine body, it will also hinder the regeneration and reorganization of the god. If you encounter an elven god of the same nature as alchemy again, and if the opponent uses divine power to block the piercing of the Vanguard Dragon Spear, then you can directly use this spear to knock out the opponent's divinity. Then you can easily kill him. Sauron Khan, when we talk about how to kill gods, can we not use words like easily? I always feel that it feels a bit like a flag-raising move to pretend like this. But who knows? Since the elves have also innovated a completely different god-making technique during the hundreds of years that alchemy was imprisoned, whether the elven god's divine body magic has been updated, and whether the annihilation bomb is still effective, I can't be 100% sure. But if it is armor and protective gear passed down by the gods in the past, it should still work. Xiong jumped down from the high stool and lifted the spell of the wooden puppet. Clapping his hands, he summoned rows of skeletons into the room and began to take medicine from the small pot. This dilution ratio is about right. I estimate that at least 2 tons of emergency medicine can be diluted, and each soldier can get more than 200 milliliters. There is no need for more. The shelf life of the diluted treatment medicine is also shortened. Tell your men to drink it when they need to, and don't think about saving it and selling it for some money. Zaijin looked at Soren. Why is there something else? Oh, by the way, you still have a bunch of missing that you haven't taken away. Soren was sweating. Snatched the missing that the skeleton next to him brought to him. This is not like that. Let me explain. That piece of real stuff, was it made for you by the little apprentice of Rivendell? Zaijin crossed his arms, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful protective magic. I give you a suggestion, always carry it with you. The gift from the prophet is sometimes a terrible thing, because she may really see that at some point in the future, you will need this level of magical protection. Soren opened his mouth, but in the end, he had nothing to say, so he could only nod. Skode must have seen how dangerous the challenge Soren and his men were going to face. Of course, this didn't have to be seen from the future. Anyone who thought about it knew how dangerous a war of annihilation would be. Soren had no way to refuse her kindness, and he had no way to accept the sincerity of another woman and then come over to tease others. So he could only repeat his gratitude to Shi Qiong, but there were some other words, that he couldn't say to Shi Qiong now. The witch seemed to be completely unaware of Soren's entanglement. Oh, by the way, there is this guy, I almost forgot, take him with you. The skeleton handed Soren the birdcage covered with black cloth. Soren was stunned for a while before reacting. Anubis's apprentice? He hasn't been killed yet? Shi Qiong glared at him. What are you talking about? We are in the same camp after all. Why should I kill him if we have no grudges against each other? She lifted the black cloth on the birdcage, and the head in the cage was already moldy. The flesh was green, purple, moldy, and rotten. As the black cloth was lifted, a strong stench spread. It was like what you would see if you threw a piece of fresh pig's head into a stinky ditch for a month. The most terrifying thing was that Ejo's eyes were still moving, and he actually had self-awareness. Soren wanted to say something to Zaijin, but he stopped talking, and finally had nothing to say. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do this, Zaijin frowned. Their artificial pseudogod bodies have this defect, and they need to replenish their vitality with fresh blood and flesh regularly. He told me how to reshape the pseudogod body, and asked me to help him get a new body. But aren't all the people on the ship brought by you? Do you want me to kill one of them as a sacrifice to him, so I can only leave it like this? Anyway, he is quite sensible. Anubis's magic answers whatever you ask, not to mention the military intelligence, so if you have any questions, you can confirm them, or just kill them directly, it's up to you. Zaijin shrugged, threw the cage to Soren, and commanded a large group of skeletons to go to the yard to start filling the potion. She had to prepare emergency potions for the entire army, and the workload seemed quite tight. The whole process was a skeleton assembly line, and Soren couldn't help much, so he didn't want to disturb her from doing her work. He didn't even have the face to ask about the poison gas bombs and other killer weapons. After all, this battle wasn't for Zaijin to fight, and she was willing to help to this extent, so what else could she blame? So Soren put away his thoughts, put the musket given by Zaijin on his belt, and left the workshop with the snake man Ejo's head, and returned to the command room to wait. You're the only one? Sauron put the birdcage on the ground and looked around. There was only the red-haired logistics officer in the command room. You're here just in time. Maria crossed her legs and wrote and calculated. Do you want a title or a bounty? Title and bounty? According to the rules of the Empire, the flag bearer bears all the expenses of the war, and the territory opened up during the expedition is assumed to be the private territory of the flag bearer. Half of the wealth looted during the war belongs to the flag bearer, and the remaining half is divided among the noble officers who follow the army according to their military merits. Mercenaries get basic wages and personal rewards from the flag bearer. Maria handed Soren a list. Our flag bearer is really generous. She decided to give her own territory and half of the spoils to everyone according to their military merits. Those who are willing to get the territory will be given the title and territory, and those who are willing to get the bounty will be given the bounty. The part that is not enough to pay will be recorded and repaid. Sauron frowned. What is she doing stupid again? How can the spoils be distributed like this? If Sarasis messes around like this, no matter how rich the Sand Country is, this expedition will definitely be a deficit. Is it really a trick to cheat the master and let Allrights pay for her? I think Miss Sorg has gone from one extreme to another. She probably feels that she is a complete burden and can't help it all, so she wants to use money to reward others for their help. Maria drank black tea. Miss Saijan is similar to her. Saijan? Similar? Soren raised his head. Well, I just talked to her. Miss Saijan also has a tendency to expect too much of herself. She thinks that she has not done enough, can play a greater role, and can make more preparations in advance. It's as if something goes wrong or fails, it will be her planning error, and she didn't try her best. If everything is as she expected, that would be the best. But if she encounters an unexpected failure that goes beyond her expectations, Miss Saijan will probably be hit hard. But when it comes to the real battlefield, is it possible that everything will go exactly as planned? Maria, the noble lady who really knows how to guess people's hearts, shook her legs leisurely. Well, they are afraid. After all, war is never a game that women like. Sauron frowned. You are not afraid at all? Do you think you are better than them? Haha, pardon my rudeness, Mr. Vanguard Officer. Maria smiled. This is not the first time I have been responsible for war logistics, nor is it the first time I have sent my subordinates to die. I know how to bear the necessary sacrifices to achieve the greatest benefits. Do you know how the ancient noble families of the Empire raised their children? Puppies, or kittens, or ponies, or even human playmates. In short, everyone has a dear companion who has been with them since childhood. They will grow up with you, but once you make a mistake and cause the family to suffer losses, and you are unable to recover the losses for the family, then you must watch your companions and pets being executed. This is a compulsory course for the children of the imperial nobility. Teach them what are the rules, what are losses, and what are responsibilities. These two girls, have not received such cruel education. So yes, at least when facing things like war, my psychological endurance is stronger than theirs. Oh, if you were the flag bearer, what would you do, advisor? Sauron crossed his arms and stared at her. Maria shrugged. Do nothing. I looked at your tutorial. In fact, this army no longer needs a noble flag bearer or a genius alchemist to boost their morale and strengthen their combat power, right? Then just be an honest woman, wait for your triumphant return in the tent, and then offer a gentle hug and a hot kiss. That's enough, right? Soren looked at her with some surprise. This young lady was not stupid at all. But if she was stupid, she would have been snapped by Yachukas, and would not have lived to this day. Maria sneered and raised her teacup. You don't need me to remind you. You should know that you are playing with fire, right? I think once your stuff gets out, not only the elves, but also the princes and nobles of the world, including the Empire, will want your head. If the strength of this army itself is not enough to support your ambitions, and is extinguished in an instant, it will be useless no matter how much you talk. But if you can really be invincible, conquer the kingdom of sand, and open up a place of your own. She raised her teacup and sang as if she was toasting. Then I should congratulate the new king on his coronation in advance. Sauron sneered. It's really an honor. At this time, the Yellow Crown pushed open the door and came in. Oh, Soren, you are here. I finally found you. Didn't disturb your mating? What nonsense are you talking about? Am I the kind of scum who wants to do that to a woman when I see her? Soren wanted to pick up a musket and shoot this idiot into a sieve. Isn't it? The Yellow Crown looked at him suspiciously. Maria smiled and drank tea, not caring at all. Soren had no choice but to follow it out. What's the matter? Then the Yellow Crown took Soren to a warehouse and pointed at the shirtless crazy old man showing off his tendons. Oh, Bluetooth heard that you broke Gilt's leg and wants to fight you. Soren opened his chin and watched the barbarian arch his muscles all over his body, like a balloon inflated into a devil muscle man, Who told you that? The Yellow Crown pointed at himself. Hiss. Sauron took a breath. His teeth were sore. Yellow Crown, I personally nominated you to be the secretary of the new Vanguard Lizardmen Corps branch. I treat you well, right? You are cheating me like this. The Yellow Crown was also confused. How did I cheat you? Fighting is normal. Do males have any other pastimes besides fighting, eating and mating? You, me. Sauron was really shivering with anger. Come on, little captain of the Royal Guards. Bluetooth smiled and clenched his fists, and his knuckles burst out with thunderous roars. Even guilt is not your opponent. This is the first time I heard that someone of the same generation can defeat the little wolf cub of the Caesarian family. Let Bluetooth see how far you have cultivated your murderous aura. Chapter 79. Sauron couldn't let this old madman see for himself. He didn't have any murderous intent at all. His divine armor was all deadly to gods and demons, and it could kill people with one strike. How to fight? Fortunately, Bluetooth didn't bully the younger generation. You punch, I punch, whoever can't get up first loses. Oh, it's really fair. What the hell? Sauron looked at Bluetooth, whose arms were now thicker than his waist, and rolled his eyes. Wait a minute, isn't this the ancient martial arts tyrant body? Why don't you teach me? And then we can fight after I learn it, that's fair. Oh, you want to learn? Okay. Bluetooth smiled and showed a mouthful of black teeth. Then I hit you first, and as long as you can get up, I teach you this move. Oh. Sauron also smiled. Then it's settled, come on. This old madman is really strong, and the strange power of being able to kill Leviathan in seconds with a fork is really terrifying. But after all, he is a flesh body, not a divine body, and he doesn't have any magic. The output of a bare fist is really limited. Moreover, Soren relied on his Achilles bone to strengthen his defense, and the previous fight with guilt was completely painless. So what if I let you punch me? You can still kill me in 1 second. Ugh. Bang. I got a punch, okay, I didn't dodge it. The Yellow Crown stood aside, watching Soren being hit by a punch and turned into a spinning top that flipped 3.5 circles in the air and fell to the ground. Bluetooth shrugged. It seems that you can't learn it either. Huh? He lowered his head in surprise and looked at Soren, who got up. After a moment of silence, he grinned. Not bad, kid. Fuck. Sauron touched his neck with lingering fear. What the hell? Didn't the bone of Achilles trigger just now? No, he didn't get blown up. It should have taken effect. The damage of the opponent's punch was completely overflowing, and his whole body was broken. Watser. Luckily, he had a lot of artifacts on him, and the lucky dice flashed in time to revive him. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would probably lose half his life. Ugh. Bang. The Yellow Crown stood aside and watched Soren get punched again, his whole body embedded in the floor. Bluetooth squatted down and sniffed at Soren. Ah, so that's it. You are the real one who got the inheritance. The dice flashed, and Soren climbed out of the floor in a rage. Oh hey, old ghost. Didn't you say you would teach me once you got up? You are such a scoundrel. You should have said something before you attacked. You have no moral integrity. Bluetooth said cheerfully. No wonder guilt is not your opponent. The guards are really cold-blooded. How old are you? They actually let you take the hero test. Huh? Hero test? Shit! Bang! The Yellow Crown stood there, watching Soren being punched so hard that half of his body was buried in the floor, like a ginseng upside down. That's the third time. Bluetooth pulled Soren out casually. Hey, kid, don't you want to learn the domineering body? Although using the dice is considered cheating, the effect is the same. Every time your body is shattered by the power of the Overlord, a little bit of power will remain. Don't use your brain, use your bones, your muscles, and your blood to get this power back. Do you understand? Sauron was confused. What did you say? Bluetooth nodded with satisfaction. Yes, very good. Don't use your brain to think. Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Oh, thank you. Boom. Bluetooth handed Soren to Huang Tu-Guan. Didn't you say there was a very powerful pharmacist on the ship? Hurry up and give him to her to save him. Tell me when he wakes up. Huang Tu-Guan nodded frantically. The next day, Soren woke up and found himself lying in the bathtub again, soaking in rich herbs. Huang Tu-Guan saw that he woke up, opened the door, and walked out. Soren hadn't reacted yet, and looked at the ceiling for a while. Then Bluetooth rushed in with his sleeves rolled up. Ha! This pharmacist is really powerful. I didn't have the benefits of you at that time, and I could get up in 1 day. Well, let's continue. What? Hey, fuck. Boom. They played like this for 3 days, until the Eastern Star had successfully reached the southern continent, the said harbor waters, and the old madman let him go temporarily. Everyone had already gathered at the headquarters. Polly just turned on the eye of Panoptos to monitor anything unusual within a 10-kilometer radius. Nami compared the sea chart. There is a ship on the sea, a returning fishing boat. We are lucky. We can dive under the fishing boat to the offshore coastline. Don't the elves have underwater detection methods? The navigator explained, yes, the Navy fleet has great magicians on board, and there are magic detectors that are no less powerful than the Empire, but the cities along the coast are too old, and many of them use magic props from hundreds of years ago. And the half-elf civilians don't have the spare money to learn such professional spells. The detection beads used on fishing boats and port docks can only observe the situation within a range of 500 meters, which is enough to detect reefs, so there is no need to update. As long as we don't get too close to the dock, the possibility of being exposed is very small. Soren opened the door and walked in with Huang Tuguin. Why are your faces swollen? Saras was surprised. I fell down. Soren turned his head and glared at Huang Tuguin. He had been beaten unconscious by that old madman these days. If he knew that Tyrant Body was learned in this way, he would have gone crazy to chat with that old man. No wonder Tyrant Body is lost now. If it is passed down like this, the successor will be beaten to death, and Huang Tuguin, the traitor, I really want to pull off its yellow crown. The yellow crown was also hit by Soren, and grimaced in pain. You said you wanted to learn it. Sejun sneered beside him, and used magic to condense 2 bags of ice cubes, and threw them to relieve the pain. Thanks to you, the treatment room has been renovated. This can be cured. It seems that the effect is not bad. Nami saw that almost everyone had arrived, and said, now we have 2 choices. One is to continue to dive north to Arishi, and the other is to land near Sed and go by land. I recommend the latter. Sarathus's attention was drawn back. Why do we need to land? Wouldn't it be better to sail directly there? Isn't it too likely that the army will be discovered on land? If the Elven army's supplies are now transported by sea along the line of Arishi, Sed, and Fayum, we are also likely to run into a supply fleet escorted by the Navy. The Snake Girl explained, and the water along the coast is too shallow, the terrain is complex, and we don't have a sea chart, so it is difficult to continue diving and emergency evasion. Maria also added, if we go by land, I can contact the horse bandits near Sed to lead the way, pass through the desert, and raid the city of Arishi by land. The number of flying scouts of the elves is limited, and they are usually equipped for the Navy and the Army. The slave patrols on land dare not go too far from the city, and venture into the desert where bandits are rampant. So it is still popular within the Elf Alliance to entrust adventurers to work, and they are responsible for clearing the monster bandits around the settlements and protecting the caravans. Soren couldn't help asking, what should we do with this ship? Should we split up the troops? Or should we wait until we conquer Arihi before reuniting? Xiong, it's okay, just go ashore. The engineering department, and I have modified the ship so that it can sail in the desert. Fuck, it's already amphibious. Why not just make it fly? Unfortunately, the number of spare magic sails is limited. If we can collect some materials such as dragon wings, bat wings, and horned eagle feathers, we can further upgrade this ship into an imperial airship. Okay, you're awesome. After this final decision, the Eastern Star began to mobilize the entire ship. Taking advantage of the night, Nami and the pirates swam to the sea to confirm the safety of the secret port provided by Maria. After confirming that there was no ambush, the Eastern Star suddenly floated from the water like a deep-sea monster, and the sea water poured down the cheeks of the statue on the bow and the giant fish head, as if the beheaded goddess and the banshee were wailing for the sand country that was about to suffer a war. Human soldiers and engineers pushed mortars, machine guns, and crossbows onto the deck. The cargo hold was opened, and the first batch of pterosaurs and lizard hunter scouts rushed out of the giant ship first. The pterosaurs circled and searched close to the sea surface, and the lizard hunters jumped off the side of the ship and ran along the beach on the waves. They quickly deployed in small teams and established multi-layer cordons. And from the bottom of the 2 sides, 8 huge bone arms unfolded. It was unknown whether they were the skeletons of giant monsters or were made up of alchemical products. These arms folded and unfolded, supporting the hull and crawling ashore in a cross-section, like giant insects moving, which looked quite disgusting from a distance. Let's go, Mr. Vanguard. On the sandstone in the distance, Maria changed into a casual knight's uniform and put on a scarf cape. We are in a hurry. We must contact the horse thieves in the nearby desert before dawn. We must not let them leak the news to the defenders of said city, whether by words or actions. The plan is as she said, that is, the large army will enter the desert no man's land under the cover of night to avoid the eyes and ears of the Elven patrol. And Soren's Mount Guan Haifa is faster, and he is one of the leaders of the trial expedition. In addition, Soren himself took the initiative to leave the ship to do the mission, so he took Maria into the desert first to find her local contact when arranging supplies before, so as to obtain the support of the local desert thieves. Things have their priorities, and Soren has to put the matter of summoning the Death Mount aside for the time being. Where are you going? Who are you looking for? Soren jumped into the air with Maria on his back. Maria held a magic glass in front of her eyes and looked into the distance. I don't know for now. Let's go deeper into the desert first. Huh? You still don't know who you are looking for? You are kidding. Because there is more than one bandit group here. If you count the nomadic tribes, the adventure groups trying their luck everywhere, and the heavily guarded slave caravans, then any group you meet in the desert may suddenly draw their swords against passers-by and turn into thieves and bandits. Maria twisted her waist and observed back and forth. There are also several large bandit groups that are purely hostile to the Kingdom of Sand. They often attack and kill each other, rob territory and treasures, and have to roam around to avoid the encirclement of the army of the Kingdom of Sand. I don't know whose territory this desert is now. Anyway, let's look for it first. Anyway, there are only a few oases in the desert where large groups of people can rest. Oh, there is movement over there. Is it the bandit group we are looking for? Soren used eagle sense to see a cloud of dust in the distance, which did not seem to be caused by natural wind. No, don't get close, it's a giant sandworm. Maria hurriedly stopped him. They hide in the sand and ambush prey. They can swallow earth dragons and trucks in one bite. They can spray corrosive acid and use magic such as paralysis, thunder, and lightning. Soren also saw from a distance a thick and long giant earthworm, a wriggling annelid. The aging skin and muscles were covered with sand and stones, forming an aging hard skin wrapped in brown dirt. And deep in front is pink fresh tender meat, occasionally spraying a large amount of thick white corrosive liquid, which looks like that thing. Cough cough, intestines, like a large intestine. Maria frowned. There are these things everywhere in the desert. They hunt underground by vibration, and their perception is very sensitive. They are completely living alarms. If there are large groups of people coming and going, they will inevitably alarm the giant sandworms, and the elf army will be careless. However, the detection eyes on the ship can see more than 5 kilometers, which is enough to find the traces of the giant sandworm. There is no need to worry, but taking a detour may waste a lot of time. So we have to find local thieves to lead the way. They are familiar with how to safely cross this desert. Sauron estimated the length of the giant killer worm, which may be 20 meters, and he also increased his height appropriately. He didn't want to be suddenly shot in the face by a huge worm that suddenly protruded from the sand. There is something moving in that direction. Golden scorpions hunt at night. There is a special variant magic that petrifies prey into gold nuggets. Someone is flying over from a distance. Is it an elf? Big sand bat, a scavenger. The claws and saliva are both poisonous. Wow, what is that? 2 horned dragons are mating and got stuck together. Sauron flew for a long time and saw nothing but the animal world. What's going on? There are monsters everywhere, and no one can be seen. Where are we going? Are you lost? No, this is good news. There are so many wild monsters living nearby, which means that no large group of elves have crossed this area to eliminate bandits recently. Maria looked around, pay attention to the hills and stone forests. I remember that the smuggled military supplies should be stored in the gang's secret caves first, and then transported to the lake, so there should be a cave that is a secret base. Cave? There. Knowing what he was looking for, Soren found the target in an instant and jumped over with Maria. It was indeed a cave, but the entrance was blocked by a huge rock. It was hard to find unless you got close. However, Soren could see the magical flashes on the rock that blocked the entrance. He initially thought it was another magical creature. Perhaps the bandit group had made some camouflage magic for the door of the secret base, but Soren noticed it at a glance. It's amazing that you can see it so late. Maria looked at Soren suspiciously. It seems that no one has been here recently. Should we wait a while and try our luck, or try to track in other directions? Sauron did not explain to her the matter of the eye of cause and effect, and squatted on the ground to check the traces around. Maria did not lie. There were indeed traces of wheel tracks and horse hooves on the ground. The cave entrance was cleaned relatively flat, and there were no traces of monsters approaching. It seems that it is indeed a secret base of a certain thieves group. There should be many such bases in the desert, used to store water, food, weapons, and other supply points. Sauron walked to the cave entrance and took a look, secretly took out the dragon spear, and drew it towards the magic circle on the stone. Open sesame. Then he pushed the boulder away with the fist of magic power. With Maria's surprised expression, Soren pretended to be in a good mood and walked into the cave to check. There were sacks of dry food, bottles of wine, and boxes of gold coins, weapons, cloth, and other valuables. It was indeed a supply warehouse for a certain bandit group. Unexpectedly, there were 2 skeleton trucks of the Empire in the cave. They were loaded with soul crystal magic equipment, which were obviously the military supplies from the last batch, but they had not been transported from the warehouse on the beach yet. Something is wrong. Maria turned over and jumped onto the truck to check. This batch of goods has been shipped out for a while, and should have been sent to the Shady River for loading. How come it is still here? And the number and packaging are not right. Someone privately dismantled and stole part of the magic crystals. That means there is a problem with the carrier. Soren estimated the storage in the warehouse. Have the bandits turned to the elves again? Or are they greedy and want to embezzle the equipment? Maria hesitated. Maybe we should go to said port first to confirm the current situation of the war. If these bandits, who have always been against the Sand Country, suddenly turn against them, it may be that the war situation has suddenly changed significantly again. No, it's a waste of time to run back and forth like this. Soren shook his head and refused. The war situation is bound to change all the time, and no one can get absolutely perfect and accurate intelligence. But the dice have been cast, and all our plans have been finalized, so there is no need to revise them repeatedly to create chaos. Continue to look for local bandit groups, catch them, and ask them clearly, and everything will be clear. Maria was curious. How do you plan to find them? Sauron pointed to the desert outside. Go ask those guys who have been staying nearby recently, which direction the owner of this cave went. After all, Soren can communicate with spirits. So far, he can understand everything that is said to the living or the dead, with brains or without brains. Chapter 80. Near the oasis in the desert, a team of 500 people was stationed by the pond for repairs. These were all cavalry, and each person had 2 or 3 mounts, ranging from war horses, hunting lizards to camels for transporting goods, and earth dragons. The 300 to 400 people stationed on the periphery were of almost all races: goblins, orcs, ratmen, lizardmen, and 5 or 6 people gathered around a campfire, guarding the periphery and looking after the goods and mounts. In the inner circle closer to the water source, a large tent was set up, a fence was erected, and a simple camp was established. All the half-blood elves who came in and out of the camp were wearing black robes and turbans. Some of the warriors with black turbans were carrying magic weapons, mainly enchanted scimitars, and composite bows for use on horseback. In the core camp, the leaders of this group of people were several elves wearing white robes and white turbans. With dark skin and long pointed ears, magic props on their bodies, and great mana in their bodies, it can be seen that they are pure-blooded elves from the Kingdom of Sand. The black flag and white eagle are the white eagle Iacare from the Kingdom of Sand. Maria lay on the sand dune and used a magic lens to observe the camp. Is it true that he ran to the south? And White Eagle has more than just these people. Damn, what happened? Vanguard? Maria turned her head and saw Soren on the other side of the sand dune, waving goodbye to the giant sandworm that led them here. Ah, what a nice guy, although he looks really disgusting, but surprisingly easy to talk to. Sauron grabbed 2 handfuls of sand to wipe his hands, and walked over with a smile. The blood on his cloak was all splashed when the 2 horned dragons were torn apart by the fist of magic power, because their good deeds were interrupted. Maria looked at him sideways with empty eyes. Any monster with a little bit of brains would be very nice to him after seeing such a bloody scene, and having its head stabbed in the sand by a dragon's spear. I don't know where this kid got so much anger to vent. How is it? Are these desert bandits old acquaintances of yours? Sauron asked with a smile. White Eagle Iacare. Maria introduced. He is a famous bandit leader in the northern region, and it is said that he has more than 5,000 cavalry under his command. He is the biggest bandit in the border areas of the Sand Country and its neighboring countries. There are rumors that he is a prince of a certain country, but his home country was destroyed and annexed by the Sand Country, so he is determined to be an enemy of the Sand Country. Of course, it is also possible that he is just an ordinary bandit who recruits soldiers under the banner of the prince. The White Eagle bandit group did not originally operate in this desert. I wonder if they took advantage of the recent war in the Sand Country to plunder southward and drive away all the local bandit groups. Just go in and meet him, you can't guess here. Soren called Guan Haifa and prepared to charge and head on. Wait, White Eagle has a bit of a chivalrous temperament. He rarely kills people when he robs, and occasionally helps the poor and releases slaves. He has quite a few supporters among the lower classes, either with far-reaching ambitions or admiring fame. Such people are often soft-hearted and unwilling to succumb to authoritarian violence easily. Maria took off the ring on her little finger and handed it to Soren. This is the mark of the Dune merchant, used to identify those black market merchants who secretly trade with the desert gangs. Wearing the ring will not be attacked by the thieves. You can directly meet their leaders disguised as merchants. Don't fight right away and make things awkward. Only one? What about you? Sauron was curious. Maria untied her belt. I'm pretending to be a commodity. Then Soren stared at her in astonishment as she took off all her equipment and tied her hands with a belt. Hey, is it necessary to play so wild? Can't I pretend to be your bodyguard? Sauron looked up and down at the figure of this young lady. Well, her legs were nice, slender and strong, and her body-fat ratio was just right. She was neither too plump like Saras's nor malnourished like Sijin. She was more stylish than the weak and boneless body of the dead apostle sister, but she didn't have overly obvious abdominal muscles like those dark elf warriors. It's just right in every sense. You can't really tell when she's wearing clothes normally. Bodyguards must stay outside the camp. I can follow you into the tent disguised as a commodity. Maria took off the magic rings and jewelry on her hands one by one. When she was left with a silver ring on her ring finger, she hesitated for a moment and said to Soren, my current face is a disguise. I used it to avoid attracting attention when I was escaping. I'm not deliberately deceiving you. Magic disguise on the face? Soren looked at her carefully, and only when he looked closely could he notice a layer of fluorescence on her face. He thought it was some kind of cosmetic skincare lotion or something like that in this world. Maria was a little nervous, so she took a breath and took off the silver ring. Soren jumped up, fuck. In fact, there was no obvious change in her facial features, and the corners of her eyes were still the same cold and ruthless look that always reminded Soren of Yachukas himself. But very strangely, when the ring was taken off, the appearance that was easy to ignore suddenly changed. It was as if a veil covering the light was lifted. Like a night Sirius blooming, this beauty was completely superior to most women, most humans, and even elves that Soren had seen. And I seem to have seen this face of yours before. Soren frowned, unable to remember for a moment. It's not Sijin. To be honest, Sijin's hair and eye color are the same as Yachuka's herself, but her face shape is inherited from her mother. This is Lily Yuan's face. Maria smiled bitterly. Girls born in the royal family from generation to generation, who look like Lady Lily Yuan, will be chosen as the direct descendants. My mother was just a humble maid. But she gave me such a face. Haha, I really don't know whether to say it is lucky or unfortunate. Lily Yuan, who is it? Soren seemed to have heard this name somewhere. She is the sister of Yachuka's, and was married to the kingdom of Franny. Maria wrapped her body with a cloak, and lowered her head. Let's go, we have to hurry up. Soren nodded in agreement, and led Maria towards the camp of the bandit group. On the way, he gradually recalled that when it comes to Franny, the eldest princess and Maria look a bit similar. No wonder the Franny royal family also claims to be the royal blood. That is indeed the blood of the same branch of Yachuka's. TSK, Yachuka's is a scumbag, still doing genetic selection. Sister control, this pervert. Slave trader? Holding the ring, Soren passed the cordon very smoothly, and came to the gate of the camp. The half-elf warrior in black clothes and mask looked at Soren, and then looked at Maria behind him, who was barefoot and only wrapped in a cloak, and really had no doubt. Follow me. Soren smiled, and followed the warriors into the big tent. There were about 10 white-clothed elf warriors in the tent. They untied their turbans and veils. They were all dark elves with dark brown skin, slim figures, and handsome faces, both men and women. At this moment, they sat in 2 rows, cross-legged on the blanket to eat. They ate some fruits and vegetables, pancakes and dairy products. It seemed that the elves did not eat meat, but they drank a lot of wine. This kind of diet structure did not make it easy for them to grow big. There was an elf, who was obviously older on the first seat. The white-clothed warriors around him all looked like young people, but he was the only middle-aged man. His cheeks were as high as the corners of a cliff, his thin chin was as sharp as a knife, and he had a particularly eye-catching hooked nose and a magic eye with eagle vision. He is not handsome, but he has the cool aura of a middle-aged man. May the wind of sand come with my goodwill, respected chieftain. Sauron saluted according to the words Maria taught him. May the wind of sand protect your safety, traveler from afar. The middle-aged elf nodded. What wealth did you bring? Is it just this woman? The elf warriors on both sides continued to eat and drink, whispering to each other, not taking it seriously. Then Maria took off her hood and raised her head. The sound in the big tent disappeared immediately. Soren looked around curiously. These young elves stared at Maria's face with their eyes wide open, as if they had never seen a woman before. Even the middle-aged elf in the first seat looked shocked, and his hand holding the wine glass stopped. Huh? Are the aesthetics of elves similar to those of humans? He thought that elves liked wild, strong, durable, and energetic creatures such as goblins, orcs, minotaurs, and tentacle monsters. Ahem. Soren cleared his throat, and threw a straight ball over. I am Soren, the vanguard officer of the Psychic Empire Expeditionary Force. I have come to visit Lord White Eagle Iacare to seek an alliance to attack Irishi and destroy the Kingdom of Sand. Empire? Are you really the messenger of Anubis? The middle-aged elf came back to his senses and showed doubt on his face. I think I rejected your employment last time. Why, it thinks that sending a beauty here will make me change my decision and help you attack Irishi? You are underestimating my White Eagle. But you look so wide-eyed that you almost agreed. Sauron and Maria looked at each other, but from what they said, Anubis did think of cutting off the elves' supplies from another direction, and sent people to try to contact them in advance. Your Excellency misunderstood. I am not Anubis' subordinate, but the reinforcements he invited from the Empire. Sauron bluffed. Our army has landed, and now we only need a few guides to lead the way. It is easy to break through the city, and we have our own army to fight. As long as White Eagle knows the weather, and waves the flag and shouts from the side, he can gain the friendship of the Empire. It's that simple. White Eagle frowned and touched his chin, probably considering whether Soren's words were true or false. At this time, the other elves also reacted to what he said, whispering in a low voice, but no one came out to question. Obviously they must obey the leader White Eagle. I have no intention of being an enemy of your empire, and I don't want to get involved in your battle. White Eagle secretly glanced at Maria several times, and finally gritted his teeth and shook his head to refuse. Maria suddenly smiled. I heard that the White Eagle of the Sand is a generation of heroes that makes the Sand Country tremble with fear, and has always had the ambition to dominate the area. I thought that with your foresight, you will definitely be able to see through the good opportunity of the two tigers fighting, and take advantage of the situation to lay a foundation for the White Eagle group. I didn't expect that the majestic White Eagle is actually just a short-sighted and timid person. He only calculated the petty gains in front of him, and didn't take the city of Irishi, which has established a foundation. Instead, he came to seize the uninhabited bandits' territory in person. How disappointing. Sir Vanguard, I was wrong to recommend such a hero to you. Please chop off my head right here and punish me for the serious crime of delaying military affairs. As she said this, she untied her cloak, knelt down at Soren's feet, and lifted her hair to one side, revealing her slender neck that was as swan-like and as smooth as mutton-fat jade. Maria suddenly played this trick, and Soren didn't react. Wow, big sister, you are so fake. This is too obvious. Wait a minute. Unexpectedly, White Eagle stood up, his face full of embarrassment, shame and anger. His ears were red. Your empire is too cruel. Are you going to kill a weak woman? No. I didn't. Soren was speechless. What's wrong with this guy? He doesn't look like a mentally retarded person. How could he be so easily fooled? Why do you have to say more, Lord White Eagle? Maria raised her head and shouted angrily, the hero in my heart is dead. Why should I cling to this body? Sir Sauron, please help me to be free. Shut up. How can I be a coward? The middle-aged elf man drew out his scimitar and stepped on the table. I bear the hatred of the country and the family. I have endured hardships and hardships. I only wish I could cut off the head of the alchemy of sand. Avenge the humiliation. Restore the country. Really, there is a last resort. Why is that? Maria stepped forward and knelt at the feet of White Eagle. I was born and raised in the Kingdom of Sand. I grew up listening to the legend of White Eagle of Sand robbing the rich to help the poor and helping the weak. In my heart, you are obviously a real hero. Now the time to overthrow the tyranny of the Kingdom of Sand is right in front of us. Why are you hesitating? You guys are so dramatic. Soren was stunned watching from the side. Alas. Hero, what kind of hero am I? All of you get out. White Eagle sat down dejectedly. Soren subconsciously wanted to follow the elf warriors on both sides out. Maria turned her head and glared at him. Then she reacted, stopped and cleared her throat. Ahem, Mr. White Eagle, what are you worried about? Our Imperial army has arrived and is just cooperating with us. Are you worried that after we destroy the Sand Country, they will turn against us? That's too far-fetched. At present, we are all enemies of the Sand Country, and we should join forces. White Eagle shook his head. You don't understand. Alchemy is dead. Soren's heart jumped suddenly. How did this guy know this? Do you want to kill your enemy with your own hands? Maria helped Soren cover up in time. White Eagle laughed bitterly. So you outsiders don't understand. It must be that the alchemist of sand is dead, so the great magic of protection she cast for the kingdom of sand has all failed. I didn't come to fight for this desert. I fled. Now there are only a few people left in the White Eagle group. Soren frowned. Escape? Who is attacking you? Could it be that the troops of the neighboring Elf Alliance crossed the border and attacked us? White Eagle shook his head. It's the demons. Oh, it's the demons. What the hell? Even the demons are out. Wow, Sauron is going crazy. Maria's eyes rolled. Are you referring to the sand demon that was sealed by the lizard men? Yes, it was the lizardman's temple at first, and then the sand alchemy. The demon and the demon's dungeons have been sealed all the time. White Eagle nodded. We, the White Eagle group, hid in these ancient underground cities to avoid the encirclement of the surrounding countries. Who knew that the seal was suddenly lifted 3 days ago? We fought desperately, and only this small number of people escaped. So that's how it is. This alchemist died at a really bad time. Sauron looked at White Eagle with sympathy, who had returned to the pre-liberation era. White Eagle smiled bitterly. I originally planned to unite with the local sand bandits to deal with the invasion of the demons. Who knew that when I arrived here, I heard that Lord Anubis launched a general attack in Ensa, and everyone was transferred away. The messenger ordered me to attack Iarashi in order to cut off the supply line of the main force of the Kingdom of Sand, right? In fact, even if we don't attack the city, I think in just a few days, the monsters that broke out of the underground city will swarm in and break through Iarashi, right? And the armies of the Kingdom of Sand and the Empire are still fighting in the south. And there is probably no one to solve the disaster in the north in a short time. The only relatively safe place now is this oasis in the desert. Sauron couldn't help asking, Your Excellency, have you fought your way out? What kind of tribe is the demon tribe? What are its strengths and weaknesses? What size of army is needed to suppress it? White Eagle saw that Soren still wanted to fight, and realized that someone now claimed to be the reinforcements of the Empire. He thought about it seriously. There are many races of demons. I don't know them very well. From past biographies, they are powerful countries from other continents or other worlds. At the beginning, the Lizardmen once dispatched a million-scale army, and it took 1,000 years to build the temple and seal the portal of the demon tribe. Later, the Kingdom of Sand also maintained a large army in the north to look after the seal all year round. However, due to the sudden invasion of the Empire, these troops have now been transferred south to Fayum. Now, what emerges from the underground city are still some unorganized monsters, and the army of the demons has not yet appeared. However, the beast tide alone is enough to make the nearby countries anxious. If you have 100,000 troops, I think there is still a chance to try to fight the demons. If you can clear out the surrounding monsters as soon as possible, before the demons react and invade in large numbers, try to re-establish a new seal. Then this disaster will be contained in its infancy. But White Eagle did not continue. He was not a fool. The Kingdom of Sand is in a state of panic now, so how can it spare time to care about the invasion of the demons? As for the Empire, it is even more eager for the demons to invade. The more invasions the better, and it would be best if the demons invaded the heart of the Elf Alliance and beat them to pieces. The worse the fight, the better for the Psychic Empire. I see, God is helping me. Thank you for the good news, Your Excellency. Soren smiled. Since the Kingdom of Sand is doing evil and leaving its people in dire straits, then we, the Psychic Empire, should follow the will of heaven and go to liberate the working people of Arishi. White Eagle was surprised. Are you really going to take Arishi? But there is no need. The city will fall sooner or later, and it may even confront the demons. Of course we have to go, but now is the best time. First, the sooner we cut off the supply, the better. Second, in such a chaotic time, there is room for Soren and his army to grow and develop. Soren knew it all, and he was too lazy to talk anymore. He pulled out a weapon from his belt and asked, White Eagle Iacare, let me ask you again, do you want to take the initiative to lead the way for us, or should I find someone else? White Eagle looked down at the thing in Soren's hand. An elf of his age would certainly recognize it, or at least have heard of it. Vanguard Dragon Spear? Facts have proved that the Sand Country, the Empire, Alchemy, and the Demon Clan are not as useful as the name of the Vanguard Army that can stop children from crying at night in the Elf Alliance. After a cordial and friendly meeting, the White Eagle group expressed its willingness to join the Empire's just war against the Sand Country, and to fight for the liberation of the working people who were exploited and oppressed by the Elf Alliance.